The young boy beamed with a radiant smile, his feet almost lifting off the ground as he pedaled his bicycle with exuberance. Ah-chun, you look so delighted. Have you received your trainer qualifications? An ant watering her plants wiped the sweat from her brow, accompanied by a tadpole-shaped mosquito coil, mimicking her gesture with an innocent grin. Yes, I can finally set off on my journey. Farewell, Ah-chun exclaimed, racing away on his bicycle while waving goodbye. Ha! This child is both endearing and exasperating. The ant chuckled, shaking her head as she continued her watering. Before long, he arrived home. And back. Ah-chun entered with a face full of joy. Bye. A brown, fluffy fox leaped into Ah-chun's embrace. Bye. It nuzzled against his chest affectionately. Evie, Shur-chun said with a silly grin, burying his face into the soft fur of the Evie's neck. Bye. The Evie, raised by Shur-chun, was slightly larger than others. Its fur glistening with healed, a testament to its robust vitality. Shur-chun gazed at Evie with a heart full of affection, cradling it in his hands. Evie, we can embark on our travels. We'll explore the world, meeting diverse people and experiencing varied cultures. And we'll make many adorable friends. Bye. I can hardly imagine the joy that awaits me on this journey. He planted a big kiss on Evie, his beloved Pokémon. Evie spun around Shur-chun excitedly, mirroring his enthusiasm for travel. All right, Shur-chun said, his face radiating tenderness as he glanced at his little brother, dressed adorably in a Pikachu outfit handcrafted by their older brother. Oh dear, my little brother is equally charming today. You are my favorite. He hurried over to embrace his brother and plant a kiss on his cheek. Yeah, sure, he pushed away his overly affectionate brother, disdainfully touching his face. If it weren't for the fact that their brother was leaving today, he would never wear such a silly outfit that would invite laughter. Take care, brother, Sure, he mumbled, knowing he would have to wait several years before embarking on his own journey. What a formidable brother he would become by then. He'll miss you, little bro, Shur-chun said, ruffling his brother's hair, feeling warmth in his heart for the brother he had raised since infancy. He'll send you local specialties and photos from my travels. Okay, Shur-e, still young, could not contain his emotions, revealing his reluctance to part with Shur-chun. Hey, son, have you received your trainer certificate from the Pokémon Center? Their father returned home with their mother, aware of their son's achievement. Hey, Dad, Shur-chun waved. Being reborn in the Pokémon world was a stroke of luck for Shur-chun, and being born into a loving family was an added blessing, with simple, gentle parents and an adorable younger brother. I'm sorry I couldn't make you an official league trainer, their mother expressed her guilt. Don't worry about it, I'm not particularly fond of battling, Shur-chun replied. Before his special ability activated, the family's finances had been modest, but things had improved in recent years, and he was determined to save up for his brother's league trainer fee. However, he had declined, wanting to reserve that opportunity for his younger sibling, knowing he had his special ability and would not fear financial struggles in the future. While his brother truly needed it, league trainers enjoyed various benefits, such as free medical care and accommodation at Pokémon centers and opportunities to receive starter Pokémon from professors. Not to mention the Pokédex and more, but the fee was hefty 500,000 league coins. With their family's limited means, he didn't want to dwell on it. I really like Eevee, having it is enough for me. I have no interest in the starters. Shur-chun smiled at Eevee, who sensed his affection and nuzzled against his feet, playfully demanding more attention. Well, this had always been a source of pain for their mother supporting the younger son, but not the elder felt incredibly unfair. Men should venture out and explore when you're tired. You can always come home. Your parents. Orchard will provide for you. All right, Dad. Shur-chun nodded with a smile, knowing this journey would not be a short one. Will you stay for dinner before you leave? Their mother wished to delay the farewell, her eyes glistening with unshed tears at the thought of separation. No, I must go now. I still need to visit Professor Oak. He donned his pre-prepared blue backpack and black cap, ready to say goodbye to his family. Have fun, son. Be safe. Their father, wanting to say more, was interrupted by his wife, who was already teary-eyed. Seeing the pride in his son's eyes, he found no reason to hinder a young man from embarking on his adventure. Okay, goodbye, Mom and Dad. Shur-chun ruffled his brother's hair once more. Goodbye, little brother. Goodbye, brother. Shur-e responded without protest. With that, Shur-chun stepped outside, mounted his bicycle, and watched as Evie hopped into the basket, both feeling a twinge of reluctance to leave their home. Remember to call us. Don't forget to write. And eat well. Their mother couldn't help but add a few more words. Sure. Chun pedaled towards Pallet Town. Chun was not originally from this world. Being able to relish its warmth and beauty filled him with immense joy. As for his special ability, he had one. For those who were never satisfied, it was never enough. For Chun, possessing this special ability was a stroke of fortune. Unfortunately, the binding of his special ability had gone awry. Here he was in the Pokémon world, yet it had linked him to the Kingdom of Locke. That could work too. Indeed, 5 years ago, a system from the Kingdom of Locke had visited and expressed deep regret for binding him incorrectly before departing. As an apology, it left behind some special abilities. The system slipped away, and while he wished to hold on, he could not. Now, as Chun focused, a vision of a home appeared before him. This was the Locke home, reminiscent of the Locke Kingdom he had played in his previous life, indistinguishable from his memories. A badge box hung on the wall, ready to collect badges. There was only one door leading to the farm. Chun could utilize the Locke home to house his Pokémon, and he had a backpack that functioned as a storage space. The Locke home also allowed access to the farm, which contained 12 plots of land for cultivation, growing crops at a surprisingly quick rate. Common vegetables matured in just a few hours, while special Pokémon fruit trees bore fruit in merely a few days. Adjacent to the fields stood a special cacao tree, a unique fruit tree from Locke, yielding daily harvests that Eevee adored. It was not like a game where experience points were gained. This was a tangible world, full of life and substance. Unlike a game character wandering aimlessly, Chun had only a backpack where all his harvests were stored without expiration. Encased in a timeless state. Wasn't this better than the market's overpriced storage options? Moreover, daily online rewards and monthly sign-in bonuses awaited him, with 2 hours of online time yielding a plethora of fixed rewards, including figs, fruit salads, rigorous fruit, spirit beast pills, candy, and more. Eevee had sampled some and loved it, thriving under the care of the Locke home. Over the years, Chun had diligently opened the home for 2 hours each day, claiming rewards. And now his backpack was full to the brim at 999 items. At 10 years old, he was ready to unlock a new feature as a trainer. Approaching a secluded path near Pallet Town, Chun paused. With a smile, he took out the reward from the Locke Homia Pokeball and addressed Eevee. Would you like to become my Pokémon? To grow and live alongside me? Bye? Wasn't that a redundant question? They had been living together for 5 years. Let's see if he can fit inside. Time for an experiment with Eevee. Pressing the Pokeball, a white beam of light enveloped Eevee, and it was drawn inside. Indeed, it is possible. Truly, this is the charm of a pirated Pokémon. Once again, Eevee is released. Bye. Eevee feels quite entertained. Then, Chun gazed at the final surprise left by the system. You have become a trainer. The pet system has been unlocked. As a token of apology, you may bring all Pokémon into your home, but you cannot enter it. This is splendid. No longer will I fear the awkwardness of being limited to capturing only 6 Pokémon. Transferring them would no longer be an issue. I am not a league trainer, thus I cannot capture a 7th Pokémon with a Pokeball, let alone transfer it. Without binding the transfer, the 7th ball remains unusable. This concern is now alleviated. How wonderful. Moreover, it is not the Pokeball being utilized, but Roxgula Ball. You may dispatch 1 Pokémon to 1 map each day, where it can train, learn, and gather all reward items from that map. Oh, this is delightful. Chun's smile widened. Everything seems favorable. It appears these are the final 2 functions of the cheat code. Quite satisfactory. Indeed, one must learn to be content. Having a cheat code is already a tremendous boon. Eevee, we have struck it rich. Ha ha ha. Pedaling forward on the bicycle, my spirits soared even higher. Why, we have always been prosperous. Not quite understanding Chun's joy. As long as Chun is happy, Eevee shares in that happiness. Chapter 2. Dr. Oak. The quaint town of Shinsan is merely a half-hour bicycle ride from the bustling Shinshin town. In the basket, the jubilant Eevee hums a cheerful tune, thoroughly relishing its comfortable perch. Along the path, one can often observe caterpillars leisurely nibbling on leaves, while a few mischievous Rattata stealthily attempt to pilfer vegetables cultivated by local farmers. The air is refreshingly crisp, perpetually uplifting one's spirits. Evie was encountered shortly after settling into Rock Home. With a daily supply of delectable treats, it quickly grew fond of Shichen, thereby breaking away from its little family. Shichen's efforts were not in vain. He often found himself drooling at the sight of Evie, a true testament to his infatuation. Shichen has a penchant for adorable, endearing Pokémon, and the brawny beasts simply do not appeal to him. Faced with the charm of these delightful creatures, his defenses crumble to nothing. As he neared the Oak Research Institute, the variety of Pokémon he encountered increased. Many had sneaked out to frolic. The entrance to the institute features a gentle slope where Shichen parked his bicycle. Evie jumped down from the basket, shaking its head and flapping its ears. It was quite familiar with this place and eagerly followed Shichen towards the institute. The guard recognized Shichen and allowed him through without hesitation. "Dr. Oak, I've arrived," Shichen called out, noticing the courtyard was empty. He typically avoided the back area, filled with too many Pokémon, so he assumed they would remain in the laboratory. "Oh, you're here." An elderly gentleman emerged, holding a bowl of noodles, clad in a lab coat and slippers, hardly the image of a serious scientist. Upon spotting Shichen, Dr. Oak's eyes lit up. "It seems your EV has been raised exceptionally well. Its fur looks even more splendid than before, and those eyes are brimming with vitality. It appears to have grown a bit too, though I cannot discern any significant change in weight." Evie proudly lifted its head, showcasing its charm before Dr. Oak. "Aha! What a lively little one. It truly is adorable. Hey, Dr. Oak, you advised me to bring Evie here before embarking on my journey, and here I am," Shichen said, scratching his head and grinning broadly. Preparing for his travels meant ensuring that the finest treats from Rock Home were available for Evie. Alongside some daily training, was that the path to excellence? "Oh, I see. You're setting off on your journey today, then. Come inside." Dr. Oak beckoned him into his office. He set aside his noodles and rummaged through a cabinet for the notebook containing Evie's data. "Come here, little one," he called, patting the equipment and gesturing for Evie to approach. Dr. Oak, filled with curiosity and a fervent desire to study every Pokémon, began examining Evie with various instruments. Unlike Shichen, who simply adored the cute and charming, Dr. Oak's inquisitiveness was relentless. After all this scrutiny, he would certainly need to find a lake to give Evie a proper wash. "Oh, Shichen, can you tell me what you've been feeding Evie? Yours is the finest Evie I have ever encountered," Dr. Oak inquired. Shichen shook his head, utterly clueless. He had concealed the truth from his family, fearing discovery. How peculiar. What could be the cause of such remarkable growth? Dr. Oak pondered, not suspecting Shichen. Pokémon possess infinite potential. Typically, Evie stands at a height of 0.3 meters. Yet yours measures 0.5 meters and weighs 10 kilograms. Every metric indicates exceptional breeding, and the reason for this anomaly remains a mystery. Dr. Oak rubbed his head. Confusion etched on his brow. It must be the food. Perhaps Evie has consumed some special berries outside. Could a well-balanced diet truly enhance a Pokémon's growth? Now, that is an intriguing topic. He decided not to delve deeper for now, as there were numerous other projects awaiting his attention. "Shichen, have you considered which evolution you would like Evie to undergo?" Dr. Oak asked, clearly curious about whether the evolution would restore its typical characteristics. Shichen and Evie exchanged smiles, contemplating their choices. "Well, Dr. Oak, what do you think?" Shichen inquired. "Ha ha ha. I believe the most suitable approach is for you and Evie to communicate well." Dr. Oak observed the profound bond between them, appreciating such a child who excelled among the ordinary. He had no qualms about investing in individuals like him. Evie boasts 3 evolution forms: Vaporeon, evolved with a Water Stone, Flareon, with a Fire Stone, and Jolteon, with a Thunder Stone. Evie is a Pokémon replete with infinite evolutionary possibilities, perhaps even more forms awaiting discovery. Dr. Oak's smile softened considerably. "I have learned much from you, Doctor. Here, one can truly glean a wealth of knowledge. However, I am aware that this is the Pokémon world. I was born into a humble family and have no desire to curry favor with Dr. Oak. It is unnecessary. My only intention was to allow Evie to sample the fruits from Rock Home, which led to this examination, thus creating our connection." Shichen never contemplated flaunting his limited knowledge before Dr. Oak. It would be absurd, and every research endeavor demands extensive time and meticulous patience, qualities Shichen simply does not possess. Thus, he visited Dr. Oak semi-annually to have Evie's health checked, and Dr. Oak was more than pleased to oblige. "I have a gift prepared for you," Dr. Oak said, retrieving a small box from a safe. "Why not take a guess as to what it contains?" Shichen blinked, piecing together the earlier conversation. "Dr. Oak, you wouldn't happen to be gifting me an evolution stone, would you?" "Ah, how did you guess so quickly? That's quite dull," Dr. Oak lamented, disappointed that he could not detect any complex emotions in the boy's eyes. "Really?" Shichen was taken aback. While evolution stones are not particularly rare, for someone of his humble background, even a common stone holds significant value. "Dr. Oak, I cannot accept such a precious gift. It's far too extravagant." "Oh, my dear child, how can a gift from an elder be retracted?" Dr. Oak insisted, thrusting the box into Shichen's hands. Inside lay 3 exquisite evolution stones, easily obtainable for the Oak family, yet an unattainable luxury for Shichen's ordinary household. "Doctor, I merely wish to observe how your EV evolves for my research. What do you think?" "Well, all right then. Thank you, Dr. Oak," Shichen replied, feeling grateful. Evie leapt onto his shoulder, sensing that the box contained something delightful. "Merely a research matter. Ha ha ha. As you embark on your journey to capture rare Pokémon, do remember to bring them back for me to see." Dr. Oak expressed his optimism for the young lad. "Certainly, Doctor. By the way, I have a favor to ask of you." Dr. Oak suddenly forgot what he intended to say, lost in thought amidst his myriad daily tasks. "Trigger a quest?" "Apologies, Doctor, but I must take my leave," Shichen said, clutching Evie and dashing away. "You want to get me to trigger a quest?" "No way." As he sprinted off with Evie, he thought, "As long as I run fast enough, the quest won't catch up to me." "Ah, that boy," Dr. Oak chuckled, shaking his head. "What else can one do but seek another?" It was indeed quite rude to decline an elder's task. Chapter 3. Entering the rock map for the first time, the brook babbled gently, crystal clear and inviting. All right, Shirchun said, bringing a thoroughly washed Eevee, its coat gleaming. Eevee shook its body vigorously, flinging droplets of water everywhere, making its fur even fluffier. However, the splashes landed squarely on the unfortunate Shirchun. "Ah, so you wish to play this way, do you?" Shirchun feigned irritation, yet his eyes betrayed a deep affection for his Eevee. The towel in his hand was rendered useless. His Eevee preferred to air, drying naturally after a bath. Eevee frolicked around, well aware that Shirchun wouldn't be upset by its antics. Perched on a nearby tree, a Pidgey observed the joyful exchanges between the trainer and his Pokémon with keen curiosity. "Time to eat, no more playing." Upon hearing the mention of food, Eevee obediently trotted over and settled down. Shirchun retrieved 2 bowls of fruit salad from the rock home. Eevee's tail wagged incessantly, thrilled by the familiar and delicious treat. Shirchun placed the fruit salad before it, taking a bowl for himself. "Dig in. The food from the rock home is safe for humans too." He mused that while the food had some utility for humans, it was not particularly substantial. The fruits were of unfamiliar varieties, enough to satisfy hunger with just 1 serving. He resolved to procure a more diverse selection of food once conditions improved. He wished to capture the moment in a photograph, but lacked a camera. The prices for cameras were exorbitant, and for Shirchun, it meant doubling the allowance he received from home to afford one. After finishing its meal, Eevee leisurely leaned against Shirchun's legs, searching for a comfortable position. "Eevee, what do you wish to evolve into?" Shirchun inquired, retrieving the evolution stone gifted by Professor Oak. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback by its quality. Just a simple evolution stone would suffice, he thought, feeling immensely satisfied. Yet, the stone he held was undoubtedly exceptional, radiating a unique power that he could discern with just his eyes. It was undeniably valuable. Eevee's body was already yearning for evolution, a physical manifestation of its desire to absorb the stone's energy. It awaited Shirchun's response, unsure of which evolution to pursue. In truth, the Eevee family has more than just these 3 evolutions, Shirchun continued, smiling as he gently stroked Eevee's head. Using a leaf stone near moss-covered rocks will allow you to evolve into a grass-type Leafeon. A water stone near ice-covered rocks will lead to an ice-type glacier. Eevee's eyes sparkled with excitement. Am I truly capable of such feats? There are so many evolutions available. Indeed, you can even evolve without an evolution stone. If the bond between trainer and Pokémon is strong and both desire evolution, you can evolve into a sunlight spirit during the day or a moonlight spirit at night. There's also the rare chance of evolving into the elusive fairy-type Sylveon. Eevee's round eyes gleamed with possibility. Chun, however, was uncertain about the specifics of how one might evolve into Sylveon. He had long contemplated how best to guide Eevee's evolution, believing that regardless of its form, all evolutions of Eevee were stunning. Yet, he found himself stricken by indecision, caught in a dilemma of choice. Eevee danced joyfully around Chun, exclaiming that while other Pokémon had fixed evolutionary paths, it was blessed with a multitude of options. So, which one do you wish to evolve into? Chun posed the question, leaving the choice entirely to Eevee. Eevee halted, gazing at Chun as if seeking his opinion on its evolution. Whatever you evolve into, I will love, Chun reassured. You may choose whatever you wish. As long as it's you, I will cherish it. After spending so much time together, understanding Eevee's feelings had become second nature to him. Both trainer and Pokémon struggled with the fear of making the wrong choice. Haraha. You've been pampered so well that every aspect has reached the brink of evolution. It merely requires a catalyst. We must prepare for the future, after all. Chun mused, perhaps a bit boastfully. Eevee made a decision. If choosing was too daunting, it would forego the decision altogether. Closing the box containing the evolution stone, it opted for a more natural approach. Chun scooped up Eevee and took a deep breath, reveling in the sweetness of his beloved Pokémon. Eevee, I'm taking you somewhere special. Chun intended to test the new features of the rock home. While Eevee could enter, he could not. Huh. Eevee tilted its head, puzzled. Chun produced a capsule designed for Eevee, crafted by Rock. Wait a moment. Once you're inside, don't rush. After placing Eevee within the capsule, he observed the interface of the rock home. An icon representing Eevee appeared, displaying basic information. Strangely, even its name failed to load, explaining the binding error. Gender, a male Eevee? How interesting. I never researched this aspect before. This revelation excited him. Information, height, 0, 5 meters weight, 10 kilograms birthday. Likes. Personality. Adaptable. The data was disappointingly sparse, almost better left unknown. A button labeled Place in Home beckoned. Chun pressed it, and Eevee materialized in the room. Eevee looked around, bewildered, not spotting Chun. It dashed about, flustered. Eevee, can you hear me? Chun chuckled at its adorably frantic behavior. Where are you? Eevee seemed to respond, indicating it could indeed hear him. This is our other home. Only you can enter. I cannot. I want you to get accustomed to it. Once I have the means, I will furnish it with various items. How marvelous. Eevee had complete faith in Chun. It felt at ease in the empty room, which, upon closer inspection, emanated a tranquil energy, quite enchanting. Eevee pushed open the door to explore outside. Following Chun's instructions, it scampered to the entrance and swung the door wide. Eevee stepped cautiously into the world beyond, aware of Chun's watchful gaze, taking care not to stray too far. It was greeted by a breathtaking scene. The air was fresh, the landscape stunning, filled with fields, a scarecrow, and a fruit tree. Chun often fed it from this tree, and it felt familiar. However, beyond the yard stretched an infinite expanse of beauty. Was this the allure of travel that Chun spoke of? As Eevee attempted to step beyond the yard, it realized an invisible barrier prevented further passage. Eevee pawed at the ground in frustration, but to no avail. It seemed that venturing out was not an option. Would you like to utilize the map function to explore? Chun suggested. Eevee expressed its eagerness, and Chun selected the first map, Uncle Sam's farm. We can only visit one map per day. Let us see how this goes. The scenery shifted, and Eevee found itself in a new locale. It took a few steps back in surprise, accidentally bumping into a small cart. The environment remained as picturesque, with a hen continually laying eggs atop a haystack. Uncle Sam was nowhere in sight. It seemed all characters had vanished. A scarecrow stood in the field, adding to the wonder of this experience. How extraordinary! Shurchun lamented that he could not accompany Evie. Evie rolled joyfully on the ground before dashing to the strawberry patch, exclaiming, "These are delicious." It seemed strawberries were edible, although they could not be taken along. Observing that the chicken perpetually lays only 2 eggs reveals the absurdity of this illustration. At this moment, Bayam raised his gaze to the scarecrow, which was also fixated on him. "I desire to eat strawberries," a phrase materialized above the scarecrow's head. Bayam was perplexed, yet Shichen comprehended. "Ibu, please hand it a strawberry." "Boo." "Very well." Ibu delicately placed a strawberry into the scarecrow's mouth. "Delicious." A prompt appeared. Acquired item. Magic Stone X2. Shichen opened the backpack, and indeed, it was there. Ibu stared in astonishment. Could this entity consume food? Shichen was unfazed. The scarecrow at home played games with him daily, rewarding him with an array of items, so he was accustomed to it. Ibu gazed at the water and Appo's surface as a blue sprite emerged, glanced at him, and then submerged once more. "Bai? What is this?" "This is..." "Well, you may interpret it as a sprite akin to yourself." It was Shichen's first encounter with a living sprite in Rock's homestead. "This is a rock sprite." "Bai." Ibu carried a strawberry to the well, softly calling out. The water sprite, curious, looked at Ibu. Alas, it can truly respond? Shichen was bewildered. Could this interaction be possible? While interaction was feasible, capturing was not. Only item types could be brought along, and sprites could not, as noted, which Shichen accepted without insistence. "Bye." Ibu set down the strawberry, smilingly gesturing for the water sprite to partake. "Lawn." The water sprite initially hesitated, then beamed with joy, accepting Ibu's offering. It released a small jet of water, playfully engaging with Ibu. Shichen watched with delight, refraining from interruption. As the 2 adorable beings frolicked, Shichen's heart was filled with affection. This scene lacked items, and seeing Ibu reveling in joy, Shichen chose not to intrude. He retrieved camping equipment from his backpack. They would camp here tonight. They had not strayed far from Pallet Town. Without Ibu by his side, Shichen lacked the courage to venture alone into the evergreen forest. Understanding the gameplay of Rock's homestead was all that mattered. Chapter 4. The Paradise Shop in the early morning. Shurchun was awakened by the chirping of the early rising Biber birds. As she slowly opened her eyes, she pulled her beloved Evie into her embrace. She had summoned Evie back when it was drowsy, for it felt safest by her side. No new friends could disrupt their bond. The first thing Shurchun did upon waking was to open the Rock home, tend to the farm by watering the crops and planting trees, engage in games with the scarecrow, collect her daily rewards, and then idle for a couple of hours to reap the online benefits. "Good morning, Evie. We can't afford to be lazy today. We must train in preparation for our venture into the evergreen forest." Shurchun sat up and gently patted Evie on the head. "Good morning." Evie shook its head and quickly regained its energy. Shurchun emerged from the tent, yawning and stretching. The evergreen forest was peaceful for now, at least before the protagonist, Ash, set off on his journey. Ash was still just a little rascal, not much older than her younger brother. Therefore, Shurchun aimed to explore every corner of this place before Ash embarked on his travels, sparing herself countless unnecessary troubles. She filled her cup with water from the stream and began brushing her teeth. Not far away, a kingler swam over, staring blankly at Shurchun as she brushed. Mimicking her, Evie took a sip of water and rinsed. When Shurchun spat out the toothpaste, it landed squarely on the kingler's head. Gu the kingler remained blissfully oblivious. "Haha, you're so silly." Shurchun chuckled, spitting water at Kingler again. With a flick of its tail, Kingler splashed a large wave of water onto Shurchun, leaving her drenched. "Evie." It rolled on the ground in laughter. "That's what you get for your mischief." Shurchun optimistically wiped her face dry, quite pleased with Kingler's antics. She retrieved a fresh outfit from her backpack, dried herself off, and called Evie to join her for breakfast. Once again, it was fruit salad, a convenient choice for a lazy morning. Evie had no objections, but Shurchun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She could prepare something more elaborate, yet lacked the patience and resources at the moment. Until she could earn some money, free food would suffice. Evie relished every morsel, and once it finished, Shurchun offered it an energy berry, varying the types each day to enhance attributes like speed and defense. The results were evident in the joy that danced in Evie's eyes. Shurchun pondered what might be extracted from rock home that could yield some income without too much hassle. She decided against trading fruit, opting instead for something subtle yet profitable: healing. This would allow her to return to her former profession as a doctor. However, she couldn't recall all the details of Rock's maps, relying instead on her vague memories. Evie, how about we visit another place today? Of course. I'm always ready to help. Evie chimed in. Shurchun tucked Evie back into her abode and chose a safe location, her paradise. In an instant, the scene changed, and Evie found itself in a new environment. The surroundings were truly splendid. Lush green lawns, cascading waterfalls, and serene streams created a tranquil atmosphere. Shurchun was unfamiliar with this place, marked by a high-tech stone door. A cat perched above, a deer atop a treehouse, and a little polar bear in a mushroom house, with a frog resting on a lily pad. Evie approached to greet them, but received no response, as if they were mere NPCs. Evie, they want to acknowledge you, Shurchun said. They're just so adorable. I wish I could join them for a cuddle. Alas, mere observation was all she could manage, a heartbreaking reality. Though they are beautiful, they are rather small, she mused. Indeed. They were diminutive yet complete, surpassing most places. Shurchun began to investigate. Clicking on the stone door revealed that the adventure function was disabled. The second wooden cabin was also non-functional. The third mushroom house, however, goodness. Evie, we can improve our meals from now on, Shurchun exclaimed. Astonished to discover a shop here, an unexpected haven. Evie didn't grasp the significance but was content as long as Shurchun was happy. Watching the diving frog was amusing as well. Little did she know how many rock coins she had accumulated. Once thinking they would be of no use, now they could finally serve a purpose. This shop offered food, potions, and gifts, with food varieties reaching 20. Peanut candy, color-changing gourd candy, bear cakes, sweet donuts, rainbow lollipops, pudding milk tea, ice pops, ding-ding cakes, wawa candy, double-skin milk, cotton candy, rice dishes, dumplings, bento boxes, and steamed buns were all available. They even sold snow lotus and wild ginseng. The prices were astonishingly low. Shurchun felt a smile creeping onto her face as she realized that hundreds of rock coins could purchase such precious herbs, surely useful for potion making in the Alliance. She wondered about the potency differences but dismissed such thoughts. This could indeed pave the way to wealth. Without overthinking, she decided to buy a selection. For one could only visit this map once a day. Next came the potions, which were mostly similar. The daily rewards included healing potions, which Shurchun had tried and found effective for both humans and Pokémon. What truly caught her eye, or rather, stirred her heart, was a potion called Joyful Elixir. Consuming it would make one forget their sorrows and forcibly embrace happiness. What a marvel, she thought, and a beautiful elixir, which transforms one's inner and outer beauty. Given Rock's traits, it must only last a limited time, but what a phenomenon it could create. Could it allow a Magikarp to evolve without needing beauty scales? Suppressing her elation, she reminded herself to remain grounded. This was a path to prosperity. She decided to purchase 20 bottles, not only for the Magikarp, but also to see if Evie could transform into a more beautiful form. A few bottles of quick-acting fever reducers were also added to her haul. This place seemed solely intended for shopping. She hadn't discovered any hidden items. Evie was eager to move on, remembering that Shurchun had promised training for the day. They returned home, and utilizing the Gula Ball, they transitioned back into the Pokémon world. Shurchun used a Super Gula Ball, uncertain how it compared to a Master Ball. After packing her belongings into her backpack, she said, Evie, I'll ride the bike, and you can follow behind. Is this really training? She wondered, as she generally found it hard to subject Evie to rigorous exercises due to its cuteness. Most of the training was self-directed. After all, their goal wasn't to become the strongest trainers. What did it matter? Thus, Evie engaged in a variety of playful sprints and stylish runs, zigzagging and darting about. No problem, it replied, and so Shurchun pedaled her bike while Evie dashed behind, showcasing its agility through dazzling displays. Obstacles along the way did not hinder Evie's vigorous training. Evie was truly putting in the effort. Chapter 5. Becoming a unique Evie exhausted, Shichin collapsed onto the ground after a day of cycling. Evie climbed onto Shichin's stomach, its body limp, a testament to its arduous day. How about a potion for health and energy? With 999 in his backpack, after all that grueling training, one potion each would suffice for a swift recovery. This would restore vitality, spirit, and provide healing effects, rather than just replenishing health and energy. He retrieved 2 glass vials and uncapped them. Evie sniffed the familiar aroma. Every time after training, Shichen would offer this elixir, a miraculous remedy. Here, enjoy your trainer's gift, Shichen said, and after drinking it, Evie was revitalized. Shichen also took a potion, consuming 2 after intense activities, purifying his spirit and ensuring no lingering injuries remained. Evie, your moves are still quite limited. We need to focus on expanding your repertoire. Lying on the grass, Shichen contemplated how to better train Evie. He took out a notebook and began jotting down Evie's known moves: Tackle, Tail Whip, Quick Attack, Shadow Clone, Thunderbolt, Bite, Swift, Charm, Dig, Iron Tail. He chewed on the pin tip, deep in thought. 2 fairy-type moves, 1 steel-type, a dark-type bite, and the rest were ordinary. This simply wouldn't he do. The move set was lacking in powerful offensive capabilities. Evie, have you thought about what you want to evolve into? Didn't you just ask me that yesterday? I've done some research. If you don't use an evolution stone, you'll definitely evolve into a Sylveon. Shichen had faith that the bond between them had reached the threshold for evolution. As long as both desired the same evolution, success was guaranteed. Evie's ears twitched, its little head pondering. It nudged Shichen's face, conveying its thoughts. Shichen felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Who would have thought that Evie understood him so well? Perhaps all along, Evie had been aware of his thoughts. Is that all right, Evie? Shichen gently stroked Evie's head, inquiring softly. Of course. Your thoughts resonate with mine. Evie nodded, eyes brimming with trust for Shichen. After spending so much time together, Shichen had only ever shown his unique side to Evie, believing in its trainer. Evie was confident that Shichen could achieve any extraordinary feat, all right. Shichen exhaled, a broad smile spreading across his face. Indeed, any thoughts must be communicated clearly with Evie. Ever since he acquired his unique abilities, he had grown curious about the candies rewarded by the rock home, various types of berries, and potions. While he couldn't replicate them exactly, he could create something in his own style. From that moment on, he began self-studying Pokémon breeding, potion making, berry properties, and medicinal qualities. These were once the domains of large families, organizations, or select individuals. Shichen borrowed numerous foundational books from Professor Oak under the pretense of caring for Evie. He had self-taught a wealth of theoretical knowledge, albeit with little practical application. Reluctant to test potions on Evie. Even with the holy water from the rock home capable of curing all negative statuses, he still hesitated to experiment on his beloved partner. He was aware that in the future, there would be an Evie with unstable genes due to artificial modification, capable of evolving into 3 different forms, ultimately captured by Ash. There were also many technological advancements that altered Pokémon, like the Golden Bizarre Tree, the Crimson Gyarados, and the most well-known, Mutuo. As for his Evie, as long as he employed the right methods, would it really face any issues in evolving and de-evolving freely? The instability in Evie's genes was tied to its moves, the evolutionary stones, time, and circumstances. Currently, Shichen knew of 8 evolution types. Possessing the rock home, he yearned for Evie to have the ability to evolve freely, as that would mean having access to all of Evie and Appo's evolutionary family. It's time to embark on this research and breeding journey. Even if we fail, it matters not. To me, you are perfect just as you are. Regardless of which form you evolve into, you will always be my pride and joy. Shichen's praise was profoundly motivating, and Evie felt it sincerely, akin to how it had always believed in Shichen. Filled with newfound vigor, Evie almost felt ready to evolve right then and there. Sensing that it had 2 choices for evolution, it seemed to have an inkling. Hey, who doesn't he have ambitions? As a Pokémon breeder, nurturing Pokémon into the most special and unique forms is only natural, right? I suppose I can consider myself a novice breeder. Thus, on the eve of their formal training, Shichen invited Evie to share a meal purchased from the rock home. Seeing the blissful expression on Evie's face, he knew how delectable the food must be. Are you ready for tomorrow, Evie? Absolutely, Evie exclaimed, full of determination. preparing to become the strongest and most unique EV in history. Our initial focus will be on water, fire, and electric types. They tightened their Pokeballs and returned home. As the environment shifted, Eevee adjusted quickly, no longer startled by the change. Soft sunlight bathed the beach where waves crashed against the shore, and there stood a massive mermaid statue. Eevee began to observe its surroundings, noticing unfamiliar Pokémon on the beach, quite peculiar. Meanwhile, Shichen was busy catching crabs and obtained a water stone. Just as I thought, there are items here. He then interacted with the mermaid statue, playing a game and acquiring a magic stone. Eevee, train on your own. I can't assist you, but I believe in you. Shichen could only watch, unable to enter, but he could interact with certain areas to obtain items, yet had no means to deal with the Pokémon depicted. Eevee expressed no concerns, recalling how it had befriended water-type Pokémon by being cute. It approached a turtle, saying, "Hello, I'd like to learn from you. You seem strong." "Of course. But you must battle me first." Eevee pondered briefly, "All right." And thus, Shichen witnessed a comical scene. The turtle would execute a move and then remain stationary, waiting for Eevee to attack before it would either strike back or defend. Truly a turn-based battle? Shichen couldn't help but laugh, finding the turn-based combat utterly amusing. Eevee seemed to have grasped the rhythm, choosing to act without restraint. After a thunderbolt, it unleashed a flurry of Iron Tail strikes, knocking the turtle out. "Oh no, I think I messed up." "Not to worry, we'll wait for it to awaken." Shichun stifled his laughter, knowing the turtle would regain consciousness shortly. Indeed, it didn't take long for it to wake up. "You're quite strong. Then let us train together." Shichen laughed heartily, clutching his stomach in amusement, thoroughly entertained by the sight of Eevee learning from the rock Pokémon. Huh. Shichen looked around, puzzled by the sounds of other Pokémon. Wasn't this area typically only visited by Pidgeys? Dope. Shichen gazed at a clump of withered grass, its leaves yellowed and seemingly on the verge of breaking, weakly emerging from the earth. Is this walking grass? Shichen pondered in confusion. Is walking grass supposed to look like this? No. It is ill. Severely so. Chapter 6. The strange walking grass. Many grass-type Pokémon exhibit distinct leaves and flowers, and when these features wither, it signifies either a premature demise or an illness. The walking grass before me is evidently unwell. It is not due to insufficient nutrients in the soil. A lack of nourishment could easily be remedied by relocating to the vast expanse of evergreen forest. The walking grass weakly traverses with its root-like legs, moving from its concealed grassy haven to a sunlit area, fully exposing itself to the sun, a behavior that contradicts its nature. While it seems to bask in the sunlight, its condition deteriorates further. "Hello, little one," Shichun smiles, holding a vial of medicine as he approaches. The walking grass, now too weak to fear, can only watch as the kind human draws nearer. "You appear to be ill. May I examine you? Perhaps I can assist." The walking grass trembles, somewhat resistant to Shichun's proximity. "Fear not, dear one. Observe how your leaves lack luster and have withered. This is a hallmark of your kind. The shinier your leaves, the more beautiful and robust you become. Your current state signifies profound weakness, perhaps even the loss of vitality. If left untreated, you may face grave danger." Even if the walking grass does not acquiesce, Shichun is determined to tend to its healing, though reluctant to encounter complications. Neglecting such a Pokémon would hardly qualify him as a trainer or nurturer. To stumble upon a troubled Pokémon in the wild is indeed serendipitous. The walking grass sways its desiccated leaves, careful not to move too vigorously for fear of breaking them. Be calm, do not be afraid. With the creature's vigilance waning, Shichun kneels beside it. Unlike the lively and adorable walking grass he has encountered before, this one is less than half the size typical of its species. Its eyes filled with an insatiable yearning for sunlight. "Good little one." Shichun gently caresses its leaves, feeling the stark difference. Devoid of moisture, they are merely parched remnants. Hesitant to continue his touch, he understands that mere hydration will not suffice. The walking grass observes Shichun's actions, sensing tenderness and concern emanating from his gaze. It chooses to trust this human before it. "Drink this vial, and you shall be well." Producing the sacred spring water, a rare reward from monthly sign-ins. He knows its value. The walking grass gazes intently at Sher Chun. He chuckles softly, taking a sip of the sacred spring water himself, experiencing a profound, cleansing sensation both within and without. Trust me. He cradles the walking grass and carries it to the shade of a tree, feeling its resistance as it hesitates. Trust me, just for a moment. The walking grass continues to gaze at the sun, lost in thought. He digs a small hole and gently buries the walking grass. While it can consume the medicine, only the roots can absorb the most beneficial nutrients. Setting aside the sacred spring water, Sher Chun retrieves PP water and HP potions from his backpack. He tenderly pours both vials over the walking grass, the liquid flowing through its head roots, traversing its frail body, and seeping into the soil where its roots eagerly absorb the revitalizing fluid. The walking grass experiences an unprecedented comfort as its hidden injuries begin to mend and it regains some strength. The depletion is significant. Sher Chun contemplates, having discerned the underlying issues. Its fondness for sunlight is not the root of the problem. Prior to this, it had suffered severe losses. 2 vials prove insufficient, and he pours 10 more, yet their restorative effects remain limited. A greater quantity does not equate to a better recovery. True restoration relies on the sacred spring water. The once withered leaves regain their resilience, showcasing a miraculous revival. The walking grass looks at Sher Chun with newfound appreciation, its affinity for him surging. To compare the transformation of its leaves, Sher Chun pours the sacred spring water over them, allowing the liquid to cascade over its body. How delightful! The leaves that once resembled dried would spring to life, vibrant green shoots emerging as the dull, yellowed leaves fall away. The walking grass feels no discomfort, only a profound sense of well-being. Incredible! Who would have known that a Pokémon's leaves could actually shed? The wonders of Pokémon never cease to amaze. The walking grass appears revitalized, basking in the joy of its recovery. All right, little darling, I must take my leave. You are well now. When you bask in the sun, remember to bury yourself in the soil. Full exposure can harm your health. Sher Chun sits, carefully stowing away the vial to leave no litter in the wild. The walking grass gazes longingly at the sun, its heart yearning, then looks back at its healer, softly calling out a few times, perhaps as a token of gratitude. Do not mention it. I must continue training with my EV. Farewell. He smiles, gently patting the walking grass, finding these little creatures irresistibly adorable. Sher Chun can hardly imagine the joy of being surrounded by such charming Pokémon in the future. Still at the periphery of evergreen forest, he hesitates to venture deeper, knowing that Celebi truly resides within. Regardless of how gentle and endearing these Pokémon may seem, without adequate strength, he would not dare approach. Waving goodbye, he rides away on his bicycle, seeking a suitable training ground for EV, noticing a nearby waterfall, an ideal location for their practice. As the walking grass watches Sher Chun depart, it feels uncomfortable being buried and struggles to free itself. Once in the sunlight, it commences its sunbathing anew. Stopping the bicycle, Sher Chun sets up camp. He is not in a hurry to travel. Nurturing EV takes precedence. He holds the water spirit stone from Rock Home in his hand, feeling its soothing coolness. He retrieves the evolution stone, the water stone, one in each hand, sensing a notable difference. The water spirit stone feels distinctly more hydrating, its clarity revealing the water within, while the evolution stone embodies raw power. That is all. Perhaps the discrepancy in sensation arises from his frequent use of Rock Home's items. Rubbing his chin, he then takes out his cultivation notes to document his observations. During his spare time, he checks in on EV's progress at Rock Home. Numerous shellmet and emerald jellyfish have come to visit, all defeated by EV. Now imparting training methods or demonstrating skills, leaving them utterly exhausted. He pulls out a mortar and prepares for his own enchanting endeavors. Grinding cocoa and fig-dried fruits into powder, he sets them aside for later use. He retrieves a magical stone, grinding it with force until it shatters, then grinding it repeatedly until it transforms into a luminous purple crystalline powder. Sher Chun dips his finger in the powder and daringly tastes it, feeling a surge of energy coursing through his body. Closing his eyes, he savors the subtlety of the power, a sensation that remains elusive. Dipping his finger into the powder again, he consumes a larger amount, infusing his body with this extraordinary energy, Though potentially harmful, it also strengthens him. Much like the potions and spring water, yielding greater benefits than drawbacks. At 10 years old, he can easily manipulate a 10 kilograms EV, demonstrating considerable strength. However, he finds the energy volatile, lacking gentleness. Taking a sip of the sacred spring water restores his balance. Continuing to test the concoction with fruit powder yields slight changes, albeit not significant. He meticulously records each trial, aware that the dosages for humans and Pokémon differ. He will first test on himself before attempting it on EV. Taking out the water spirit stone, it proved to be more fragile than anticipated, shattering with the slightest pressure. The air became humid and refreshing. I obtained a delicate azure powder, which I dabbed onto my tongue. It was flavorless yet imbued with a succulent essence, akin to water nourishing the body, enveloping me in a sensation of profound hydration. Before the mirror, I beheld my transformation. My complexion was so dewy it seemed one could squeeze out droplets, and a current of magical energy coursed through me, imparting a sense of augmented strength. I documented the experience and decided to increase the dosage. Upon ingestion, an abnormality ensued. My power had no outlet, no reservoir. Gazing into the mirror, tears streamed uncontrollably, saliva flowed incessantly, and my palms and soles perspired profusely, nearly leading to an embarrassing overflow. A series of awkward incidents transpired. Hastily, I consumed the holy spring water to restore balance. This was truly perilous. Subsequently, I continued to experiment with the potion, for if Locke's resources were not properly utilized, it would be akin to occupying a privy without relieving oneself. In nurturing future delights, what harm could there be in testing the elixir firsthand? Chapter 7. The reward of the turtle sage by the EV appeared, dragging its weary body. Shurchun promptly produced 2 vials of potions to administer to it, and their efficacy was immediate. Yet, the exhaustion of the spirit remained unaddressed. The relentless battles, coupled with its self-directed learning and diligent efforts, had not gone unnoticed by Shurchun. "You've worked hard," he murmured, planting a gentle kiss atop Eevee's head. "Indeed. You are my Pokémon, truly exceptional." After hastily consuming a bit of food, Eevee succumbed to slumber. Shurchun allowed it to rest within the confines of the tent while he continued his experimentation with potions, observing the myriad transformations of various ingredients. A monumental endeavor. If Pokémon were so assiduous, what right did he, as a trainer, have to be complacent? He tirelessly recorded data, only embracing sleep in the early hours, cradling Eevee in his arms. The following morning, after indulging in a hearty meal, Eevee was invigorated. "Drink this," Shurchun urged, presenting the potion he had prepared. The mild effects of the water spirit stone would enhance Eevee's connection to the forces of water. Ah, delightful. A novel flavor. Eevee's trial with the potion was a success. It exhibited no adverse reactions and demonstrated remarkable adaptability, placing complete trust in its trainer. Eevee reappeared at Mermaid Bay, but upon arrival, it found that all the friends it had made the previous day no longer recognized it. Regardless of its attempts to reminisce about the rock spirits, they remained oblivious to its identity. Was the map refreshed daily? Even after interactions, the next day brought forgetfulness. Another significant discovery. Thus, the map's significance seemed diminished. It was time to gather items and embark on new research. In future endeavors, he would explore each map. After a full day of study, Shurchun realized that the fruits, which had always served as sustenance, could be refined and combined with special fruits to temporarily enhance learning capabilities. What a remarkable find! The cost of these experiments, however, had been multiple instances of poisoning throughout the day. Thankfully, he had the holy spring water to restore any ill effects. Testing potions on oneself proved to be quite impractical, as humans and Pokémon were entirely different entities, and he needed to devise a solution. On the 3rd day, Shurchun introduced Eevee to a new map, the conch beach of Mermaid Bay. A small hermit crab called out, yearning for coconut water. Shurchun tapped on the palm tree above, causing a coconut to plummet onto the crab's head. Delicious. After quenching its thirst, the crab scuttled away, leaving behind a flower. Acquired item, flower. How intriguing, Shurchun mused. Next, He clicked on a floating bottle on the water's surface, inscribing a wish, which rewarded him with a magic stone. There were two pets present, a turtle and a fish. Aware that they would forget everything the next day, Evie chose to engage in battle with them, unwilling to squander time or emotions. These spirits were unlike those Evie had known, and it was naturally curious about making friends. However, forming bonds now felt like a potential emotional risk. Through days of combat and prior training, Evie felt as though it had yet to grasp the essence of its abilities, too challenging. It could only retreat to the sea to catch a fish for sustenance and sip coconut water from the trees. A true champion should not lament an unfavorable environment. If Evie aspired to become stronger, it must overcome all obstacles. This was the mission it had set for itself. Chun was learning to concoct a perfume that Pokémon would detest, feeling somewhat uneasy in solitude. Upon returning to the rock home, he witnessed an amusing scene. Evie trembling before a colossal turtle. Why? Is it seeking vengeance for the many times I battled its young? Yet, the turtle seemed indifferent, standing still. The turtle sage. Memories of the past surged forth unexpectedly. This was a formidable creature. Evie, charm it. Let it impart its wisdom upon you. It is incredibly powerful. We must seize this opportunity. After much vocal coaxing, the turtle sage finally lowered its gaze to observe Evie, a creature it had never encountered before. Upon hearing Evie's desire to learn, it smiled warmly, eager to instruct, intrigued by the curiosity reflected in Evie's eyes. Yes, just like that. With such a mentor, learning would prove far more advantageous than battling wild creatures. The sage, an ancient being, surely possessed a wealth of knowledge. Under the sage's guidance, Evie was mesmerized. Witnessing its formidable techniques, what exhilaration! That night, after a strenuous return, Evie was utterly exhausted. Alas, it refuses to rest, despite my entreaties. It collapsed into slumber. Chun, intending to administer a potion, noticed a faint luminescence enveloping Evie. Has it learned a new technique? Is following the turtle sage truly this beneficial? Certainly. This was not a technique of the rock spirits, but rather a Pokémon skill. After a brief interval, Evie shook its head, rousing itself. It bounded over to Chun, tail wagging joyously. Congratulations. You've mastered the art of slumber. Chun smiled broadly, proud of his Evie's prowess. Evie gestured animatedly, and Chun deciphered its intent. You wish to train further? Surely, you do not believe mastering sleep is merely for training? Oh dear, Evie, how relentless you are. It was unreasonable to train so fervently without rest. Why? Evie was disinclined to relent, yearning to improve, teetering on the cusp of realization. Very well. I concede, but I shall administer a stronger dose of my potion to ease you into slumber. His own Pokémon was truly diligent. How could a trainer lag behind? He would provide assistance to the best of his abilities. Upon reaching the beach, Evie promptly roused the turtle sage. Bye, Grandpa Turtle. I returned to seek your guidance in learning techniques. The turtle sage, perplexed, questioned, when did I ever teach you? Yet, a moment later, a smile spread across its face as it recalled the encounter. Its interest in this little creature had grown. You consumed the water spirit stone and some special fruits. I was unaware, replied Evie. My trainer provides me with whatever he deems suitable. Ah, your master is quite the audacious little rock spirit. Those are meant for crafting weapons and advanced armaments, yet they have been repurposed for potions. The turtle sage enveloped Evie in a wave of energy, its expression brightening. I assure you, I mean no harm and can assist you in achieving your desire to evolve into 8 distinct forms. How fortuitous! Your evolutionary potential is indeed remarkable, allowing for such diverse transformations. If possible, I would love to meet this fascinating little rock spirit and witness the world you inhabit. The turtle sage waved its staff. You have received the turtle sage's reward. Turtle hair race skill stone, usable only by water-type turtles, guarantees a hit on rabbit-type pets, inflicting 80% stamina loss. Water spirit stone x100, wood spirit stone x100, fire spirit stone x100, light spirit stone x100, earth spirit stone x100, wind spirit stone x100, water droplet x100, gullah ball x1, cocoa fruit x2. What just transpired? Chun awoke from his slumber, bewildered by the sudden influx of rewards. He had been preparing for rest, yet now found himself inundated with unexpected bounties. He could not hear the conversation and remained oblivious to what transpired between Eevee and the turtle sage. Such benefits are simply extraordinary. This skill stone is utterly overpowered. And so many spirit stones. I am in disbelief. I initially planned to explore one map at a time, yet this feels like a windfall from the heavens. Ah, Sage, I adore you. Visiting daily should pose no issue, correct? Why? Eevee shook its head in confusion. The turtle sage, realizing its rewards had vanished, remarked, "It seems they have been bestowed upon that little rock spirit. I shall instruct you one final time today. Do not return tomorrow, for you will not find me." Why? Bye. Ha ha ha. Do you wish to learn water-type techniques? Indeed. Study diligently. The application of techniques is largely similar. The rhythm taught by the turtle sage is particularly slow. And even with the aid of the medicine, Eevee understands it all quite clearly. To comprehend and practice, however, presents some challenges. Therefore, seize the moment to learn. And when fatigued, resort to the technique of slumber. During the day, Shichen eagerly experiments with the elixirs, while Eevee continues its studies and training. With so many spiritual stones at hand, there's no longer a need to be stingy and use merely a pinch. Experience the sensations of flowing water, spewing flames, shimmering lights. Intense heat, solidifying, sprouting grass, and hastening movement, among various debuffs. Shichen is increasingly resilient, and their physical condition improves remarkably. Chapter 8. Encountering the walking grass again. A pitiful past Eevee, having heeded the advice, has matured into a wise creature, understanding the profound truth of avoiding entanglements. Each trainer is paired with their Pokémon, and after a long absence, he awakens naturally. As he unzips the tent, the sunlight is blinding. He washes his face and brushes his teeth, without uttering a word. Their movements synchronize in perfect harmony. A fire is kindled, and fruits are roasted over the flames. It has been ages since he tasted fresh meat, leaving a faint discomfort in his mouth. The blandness of recent meals has left him yearning for something more flavorful, as the stronger dishes have long been consumed. Eevee dives beneath the waterfall, diligently training for a short while to process his experiences. Shichen, with leftover food, feeds a Magikarp while admiring Eevee's earnestness. It is undeniably adorable. What could he have learned from the turtle sage? Suddenly, Eevee leaps from the water, vigorously shaking off droplets that glisten in the sun. Proudly, he approaches Shichen, his tail swaying enticingly towards the waiting Magikarp. Is he wagging his tail? Moments later, the Magikarp surfaces, its eyes swirling in a daze. Hypnotic tail? Such a move can indeed be learned. You are truly remarkable. Eevee graciously accepts the praise, fully deserving of it. Moreover, with both paws glowing, he sends forth clusters of water droplets, leaving the shore delightfully damp. Ah, water-type play, you excel at this. Eevee's talent in this area is impressive. Coupled with his efforts, he becomes formidable. Truly, the future strongest Eevee. Bathed in compliments, Eevee feels elated. Oh, it is not just me. I owe it all to a capable trainer. With renewed determination, Eevee approaches the shore, transforming the water into shells. But this accomplishment does not last long. Steel Shell? Another water-type skill. While seemingly trivial in rock-type contexts, in the boundless realm of Pokémon, Steel Shell proves to be immensely powerful. Eevee, I genuinely admire you. In just a few days, you've already mastered 4 moves. I am sincerely impressed. Learning one water-type move is one thing, but 2 exclusive rock-type skills as well is remarkable. Without Chun's potions, such rapid mastery would have been impossible. Eevee nudges Shichen's leg, acknowledging the prowess of his trainer. Hee, the strongest partner. A flurry of kisses ensues, an expression of joy. So, shall we take a rest today? A day off. Eevee shakes his head in refusal, yearning to venture to places brimming with water-type energy for the swiftest growth. With diligence, Shichen provides Eevee with a new map, still within oceanic realms, continuing his potion-making studies. On the following day, another map change occurs, this time to the depths of the sea. Eevee's limited worldview is about to explode. He quietly remains within a bubble, marveling at the stunning ocean. If he were to evolve into a fire-type or leaf-type EV, he would never have the chance to explore such beauty in the deep sea. Fortunately, evolution is not imminent, and his trainer's ambition keeps him from evolving too quickly. Thus, Eevee immerses himself in the underwater world for an entire day. Day 3. Day 4. Eevee's water-type training concludes here. After traveling for over 10 days, the rewards are immense. Eevee has grown, and Shichin's nurturing methods have become increasingly personalized. Various unconventional potions have been experimented with, showcasing the greatness of hands-on experimentation. Eevee has even learned Bubble Beam, which is quite extraordinary. The potions created are remarkably effective. The dosage for Eevee's potions has increased significantly. He has experienced moments of being drenched in water, yet has been restored by holy water. After discomfort, he recovers swiftly, time and again, enhancing his body's adaptability. Just as Shichin has done. Are you feeling unwell? Not at all. I feel quite comfortable and stronger than before. Excellent. This will be recorded in the nurturing notes henceforth. Eevee must refrain from indiscriminate potion use to avoid imbalances in his strength. The next specialized training will be fire, followed by thunder, ice, and grass. Mastering these will bolster his power. With the sun, moon, and fairy evolution, there will be no issues. Caution is necessary. A Pokémon has appeared, capturing Shichin's attention. Could it be the walking grass he previously rescued? How has it transformed into this unfortunate state? This is the same walking grass I saved last time. Its leaves are withered, looking as if it is on the verge of death. I helped it recover. Eevee clearly recognizes it. Shichin cradles the walking grass, noting its yellowing leaves with concern. Walking grass, did you not heed my advice to root yourself and bask in the sun? The reason is evident to Shichin, as it displays similar symptoms. You are quite disobedient. The walking grass hurriedly explains, lowering its head. What is it? Only Shichin appears perplexed. Eevee scratches the ground with his paw, then shakes his head. Are you saying it is reluctant to root itself in the soil? Eevee nods, and then dramatically shivers in performance. Because it is afraid. Eevee nods, validating its trainer's understanding. The walking grass continuously communicates with Eevee, ultimately shedding tears. As Shichin comforts it, he interprets Eevee's gestures. The walking grass believes it requires sunlight, an abundance of sunlight, stating that its leaves cannot absorb enough. Hence the need for its entire being to bask in it. How could that be? That is unnecessary, dear one. You are violating the survival instincts of your kind. Shichin cannot comprehend how the walking grass could hold such a belief. During the day, it should absorb sunlight through its leaves, buried in the soil, only to be active at night, venturing out in groups to disperse seeds. After hearing this, Eevee begins its performance anew. The walking grass recalls a time when it wandered with its group, unwittingly falling into a pit, buried beneath the earth. No matter how it called out, none of the Pokémon discovered its plight. After a long time trapped in darkness, it struggled to escape, the cave being deep and devoid of light. It could only root itself randomly to sustain its needs. Each day, it called out in the dark, waiting for rescue. Yet, as the calls went unanswered, it sought ways to save itself. Attempting various methods only caused the entrance to collapse further. The walking grass, engulfed in fear of darkness and solitude, began digging downwards with its roots, working only a little each day. A grass-type Pokémon buried in soil, learning to excavate with its roots. How painful and desperate must this little creature have felt. In its efforts to dig deeper, it encountered hard rocks, requiring a change of approach to continue. The duration of this sunless existence, buried and struggling, is unknown, but through perseverance, the walking grass eventually carved a path to escape its grim fate. Then, a dramatic scene unfolded. The walking grass, terrified of being buried, became too afraid to root itself in the soil. It yearned desperately for sunlight, emerging only to bask, believing it insufficient, craving even more intense rays. While others of its kind enjoyed the joyous nights, it transformed into a nightmare of fear of darkness. Preferring to be fully exposed to the sun, both its psyche and body are troubled. Oh, the poor little creature. Shichin's emotions are complex. He cannot bear to imagine the anguish of escaping from the earth, relying on fragile roots, and the immense willpower it required. The body, with a look of profound sorrow. Lamented, indeed, I have not exerted myself sufficiently. I have lived too blissfully. Upon hearing this, Evie could not help but weep bitterly. The walking grass gazed at Shichen with a yearning expression, seeking assistance from humanity to restore its state, feeling immensely distressed, both physically and emotionally. Shichen remained silent, gently caressing the roots of the walking grass, which were indeed coarse, imbued with immense strength. Its size was a mere 2/3 of its kin, and the weight was beyond mention, an empty shell. Even if healed, it would merely revert to its optimal state. Its deficiencies had not arisen overnight. Healing alone was insufficient. It required substantial nourishment. The restoration of the body necessitated time and was relatively straightforward. The daunting challenge lay in the wounds of the spirit. Having never experienced such anguish, Shichen was unable to provide the necessary emotional guidance. Chapter 9. New companion. After much contemplation, Shichen arrived at a momentous decision. Would you like to join us, Walking Grass? Shichen's criteria for capturing Pokémon were not dictated by their potential, species value, or the benefits they might confer. Instead, fate played a role. But the most significant factor was their appearance. Shichen had an unwavering affection for adorable Pokémon. Walking Grass had previously hesitated because of its aversion to Vileplume. However, the thought of evolving into a beautiful blossom was appealing. The fact that it encountered Shichen once again after their first meeting was a testament to the destined bond they shared. Nurturing a troubled Pokémon to success was, for a trainer or breeder, a source of pride that surpassed the glory of winning championships. Join us. Finally, we have a companion. I have long awaited this moment. Yet, Walking Grass shook its body vigorously, expressing its reluctance. My body is not fit for travel with you. Do not worry. Evie gestured to Shichen. I can heal you once, and I shall do so again. There is no need for concern. Shichen gently caressed Walking Grass, soothing its troubled spirit. But Walking Grass's leaf drooped. Please believe in me, just as I healed you before. I will banish your fears, allowing you to bask in the warmth of the sun by day and the gentle embrace of the night. I will relieve you of your suffering, both physical and emotional. With Evie and me by your side, you shall never fall into darkness again. Rest assured, we are here for you. Trust me, will you? Shichen spoke from the heart, empathizing with Walking Grass and Appo's plight. Even if it were to be healed, it might never fully integrate into a community. Tears welled in Walking Grass and Appo's eyes, overwhelmed by a sense of being cherished. The feeling of being loved was truly overwhelming. It began to weep, releasing all its pent-up sorrow. Shichen and Evie sat quietly, patiently awaiting the moment. A new companion deserved care. Shichen retrieved a metal tray, scooping mud into it, and mixing in some homemade fertilizer for grass-type Pokémon. See, there's no need to worry about collapsing. Evie and I will be right by your side. Don't be afraid, little friend. Walking Grass obediently leaped into the tray, trusting in Shichen's healing abilities. The visibility of the tray provided a sense of security, dispelling all fear. Good boy, Shichen smiled, gently ruffling its head. Walking Grass closed its eyes in comfort, absorbing the nutrients from the soil, reveling in the sensation. With 10 bottles of spring water and medicinal potions prepared, Shichen set about mending Walking Grass's injuries. Its leaves shimmered with newfound vitality. Finally, the last bottle of holy spring water was poured in. Ah, this feels delightful. Shichen proceeded to add some grass spirit stones and earth spirit stones, blending them into the soil. Walking Grass, unable to resist the urge, burrowed completely into the earth, leaving only its leaves visible. We're here, don't be afraid. The desire for nourishment overwhelmed its rationality. Concerned about startling Walking Grass, Shichen continued to stroke its leaves gently. While ensconced in the soil, Walking Grass was reminded of its past traumas, yet the comforting caress of Shichen alleviated its fears. Gradually, it succumbed to sleep, still feeling the warmth of Shichen's hand upon it. Shichen playfully observed Evie. Are you feeling jealous? Evie huffed. Who am I looking down upon? It's rather disheartening to think you'd expect me to be jealous. Shichen chuckled at Evie's response, realizing the innocence of Pokémon. Night fell, with the moon high in the sky. Engrossed in training, Evie did not return home, persevering through the challenges. Shichen watched, his heart aching for its determination. After a restful slumber, Walking Grass peeked out, its roots still nestled in the tray, reluctant to emerge. Gazing into the night, it felt a twinge of sadness. It truly preferred the brightness of day. Waking up, Walking Grass. Shichen greeted with a bright smile. To his delight, Walking Grass did not exhibit the anticipated panic while remaining in the tray. Walking Grass smiled in response, having not felt such peace in ages, all thanks to its trainer. Little one, tomorrow we shall bid farewell to your past and embark on a journey together. How does that sound? Shichen said, gently pouring a delicate potion onto its leaves. Walking Grass was puzzled but enjoyed the sensation. We will visit the cave you unearthed to say goodbye to the shadows of your past. You now have a trainer, and you shall never be alone or in danger again. Tears brimmed in its eyes, ready to spill over. Haraha. Pokémon truly are innocent creatures, so easily moved to tears. Shichen carried the tray into the tent, where a faint light illuminated the space. Walking Grass gazed intently at Shichen, finding solace in the presence of its trainer. Placing a small box by the pillow, filled with food and medicine for when Eevee returned, Shichen whispered, "Good night," and kissed Walking Grass's leaf before drifting off to sleep. Throughout the night, Walking Grass continued to watch over Shichen, its leaves swaying gently, enveloped in tranquility. At midnight, Eevee emerged, its fur singed and marked with injuries. It refrained from waking Shichen, happily greeting Walking Grass, seemingly oblivious to its own pain. After consuming the prepared potions, it soon returned to its former self, relishing the food Shichen had set aside, and nestled into Shichen's sleeping bag, falling into a deep slumber. Walking Grass smiled, its leaves swaying gently, filled with affection for its trainer. The following day, Shichen held Walking Grass in his arms, with Eevee trailing behind. They approached a nearby mountain, towering 100 meters high, home to a family of Walking Grass. The current location was at the mountain's base, near an abandoned cave, likely excavated by a Nidoran family, now left to ruin. Above was a small hole, the very one that Walking Grass had dug. With newfound courage, Walking Grass faced its fears under the watchful eyes of its companions. I shall never fall into another hole again. I will grow stronger, even if I do stumble. I will not be trapped. I have my beloved friends, who love me in return. I bid farewell to the past. As Walking Grass shouted these affirmations, Shichen beamed, understanding the sentiment without needing Eevee to translate. Welcome, new companion, Walking Grass. Shichen cheered, his heart brimming with warmth. Eevee joyfully leaped around, sharing in the excitement even more than Shichen. Chapter 10. The Bug-Catching Old Man. Youngster, come engage in a battle with me. What if I refuse to fight? Then I shall not permit you to pass. Shichen rolled his eyes. Old man, are you out of your mind? At your age? Still obstructing the road for a duel? Standing in front of my bicycle, I thought you were attempting to extort me. The unique charm of the evergreen forest lies in its bug-catching youth. Yet before him stood this bug-catching elder. Please. The old man tightened his grip on the Pokeball, releasing his companion. It shall be you, Butterfree. A weary Butterfree emerged from the ball, its aged scars evident. Is this really necessary? Eevee too inquired of Shichen, questioning the wisdom of battling this elderly man. Not a chance. The Walking Grass atop Shichen's head swayed its leaves in delight. Unless you offer me something as a reward, battling you holds no appeal. What? You desire something from an old man? How can you aspire to be a great trainer with such a mercenary attitude? The old man was incredulous, lamenting the youth of today. My apologies, but I am not a trainer. You may refer to me as a Pokémon breeder, Shichen shrugged. I simply refuse to battle, so what will you do about it? Very well. The old man rummaged through his pockets for a considerable time, finally producing an orange berry. This is all I've got. Fine, Shichen sighed. An orange berry hardly suffices for a feast for my Eevee. Hey, old friend, let us have a good fight. The elder stroked Butterfree's wings. Butterfree, filled with determination, responded to its master. Butterfree, take the initiative with sleep powder. With a flutter of its wings, Butterfree scattered the sleep powder. Eevee, quick as lightning, Iron Tail. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Eevee struck Butterfree down with a swift Iron Tail, rendering it unable to battle. Impressive. Is it really that easy? Evie elegantly leaped into the bicycle basket, and Sher Chun fondly patted its head. After parking the bicycle, he approached the old man, who was clutching Butterfree, tears streaming down his face. "Oh, dear friend, please don't leave me. How can I live without you? Why are you crying?" Sher Chun interjected, producing a potion and a spring water vial, administering it to Butterfree. Moments later, Butterfree awakened. "Oh, thank goodness you're all right. I had no idea this young punk would be so strong. What a disastrous start." The old man wept openly, holding Butterfree in despair. Sher Chun stored the glass vial and calmly proposed, "Old man, let us strike a deal. Share with me the formula for extending the lifespan of bug-type Pokémon, and I shall heal Butterfree's hidden wounds. You might even prolong its life using your breeding methods." The old man was taken aback, feeling as if struck by lightning. How did this youth know of their ancestral formula that extends the lifespan of bug Pokémon? What method could restore my Butterfree? This knowledge has been passed down through generations in our family. Sher Chun hoisted his backpack and pedaled away. "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in your family's affairs." "Stop." The old man sprinted after him, gripping the bicycle desperately. "Respect your elders. Since you refuse to trade with me, is there any point in continuing this conversation?" Sher Chun replied nonchalantly. His interest in the bug-type Pokémon was minimal. His desire for the formula was merely a curiosity for future experimentation. Bug-type Pokémon naturally have short lifespans, and this Butterfree appeared to have lived quite long. Sher Chun concluded that the formula must have some merit. "Who said I wouldn't trade with you? I simply stated that it's our family's secret." "Wait, this young lad is utterly rude." He pedals away without a second thought, disregarding the elder. "The secret can indeed be shared, but can you truly heal my Butterfree? How amusing. If a secret can be shared, what do you call a secret?" "Of course I can. Trust is a two-way street." The old man fell silent, observing the rejuvenated Butterfree. He could only conclude that Sher Chun's healing was swifter than that of the Pokémon Center, albeit at a young age. Wait a moment. This old man is sweating with anxiety. What sort of person is this? Ready to leave after a brief hesitation, showing no compassion for the elderly? "I mentioned that our family requires honey harvested only by a bee drill, combined with ginseng." "Excellent. Make sure to note this down. These details are crucial and must not be overlooked." The old man's secret recipe indeed had some merit. The medicinal herbs were relatively common in the evergreen forest, but the royal jelly was of higher value. "All right, I shall only impart this knowledge to you. Please do not disclose it to anyone else, or I shall be ashamed to face my ancestors." The old man appeared considerably worn. "Understood." Sher Chun remained non-committal about its value. If he were to possess this formula and present it to the Alliance, earning Alliance credits and shares would be far more advantageous. If deemed useful, it was debatable. Many prominent families lacked such secrets. Only with financial means could one better nurture Pokémon. Butterfree, with its lackluster potential, would struggle to break past its limits regardless of longevity. Proper nurturing would provide opportunities for profit and enable the cultivation of other Pokémon. Without any extraordinary advantages, Sher Chun would not have chosen Eevee as his first Pokémon, but rather a grass type, which is easier to sustain with fewer resources. He retrieved the special potion, blending it with the spring water, and administered it to Butterfree. "How do you feel, old friend?" "It feels quite pleasant." "That's reassuring. At least I haven't deceived the old man." As the old man watched Sher Chun depart, he muttered a heartfelt thanks. "Walking grass, shall we discuss a matter?" Sher Chun cradled the walking grass in his arms, stretching his neck as they approached the deep gray city, feeling the strain. "Are you pressing down on me? It's exhausting. Thus, I shall take you to the rock home, where you can enjoy an everlasting daylight, taking root without fear of collapse. This is essential for your healing." Suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, he considered planting the walking grass in the farm's soil, allowing Eevee to carry the potion for fertilization. The scarecrow possessed daily magic, primarily acquiring skills, reducing growth time by 15 minutes, or instantly maturing crops. Daily games yield numerous farming items, including various high-quality fertilizers, effectively shortening growth periods. Certainly worth attempting with the walking grass. "Don't worry, I can see you. Trust me, it's always daytime. Take your time healing. You surely fear the night, and I imagine you dread being in the Pokeball. The farm is the most suitable, always in daylight. He released the Pokeball, and Walking Grass appeared in the room, observing its surroundings with curiosity. Eevee, I entrust you with this. Eevee accompanied Walking Grass to the fields. Walking Grass, take root in the soil. Hearing Shirchun's voice brought reassurance, as it found a patch of soil at the edge where it could gaze upon the distant scenery. Basking in the gentle sun, a truly comfortable place. The soil was rich in nutrients, and Walking Grass relished its new home. Shirchun inspected Walking Grass's status. Crops, Walking Grass. Status, malnourished, estimated maturity time. Excellent. It seems to be of little use. As long as Walking Grass was content, that was sufficient. The farm appeared tailor-made for it. He allowed Eevee to enter and keep it company while he pedaled onward. Chapter 11. Deep Gray City. Deep Gray City, with its steadfast and formidable gray-black hue, is home to the Deep Gray Gym. The rocky paths here are numerous, and ultimately, upon arriving in Deep Gray City, my bicycle broke down. Alas, I suppose walking is the way to go from now on. Riding a bike might cause us to miss many splendid sights, so I shall not bother to repair it. This bicycle has served for several years and has always been quite a chore to ride. I simply cannot afford to replace it, especially since I've borrowed a considerable sum from my younger brother's league fees. Very well, I shall heed Shichin's advice. Currently, I am engrossed in training with various maps and seldom venture outside. My Eevee has leaped onto Shichin's shoulder. How heavy? Eevee seems to be growing heavier. For now, Shichin can manage. I am not a novice, capable of carrying various Pokémon. First, let us visit the Pokémon Center. Hello, trainer. How may I assist you? Miss Joy inquired with utmost gentleness. No matter how many times I see her, I find it astonishing. Could Joy be a Pokémon? She looks just like one, and any other remarkable Joy would be a shiny Pokémon. For instance, a muscular dark-skinned Joy. I shall stay for one night to experience what it feels like to reside in a Pokémon Center. Please present your trainer's ID, she requested. I produced a card resembling an ID, a trainer's proof, though it will be years before I acquire a Pokédex. After a few operations on her part, she said, "You are not a league trainer, so a fee is required. That's acceptable. League trainers stay for free, and the rates for commoners are quite reasonable. Enjoy your stay. And I must say, your Eevee is the largest and most beautiful I have ever seen." "Thank you for your discerning eye," Shichin replied hastily, eager to depart. What an audacious Joy! Does she harbor intentions towards my Eevee? That simply cannot be. My Eevee must not be whisked away. Do not converse with strange women. They can be perilous, Shichin sternly cautioned Eevee, who is his treasured companion. Eevee? Joy. The Pokémon Center features battle arenas and spaces for trainers to exchange information, bustling with people and a variety of Pokémon. Wow, what a beautiful Eevee. Indeed. Hello, handsome. May I see your Eevee? Two lovely young ladies attempted to approach Shichin. He deftly maneuvered away with an S-shaped sidestep. Accelerating his pace, he retreated to his room and shut the door. Why does everyone seem to have ulterior motives towards Eevee? What do they find so fascinating? See, the most dangerous aspect of our journey is indeed women. What can we do? Just listen to Shichin. The accommodations at the Pokémon Center differ slightly from my expectations. They are both comfortable and convenient. Next, we must challenge the Deep Gray Gym, where the Pokémon are all rock types. I fear that my Oddish will not be able to battle. It is up to you, Eevee. In a 2v2 battle, I merely hope Eevee can manage to take them both down. Not a problem. Leave it to me. Excellent. Let us send Eevee off to train with the map. Shichin slung on his bag, preparing to purchase some seasonings and write a letter home. Although it may appear affluent, he only possesses a few thousand league coins. Dressed in white attire and blue shorts, with a black backpack, he donned a casual ensemble. However, upon descending the stairs, he noticed the task board at the Pokémon Center, where anyone can post tasks with corresponding rewards. Shichin first penned a letter to inform his parents and brother that he would be in Evergreen Forest for the next 10 days. Training intensively with Eevee and just arrived in Deep Gray City, now preparing to challenge the gym, and has gained a new companion, Oddish. Oddish has quite an unusual temperament. After several pages, he conveyed the next city he intended to visit. approximately how long it would take for the letter to arrive, and reassured them not to worry. The Pokémon Center's task board is divided into league-issued tasks and trainer-issued tasks. The former requires certain qualifications and cannot generally be accepted by just anyone, while the latter is more casual. Please help. My Meowth has gone missing. Task reward, 200 league coins. Attention. I only require a complete shed skin of a gloom. I can offer 1,000 league coins for a full set. I am a trainer from out of town and adore Onyx. Please assist me in capturing an Onyx with the help of an experienced trainer. Task reward, 1,500 league coins. Reiko's Pokémon farm has a large batch of eggs that need hatching. I seek a professional to help categorize the Pokémon eggs. Task reward, 2,000 league coins. There is a collapsed cave in Southwind Town. I need a Pokémon trainer with elite strength to join me on an adventure. Task reward, 5,000 league coins. How intriguing. An elite trainer. Indeed, trainers are classified into levels: novice, intermediate, advanced, elite, near champion, champion, and the rare title of champion. Novice trainer. Just received their first Pokémon and has never undergone any training. Intermediate trainer. Possesses at least 2 trained Pokémon that can engage in battle and has some level of strength. Advanced trainer. Owns 6 Pokémon, one of which possesses gym-level strength. Elite trainer. Holds 8 badges and has participated in league competitions. Near champion trainer. Capable of undertaking the most exceptional challenges at all gyms. Recognized for their strength to challenge a champion. As for champions, it is not necessary to elaborate. Few achieve such a level, most are elite trainers. Wah! Is there an experienced breeder who can assist my Lily? She is the most beautiful Vulpix in the world, but for some reason, she has refused to eat lately, and her health is deteriorating. Those who are not breeders, please do not meddle. If you do, I will have my butler deal with you. Task reward, 30,000 league coins. What a wealthy young lady issuing such a task. Shichin's lips twitched. Others toiled tirelessly without even being compensated for treating her Vulpix. The disparity between people is immense after a year of labor on his family farm. He might earn just around 10,000. This task, I shall accept it. Shichin's gaze was resolute. Indeed, it was for the sake of money. First, I will complete the task, then purchase some items. Hello, Miss Joy, I wish to accept this task. He approached Joy with the task slip. Are you certain? Joy kindly reminded him that this particular Vulpix had already visited their Pokémon hospital, and they had their dedicated breeders, yet no matter what, the Vulpix simply refused to eat. That is all right. I have a solution. After extensive trials and efforts, I have developed Pokémon food that is sure to be effective. Vulpix is a fire type, perfectly aligning with Eevee's latest training regimen at the volcano. Are you a breeder? Not yet. I haven't taken the exam. Never mind. Go take a look. If it doesn't work, leave quickly. That little Vulpix is quite pitiful, and I hope you can find a way. After Joy registered the task, she provided Shichin with the address. Thank you, Miss Joy. Shichin bowed, forgiving himself for his previous rudeness by calling her a bad woman. Happiny, the happiness Pokémon, smiled beside her. The hospital cannot heal such peculiar psychological aversions to food, as even Happiny's eggs are not consumed by Vulpix. Caring for and healing Pokémon is the mission of the Pokémon Hospital. Joy genuinely hopes someone can remedy the Vulpix's condition, wishing for no issues to arise. Anyone who accepts the task is welcome, and the note regarding breeders is merely to deter those who might take chances, regardless of the outcome. Remember to return and register with me. Goodbye, Happiny. Very well, Miss Joy. Chapter 12. The Starved Ninetales Household 812 is the family assigned to this mission. How shall I describe them? In the midst of Deep Gray City, a stony metropolis, this villa stands out with its picturesque surroundings of mountains, water, and woods, resembling a castle at first glance. Its area spans several thousand square meters at the very least. There is no need to ring the doorbell, for a distinguished gentleman with curly white hair, impeccably dressed in a suit, awaits at the entrance, eagerly watching as Shichin approaches. Hello, young sir. Are you here for the mission? He inquires politely. I am the butler of the Chunyuan family. You may call me Uncle D. The butler displays an admirable courtesy, devoid of any condescension towards Shichin, contrary to the ominous portrayal of butlers in the mission briefing. Yes, Uncle D, my name is Xiaochun. Very well, Mr. Xiaochun. Please accompany me to the Mrs. Nurturing Room. The Ninetales is there. All right. The estate's decor cannot be merely described as luxurious. It does not evoke envy in Shichen, as it is not to his personal taste. The butler guides Shichen to the nurturing room, where he sees a stunning woman cradling a girl of similar size to himself. Knock, knock, knock. Madam, Miss, a nurturer has arrived to accept the task, the butler announces respectfully. Upon hearing this, Madame Chunyuan rises and smiles at Shichen, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for accepting the task, but she hesitates, words caught in her throat. Wah, I don't want them to see my Lily anymore. She is of no use. Mommy, please go fetch Professor Okido for me. I fear that Lily's condition is worsening. The little girl sobs uncontrollably. The Ninetales lies on a plush little bed, emaciated and lethargic, appearing almost dazed. Can Uncle D contact Professor Okido? The lady appears troubled. I'm afraid not. Professor Okido is too busy to be reached. No. He must have time. It's just that your calls cannot get through. The Alliance and the Okido family do not permit outsiders to disturb him. Then I shall take my leave, Shichen says, waving his hand dismissively, pushing the door open to depart. What a waste of time. 30,000 Alliance coins to summon Professor Okido? The 3 top-tier evolution stones I possess are worth millions. But they are priceless. Shichen would not part with them, for they are far too precious. Wait, Madame Chunyuan calls out, stopping Shichen. Do you have a method to cure the Ninetales? As a mother, her heart aches at the sound of her daughter's cries. The Ninetales holds little value in terms of monetary worth, but for her daughter, who had raised it from infancy, the emotional bond is immeasurable. How would I know if you do not allow me to see? I apologize. Please, come in and take a look. If there is no solution, I will find another way. Do not feel burdened, Madame Chunyuan urges before turning to comfort her daughter. Be good. Let him take a look first. Wah. What if feeding Lily makes her throw up even more? My poor Lily. Shichen furrows his brow in irritation as he approaches the Ninetales. When did this begin? The more he looks, the more alarming it becomes. The power of starvation is terrifying. 10 days ago, the young lady arranged for the family nurturer to prepare a lavish breakfast for the Ninetales, with various meticulously crafted foods to promote its growth. The Ninetales used to enjoy eating everything. But that morning, without any warning, it just stopped eating mid-meal, staring blankly, unresponsive to anyone calling its name. It is evident from the texture of its fur that it had been well nurtured prior, and within just 10 days, this should not have happened. And then, when the young lady fed it, the Ninetales vomited everything, and there was no sign of improvement. Did it vomit whatever it ate? Shichen inquires. Yes. Taking it to the Pokémon hospital for examination was not an issue. Changing its food yielded the same results, and it remained unresponsive to anyone. Thus, we dismissed that family nurturer. Sigh, the troubles are indeed numerous. How about this? Please bring me a sample of everything the Ninetales has been fed. After a moment of contemplation, Shichen recognizes the peculiarity of the ailment. Merely looking will not suffice. His confidence in venturing forth stems from his past life as a doctor, where he dabbled in various fields, including veterinary care, combined with knowledge of Pokémon nurturing and rocks tools. Before long, the butler presents a plethora of food items. Madame Chunyuan watches with a hint of skepticism towards such a young nurturer, while her daughter, now calmed, fixates on Shichen, hoping he won't deceive them. Mr. Xiaochun, the fresh food has spoiled. Here lie the specially formulated feeds left by the previous nurturer for the Ninetales. Would that be acceptable? Yes. A total of over 20 varieties. What a wealthy household. Shichen picks one up, inhaling its gentle aroma, then pinching a small amount to taste. This, Mr. Xiaochun, that is unsafe. Madame Chunyuan gasps, astonished at such a nurturer's actions. Shichen shakes his head. There is nothing unsafe. I have my unique method of treatment. But I need to understand a few things first. Some Pokémon foods are not suitable for human consumption and may provoke adverse reactions, just as human foods can be harmful to Pokémon. Of the 20 or so varieties, a dozen have issues. It and Appos. It's not the Pokémon that has the problem, but rather Shichen, who risks poisoning or adverse reactions. The feed may be unfriendly to humans, but it is highly beneficial for Pokémon. Many flavors are unfamiliar to Shichen, and he feels an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, like an insatiable fire. Was this all concocted by that nurturer? Yes. Is there a problem? We had someone examine it previously, and there were no issues. The butler appears puzzled by the principle behind it. No. I am merely curious about the formula, the fruits, herbs, and so on required. Very well, please wait. Before he departs, he ensures to leave behind all the formulas, as the family always keeps such supplies in stock. The butler promptly arranges for someone to fetch them. There are over 50 formulas in total, covering 3 meals a day, often including late-night snacks, from the Ninetales' infancy to maturity, as well as medication for illnesses. The array of items laid before Shichen is dazzling. A single fruit could fetch more than 30,000 alliance coins. This task is only valued at 30,000 alliance coins? 30,000. No, 30,000 alliance coins is merely the examination fee. Treatment costs are separate. Should I uncover the genuine issue and fail to treat it, the reward will still be 30,000 alliance coins. I see. All right then, that makes sense. This family does not appear to be stingy. He takes out a notebook and begins to copy all the formulas. The butler's mouth twitches. Mr. Xiaochun, should you succeed in curing the Ninetales, the family possesses a library for your perusal. That would be most excellent, Shichen replies, continuing to write until he finishes. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, he draws his conclusion. They have been overfed. That is the reason for the Ninetales' refusal to eat. What? The little girl feels as if she has just heard a joke, utterly unable to accept this conclusion. Other nurturers have come and stated that Lily is ill. No one has ever suggested that she is simply overfed. Does she look like she has had her fill? Indeed, her bones are visible. She appears far from satiated. Has the Ninetales engaged in any battles since its birth? Shichen merely presents his judgment and conclusions. Whether they accept them is their prerogative. I am at a loss for words. She has certainly not battled. My Lily would never be allowed to fight. The girl protests. Very well. I shall not argue with the foolish. Do you know whether your Ninetales is male or female? Why does it matter? My Lily is undoubtedly a little princess. Apologies, but it is male. Madame Chun Yuan hastily stroked her daughter's head, perplexed by her words. However, the little girl, after a brief silence, replied nonchalantly, I only like my six-tailed Lily. Shi Chun was somewhat taken aback. How considerate, indeed. The six-tailed creature indulged in an extravagant diet daily. Pokémon food, undoubtedly beneficial. Enhancing its fire-type abilities, providing resistances, promoting growth, and nurturing its fur. Yet, the flaw lay in its excessive nourishment from a young age, devoid of exercise. The power within had accumulated to a critical limit, with no outlet for release, leaving it unaware of how to vent its energy. This overindulgence had resulted in a chaotic state of strength, leading to a rapid depletion, as the body instinctively rejected all sustenance, rendering its consciousness muddled. The longer this persisted, the more its intellect waned, and the depletion became irreparable. Whether one believed it or not, treatment was undoubtedly costly. After all, engaging in high-risk endeavors for a meager income was the folly of a fool. Let them spend their riches seeking Professor Oak. As Madame Chun Yuan pondered, she found a semblance of logic in this reasoning. Here, the young girl was momentarily taken aback, as this notion diverged from what others had suggested. Yet it resonated with a certain validity. She began to retrieve numerous vials and containers from the cart prepared by the butler, simultaneously estimating a fair price in her mind. After much contemplation, she settled on a quote. Considering their considerable wealth while her own purse held only a few thousand alliance coins. 1 million alliance coins. Madame Chun Yuan was astounded. What happened? Is it too expensive? Should I lower the price? But that would diminish my standing. Regardless, my costs are not high. Perhaps I should reduce it a bit. Mr. Shi Chun, do you mean that 1 million alliance coins is your diagnostic fee? I didn't expect it to be so affordable. Indeed. Shi Chun mentally berated himself for not having had the audacity to quote a higher price. Oh, then how much for these medications? Once cured, I will arrange for someone to provide you with a card. What? The medicine incurs an additional charge? There are so many vials and containers, all provided free by the Rock family. 100,000. That's quite a reasonable price, 100,000 per vial. Madame Chun Yuan was taken aback by the unexpectedly low cost for such a challenging ailment. My 100,000 refers to the total price, dear lady. Yes, indeed, a kind-hearted soul. Not quoting a higher price simply reflects benevolence. Chapter 13. Healing the Ninetales. A bountiful harvest. Ninetales nestled comfortably in her embrace. Yet the little darling was unwell, causing great distress to Shichen. After all, Ninetales had always been her ideal type, so charming with its fluffy fur. She prepared a dish, opting not to fill it with water, as she intended to pour in a medicinal concoction. Priced at 100,000 per bottle, she decided to dispense 20 small vials for the time being. Yes, Uncle D hastily replied, rushing to make the necessary arrangements. What is this? The little girl approached, gently caressing Evie, inquiring thoughtfully about every medicine. This is a special elixir, capable of restoring vitality and spirit. Would you like a bottle? Shichen asked, handing her a glass vial while ensuring she wore gloves. Absolutely. Shichen reasoned that if she could consume Pokémon feed, then trying Evie's medicine should pose no issue. Xiaoqian, that is medicine, not for you. Mrs. Chun Yuan exclaimed, visibly irritated. Would you like a bottle, madam? Shichen offered. It's 100,000 per bottle. Drink up. Gulp it down. Mrs. Chun Yuan found herself at a loss for words, wanting to scold him but unable to do so due to her upbringing. Fear not. The special elixir is effective for humans too. The blue vial contains spring water to rejuvenate the spirit, while the red one restores stamina. Shichen led by example, taking a sip. Refreshing. Xiaoqian removed the cap and gulped it down eagerly. A wave of clarity washed over her, invigorating her from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head, as if she had been cleansed body and soul. Mother, you must try this, Xiaoqian urged. After some hesitation, Mrs. Chun Yuan took a sip, feeling as though she had been rejuvenated, as if a spring breeze had swept over her. She was now fully convinced of Shichen's capabilities, realizing that such potent medicine should be kept in stock at home. Placing Ninetales in the dish, Shichen poured in 20 bottles of blue elixir and 20 bottles of red. A notification chimed. 2 million alliance coins received. This was akin to a medicinal bath, providing a soothing massage for Ninetales, allowing her body to absorb the medicine, although the excess would go to waste. Without feeding Ninetales, Xiaoqian felt nauseated. Isn't this supposed to heal? She exclaimed, panicking. Rest assured, this is merely the first treatment. Vomiting is a normal reaction, a sign of recovery. Observe how her spirits are gradually lifting, Shichen assured her, continuously massaging to facilitate the medicine's absorption. Mother, look. Lily truly seems more spirited, Xiaoqian exclaimed, on the verge of tears, having witnessed her beloved companion's transformation from lethargy to renewed vitality. Indeed, Mrs. Chun Yuan began to trust Shichen more and more. After a good 15 minutes of massage, Ninetales ceased to vomit and regained some vitality. Lily, my heart aches for you, but do not worry. I have summoned an exceptional breeder for you. You will soon be well again. Just hold on. Xiaoqian gently cradled Ninetales' face, her affection undiminished. Let us commence the second step. Shichen observed the effects, noting that the healing process lacked a fixed pattern. It depended entirely on the condition of the body. What shall we do? The butler inquired, ever ready to assist. Bloodletting. The mere mention of this made both mother and daughter tremble. Ninetales was already skin and bones. How could they proceed with bloodletting? Xiaoqian was speechless, her eyes glued to Shichen as he prepared to draw blood from Ninetales. He made a small incision on her paw and allowed the blood to mingle with the elixirs. Before long, the medicinal bath was stained crimson. Xiaoqian held her mother's hand, tears brimming in her eyes, overwhelmed with sympathy. Uncle D observed intently, attempting to glean knowledge from this unheard-of method. Shichen, meanwhile, continued to prepare the elixirs, aware that some of Ninetales' errant energies needed to be expelled. The blood was rich and potent, a sensation Shichen could distinctly feel. Shortly thereafter, he cradled Ninetales once more. Miraculously, the wound had vanished. No need to dry it, as Pokémon were not so fragile. Even if it dried, it would matter little. Ninetales gazed gratefully at Shichen, feeling increasingly at ease. Her consciousness had returned, though discomfort had rendered her immobile for days. He poured a bottle of holy spring water, which was of a far superior quality than ordinary spring water. Priced at 5 million per bottle, should it be utilized for recovery? Use it, Shichen affirmed. When can I use this? Xiaoqian eagerly inquired about the vibrant blue potion, hoping it would yield exceptional results. What ailment do you have? I meant, can I purchase it? No, I have very little of this potion. Holy spring water is exceedingly rare and not for sale. Its medicinal properties are invaluable. Very well. After giving Ninetales the elixir, they expected her to vomit, yet they were met with the sound of her joyful cry. Ah, how delightful! I feel so refreshed. Ninetales exclaimed, her body cleansed. Not just her spirit. Had she not felt weak, she would have joyously dashed about to inform Xiaoqian of her recovery. Is it all right now? Xiaoqian covered her mouth in disbelief. This is astonishingly swift. How could it be so quick? Bring forth all the medicinal herbs and Pokémon fruits. I wish to concoct a restorative meal for your Ninetales, Shichen commanded. Understood, Mr. Shichen, the butler replied promptly. Soon, an array of medicinal herbs and fruits, all rare, were presented. How magnificent! Shichen sampled each, gauging their potency, determining their best uses and effects. For the final potion, I shall forego payment. Instead, I propose an exchange for your most precious fruits that bear no side effects. Pineapple fruits, pear fruits, blackberries, lemons, and so forth. These are all exceedingly rare, challenging to cultivate. With my farm, growing them will be a breeze, yet I have long lacked seeds, and the seeds within these fruits are likely to mature. Take them. My father is wealthy, and I wish to procure the finest medicine for my Ninetales. Mr. Shichen has rendered us immense assistance. Take whatever you desire. Is this true? You are so generous. Then I shall not be polite any longer. Uncle D, please assist me in packaging everything. Thank you. Shichen bowed in gratitude and resumed his preparations. Very well, you truly are not one to stand on ceremony. Yet for them, it mattered little, as they were blessed with abundant resources. They merely felt that Shichen, the breeder, had not experienced much of the world. After all, spending tens of millions to nurture a Pokémon was merely routine for a family of their stature. We possess an extensive collection of breeding-related literature, including ancient recipes. Would you be interested, Dr. Shichen? Mrs. Chun Yuan inquired. Uncle D, please assist me in transcribing a copy. Shichen replied without hesitation. Certainly. Upon seeing Mrs. Chun Yuan nod, there was no objection. They prepared a batch of feed, small pellets, and brewed a bowl of bitter black medicine. After Ninetales consumed it, she showed no signs of nausea. Her strength returned, though the bitterness lingered in her mouth. Subsequently, she indulged in the accompanying food, which was quite spicy, but it was all medicine, and how pleasant could it be? Specially crafted. Having consumed a bottle of holy spring water to dispel negative effects, he was uncertain how palatable it would be. Lunch provided Shichen with a taste of what a home-cooked meal with dozens of dishes entailed, leaving him restless as he finished. In the afternoon, they arrived at the battle arena. The Rocket Tortoise and Water EV surrounded Ninetales. These were the cherished Pokémon of the Chun Yuan family, showcasing their wealth. They possessed numerous fully evolved Pokémon, revealing the stark contrast between the affluent and the animated portrayals known to them. Utilizing Rock-S Fire Spirit Stone, Shichen concocted another potion. After Ninetales consumed it, her body radiated warmth, and she learned to unleash flames. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Xiaoqian's admiration for Shichen deepened. He was of similar age, yet possessed such vast knowledge and skill. As she pondered, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Just give me more alliance coins as thanks. Everything else is negotiable. I am in need of funds. You insufferable man. Xiaoqian's face turned crimson. The concocted potion allowed the Vulpix to release its pent-up energy, continuously exhaling flames as its body gradually felt more at ease. Eventually, the effects of the medicine wore off, and the Vulpix was fully healed. Everything was all right. After a thorough examination, it was confirmed that it was indeed in perfect health. As dusk approached, Xiaoqian embraced the Vulpix, their bond deepening with each passing moment. Vulpix, it's all my fault. I promise to take great care of you from now on. I can feel it, Xiaoqian's affection for me. Mr. Shichen, everything you requested has been delivered to the Pokémon Center, reported Uncle D with a smile. expressing relief after the tiring errands, during which he also informed Joy about the successful treatment. Thank you. Shichen returned the smile, gazing at the adorable Vulpix, which was truly beautiful, though he wished that woman would step aside, obstructing his view of the little darling. This is your consultation fee. The card contains a total of 20 million. Please accept it. The butler presented a card with both hands. There is no need to provide so much. I only require what I need. That's quite alarming. The lady insisted on expressing her gratitude. But since you only seek money, the head of the family is quite pleased. The excess is considered a reward for your efforts. Thank you. You all are rather kind. Shichen's smile grew even brighter. Money from these wealthy individuals was incredibly easy to earn. Would you be interested in staying on as a family breeding specialist? Not interested. Ha ha ha. I knew you would respond that way. We cannot retain future dignitaries, so. May I order Pokémon food from you? Shichen chuckled. It's quite expensive. I'm not lacking funds. Uncle D responded with a smile. It's a deal. Chapter 14. Joy's Invitation. Joy, the Scarecrow, exclaimed. I've heard about it. You managed to cure that anorexic Vulpix. I did not expect you to be so remarkable. I approached this with a mindset of simply letting you try, yet you truly exceeded my expectations. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, Miss Joy's eyes gleamed with admiration. Although the Pokémon Center serves as a healing institution, certain Pokémon remain incurable, such as those suffering from anorexia. While wild Pokémon are seldom afflicted, there are indeed several instances within the trainer community, which has caused the Joy family considerable distress. Well, it was merely luck, he replied modestly. This is a physical issue, rather than a psychological one. The latter is beyond remedy. Not at all. You are indeed impressive, Joy countered, insisting that however he achieved the healing, it attested to his capability. I called Grandma Joy today, and she is quite interested in you. Please, there is no need for her to be interested in me. I have my own delightful Eevee and Oddish at home. Who is Grandma Joy, you ask? She is the matriarch of the Joy family in the Kanto region. Oh, such a person holds a status comparable to that of the League president, I presume? Thus, your ability to heal anorexia is of great importance to our Joy family. Would you consider coming to Leaf Town next month to give a lecture at the Nurse Academy? Joy extended her invitation with utmost sincerity. Absolutely not. I lack the qualifications to lecture you. The Joy family possesses a depth of kindness and knowledge that far surpasses mine. I am merely an amateur. When it comes to healing Pokémon, how could I possibly compare to the Joy family? Moreover, the Nurse Academy is a place dedicated to training Pokémon nurses, which the League highly values. The majority of the attendees are female. This world is not solely populated by Joys as nurses. Many others exist. The League collaborates with the Joy family, ensuring that every region has a Joy representing them, akin to a head nurse. There are also hospitals outside of Pokémon centers, albeit with fewer patients. The Pokémon Center has other nurses as well, not solely from the Joy family. Otherwise, a single nurse would be overwhelmed in a Pokémon Center. Indeed, the Nurse Academy provides opportunities for the common folk. Joy interjected with a laugh. You exaggerate. Caring for Pokémon is something all of humanity should embrace. Joy took pleasure in receiving compliments. However, it is truly a pity that you want to attend. She sighed, lamenting that without someone experienced in healing, the Joy family would not gain much from the lecture. Due to his aversion to complications, Shichen preferred to absorb the knowledge of the berries and cultivation methods he had acquired today rather than spend time lecturing. It was a rare opportunity for a Joy from the Unova region to come for an exchange and training. After all, such a journey was considerable. Grandma Joy is aware that you are not a League trainer and has specifically stated that should you give a lecture, you will be entitled to complimentary accommodation at the Pokémon Center, including meals for the Pokémon. Next month, many Joys skilled in cultivation would also be delivering lectures. Originally, he could have audited, for the Joy family rarely extends invitations to outsiders. Now that I have financial means, enjoying such privileges is of little consequence. Yet, the Joy family of cultivators sounds incredibly enticing. I am indeed in need of a mentor. I would like to inquire, what is the Unova region? How long has it been? Ash is still so young. He won't embark on his journey for several years, yet he has already made contact with the Unova region? In truth, Shichen's recollections of Pokémon reached their limits here. as he had not seen beyond this point in his previous life as a doctor in a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. He had little time to spare. Well, I only know that it is very far away. Their journey is no small feat. There are no planes to reach there, and they must transfer through many locations before arriving in the Kanto region. This is quite a conundrum. To use an analogy from my past life, this exchange conference will feature numerous experts, each discussing their areas of expertise and topics. To miss such lectures would be a grave disappointment for anyone who truly loves medicine, a significant regret in life. Yet, I dread the hassle. Actually, I could present a lecture on anorexia, but would I be able to audit during that time? Ultimately, Shichen resolved to attend. He could not isolate himself entirely and needed to engage in occasional exchanges and communications. Really? That is splendid. Joy beamed with delight. Of course you may audit. You could even join us at the Happening Academy right now. We have many instructors there as well, and I believe they would also be interested in anorexia. Very well. Thank you. I shall attend. Then it is settled. I will register you, and from now on, your treatments at the Pokémon Center will be complimentary. Thank you. It is wonderful to receive such benefits without joining the League. The League imposes many restrictions, such as being able to summon all League trainers to participate in missions and battles. The perks provided by the Joy family are sufficient. Miss Joy busied herself with the necessary arrangements. It's all set. Thank you. Then I shall not disturb you further. I worry that injured Pokémon may require healing. The items from the Chunyu family have already been placed in warehouse number 3. Please collect them at your earliest convenience. Ideally, within the next few days, as our Pokémon Center also requires use of the warehouse. Thank you, Miss Joy. After receiving the key, he bid her a brief farewell. Upon arriving at warehouse No. 3, he discovered it brimming with supplies. Aside from the specific herbs and fruits, there were numerous books, and the Chunyu family had bestowed many gifts, including berry seeds, cultivation notes, and Pokémon items. One gesture expressed gratitude for Shichen and Appo's lack of ulterior motives towards their precious daughter. Another was in appreciation for healing the Vulpix. And yet another aimed at fostering friendship, a modest investment that might cultivate goodwill from a future cultivator. Having signed a Pokémon food order with the Chunyu family, they would directly transfer funds for any necessary types of food, allowing Shichen to send deliveries to the Pokémon Center. This arrangement was satisfactory. Creating food of the feed type was somewhat troublesome, but he could find an opportunity to construct an energy block machine. Shichen placed his hand upon the box, and it vanished from sight, neatly stored within the confines of Rock's backpack, which was a blessing. After completing all tasks, he returned to his accommodation to shower and wash his clothes. He then glanced at Rock's abode. Eevee was still training, enduring the intense heat of the volcano while observing and learning from the fire-type rock Pokémon's moves. Eevee was indeed working hard, its fur singed from the effort. Yet it remained steadfast in its determination. Meanwhile, Oddish felt secure in the sunlit earth, unafraid of solitude, and Shichen would occasionally converse with it. Although Oddish could not see Shichen, it could hear his voice and felt joy under his gaze. Moreover, having just arrived, Oddish made a friend, the Scarecrow, which engaged in a silent staring match, unable to speak but capable of smiling and expressing curiosity. Oddish cherished this quiet companionship, and the Scarecrow appreciated Oddish's presence in return. Oddish, I'm about to plant something. Do not be afraid. Oddish smiled brightly, hearing the voice again, filled with happiness. Its roots continuously absorbed the wondrous energy from the soil. Unbeknownst to Shichen, Oddish had undergone some changes. Even in just one day, it had grown considerably. The unique environment, cheerful mood, and the magical power of the land had transformed Oddish without it realizing. With a total of 12 plots of land, Oddish occupied one, leaving 11 available. He planted a single berry that enhances memory and wisdom, an exceedingly rare fruit. He then sowed 10 additional seeds, which would prove beneficial for the upcoming medicinal trials. Oddish gazed intently at the barren earth, turned it over, and witnessed the emergence of new life. How intriguing. It is my neighbor. Shurchun clicked on the Scarecrow to receive the toy it offered. After playing a game, without a doubt, victory was attained. However, this time the loading was rather sluggish. Why does the Scarecrow hesitate to use magic? No rewards are bestowed? Observing the Scarecrow's perpetual grin while locking eyes with the walking grass, It felt quite peculiar. Congratulations. The scarecrow has employed magic, a rare phenomenon, to hasten the maturity of a crop instantly. Subsequently, a wooden barrel appeared, filled with a murky yellow liquid, floating and pouring onto the walking grass. Shirchun's expression darkened. I have encountered such magic once before. It caused no harm when poured on a tree fruit. But why on earth would you drench the walking grass with it? This seems to be a rice concoction. Although it dissipated swiftly, it was still quite displeasing. In stark contrast to Shirchun's discontent, the walking grass was elated, filled with an inexplicable vigor. More effective than any remedy Shirchun provided, its body was entirely revitalized. It felt as though it possessed boundless strength. For the first time, the walking grass actively burrowed into the soil, indulging in slumber. Shirchun observed the scarecrow swaying, apparently quite joyful. What does this signify, akin to the turtle sage? Bestowing upon me a special boon? Is it a blessing rather than a curse to witness the walking grass restored to health? Shirchun could only express disbelief at the absurdity of it all. Luo Kague Fei, how many surprises do you yet hold that I remain unaware of? Tapping the walking grass, the display read, Crop, walking grass maturity time. Confusing, did it not state it had matured? Oh well, it matters not. The Pokémon are diligently striving to grow. As their companion, what right do I have to be complacent? With determination, I retrieve my books to begin studying, planning to rest once EV returns. Chapter 15. Obtaining the gray badge, the challenger Xiaochun from Qingshan Town faced off against the gym trainer Wuning from Deep Gray City. Both contestants were permitted to utilize 2 Pokémon, with the challenger having the option to switch Pokémon. Thus, the battle commenced. Early in the morning, Xiaochun departed from the Pokémon Center, eager to be the first to challenge the Deep Gray Gym. Ha ha ha, are you ready, kid? Wuning laughed heartily. Having just emerged and already challenging the gym, you better be mentally prepared for defeat. Don't go crying afterward. Rest assured, that won't happen. If I succeed in my challenge, would the gym leader grant me a request? Xiaochun replied with a polite smile. Of course, anyone who can become a gym leader is not to be underestimated. It takes skill to raise a trainer like Xiao Jiang. Wuning chuckled. How interesting. But what if you lose? Wuning was unconcerned about a novice trainer's potential. Regardless of the outcome, I shall present you with a unique Pokeball that I crafted myself. It is the Gulu Ball, a reward from Rock Home, and it's simply irreplaceable. He revealed a dark blue Gulu Ball, which felt distinct in his grasp compared to ordinary, intermediate, or advanced Pokeballs. Each gym trainer possesses their own unique skills, and Xiaochun was more than happy to share this treasure with the gym leader. With thousands of King Balls and Super Gulu Balls in hand, he intended to gift one to each gym leader from various regions, knowing he would soon acquire more rewards in return. Wuning caught the ball that Xiaochun tossed his way, but his expression turned serious. The ball was indeed too precious. You've given me something invaluable. Custom Pokeballs are rare, especially one of such quality. There are few artisans left who can craft them. Not at all. I have a request for you as well, Xiaochun replied, shaking his head. I am deeply interested in the application of medicinal herbs for Pokémon, specialized recipes, secret formulas, and various unique stones. In essence, I am fascinated by all forms of herbal medicine and their applications. Every breeder has their area of expertise. Xiaochun was particularly drawn to researching potions, poisons, healing medicines, special elixirs, and the different combinations of herbs. The topic of this research in the Pokémon world is quite scarce, with berries often regarded as universal remedies. Xiaochun's future studies would undoubtedly follow this path. Much like the use of stones of medicine, provided they are akin to the stones of rock. Oh, you have come to the right person. This dates back to a long, long time ago. Our ancestors. Wuning's interest piqued, and he began to recount a tale. Enough. I really do not wish to hear it, Xiaochun interjected. Due to the underdevelopment of medical practices, any ailment led individuals to seek out the priest for a medicinal stone to brew at home, which would significantly improve the condition of both Pokémon and humans alike. Interesting. The method of boiling stones with various herbs and ultimately using the stones to brew water is quite an innovative breeding approach. Given your insatiable curiosity, I shall take you to meet the current priestess. She is also a breeder. Many from the Joy family have been taught by her. My son Xiaojiang often learns from her after school, and it will undoubtedly be beneficial for you. Wuning concluded, his mood markedly improved. This ball is a gift for Xiaojiang. Thank you. I genuinely appreciate this unexpected reward. Thus, the battle commenced, and Wuning sent forth his Geodude. Quan. It seemed to be his frequently used Pokémon. Go, Eevee. Eevee entered the arena with poise and elegance, ready to attack first. Then I shall not hold back. Xiaochun smirked, extending his palm and making a striking gesture. Darling, let him admire our charming allure. Hypnosis Tail. Hypnosis Tail? I've never heard of it, Wuning remarked, quickly instructing Geodude to dig a hole. The gym leader was indeed serious, demonstrating commendable reflexes. Cough, cough, awkward. My battle experience is lacking. I shouldn't have attacked like that. Eevee, aim for the hole with Bubble Beam. Excellent. It seems I must overpower you with sheer strength. Eevee skillfully maneuvered, gathering energy while moving toward the hole, releasing a powerful Bubble Beam. What? Is this a mistake? Can Eevee even learn Bubble Beam? Wuning could hardly accept this revelation. Geodude, caught off guard while digging, suffered the brunt of the water-type attack, feeling the pain acutely. Geodude, get out. Wuning sensed a shift in the battle, having underestimated Eevee's prowess. Eevee, seize the moment. Iron Tail. As Geodude emerged, it was immediately struck down by Eevee's swift tail. Dust swirled and settled, revealing Geodude with dazed eyes, having lost its fighting ability. Geodude is unable to battle. Please send out your next Pokémon, Gym Trainer. How can your Eevee use a water-type move? Wuning inquired, intrigued. Ha. Pokémon are full of infinite possibilities. Xiaochun beamed with pride, knowing all of Eevee's efforts would bear fruit. Indeed, Pokémon are brimming with potential. Over a century ago, there was a warrior. Enough. Cough, cough. Gym Trainer, please remain focused. We are in the midst of a match, the referee urged, unable to contain his exasperation. What's the matter? I see in you a spirit of resilience that embodies the essence of deep gray gym, certainly worthy of the badge. Being interrupted is quite frustrating. For the second battle, you must take it seriously. Return, Geodude, and go forth, Onix. Wuning withdrew Geodude and unleashed a well-bred Onix, indicating his earnest approach towards Xiaochun. Eevee is unfazed. Having encountered colossal Pokémon like the Turtle Sage, it stands confidently against Onix, Xiaochun noted, believing in Eevee's growth. Play with water. Xiaochun maintained a calm demeanor, fully trusting Eevee. Another water-type move. It seems my earlier statements were accurate. Pokémon truly possess limitless potential, Wuning acknowledged, impressed. The arena became damp, and Onix felt uncomfortable as moisture enveloped its body. Eevee then performed a playful display, which left Onix's HP at 0. Onix, bind. Using Shadow Clone, numerous Eevees appeared, causing Onix to bind the wrong one. Bubble Beam. Be careful. Wuning was startled by Eevee's incredible speed. It dashed right up to Onix, unleashing a direct Bubble Beam attack. The battle required minimal coordination. Xiaochun merely needed to provide slight guidance, as he and Eevee shared a perfect synergy. Onix was in considerable distress. Rock Slide. Wuning was not incapable of directing his Pokémon. It was merely that Eevee's speed left no room for reaction. I shall not grant you the opportunity. Eevee rolled and struck Onix on the head with Iron Tail. Onix, dazed, was unable to continue the fight. With both of the gym trainer's Pokémon defeated, the victor of this match was Xiaochun. The battle was undeniably effortless, with Eevee managing a 1v2 without breaking a sweat. Eevee joyfully leaped into Xiaochun's embrace. Our Eevee is simply exceptional. With a direct reward, a sweet kiss. How remarkable you are, my dear. Approached with a smile. Acknowledging her exceptional prowess as a breeder, capable of nurturing such a beautiful and robust. Moreover, she is an outstanding trainer. And the bond between her and is a rarity among novice trainers. You truly deserve my recognition. Therefore, please accept this gray badge. The referee presented a box containing an octagonal gray badge. Beamed, sharing the joy with. Our first badge, isn't it splendid? Adores it. Thank you. Held the badge tightly. His demeanor preventing him from exclaiming, I have obtained the gray badge. As long as he can share this joy with his beloved Pokémon. And that is sufficient. This joy belongs to us. Chapter 16. Learning from Grandma Jia. Greetings, Grandma Jia. I am Shichen from Qingshan Town, holding a basket of herbs. Shichen patiently awaited the elder's response at the door. Grandma Jia appeared quite sprightly, dressed somewhat like an ancient priest, with a smoking pipe in hand, emitting a fragrant smoke that was both soothing and invigorating. The delightful aroma was a harmonious blend of various herbs, a truly exquisite combination. Shichen, with her keen sense of smell, detected the scent from afar. With a flick of her pipe, Grandma Jia scrutinized Shichen, who was enveloped in the scent of herbs that even the elder could perceive from a distance. The basket contained top-tier herbs available only at a specific shop, much adored by her. Then her gaze fell upon the grinning Winning. With a snort, Grandma Jia remarked, "Sending your son over is already a favor to your parents. Yet you dare to send him here to learn. Do you think I do not need my rest? Do you understand what retirement means? If it weren't for the sentiment of an old friend, I wouldn't bother with this scamp. I suppose one is not too many to bring along." Winning chuckled, patting Shichen on the shoulder. "It's all yours now, I'm off. Do come by the dojo sometime." With that, he turned and left briskly. Grandma Jia found herself at a loss with him, the same irresponsible scamp as in his youth. "Come in and sit down. Guests are always welcome," she said. From the backyard, a cheerful egg appeared, greeting them with a smile. "Thank you, Grandma Jia," Shichen said, respectfully sitting before her after removing her shoes. In the presence of such an experienced elder, Shichen was naturally courteous. With herbs in hand, she felt it inappropriate for Grandma Jia to refuse such a gift. "Please tell me, what brings you here?" Grandma Jia had a fondness for this child, a testament to her good nature. "I have heard that you have trained many exceptional breeders and that your knowledge is profound. Few can rival your understanding of Pokémon habits and breeding. Therefore, I wish to seek your guidance for a time." Haha. Grandma Jia exhaled smoke, flattered by the praise. "You flatter me. I merely possess different areas of expertise. What do you wish to learn?" "Indeed, I am deeply fascinated by various herbs, whether they are berries that heal Pokémon or common wildflowers and plants. I believe every element has the potential to become medicine. Perhaps one herb alone may lack potency, yet when combined with another, it may yield unique effects. Traditional Chinese medicine often employs seemingly unrelated herbs. A single herb may be mild, yet combined, they can become powerful remedies. The reactions of herbs are truly captivating." "Your thoughts are intriguing," Grandma Jia remarked, placing her pipe on the table while studying Shichen earnestly. "Today's healing potions for Pokémon are merely berries processed with a touch of herbs, easily mass-produced. However, decades ago, effective healing potions relied on ancestral wisdom passed down through generations. As you mentioned, common roadside weeds, if paired correctly, can indeed become valuable medicine." "Precisely," Shichen nodded in agreement. "I can teach you what I know, but whether you learn and to what extent is entirely up to you." "Thank you, Grandma Jia," Shichen beamed. "Pleased to have the opportunity to learn. Using the herbs in your basket, create a blend that I hope you will enjoy. This will be a small test for you." The basket contained a wealth of herbs, likely including leaves for smoking. "I shall give it a try," she said, taking a deep breath to memorize the scent. "Hap, follow me." The cheerful egg led Shichen to the room where Grandma Jia prepared medicines, Pokémon food, and items, filled with an array of herbs. "Thank you, Hap." Shichen retrieved a candy made from a happy bean from her backpack. "Here, try this." Hap, delighted, savored the treat. "Hap, Hap," it chirped, enjoying the flavor and even sharing an egg with Shichen. "Thank you. I've never tasted an egg from a happy egg before," she said, placing it in her backpack before commencing her medicinal preparation. As was her custom, she first sampled the herbs, followed by inhaling their scents. She sought those that resembled the pleasant aroma favored by Grandma Jia, discarding any that seemed harmful. After selecting the herbs she deemed suitable, she dried and steeped the leaves. Grandma Jia observed with satisfaction from the doorway, pleased that Shichen had made the right choices and was testing her concoction, an impressive feat for such a young individual. However, achieving a perfect blend would require more than just a few days of effort. As Shichen brewed and sliced the herbs, she lit a pipe, taking a puff. It was harmless, merely a method of aromatic therapy that invigorated Pokémon and had slight benefits for humans. She realized she had not included one particular herb, which was often overlooked. From her backpack, she produced snow lotus leaves, a flower awarded by rock, and continued her preparation. Soon, she crafted a smoke reminiscent of Grandma Gia's, enriched with a fragrant floral essence. Grandma Gia's keen nose would surely detect the difference. In just half an hour, Shichen had not only replicated the blend, but also upgraded it. What reason could there be not to teach you? The Master S test is complete. Grandma Jia, would you care to try? Shichen asked with a smile, presenting her freshly made tobacco. No need to test it. It's unnecessary, Grandma Jia replied, shaking her head. You may study my collection of books. When you finish my library, you may begin your practical learning. Thank you, Shichen nodded in appreciation. Hap guided her to a library filled with at least 1,000 books, most of which were precious texts passed down through generations. With a gentle expression, Shichen admired the valuable volumes. Meanwhile, her EV was undergoing rigorous training at the volcano, while her Strawman magic continued to hasten the growth of her walking grass. Her companions were all evolving, and so was she. After consuming a potion that enhanced memory and igniting a stimulating incense, she began her studies. Lunch and dinner were delivered to her. Aside from brief breaks for meals and restrooms, she dedicated all her time to reading. Grandma Jia pondered over Shichen's extraordinary diligence. Was she truly attempting to master everything in just a few days? What an odd child. Hap mentioned that her creations were commendable, and that learning under Grandma Jia didn't require excessive skill. Only after Evie was ejected did Shichen take a brief pause. Evie, are you still awake? Yes. I am studying for a while, she replied, administering a potion to Evie, who was diligently striving. In no time, Evie had recovered, using the sleep technique and awakening again. I want to continue. There was no dissuading her, completely unyielding. Let Evie train more. In a span of 10 days. Not only had she completed Grandma Gia's library, but she also finished the books provided by the Chun family, sleeping merely 4 hours each night while engaging in intensive study. Meanwhile, Evie only slept for a few minutes each day. What an absurdity. Grandma Jia felt speechless. Was this child in a hurry to be reborn? What do you wish for me to teach you? Shichen had already prepared a notebook. Today's training involves sampling all the herbs to test their properties. Insanity. Grandma Jia exclaimed, unable to contain her outburst. What kind of lunatic would dare to consume every herb? You'd better not perish on my watch. Grandma Jia. Do not be upset. I have my potions. After consuming the herbs, I will not feel unwell. Take out the small blue bottle and present it to Grandma Jia. She took a whiff, and it resembled water. Observing Shi Chun, who appeared to be truthful, Grandma Jia took a sip herself. Indeed, it was a sensation that cleansed the soul and purified the body. You are remarkable. Let us proceed according to your wishes. I shall also send you many precious herbal materials recorded in my books. Thank you, Grandma Jia. I am truly grateful. Primarily, there are numerous potions from the Pokémon world that I have never encountered, heard of, or tasted. Merely reading about them is insufficient. I must ingest each one, enhancing my memory and understanding, allowing my body to recognize these herbs. After consuming various medicines that day, even if they detoxified and alleviated negativity, Shi Chun could undoubtedly sense inexplicable changes within her body, feeling uncomfortable throughout the night. The following day, she resumed her studies in pharmacology under Grandma Jia's guidance. Quickly mastering the techniques, she diligently noted everything she did not comprehend from the books, seeking clarification and attentively listening while continuing to take notes. After spending several days refining various potions alongside Grandma Jia, she became proficient. Thus concluded a 20-day period of cultivation. Haraha. She could apply her knowledge creatively in any endeavor, displaying remarkable courage and an abundance of brilliant ideas in her mind. What an intriguing young person. The forthcoming era undoubtedly belongs to this vibrant generation. After Shi Chun departed, Grandma Jia felt a twinge of reluctance and decided to call Grandma Joy. What an interesting young individual. The Joy family holds great expectations for such talent. Grandma Joy was also surprised that Shi Chun sought to learn from Grandma Jia. Truly a diligent young soul. Chapter 17. Moonlit Mountain. Toxic crystal. Even from a distance, the rhythmic sound of mining echoed around Moonlit Mountain. It seemed the Alliance had little time to better safeguard this area, resulting in a severely degraded environment. Discarded lunchboxes and various forms of litter littered the ground. making sightings of wild Pokémon a rare occurrence. The presence of moonstones attracted wave after wave of treasure seekers. For those fortunate enough to unearth a premium moonstone, a lifetime of comfort was assured. However, this incessant digging wreaked havoc on Moonlit Mountain. Shurchun did not harbor any illusions about his own intentions. He was merely passing through Moonlit Mountain to mine for moonstones himself. The caves had yet to be fully excavated, and miners were scattered haphazardly without order. Shurchun joined the fray, adding yet another clanging sound to the cacophony. The wild Pokémon had been driven away by the commotion, making encounters with them exceedingly rare, which provided a sense of safety for Shurchun. Eevee was training, while Oddish provided healing. Shurchun felt a profound sense of solitude, devoid of any accompanying Pokémon. Suddenly, a shaky voice from a nearby uncle exclaimed, I found it. He cradled a moonstone with trembling hands. What incredible luck! Shurchun wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a pang of envy. Oh no, my moonstone! The uncle cried out in despair. Where could it have gone? Shurchun watched as the man's figure receded, sensing that something was amiss. It must be the curse of Moonlit Mountain, he thought, realizing that the reckless mining of its treasures had invoked the wrath of the mountain deity. The uncle, stricken with panic, scanned his surroundings, noting that only a small boy stood nearby. Did you see it? My moonstone just vanished. I must be cursed, he insisted, fear evident in his eyes. Come on, uncle, let's not speak of such supernatural matters in the Pokémon world, Shurchun replied nonchalantly. Indeed, you are cursed. Shurchun nodded gravely, playing along. The mountain deity's lament, the thief's fate. You shall bear the painful mark of misfortune, affecting both you and those around you. The uncle shivered, glancing up only to find that the boy had vanished, leaving behind a haunting message. To break the curse, one must clear the debris surrounding the area and restore Moonlit Mountain to its former glory. Turning back, he was met with a thick, rolling fog, an ominous sight. The uncle trembled, muttering, It truly is. The mountain deity determined, he resolved to dissuade the nearby miners, scrambling to warn them of the impending curse. Shurchun extinguished his incense, feeling somewhat childish for his efforts. Yet if this Vet could protect Moonlit Mountain, even for a fleeting moment, it was worthwhile. He hoped the uncle would embellish the tale, lending it weight and urgency. Suddenly, he turned to see two adorable Clefairy perched on a nearby rock pile. How charming! He exclaimed, elated by their presence. Hello, little ones. The affection in his eyes was unmistakable, as he marveled at the sheer cuteness of these Pokémon. As the two Clefairy exchanged glances, they approached Shurchun, who delightedly produced two sweet candies from his backpack. The sugary aroma wafted in the air, causing the Clefairy to salivate. Yes, go ahead and enjoy, he encouraged. The Clefairy, drawn to the delectable treats, approached eagerly. Shurchun seized the moment to stroke their soft, plush fur, reveling in the silky texture. What joy it would be to cuddle with a Clefairy as a pillow at night, he mused, though he feared that such thoughts might lead him to inadvertently capture one. The Clefairy, living in harmony within their own community on Moonlit Mountain, thrived together, embodying true happiness. One of the Clefairy beckoned him to follow, and Shurchun curiously trailed behind as they ventured through a labyrinth of caves, the diminutive creatures navigating effortlessly while he struggled to keep pace. Eventually, they arrived at Clefairy Plaza, where a colossal moonstone rested in the center, surrounded by smaller moonstones. The energy emanating from the smaller stones indicated their exceptional quality. The larger stone, however, was priceless, its beauty best appreciated under the night sky. The two Clefairy introduced Shurchun to their friends, and any prior hostility dissipated in an instant. From the depths of the cave emerged an elderly Clefable, its eyes shimmering with wisdom, as if it could see into Shurchun's very soul. Approaching him, the Clefable gestured for Shurchun to follow. Complying, he traversed several caves, encountering other Clefables, Clefairy, and even some young Clefa, who rarely ventured out. The deeper they went, the more he felt a potent energy surrounding him. They halted before a peculiar dark green stone, which radiated a toxic aura. The Clefable hesitated, reluctant to draw near. This irregularly shaped stone exuded a formidable poison, prompting the Clefable to release healing waves to mitigate its effects. Is this a toxic crystal? Chun pondered, donning gloves and approaching cautiously. Pixie, the Clefable urged, expressing concern. Worry not for me, Chun assured, intrigued by the crystalline structure resembling a beautiful gem. He surmised that grinding it down would be a laborious task. The terrain bore the marks of ancient history, and the toxic crystal was as thick as his thigh, with the noxious fumes lingering close by. Sometimes mild and other times deadly. He dabbed some of the crystal's powder onto his tongue, marveling at its beauty. However, the experience quickly turned sour as he coughed violently, blood spilling from his lips. The poison coursed through his veins, manifesting as dark spots on his skin, which began to decay. Having tried numerous remedies, he found this crystal's effects to be the most outrageous. Within moments, this toxic crystal is truly captivating. The ground is a chaotic blend of various powders, each possessing its own venom. Simply extracting them and consuming them repeatedly will one day enable one to conquer these toxins, for sometimes poison can also serve as medicine. Pishi. May I take this with me? Pishi nodded, eager for humans to carry it away. Encountering someone like Shichen is indeed a delightful fortune. Shichen placed the toxic crystal into her backpack, leaving behind some purifying water to cleanse the area. After eliminating the significant hazard, the Pippi family began to cheer exuberantly, inviting Shichen to join in their Pippi dance party. Witnessing the Pippi family preparing their treasured fruit for the occasion warmed Shichen's heart. Pishi, might I propose a trade? Pai? I shall offer you this fruit in exchange for a piece of moonstone. Pushi, I wish to gift it to you. Pishi selected the finest moonstone and handed it to Shichen. With a smile, Shichen accepted it, expressing her gratitude. Subsequently, she left behind several tons of fruit, nearly causing Pishi to drop her jaw in astonishment. Is human technology truly this advanced? Can space accommodate such vast quantities? The banquet was filled with jubilant song and dance. The Pippi family leaped and twirled, drawing Shichen into their midst for a shy dance. As night fell, the most beautiful moment unfolded. The round moon in the sky felt within reach, and the moonstone radiated a gentle lunar glow. Shichen instructed Eevee to cease its training and join in the festivities, allowing the walking grass to relish the beauty of the night. The walking grass, too, did not refuse. Such a night was undeniably enchanting. Chapter 18. The dual evolution of Eevee and the Pippi family. Pikachu solemnly conducted a ceremony, mindful that a human friend of Pippi was present, aiming to showcase Pippi's charm. The enchanting melodies sung by Pippi resonated with an air of mystery, lifting spirits as if one were dreaming upon the moon, gazing at the earth from the lunar surface. One might ponder if these celestial visitors shared the same sentiments. The joyful movements of the walking grass swayed gracefully, seemingly reveling in the tranquility of the night. Without the sun, the darkness felt less daunting. Perhaps it was the comforting presence of Shichen that fostered such serenity. Having saved its life twice, rescuing it from the depths of despair and providing a warm abode, Shichen's significance was immeasurable. The admiration for Shichen was profound. Shichen inhaled the scent of the walking grass's leaves, noting their freshness devoid of any foul odor, revealing that its concerns were unfounded. The roots were robust, the leaves lush, and a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, signifying excellent health. Most notably, the walking grass had gained considerable weight, making it impossible to carry. Thus, Shichen could only sit beside it, noting that its size was not vastly different from that of the walking grass family, although the weight disparity was significant. Go on, let us celebrate for our sake, Pikachu exclaimed, emphasizing the fortuitous occasion. How could we not revel in this joyous evolution ceremony? The walking grass, encouraged by Shichen, joined in Pippi's dance. Eevee, what are you pondering? Shichen observed Eevee, seemingly entranced by the moonstone atop Pippi. This was unusual for Eevee, especially after enduring extensive training in grass-type moves, alongside fruitful endeavors in water and fire training. While progress in electric moves remained sluggish, likely due to Shichen's lack of time to concoct potions. As the training intensified, Eevee found itself battling rock Pokémon daily to hone its skills. I wonder if I could stealthily procure that colossal moonstone. Came a whimsical thought from Eevee. You would fit right in with Team Rocket, but surely, you're jesting. Eevee gazed longingly at the moonstone, yearning for the moon's power. Observing Eevee converse with Pippi, it became apparent that Pippi welcomed Eevee's presence. Shichen had provided ample sustenance for the Pippi family, alleviating the toxic crystals in their cave, for which Pippi expressed profound gratitude. As Pippi sang ancient songs, Shichen hummed along, reveling in this rich cultural heritage. It was unfortunate that no camera was available in the vast expanse of Gray City. Not a single shop could be found selling one, leaving Shichen with money to spare but nowhere to spend it. The two Pippi, who had guided Shichen, invited him to continue dancing, misinterpreting his pause as disinterest. "Oh no, I'm simply exhausted and need a moment's respite." Following Pippi's rhythmic swaying is quite embarrassing. The two Pippi, fervently urging Shichen, tugged him to dance once more. "All right then." Shichen chuckled resignedly, rising to join Pippi in their lively dance. Moonlight cascaded down, enveloping the Pippi square in an enchanting glow. Initially hesitant, Shichen gradually loosened up, integrating into the collective joy of song and dance. As Eevee lounged with its tail swaying gently, it surveyed Shichen's delight, realizing just how much they had grown together. A considerate trainer, a gentle companion, the best partner, Eevee smiled, basking in happiness. As Pippi's rhythm quickened, so did the pace of their dance, and Shichen felt an inexplicable surge of energy rather than fatigue. The walking grass, too, reveled in the moonlight's embrace, as an aura of fairy-like power enveloped the surroundings. Just then, the moonstones held by the Pippi glimmered brilliantly, with several jumping Pippi evolving into Pixie, all while the others remained blissfully joyful. This was indeed a ceremonial blessing, and as the light of evolution intensified, Shichen felt a deep sense of goodwill for the evolving Pippi. Pixie glanced at Eevee, noting a flickering light upon it, as if it were enduring a struggle. At last, the gentle moonlight from the moonstone bathed the cave, and the evolutionary light surrounding Eevee grew ever stronger. Enveloped in this light, Eevee began to transform into a different Pokémon, Moonlight Eevee. Its fur was black, its eyes a striking red, and golden ring-like patterns adorned its body. Bathed in moonlight, the circular patterns faintly glimmered, and Moonlight Eevee felt an immense surge of power within. In an instant, it turned to its trainer, who was joyfully dancing. Moonlight Eevee closed its eyes, reflecting, "Our goal is not merely this, it is everything. I, Eevee, cannot afford to surrender. I wish to evolve into Water Eevee, to explore the depths of the ocean with Shichen, to witness the vibrant underwater world together. I desire to become Fire Eevee, to lead Shichen to the volcano, where he would surely find the stones he adores. I aspire to be Thunder Eevee, showcasing my might to Shichen. I dream of becoming Fairy Eevee, sharing our love for all things cute. Thank you, Shichen, for allowing me to experience such wonders, but I cannot confine myself to merely Moonlight Eevee. I refuse. I shall transform into the most unique Eevee in existence. Nothing can impede me." With a fierce determination, Moonlight Eevee opened its eyes, radiating a powerful aura that nearly interrupted the evolution ceremony. Why does it seem that this evolution does not bring happiness? At that moment, Moonlight Eevee struggled, sensing instability within its genes. "Eevee, your species can evolve in diverse forms, stemming from the instability within your genes. I cannot pinpoint the source of this instability, but you should embrace the sensations of the evolution stones, electric, fire, and water before you. Remember this feeling. It signifies your potential for diversity. The potions I prepared were designed to maintain this genetic disarray within you. You must learn to control it on your own. I have faith in you, Eevee. You can achieve it. Pokémon possess boundless potential." Eevee remembered Shichen's words. "I am an Eevee of infinite possibilities. There is nothing I cannot accomplish." With a cry of agony, Eevee resolved, "I will not let my training go to waste. I must become the strongest Eevee." As the dance of evolution reached its zenith, the Pippi's celebration remained undeterred. The songs crescendoed, yet Shichen felt a peculiar tension. Glancing towards Eevee, he thought, "Eevee, it is all right. Evolve into Moonlight Eevee if need be. If this journey brings you pain, then perhaps it is best to cease." With a determined shout, Moonlight Eevee embraced the light of evolution once more, transforming into a brown Eevee. Shaking its head, it gazed at Shichen with overwhelming pride. "I did it," it exclaimed, leaping into Shichin's arms, joy enveloping them both. The newfound weight of EV signified a surge of power within, and Shichin gradually became attuned to the source of a Pokémon and Appo's strength, his perception sharpening. This transformation must be linked to the potions from Rock. He produced 2 vials of potions for EV to consume, checking for any adverse effects, relieved to find none. Ibrahim, your efforts have been commendable. You are truly remarkable. Lowering my head to gently touch foreheads with Ibrahim, I often ponder whether my thoughts might inadvertently cause him distress. Yet, Ibrahim always reassures me that it is of no consequence. He relishes what I cherish. I comprehend your intentions, for all your actions are for your own benefit. You brave the trials, concocting various nutrients, enduring discomfort, all in pursuit of making Ibrahim stronger, correct? I understand your heart, dear Ibrahim. A fleeting glimmer sparkles in Shirchan's eyes. In this moment, a profound connection with Ibrahim emerges. Ibrahim feels it too, Shirchan's heart. Is this the bond shared between a Pokémon and its trainer? A mutual journey of growth and understanding. As the Pippi Festival draws to a close, this evening's festivities come to an end. Several Pippi have evolved into Pikachu, filling the square with a magical aura of blessings. Leading the Pikachu, although unsure of the events unfolding, commands all Pikachu and Pippi to cast lucky spells, while those unversed in such magic are instructed to offer assistance. Shirchan and Ibrahim are enveloped in a tapestry of enchanting blessings. The radiance of Ibrahim's evolution intensifies, reaching its zenith. Then, a pink creature emerges, Pixie Ibrahim. The form of Pixie Ibrahim is predominantly white, adorned with pink accents on its ears, tail, and the lower halves of its legs, while its inner ears shimmer in blue. Its eyes are a delicate shade of blue. Each of its ears and neck is graced with a bow, adorned with ribbons that transition from pink to deep blue, then light blue at their tips. The exquisite Pixie Ibrahim has made its appearance, much to the delight of the Pippi family, who cheer in jubilation. Using the ribbons from its neck, Pixie Ibrahim entwines Shirchan's wrist, its enchanting voice filled with reliance. Ah, Pixie Ibrahim. Tears well up in Shirchan's eyes, overwhelmed by its adorableness. You truly did it. This is remarkable. Embracing Pixie Ibrahim, Shirchan is filled with indescribable joy. This is the pride of a nurturer, the ability to raise exceptional Pokémon. With the blessings of the Pippi family, Ibrahim expresses gratitude for their unwavering support, acknowledging that their efforts have not been in vain. However, it is not long before Pixie Ibrahim reverts back to Ibrahim. Do not worry, I am merely learning to control. The puzzled Pikachu wonders why Ibrahim has transformed back. Thank you all for your concern. Ibrahim is perfectly fine. You are witnesses to the birth of the strongest Ibrahim. I say cheerfully to the Pikachu, before checking on Ibrahim's condition. Ibrahim, fatigued, drifts into slumber. Shirchan understands Ibrahim's sentiments, just as Ibrahim can sense Shirchan's. This is the power of their bond. While Ibrahim appears physically sound, the energies within are somewhat chaotic, undergoing a process of self-regulation. The evolution into Moon and Pixie Pokémon, along with the remaining 6 forms, presents significant challenges. The tip of Ibrahim's tail now bears a hint of black golden fur and a strand of pink, giving it a unique flair. Everything is well. The walking grass rejoices for Ibrahim's well-being. To express gratitude to the Pippi family, Shirchan distributes a portion of the berries cultivated over the years, ensuring the Pippi family has ample sustenance for a considerable time. The following morning, bidding farewell to the entire Pippi family, Shirchan embarks on a new journey. Chapter 19. The candy vendor of Hualan City, renowned for its aquatic Pokémon, is a place of wonder. Why take a flight from Deep Gray City instead of walking? Truth be told, the distance is quite daunting. A leisurely stroll would take several days, and I fear I might miss the lecture at the Pokémon Nurse Academy. Indeed, dear family, it is no surprise that Shirchan finds herself wandering the streets alone once again, observing others blissfully walking alongside their Pokémon. A pang of envy surges within her, a bittersweet lemony feeling. Her own EV is tirelessly training, awakening with the sole intention of exercising. I mean, must we really strive so hard? There is no necessity to participate in the Alliance tournament. With determination, she heads straight for the Hualan Gym, this time opting to battle with her Oddish. She has instilled in it the courage not to fear combat. Unbeknownst to her, Oddish has made remarkable progress. Its weight and size now significantly greater than that of its kin, despite a lack of formal training. The Scarecrow, too, has developed an unexpected vitality, often engaging in playful standoffs with Oddish, swaying joyfully in the breeze. There is a sense that Oddish is destined to become a giant, evolving into a beautiful flower in no time. But who knows? Upon entering the city's landmark, the Hualan Gym, she is greeted with, "Hello, please purchase a ticket." "Excuse me, I believe there's a misunderstanding. I am here for a battle, not a performance." "What is there to watch in a performance?" Our gym leader will be performing shortly," the ticket vendor replies with an awkward smile. "So, you mean to say that after buying a ticket, I must wait for your leader to finish performing before I can battle? What kind of rule is that?" "Yes. How much is it?" 1,000 alliance coins. "Why don't you go rob a bank?" Chun suppresses the urge to roar in frustration, opting instead to pay up. Without a lucky break, she knows she cannot succeed as either a breeder or trainer. Strictly speaking, she remains a trainer, having yet to take the breeder's exam. Without the exam, one cannot claim the title of breeder. And as for that exam, who would bother? It's a nightmare, with medical students facing an overwhelming number of tests. Coming into the Pokémon world, there's no respite, yet they expect me to take exams? The audience is predominantly male, all blushing with excitement. "Thank you for your patience. Please enjoy our beautiful performance." A wave of applause and joy erupts, while Chun feels utterly out of place. As she watches the three sisters showcase their aquatic talents, her thoughts diverge. Do they not find it uncomfortable to be submerged for so long, living by the water? With such humidity, they suffer from rheumatism? They may not feel it now, but as they age, they will surely endure the consequences. Well, at least her observations differ from those around her. Watching them is less appealing than admiring the adorable sea lions. They are simply delightful. An hour passes, and the sea lions exit the stage. Chun's expression darkens. Such charming Pokémon. Why must the show end? I spent 1,000 alliance coins. To be forced to watch 3 women in bikinis twist and turn is such a waste. The more she thinks about it, the angrier she becomes. If someone were to pay me to watch, I would refuse. All she can do is pull out her breeding materials and wait in silence. Time elapses, and she finds herself unable to focus on the performances. Her mind is solely on her studies. Today's performance concludes here. Until next time. At this, Chun rises. "Wait, I wish to challenge the gym." "Eh?" The three sisters exchange glances, looking rather uncomfortable. But our Pokémon have performed for so long. They are quite tired. Peony speaks up. "Trainer, how about we simply give you a badge?" Indeed, Hualan City is meant for relaxation and enjoyment. There is no need for such serious battles. Sakura nods in agreement. Iris expresses concern, fearing they may encounter yet another stubborn trainer, full of zeal, who will chatter endlessly instead of battling. "All right, hand it over, thank you. If you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have had to wait so long. Why not just mention it sooner?" "Fantastic." Peony sighs, relieved that he is not a difficult trainer. Sakura hurriedly retrieves the badge. "Here is your blue badge. It resembles Rock's droplet." "Thank you. Although no Pokeball was gifted, it matters little. Is this your first time in Hualan City? Would you like me to recommend some enjoyable places?" Sakura offers cheerfully. "Enjoyable places?" For Chun, enjoyable places would be, aside from the Pokemon Hospital, are there notable breeders skilled in concocting potions? Well, Sakura ponders, biting her lip. There's one. The Powder Uncle. You can easily find his home. He is quite famous here. He can create various potions using berry powders. I'm sure you'll love it. Wow. I would certainly enjoy that. No need to think twice. There's also an older gentleman at the northwest corner of the city who makes delightful candies using various berries and herbs. However, he no longer wishes to create those Pokémon candies. He only sells the ordinary kind now. Thank you. With her bag slung over her shoulder, she hastily departs. This place is dreadfully dull. First, she will check into a hot spring hotel for the night, notifying Evie to take a break from training. Then, she will indulge in a solitary meal of Chinese cuisine. After Oddish has eaten its golden muck, she passes by a passerby who mentions the best bicycle shop in Hualan City. Truth be told, she does wish to purchase a bicycle for occasional transportation. The selection is limited. How much is this bicycle? Though the styles are few, it is quite attractive, of superior quality compared to the second-hand one she had previously purchased. This one costs 1 million alliance coins. Good night. Chun waves goodbye. I have the 11 bus to catch. Who needs a bicycle? In the northwest direction. The locals are eager to share directions to the candy shop. The shop is not as lavish as she imagined, but possesses a cozy charm, reminiscent of home, with both a front and backyard. Pushing open the door, she is greeted by the gentle chime of wind chimes. Hello, uncle. Hello. What would you like to buy? The uncle is warm and welcoming, exuding kindness. I am Chun. I heard from the Hualan Gym that you used to sell Pokémon candies made from berries and herbs. I am quite interested. So I have come to learn from you. To her surprise, upon hearing her words, the uncle's demeanor shifts dramatically. You must have misunderstood. I no longer touch those candies. If you wish to learn or buy, there is nothing here for you. Go elsewhere. Chun remains unperturbed. I came specifically to learn. I know you no longer make them, but can you not teach? Did a Pokémon have an issue? She tentatively probes, following the usual line of questioning. So what if it did? You must understand that I will never make those things again. The uncle's voice rises, revealing his buried emotions. May I see the problem? I might have a solution. If there is any benefit, I can help you. You. The uncle shakes his head, sighing. Not even the Pokémon hospital could help. How could you? There must be a glimmer of hope, right? If I can assist. Will you share your knowledge of crafting Pokémon candies? Chun shrugs. Then follow me. The uncle closes the door and leads Chun to the backyard. Chapter 20. The special case of little Rattata bringing Shichen to a small room at the side. The iron cage resembled a cell from a nefarious organization. For a fleeting moment, I entertained the notion that this seemingly honest uncle might be planning to abduct me. I refrained from entering, opting instead to observe through the window. Inside the room was a little Rattata. Its limbs appeared uncoordinated. Its plump body suggested it had been well nurtured, yet its limbs were abnormal, incongruent with its physique. And its head, small. Such abnormal development could very well stem from the uncle's actions. Merely judging by its appearance, I concluded that the little Rattata was not normal. Indeed, it was the candies I made that harmed it. Shichen shook his head, asserting that this was unlikely. Such a condition had never been documented in literature. Perhaps it was yet another special case. One evening, amidst torrential rain, I stumbled upon this newly hatched Rattata by the roadside, alone and without kin. Feeling pity for it, I decided to bring it home. Little Rattata was gentle and endearing. Shichen expressed his disapproval, claiming the Rattata was not adorable, but rather a large rat. The appearance of the rat Pokémon had been sullied by it. It delighted in the Pokémon candies I crafted. I thought to myself, is that not perfectly normal? The Pokémon candies in my family had been passed down for 13 generations. Oh, it seems these Pokémon candies have a rich lineage. In our family's lore, there exists a record of a mysterious candy. What purpose does it serve? I have never heard of it. It is said that upon consuming it, Pokémon can acquire mysterious powers. Our family history states that these candies are exceedingly difficult to make, requiring considerable time and complex ingredients. It was only in my generation that many of the Pokémon candies were successfully replicated. Alas, it was also under my care that the family reputation was severely damaged. Shichen pondered whether this was truly a matter of the mysterious candy. The family legacy had been utterly tarnished, and the uncle wept, covering his face. There is no need for such despair. At least the little Rattata is still alive. You ought to speak more, if you can. Do you possess the mysterious candy? Show it to me. The uncle gazed at a tree in the yard. Alas, I buried it. He retrieved a shovel to dig it up, occasionally glancing at Shichen, suspecting whether he truly possessed the ability. I am a doctor, not a villain. The rusty box appeared as though it had been buried for several years. Upon opening it, a neatly wrapped black candy was revealed. Shichen crouched down to sniff it. It was incredibly sweet, imbued with a medicinal aroma, fruity scents, and an indiscernible fragrance, all while still wrapped. And then, give it to me. Shichen shook his head, bewildered by the uncle's daze. He picked up the candy, unwrapped it, and found it intact despite having been buried. It was indeed a mysterious candy. It smelled harmless, devoid of poison. Of course, how could our family's candies be toxic? Shichen promptly popped it into his mouth, only to feel a wave of sensations: sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, fishy, and foul. His face turned green. However, in an instant, the candy's flavor transformed into something he relished. The earlier discomfort seemed to vanish without a trace. "You, how could you eat that?" The uncle panicked, shaking Shichen vigorously. "Spit it out. You cannot eat this." Yet Shichen continued to savor it, finding the uncle's shaking quite uncomfortable. Stop, stop. I'm fine," he frowned, contemplating how he could so swiftly forget the candy's initial taste. What had it tasted like before? Now it felt as though he had lost his sense of taste entirely. "This candy is for Pokémon. Humans cannot consume it. It is said to bring curses. That is how our family's records have always stated. Can you blame me? I have already swallowed it." Shichen opened his mouth, revealing it was empty. It's over. I've harmed someone." The uncle wept anew, covering his face. "Do not fret. In reality, the candy remains on your tongue." His sense of taste returned, his mouth ablaze, yet soon became moist and slightly numb. Subsequently, his heart convulsed. His head spun. His blood felt as though it were boiling, and Shichen could no longer endure it, collapsing to the ground. His eyes glazed over, the green irises shimmering with an otherworldly light, yet Shichen remained oblivious. This time, his eyes truly turned green, markedly different from the previous toxic transformation, now imbued with a hint of mysterious power. "Oh dear, my head aches and spins. It is not the candy's fault. Pokémon can consume it, but humans truly cannot. The urge to vomit intensifies, an overwhelming discomfort engulfs me, akin to the desire to strike a bull. I must quickly take medicine," he thought. After consuming it, the discomfort persisted, yet it was significantly alleviated. "I am alive," exclaimed the uncle. This time, Shichen felt exceedingly weak, more so than after ingesting poison crystals. Lying on his back, gazing at the sky, he pondered the bizarre turn of events. Would there be after effects from the medicine he had taken? Ever since he began testing medicines, his health had deteriorated, yet his sensitivity to the energy within certain Pokémon had greatly increased. "What? You are not dead?" "Indeed, I am alive, much to your disappointment. Our family records state that humans who consume it do not survive beyond an hour, and they die in a particularly ghastly manner. Only Pokémon can consume it and gain immense and mysterious powers." Shichen's curiosity about this candy intensified. He turned his head sideways, lying on the ground. The candy is harmless. Shichen concluded that it was perfectly safe for Pokémon, but deadly for humans. However, the candy itself is not the issue. Your little Rattata's problem does not originate from it. Shichen felt discomfort in his mouth. Retrieving a skewer of candied hawthorn from his backpack, chewing it for relief. "But why? I have not given it anything else." The uncle was perplexed. "It has likely consumed too much candy from a young age." Shichen calmly explained while chewing. "What happens if one eats too much candy?" The uncle momentarily pondered. "You are insane. I suspect your little Rattata is prone to fits of rage, exhibiting aggressive behavior. If you do not feed it candy, it will become irate. Yet after consuming candy, it becomes far gentler." "Insane?" "Oh, ever since it consumed the mysterious candy." "Indeed, that is precisely the issue. It is not the power of the mysterious candy. It merely serves as a catalyst. Your little Rattata cannot harness the power of the mysterious candy because it has always had underlying issues, rendering it incapable of managing its condition, thereby exacerbating its ailment." The uncle was bewildered. "How did you connect little Rattata with mental illness? Can Pokémon also suffer from mental issues?" Shichen sighed, finally regaining some composure. He did not wish to tell the uncle that it was his fault. What does little Rattata adore the most? From its youth, it has always loved candy. Does it prefer human candy or Pokémon candy? Pokémon, as I have only ever made candy specifically for Pokémon." The uncle covered his face. "Do not tell me that consuming too much candy is the problem. I have never heard of such a thing. Your candy is indeed useful. I can only commend it once. It is of high quality. If the candy were ineffective, little Rattata would not have encountered any issues. Little Rattata is, after all, a rat. Is it not normal for it to love candy? If you do not provide it, it will resort to stealing, Feeding it Pokémon-specific candy from a young age has led to a psychological dependence on sugar. When deprived of sugar, significant problems arise. The mysterious candy has merely intensified little Rattata and Appo's condition, making its symptoms more pronounced. Some may argue that honeybees also consume honey daily, but can they be compared? Purely natural versus artificially processed, medicinal properties are an entirely different matter. Candy is akin to a drug. Excessive quantities can foster dependence in the brain. Little Rattata has been consuming it since childhood. How could it not encounter issues? Of course, there are no documented cases of Pokémon sugar addiction. But based on Shichin's personal judgment, that is precisely the case. Uncle, let me tell you this. Humans require sugar, and Pokémon do as well, as long as it meets their bodily needs. Excess is detrimental, and too little is equally harmful. The elderly man nodded attentively. For the speaker's words were indeed distinct from those of others, having personally survived the trials of the concoction. What reason could there be not to listen? Pokémon candy serves two purposes: to create flavors that Pokémon adore and to blend in certain medicinal properties, rendering it both delectable and beneficial for nurturing. The former is acceptable, while the latter possesses formidable potency. Overindulgence leads to dependency. The sweet substance ceases to be mere candy and transforms into a toxin. Your little Rattata has succumbed to this venomous dependency. The elderly man swallowed hard, utterly bewildered by the implications. Chapter 21. Curing Little Rattata with Poison. What should I do? The uncle does not wish to bear the burden of causing a Pokémon's demise due to his own mistakes. What to do? What to do? How would I know? Perhaps an injection. Shichin anxiously tugged at his hair. The usual methods simply would not suffice. How does one cure an addiction? Even if the memory is lost, the body will still crave it. Hence, Shichin contemplated trying an injection, but not just any injection. He aimed to transform little Rattata's affection for sugar into revulsion, to the point where merely smelling it would induce nausea. The needles, oh, how should I proceed? To the Pokémon Center, I must borrow a thicker needle and a finer one too. This is the only method I can conceive of. Whether it will succeed remains uncertain, but I shall attempt it for now. All right, wait for me. The uncle hurriedly departed. Alas, is there truly a meaningful remedy? It resembles a rehabilitation center, where individuals are confined for years and upon release, they are merely observed to see if they partake again. The nature is different. It is difficult for humans to overcome addiction, yet this is the Pokémon world, filled with infinite possibilities. Thus, what must truly be done is to administer poison to little Rattata. It can return to normal, but the creature's life will forever be altered. Poison it to induce amnesia, to distort its sense of taste, to disrupt its hormonal balance. Rather than healing, it would be more accurate to say it is poisoning. Commencing the preparation of the poison, Shichin, well-versed in concocting toxins, combined it with the potent crystal from before, ready to see the results of his endeavor. Before long, a woman, swift as the wind, burst in. I'm here. Shichin turned, only to find Miss Joy. Miss Joy of Deep Gray City, what brings you here? Haraha. I am not the Joy of Deep Gray City. She is my sister. I am Joy from Hualan City. That's just deceitful. You both look identical. My sister called me earlier, mentioning a breeder named Shichin who cured anorexia. I overheard, Uncle. Oh, you say you wish to heal this little Rattata, and I was curious to see for myself. To my surprise, it truly is you. Accompanying her was a pink creature, a Chansey. Are you not concerned about the Pokémon Center? What of it? The Pokémon Center is not solely my responsibility, as long as someone is there to manage it. All is well. Miss Joy seemed wholly unconcerned. Shichin continued grinding the poison. Little Rattata is quite pitiful. Chansey has attempted to heal it numerous times to no avail. What could be the reason? Chansey felt a sense of guilt for its inability to heal. My assessment is that it is poisoned. Shichin paused, feeling there was nothing he could not express in front of Joy. Poisoned? What kind of poison? Does Chansey's healing wave have no effect? Joy's curiosity was piqued. Sugar poisoning. Can one even be poisoned by sugar? Both Joy and Chansey appeared perplexed. Where's the uncle? Let him explain. He runs too slowly. I am seeking assistance. Indeed. I can assist. It is quite challenging to manage this alone, and with Miss Joy's help, it would be splendid. Speak. I am more than willing to help. First, Please administer deep hypnosis to little Rattata. Chansey. Joy nodded. Joy handed Shir-chan a pair of headphones. As Chansey began to sing a lullaby, the uncle arrived. Shir-chan, you collapsed. Ah, it's fine. We are all within this establishment. Joy focused on the task at hand, prioritizing healing. What should we do next? Did you bring the needles? Yes, an assortment of needles. Joy opened her box, revealing various syringes for administering liquids. Remove all the needles and sterilize them. I need them. Oh. Joy did not comprehend, but she followed the lead of the attending physician, collaborating with Chansey. What concoction are you preparing? Poison, for little Rattata's sugar addiction has severely impacted its brain and physical development. Its unusual growth is also a consequence of this dependency. Joy, upon hearing the use of poison, felt an urge to scold Shir-chan. Yet, what grounds would she have? She and Chansey had both visited many times, and healing had not been achieved. Each time, little Rattata exhibited aggression, attacking anyone who approached. It was truly unfortunate. What will happen to it after you administer the poison? Little Rattata can only combat poison with poison. It is not feasible to convert it into a human. This is a Pokémon healing method. Destroy its sense of taste, instill aversion to sugar, and alter its sense of smell. There is a notion you may not grasp. Poisoning will prevent it from maintaining hormonal balance. Restoration is possible, yet little Rattata will exist in a perpetual state of childlike naivety. This is merely my conjecture. It has yet to be tested. Joy was silent for a moment, realizing that for little Rattata, this may indeed be the most viable solution. A healer's compassion sometimes leads to such drastic measures. Shir-chan's holy water is not a panacea. While it may restore physical health, the mental dependency remains unaddressed. Akin to psychological disorders, the aim is to utilize the body's aversion to achieve mental healing. If the body resists, the mind's desires are rendered futile. Coupled with the poison-inducing amnesia, it should facilitate healing. All right, please assist me in carrying it inside, Chansey. There were over 30 needles, more than sufficient. He picked up a few, feeling somewhat clumsy. Wear your mask. Done. Joy had no choice but to truly act as a nurse. Little Rattata, in its peculiar state of slumber, appeared far from adorable. What was previously mere observation now warranted a thorough examination. Its teeth were damaged. Please attend to that after it recovers. Certainly. Joy placed her fingers upon little Rattata's paws. Many Pokémon possess meridians akin to humans, which can be utilized to harness their energies. Joy and Chansey, however, could not comprehend this. Breathing irregularities, a strong dependency has developed. Little Rattata drooled even in sleep. Holding a herbalite, a wisp of smoke arose, not white but black, toxic in nature. You may inhale a little. I will provide you with the antidote shortly. Even wearing a mask will not entirely prevent inhalation of the toxic fumes. Shir-chan, accustomed to poisoning, chose not to wear one. Joy, Chansey. He ignited another needle with the herbal flame, preparing to insert it into little Rattata's body. The head, the limbs, all were pierced. Shir-chan was unaware of the specific acupoints for Pokémon, relying instead on his ability to sense the creature's internal energies. Moreover, he was uncertain if such acupoints even existed. These initial injections were merely experimental. He placed the prepared powder at little Rattata's nostrils, allowing it to inhale. Before long, blood streamed from its eyes, nose, and mouth. Joy, suppressing her instinct to react, observed for the first time the harsh reality of treating with poison. It was exceedingly cruel. Shir-chan felt little discomfort. Bleeding was a normal response. His hand rested upon little Rattata's abdomen, sensing it was still insufficient. He continued to poison it, encouraging further bleeding. Once he deemed it adequate, Chansey, assist me in prying open its mouth and extending its tongue. Chansey, this method of treatment seems excessively brutal. Chansey shook its head. I shall manage. Miss Joy, grave in her demeanor, recognized that choosing a method of treatment necessitated commitment. Using a support to keep its mouth open, Shir-chan extracted the tongue. He then pierced it thrice with the needle soaked in poison and administered a jab to the throat. Joy's hands trembled, after years of giving injections. She had never been taught to inject in such locations. It was a terrifying sight. Have you employed this method before? Never. This is my first time. Fainting. How could you do this on your first attempt? Joy could no longer restrain herself. Every endeavor has a first time. Methods are born from creativity and practice. Are they not? However, he spoke with such reason that Joy found herself at a loss for words. Soon, it was time to address the head. But she could not guarantee whether the poison would lead to immediate death or merely damage the nerves of the small Rattata. She proceeded with utmost caution, using a needle tainted with a trace of poison and swiftly inserting it into the creature's head. Joy felt a tingling sensation as the needle penetrated not just the skull, but also twisted within, an experience that felt more akin to torture than healing. The precariousness of the situation compelled her to retrieve a small vial of healing potion and inject it. Ah, indeed, all things must be tested. There are no innate methods. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. She produced the most toxic needle and plunged it into the Rattata's abdomen before removing the needles from its limbs. The toxin spread rapidly, and Joy was struck by the curious sight of the Rattata's bulk dissipating, replaced by an expulsion of repulsive substances. The nurse had never witnessed such grotesqueness and felt an urge to retch. The treatment was evidently effective. As the creature's body began to resemble that of a normal Rattata once more, the effects of the poison receding. This Pokémon, however, would never again be able to utilize its abilities. Joy fell into silence, pondering the implications of a mentally unstable Pokémon posing a threat to humans. Ultimately, capture seemed inevitable, and what kind of life could one expect post-capture? Fortunately, the uncle would care for it. Shur-chun had nothing to say. As a pet to the uncle, the Rattata no longer needed to be aggressive. It could simply live a life of contentment and innocence. Needles were removed and disinfected. Drink up. You've been poisoned. Why are you unscathed? Joy glanced into the mirror, noticing bruises blooming on her face. What kind of toxin was this? I'm fortunate. I'm accustomed to it. Shur-chun joined her in consuming the antidote. Surprisingly, the potion was quite effective, akin to drinking water, bringing a sense of relief. In an unexpected turn, both Joy and the Chansey passed gas. What kind of medicine is this? Gas expulsion and disinfection. Curse you. Joy blushed, wishing to strike him. Needles were pulled, and she continued to prepare the medicine, pouring it into her mouth. Is it safe to consume this much medicine? As long as I don't die, what nonsense is this? So dreadful. Once the treatment was complete, the uncle awoke, remaining silent as he quietly began to clean, his trembling hands betraying his fear and guilt towards the Rattata, a burden he had carried for far too long. Let us eat something. I'm hungry, Shur-chun remarked, patting his stomach. Go die? In such an environment, how could he utter such words? Joy felt her persona crumbling. All right then, let us have sushi. Chapter 22. Department of Difficult and Miscellaneous Illnesses. It was only after finishing dinner that little Rada regained consciousness. Shur-chun had already prepared all the formulas and placed them in her backpack, ready to return the next day to learn the art of candy making, including the most intriguing, mysterious candy. Miss Joy could barely contain her excitement as she conducted a thorough examination of little Rada. Did you not poison it? How does it show no signs of poisoning at all? It had a high fever earlier. It must have been cured, Shur-chun shrugged. I've read enough to know you're not fooling me. Regardless, it's your choice whether to believe Shur-chun, she replied. If it is indeed cured, I could write an academic paper on it. The Joy family would attest to that. Joy conducted her examination, and indeed, there were no issues. The symptoms aligned with what Shao-chun had described. After regaining consciousness, little Rada refused candy, becoming distressed merely at the scent. Even attempts to feed it would result in vomiting. It seemed to have an interest in sweets, yet could not consume them, as doing so caused discomfort. The only memory it retained was of the uncle, and its mental state resembled that of a child, never throwing tantrums and possessing an unusually gentle temperament. Writing papers. It's such a headache. Do you know how torturous it is for a medical student to hear about writing papers? Auntie, what good does that do? Writing papers. Of course it's useful. In the Alliance, academic papers earn you points. If you reach a certain threshold of recognition in the scholarly community, you could even become a doctor. Joy was perplexed by Shur-chun's apparent ignorance. Become a doctor. Only to wait until those dark organizations come to capture doctors for research. Imprisonment and enslavement, right? How many doctors end up in a good situation? Shur-chun pursed her lips. If there are no benefits, then there's no need to think about it. For instance, seeking help from the Alliance would be quite simple. As long as you have a need, the Alliance would certainly arrange for assistance. Applying for a laboratory would also be straightforward. If your research in medicine is recognized, the Alliance would provide you with a lab at no cost. Points can also be exchanged for various Pokémon items, such as moonstones. And if you need Pokémon, the Alliance can even help you capture and gift them to you. Once you obtain degree recognition, you would receive an annual bonus from the Alliance. The benefits are numerous. It sounded rather enticing. I'm merely a healer. Can someone researching medicine earn a doctoral position? Like Professor Okido? Shur-chun couldn't help but chuckle. After all, who wasn't a doctoral graduate? Of course, it's just that Professor Okido's research focus differs from yours. Every field has its own doctors. So, you should hurry and publish your paper. Once it's published, everyone will know. To become as well known as Professor Okido will take quite a long time. Is that so? I thought there was only one Professor Okido in the Kanto region. By the way, Miss Joy, could I ask you for a favor? What is it? Help me write a paper. I truly detest writing them. Shur-chun earnestly implored, her eyes brimming with sincerity. Why don't you ask me to help you with your meals instead? Joy's irritation flared. Haha, just joking. Writing papers is genuinely bothersome. All right, be quiet. Joy was exasperated. I wanted to ask something else. If my points reach a certain level, can I request a happy from the Joy family? Shur-chun felt she needed an assistant to avoid facing her patients alone. 2 Pokémon, one a training enthusiast, the other a sunbather. As a solitary individual, it was disheartening that even when seeking solace from a Pokémon, it required extensive coaxing. Far more difficult than imploring a deity. A happy as an assistant would be fine, though it's rather bald and not very attractive. Can it wear a wig? Happy. I sense you are pondering something inappropriate, something rather impolite. Well, there is nothing to be done. The Joy family's happy are currently quite scarce. Joy shook her head. Even with incense, breeding them was challenging. Why is that? It shouldn't be. Because the happy lineage is gentle and possesses healing abilities. They have been heavily hunted, making them rare in the wild. The current happy are predominantly with our Joy family. You might understand it as a monopoly, but Joy sighed, explaining that even within the so-called monopoly, members of the Joy family might not necessarily have access to a happy. In summary, it's difficult. Shur-chun understood that having a happy alongside the Joy family was optimal, hoping that in the coming years, their numbers would increase. What makes it so difficult? Joy furrowed her brow. Didn't I mention? Even with incense, it's challenging for happy to produce eggs. Then let us use Chansey instead. Chansey faces the same issue. It's a complicated matter. As a doctor, Shur-chun felt regret over this situation. Chansey and happy must be very happy to produce the best eggs. However, as nurses, we care for so many injured Pokémon daily. When they are healed, their joy is palpable. Yet, for those like little Rada, who cannot be healed, it's truly disheartening. Only with happiness can the best happy emerge. Indeed, that is quite true. Well then, I suppose I won't request a happy after all. It's somewhat regrettable. I'm not yet at that level to ask the Joy family for one. Choosing to be a breeder and a doctor. My relationship with the Joy family will surely not be poor, and I will have the opportunity to ask for a lovely happy assistant. A non-Joy family happy would not do. They lack the nurturing from the Happy Academy, and only those bred properly would be the best. And I have no plans to provide you with one. Joy rolled her eyes, bemused. How did you suddenly come up with the idea of getting a happy? It seems our happy is indeed too exceptional. You scoundrel. Happy belongs to me. All right. Once you're healed, I'll take my leave. I'm off to enjoy a hot spring. Very well, farewell. By the way, remember to go to school. There are still over 20 days. I know. I will not break my promise. She departed, feeling relieved now that little Rada was healed. Her work was done. Yet, why did curing such a perplexing ailment evoke a sense of joy and pride? It was indeed strange. It seemed that the medical profession was one she could not relinquish. While she possessed a bit of knowledge across various disciplines, she had yet to specialize in any one field. Arriving in the Pokémon world was her only opportunity to excel in the department of difficult and miscellaneous illnesses. Moreover, she longed to reform the medical system in this world. perhaps one day studying how Happiny and Chansey could produce excellent Happiny. First, she would work on ensuring the Joy family monopolized Happiny, allowing all Joy family members to be equipped with one, and only then could the outstanding nurses of ordinary families be considered. In the future, perhaps there would be more Pokémon centers, no longer solely staffed by Joy family members. The challenges of breeding eggs also belong to the domain of difficult and miscellaneous illnesses, didn't they? It was indeed a promising research direction. Hualon City was also a renowned hot spring destination. After a day of exhaustion, she finally laid down to relax. Evie was forcibly summoned to join her in the hot spring, and holding Evie in the warm water was pure bliss. Her Evie was the most adorable. Evie also relished this moment of relaxation, as they would not train that night. Tomorrow, they would sleep in together until awakened naturally. The walking grass refused to join them, as it was entranced by golden fertilizer. What benefits does golden fertilizer provide? Can it compare to a trainer? Rather than making a scarecrow, I prefer my walking grass to bring me a bucket of golden fertilizer daily. How absurd. Evie, are you tired? Not at all. Exercising to become stronger brings me joy. All right then, my Evie possesses divine talent. Let us not forget home. There's a poor little Shurchun waiting at home. While nurturing, the gym cannot be neglected either, to test our Pokémon's strength. Chapter 23. The enigmatic confection, the art of candy making is, in essence, quite simple. It hinges upon the dedication one invests in the craft. Uncle Oji began to share his wealth of experience. It is imperative, for instance, that a physician exercises utmost precision. A tremor in their hands while prescribing could lead to dire consequences, transforming patients into celestial beings, or Pokémon into divine entities. In the bygone days of our city, Hualon, sugar was a rare delicacy. Long ago, Pokémon were commonly referred to as beasts, and Hualon had no identity of its own. It was devoid of names, and few families dared to collaborate with these creatures. Our family, however, was an exception. The earliest records indicate that our family's first Pokémon was a Piku. Oh, how intriguing. I am quite fond of such ancient tales. Please, do share more. Sugar was a cherished delicacy within our tribe, and its production was entrusted to dedicated individuals, ours being one such family. Through sugar, we ensnared Piku, collaborating with our ancestors' tribe to venture into the forest and gather edible fruits, a challenging endeavor as these fruits possessed healing properties. Our family specialized in candy making, while another family focused on crafting medicinal fruit powders. I have heard of the Powder Uncle's family, am I correct? I intend to visit them once I complete my studies. How delightful. It appears the two families are well acquainted. Ha ha ha, you truly are eager to learn. Uncle Oji continued recounting amusing anecdotes from the past, his hands never ceasing in their confectionery endeavor. In those days, our ancestors harbored fears of Pokémon. Even Piku, deemed gentle, inspired trepidation. Yet, Piku became the guardian spirit of our tribe. Oh, how I long to laugh. Shurchun truly is a treasure, so amusing. The adorably naive electric mouse, Piku, emerged as our protector. With the aid of Pokémon, we were able to gather more fruits with minimal losses, a significant fortune for our tribe. One day, however, Piku grew weary of its routine and departed from our tribe. This event was unjustly blamed on our family, causing immense guilt among our ancestors. In response, they began utilizing fruits and herbs to create a unique Pokémon candy, bravely venturing into the forest in search of Pokémon. Ultimately, they encountered Rattata. Ha ha. Shurchun stifled laughter, genuinely sorry, exclaiming that she could not envision the scene Uncle described. It is quite amusing to consider. Well, it is quite normal. Upon reviewing our family records, I, too, cannot help but chuckle, yet I also perceive the helplessness and sorrow of our ancestors. The collaboration with the Rattata family was remarkably harmonious. Under the protection of Pokémon, our ancestors could locate more fruits, allowing our family to experiment with making candies that Pokémon would favor. We sought the best combinations. Our family gained formidable strength, and the tribe appointed our ancestors as chieftains, leading to better times for our people. The Rattata family also evolved into Raticate, frequently providing us with fruits to create more unique confections. Our tribe was not limited to just Rattata. We also had Psyduck and Oddish, among others. Over time, our tribe expanded, producing numerous candies favored by Pokémon. It became evident that with so many recipes, the Rattata family must have conducted extensive research in this domain. Thus, for decades, the tribe flourished. However, in that fateful year, a colossal Pokémon invaded our territory, mercilessly seizing our crops and ravaging our candies. Some empathetic Pokémon remained to defend us, while others departed without a care. We temporarily repelled the intruder, but it returned when our crops ripened and food was plentiful, leading to a depletion of our candy supplies and the departure of many Pokémon. The fear of such a life, besieged by powerful Pokémon, weighed heavily upon us. What follows is intricately linked with the mysterious candy. Oh, how fascinating. We have finally reached the crux of the matter. Uncle Oji, with a proud expression, recounted how every year, our tribe would transport grains to a distant place, a site where our ancestors once survived, to perform rituals, a steadfast tradition of our tribe. That time was marked by calamity, prompting us to cease our rituals. Pokémon relentlessly invaded our territory, leading to widespread starvation, illness, and death from attacks. The chieftain prayed daily for divine protection and sought aid from Pokémon, yet to no avail. The powerful Pokémon continued their onslaught. Desperate, the chieftain ventured to the sacrificial site, beseeching the protection of our ancestors. Each time, he crafted candies for offerings, as candies had become a bridge for communication with the divine within our tribe. How fantastical, to plead for protection through confections. With a portion of the tribe's grains, he crafted different candies daily, offering them to the deities and ancestors in hopes of salvaging the descendants from peril. Yet, his efforts yielded no results. The tribe remained under assault. We contemplated surrender, for the burden was insurmountable. The resources expended in candy making were too great to sustain. Suddenly, our ancestors received a mysterious directive to utilize pineapple, green orb fruit, black orb fruit, and various herbs and nectars, undergoing intricate procedures. During that period, Pokémon ceased their invasions, and the entire tribe rallied to gather the necessary materials. After much effort, they produced a black candy, its scent seemingly innocuous. However, when the chieftain's son, curious, consumed one, he fell ill for several days. Was it not said that such consumption would be fatal? No. Uncle Oji, with a mysterious glint in his eye, insisted that the time for revelation had not yet arrived. When our ancestors presented the candy at the sacrificial site once more, it acquired enigmatic powers. A tribe member consumed one and, within an hour, succumbed to death, leading the chieftain to realize that the candy was not meant for human consumption. Shirchun furrowed her brow, finding this at odds with science and logic. Upon examining the recipe for the mysterious candy, she recalled having consumed these ingredients before. While they exhibited toxicity, they posed no lethal threat. Though seemingly toxic, the combination neutralized the poison, and human consumption resulted in nothing more than prolonged discomfort. Akin to the chieftain's son, not permitted for human consumption. Not permitted for human consumption. There is something amiss with this chieftain, while it sounds implausible. Perhaps he indulged in one of the fruits used in the mysterious candy. Subsequently, under the influence of an enigmatic force, that entity became enraged, causing death upon human consumption. The chieftain, alarmed, decreed that such knowledge must not be passed down, forbidding its creation. Yet here, with Uncle Oji, it was surreptitiously crafted once more. This recipe, when produced, should enhance the powers of Pokémon for a time, though that remains uncertain. Ultimately, the final candy was given to Rattata, granting it formidable strength to repel the monstrous invader. This recipe was sealed away, never to be utilized unless faced with grave danger. However, I am different. I have successfully replicated it. And then, Uncle Oji suddenly lost his jovial demeanor, reminiscing about Rattata and wishing to experiment as our ancestors once did. It is not your fault. I understand. If Shirchun possessed such a recipe, curiosity would undoubtedly compel her to undertake similar actions. That candy, having been tested, was highly toxic, yet its true nature remained ambiguous, evoking an inexplicable sense of fatigue, particularly after consuming medication. Are you the recipient of the mysterious power bestowed by the priest? Indeed, Uncle Oji reflected momentarily. Chapter 24. The Learning of Candy. A meaningful dissertation. A few years ago, I was merely a small vendor selling Pokémon candy, leading a rather monotonous existence of daily sales. One day, I unearthed that old recipe, gathered the necessary ingredients, and after numerous attempts, I finally succeeded in crafting the mysterious candy, albeit only 3 pieces. I consumed the first one, and as the records foretold, it caused me considerable discomfort, stomach pains, nausea, and dizziness. It took me nearly half a month to recover. Truly a formidable endeavor. With the remaining 2 pieces in hand, I ventured to the primitive ruins behind the Huahuan Cave, the ancient site of ancestral worship, where I sought blessings as instructed. Oji furrowed his brow, recalling that he felt utterly dazed at that time, yet the invocation of mystical power had indeed succeeded. Shichen, looking perplexed, questioned, "Is that it? I expected something more extraordinary. How did you ascertain that the blessing was successful?" It was merely an inexplicable sensation, one that felt profoundly enigmatic. Oji could not articulate it further. Shichen was puzzled, finding the information rather perplexing. Could this mysterious power be linked to Pokémon? But which Pokémon could it be? Such thoughts left one feeling bewildered and confounded. Shortly thereafter, upon acquiring the mysterious candy, I encountered a newly born Rattata, and I felt an inexplicable connection. As I awaited the Rattata's maturity, I made the resolute decision to feed it one of the candies. The subsequent events are well known. Initially, it was the Rattata family that thrived and was steadfastly protected. In any case, you should refrain from attempting this mysterious candy, for Oji feared that Shichen's curiosity might lead him to try it. I wish to create it, Shichen insisted. I am eager to see what it is. Aside from Team Rocket, the Kanto region should be relatively safe. Very well. I shall assist you in crafting the mysterious candy, but it is no simple task. I have encountered numerous failures in the past, and some of the berry ingredients are quite precious. I then observed as Shichen retrieved all the necessary components from his backpack. You must have had this planned all along, haven't you? I remarked, a hint of exasperation in my voice. In truth, Shichen had not planned it. He merely happened to possess these materials. After all, I earned 20 million at the Shun Garden, not knowing what to purchase. I extravagantly spent 1 million on medicinal herbs. 1 million alliance currency worth of herbs is not particularly substantial. Some can cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. This realization made him feel impoverished, questioning how he could experiment with herbal concoctions if he lacked funds. I can assist you, but I will not accompany you to the sacrificial site again. That desolate ruin is terrifying. I have only heard stories from my grandparents about their solitary visit to such rites, and it has not occurred since. That is acceptable. The creation process requires time, does it not? Today, I will learn how to make candy with you, and simultaneously provide some rehabilitation for the Rattata. Tomorrow and the day after, I will visit the powder master to learn about his powder concoctions, and I will need your guidance and introductions. Certainly, I have a good rapport with him. Thus, we made a pleasant agreement. To create simple Pokémon candy, one must boil berries into a syrup, which then transforms into fruit sugar. It is crucial to select ripe fruits for a sweeter taste. Otherwise, the candy may turn bitter. Following this, one must boil the sugar and mold it. The techniques and craftsmanship involved are fundamental. Shichen quickly grasped the process. The blending of fruit sugars is considerably more intricate. As human palates differ from those of Pokémon, we may find certain flavors spicy, while they might deem them sweet. Hence, I provided Shichen with specific recipes for various kinds of candy suitable for different Pokémon types. Some berries cannot be boiled together, while others must be combined at precise moments. The complexities of these mixtures are troublesome. Any misstep could result in undesirable flavors, leading to Pokémon's disdain. Therefore, it is imperative that we taste test to memorize the nuances of flavor, ensuring that our creations remain consistent. Crafting mixed Pokémon candy often requires hundreds of berries, and it is not guaranteed that one can produce even 10 perfect candies. Next comes the crucial step of adjusting the fruit colors, which demands meticulous attention, and then our family's secret recipe, which is the most challenging aspect. The combination of berries and medicinal herbs can enhance a Pokémon's appetite, invigorating them and optimizing their ability to execute moves. Special candies are exceedingly expensive due to their high failure rates. Sometimes, an investment of hundreds of thousands may yield no perfect results. Even seasoned masters may face setbacks, as the ripeness of the fruits and herbs can significantly influence the outcome of these special candies. It is imperative to remember that mixed candies and medicinal candies are fraught with challenges. One must not miscalculate the dosages or inadvertently combine unrelated herbs, as such mixtures can become toxic. Shichen was entirely focused, not overlooking any detail. Initially, he believed that candy making was a straightforward process. Yet he soon realized that it encompassed numerous techniques and nuances. Such traditional skills have become exceedingly rare. Selling ordinary candies yields little profit, while custom orders often remain unsold and result in losses due to their complicated and labor-intensive processes. Without mass production, one can only produce a few pieces at a time, and the craftsmanship of seasoned artisans risks fading into obscurity. Of course, affluent families who do not lack resources may hire breeders, but they often lack professionalism. Despite the ubiquity of candy today, it was once a rare delicacy for our ancestors. This craft of mine is on the brink of extinction. My children have ventured forth to pursue their own careers, showing little interest in inheriting my artisanal skills. Shichen realized that the uncle's children were older than himself, with one of them taking the aunt out to play, leaving only the uncle to uphold the ancient traditions. Though Shichen felt he had grasped the basics, he understood that true mastery comes with practice. Thus, the uncle devoted an entire day to teaching him, and by the end, Shichen had a general understanding, knowing that further practice would suffice. That night, he continued working diligently to prepare the materials for the mysterious candy. Early the next morning, I first conducted an examination on the rattata, finding no issues. It had only recently been healed and was still somewhat dazed, often drifting off to sleep after meals. Uncle Oji, beaming with satisfaction, mused that this was quite sufficient. I vowed to protect the rattata for the remainder of its days, ensuring that my previous errors in nurturing, stemming from my amateur knowledge, would not cause suffering to an innocent Pokémon. I shall atone for my past mistakes. I will continue selling Pokémon candy, hoping that someone might find its allure and wish to learn from me, just as you have the legacy is innocent. In future sales, I intend to post promotional materials in my shop, utilizing my Rattata's experiences to advise trainers against excessive consumption of candy, lest they suffer as my Rattata has humans. 2. Should refrain from overindulging in candy. Reflecting on the past few days, I find myself contemplating the failures of my life. My family has passed down the art of Pokémon candy for generations, yet no one has recognized or acknowledged its potential dangers. Ultimately, we cannot compete with the youth of today. Shichen smiled, feeling no need to respond. Together, our combined ages are not youthful, yet we possess a youthful spirit. For learning is boundless, and we cherish our beloved Pokémon and a new, flourishing family. I consider myself fortunate. Healing a Pokémon is akin to healing oneself. Nurturing a Pokémon is no different from cultivating one's own abilities. The growth of Pokémon mirrors one's own development. To adore charming Pokémon cough, is it not a reflection of one's own enduring charm? Shichen, when will you write your dissertation? I shall inform every customer in my shop that it is your accomplishment. Do not underestimate the significance of your contributions. However, had it not been for the questions you posed, the names of the ailments you identified, and the treatment perspectives you shared, there may well be numerous Pokémon in the world, much like my little Rattata. Shichen pondered for a moment, expressing his disdain for writing papers. Yet, after hearing the elder's remarks, he realized that publishing a paper and gaining recognition is not merely a pursuit of fame and fortune, but rather an endeavor to raise awareness about the existence of such illnesses. It is crucial to inform trainers to remember that they must not ignore these issues. Bringing attention to such matters holds profound significance. Very well, I shall write and publish this once I attend nursing school. Shichen vowed, recognizing that there are undoubtedly many rare and difficult cases in the world, but what is lacking are those who are willing to boldly step forward to provide treatment. Therefore, I shall take this initiative to offer a glimmer of hope to those Pokémon who suffer in silence. Chapter 25. Learning Powder Pharmacy. Pursued by Beedrill, Uncle Powder and Uncle Oji lived not far apart. Much like his profession, his passion lay in rare fruits, particularly those of exceptional value. Thus, he brought a few uncommon fruits as well as several treasured specimens as a token of their meeting. Uncle Powder, being a discerning individual, recognized the sincerity behind the offerings. Of course, I have a keen interest in tree fruit powder pharmacy. How could I not bring something of quality while learning from you, dear uncle? Shichen replied with a light chuckle. Indeed, I heard your little Rada was healed by him? Uncle Oji expressed his admiration for Shichen, further piquing Uncle Powder's curiosity. Yes, Shichen is an exceptional breeder, Uncle Oji praised, which only deepened Uncle Powder's intrigue. With such prowess, why do you seek to learn from me in powder pharmacy? Uncle Powder queried, perplexed. There's nothing particularly extraordinary about it. The healing and restorative potions available on the market can all be crafted from tree fruit powder. It's nothing out of the ordinary, Uncle Powder mused. However, I lack a thorough understanding of the principles behind powder pharmacy. It would be beneficial to learn from you and broaden my horizons, Shichen explained. He enjoyed utilizing stone powder for pharmacy and also had a penchant for toxic concoctions. Uncle Powder possessed a wealth of knowledge that could spare Shichen from many pitfalls along his journey. Well, that's agreeable. I have no objections. I'm quite accommodating, Uncle Powder replied. Thus, Shichen embarked on a new learning journey. Indeed, as Uncle Powder had stated, crafting medicines from tree fruit powder was not difficult. As long as one mastered the methods, techniques, and recipes, the process became relatively straightforward. After all, the art had been passed down for several centuries and encompassed far more than just the commonly known remedies. Through a gradual process of learning, Uncle Powder reluctantly imparted some of his treasured skills, such as blending tree fruit powder with common herbs to create potions, as well as concocting various toxins that proved immensely beneficial to Shichen. During the day, he immersed himself in the study of pharmacy, while the evenings were spent at Uncle Oji's side, familiarizing himself with the art of candy making. 2 days passed in this manner. I truly find it difficult to describe you, Uncle Oji remarked, gazing at the 5 impeccable mysterious candies before him, beginning to question whether his decades of experience had been in vain. An amateur apprentice, within just a few days, had already produced the most challenging of mysterious candies. Uncle Oji's role had merely been to guide. Every step was executed flawlessly by Shichen. Shichen chuckled wryly. Did you think it was easy? It was merely coincidence. My precision with medicinal fruits was slightly better. The aroma alone reveals whether something has spoiled. One cannot afford to make a misstep, as even one error could result in poison. Not just slightly. I have failed numerous times, only to have you, a novice, surpass me in such a short span. Alas, it is indeed a challenge. Perhaps it's a grace period for newcomers? You possess remarkable talent. Do not be modest. Then I shall abandon my modesty. It seems rather simple. I cannot fathom why you struggle with such straightforward tasks. Perhaps I simply have yet to experience failure. Shichen replied with a hint of pride, eagerly anticipating the mysteries hidden within the candies. Perhaps you should maintain a bit more humility. Early the next day, he bid farewell to Uncle Oji. He had reaped substantial rewards in both Shinhui City and Hualan City. How wonderful it would have been to have had the opportunity to learn during his school days. However, during that time, his family was impoverished. Coming from a humble background made it quite challenging to pursue education. Shichen felt fortunate to have borrowed numerous materials from Dr. Damu, allowing him to self-study for several years. On his journey, he encountered many masters, for learning is an endless pursuit. The Hualan Caves attracted many adventurers, yet Shichen had little interest in exploration, as he had more pressing matters at hand. Waki grass, I implore you to protect me. Shichen laughed as he crouched down, stroking the jade-green leaves. The waki grass, nourished by the golden fertilizer, had grown robust and powerful. From a size that was merely 2/3 of the waki grass community, it had transformed into a magnificent specimen, now surpassing its kin in stature. While the average height of the community was 0.5 meters, his own waki grass had reached 0.8 meters, exhibiting significant growth. And its weight hinted at strength. Soon it would rival an EV. Shichen couldn't help but feel anxious for his EV, who toiled tirelessly each day, only to be overshadowed in growth by the waki grass nourished with golden fertilizer. The waki grass swayed its lush leaves, assuring Shichen, Leave the task of protecting you to me. Thank you. If you cannot lift me, then do not attempt to. One hand grasping the walkie grass leaves, the other holding the map drawn by Uncle Oji. The map of the ancestral ruins was where the mysterious powers had been bestowed. Daudu. The walkie grass cheerfully trotted along, reveling in the day. Once again, it was a day filled with joy. Continuing on, they soon encountered a pond. A common sight in Hualan City. This was once a place where ancestors gathered water, or so the tales say, but who can truly know? Nevertheless, this area was inhabited by numerous Rada, with a few scattered around the pond, quenching their thirst. Passing through a small grove, after traversing a hill, they would arrive. Daudu. Some Pokémon were lurking in the shadows, their curious gazes scrutinizing Shichen. There was no malice, merely curiosity. It was rare for anyone to wander into the wild. Amidst the verdant forest, Shichen held the map close, meticulously comparing it to avoid any mistakes. Daudu. The walkie grass gazed curiously at the clusters of iron shell pupae hanging from the trees, noting their impressive numbers. Iron shell pupae indeed. I hadn't expected to find so many. If only we could acquire a camera. Given that Kuyu City is an international port, surely they must sell them. Regardless, I must find a place to purchase a camera upon arriving in Kuyu City. Daudu. The walkie grass shook its vibrant greenery, joyously observing the surroundings. Suddenly, Shichen was struck by an unsettling thought. Encountering so many iron shell pupae here, then, a chill ran down his spine. If there are so many iron shell pupae, then what about the bee drill? The walkie grass, confused, turned to look, only to find a vast swarm of bee drill poised for attack behind them. Good heavens, Ron. He had not encountered bee drill, even in Chongqing City. Yet here in this little grove, a whole swarm awaited him. What bad luck. Shichen sprinted with all his might, determined not to look back. To do so would mean confronting endless terror. The sound alone was enough to instill fear. How many bee drill could there be behind me? How terrifying. The walkie grass, now larger and untrained, struggled to keep pace with Shichen. Are you truly human? You're leaving a shadow behind. Walkie grass, hurry. Realizing the walkie grass was falling behind, Shichen felt a pang of urgency. He should have returned it to its pockball. I can't help it. The walkie grass exerted tremendous effort, but could not run swiftly due to its size. Shichen cursed himself for not being better prepared. It had been a while since he had ventured into the forest, and he had grown complacent. He pulled out an insect repellent spray from his backpack, a scent that bee drill detested. Resolutely, he refused to look back, wielding a bottle in each hand and vigorously spraying behind him. Some of the pursuing bee drill, unable to tolerate the scent, retreated, while others pressed on. The sheer number of bee drill here was overwhelming and terrifying. A field note: always exercise caution. Ensure you have insect repellent on hand. Bee drill are the trainer's persistent nightmare. With each bottle, the scent dispersed into the wind. Phew. Uncle didn't mention there were bee drill here. So many. Perhaps there hadn't been so many just a few years prior. Walkie grass, counterattack, leaf blade. Human stamina is limited, and Shichen was utterly exhausted. Why was there not a single pond in this forest? Otherwise, he could have found a place to take cover. Fortunately, the insect repellent spray proved somewhat effective. In the future, I must concoct a special formula that will cause the bee drill to retreat upon sensing it. The Oddish, upon hearing this, tightly closed its eyes and dashed forward, unleashing a flurry of leaf blade attacks. The power was tremendous, sending Shurzuin sprawling to the ground. You. Shurzuin gritted his teeth, acknowledging the precision and might of the assault. Even from such a distance, I could feel your attack. The Oddish expressed its sincere apologies. Do not concern yourself with me. Aim the paralysis powder at the bee drill behind you. Shurzuin retrieved medicine to replenish his health and stamina. The Oddish, resolute, vowed not to err. A multitude of paralysis powder was scattered in the air. The bee drill, commanding its swarm, fluttered its wings, returning the paralysis powder to Shurzuin. Shurzuin, utterly speechless, found himself paralyzed once more. However, the effect was minimal, as he possessed resistance to toxins. Are you intent on eliminating me, Oddish? My apologies. It's merely paralysis. Shurzuin covered his face, conceding that the Oddish had simply been well-bred, lacking in skill training, and it was understandable. He lamented his own busyness. A swarm of Beedrill descended, launching a barrage of toxic stingers. Yet, the Oddish resolutely stood before Sherzuin, feeling a tinge of regret for being unable to assist him at this moment. Leaf Blade. Doe. The myriad of Leaf Blade attacks failed to be properly directed. Some defended against the stingers, while others inadvertently struck Sherzuin. I truly appreciate it. Cough, cough. Sherzuin was severely battered, nearly coughing up blood. I have to take a gamble. Unless it's a critical moment, I 1T summon EV. Let us try this. A candy irresistible to bug-type Pokémon. It is a mere distraction, possessing a powerful allure to insects that cannot be refused. However, it is not sweet. A false confection. If discovered, it will certainly incite fury. Go. With a vigorous throw, Sherzuin indeed attracted the Beedrill. Quickly flee. Patting the remorseful Oddish, Sherzuin consumed his medicine and began to run. It should not be too far. Doe. Employing various sprays to mask the scent will ensure that the Beedrill cannot detect us. Chapter 26. The Unknown Totem and Mysterious Candy Huff. Puff. Sherchun sprinted into an open area, gasping for breath. What an arduous undertaking. Doe. Zhualu Chao followed closely behind, appearing unfazed, though not particularly well-trained. You must exercise more often. Otherwise, possessing strength without the ability to utilize it is futile. Sherchun affectionately patted Zhualu Chao. Doe. I will. Let's eat something. He retrieved a special feed for Zhualu Chao, ensuring it was well-fed and hydrated. Doe. Leaning against a tree, Sherchun devoured several loaves of bread ravenously. He then took out some potions to concoct, as the absence of medicine instilled a sense of unease. After preparing a few bottles of insect repellent, he ceased his work. Off we go. Doe. Zhualu Chao swayed its leaves, joyfully trailing behind Sherchun. In this place, Sherchun could observe remnants of houses from decades or even centuries past. Nature had eroded them, leaving only skeletal structures or crumbling stone and soil. Nowadays, most people reside in the city, congregated together. Those living in the remote mountains are indeed rare, facing numerous inconveniences and inexplicable dangers. According to the map, crossing this mountain would lead them to their destination. The wilderness was abundant with habitats, and a variety of Pokémon thrived there. Sherchun pondered why Team Rocket still sought to steal trainers' Pokémon. He found the notion perplexing. They were hardly competent villains. Doe? Zhualu Chao could not comprehend Sherchun's musings. I wonder when I can have my own research institute? Driven mad by Joy's words, he had longed for a modest research facility, equipped with specialized tools for studying potions. Perhaps a small ecological garden to house his Pokémon as well. Of course, these thoughts would only come after their travels were complete. Zhualu Chao did not understand, but it was simply content to be by Sherchun's side, keeping pace even if it was no longer as spry. Climbing and descending the mountain posed no danger, merely consuming some energy. Navigating through rocky piles and small caves, Sherchun quickly located the marked spot indicated by Uncle Oji. Stay close. We are almost there. Doe. After descending, they encountered a small stream, where no traces of Pokémon could be found, but just beyond lay a pile of stones. Large boulders, covered in vines, awaited them. Leaf Blade cleared the path. Doe. Zhualu Chao concentrated intently, determined not to err this time. The leaves atop its head unleashed a powerful grass blade attack. Perfectly executed. You've hit me again. Sherchun sighed, rising from the ground, genuinely grateful. Never mind. Let's proceed without clearing the path. He took a small knife from his backpack and cut through some obstructing vines. In areas untouched by humans, grass could grow densely in just a few years, making passage nearly impossible. If only there were a few Pokémon around to help clear the way. Among the rocky ruins stood an 8-meter-tall boulder, more akin to a small hill. The final step to the mysterious candy would be completed here. The cave was particularly conspicuous, situated in a barren area with an easily traversable path. Before the cave stood a circular altar adorned with various mysterious patterns, which Sherchun could not comprehend at all. Uncle had mentioned that the offering should take place on this altar, advising against entering the cave for fear of disturbing the ancestors. Sherchun was skeptical. If you claimed it was a ghost Pokémon, perhaps he would believe, but he had little faith in spirits. He took out a flashlight and approached the cave. Zhuo Chao trembled in fear. You wait here. I will go in alone. Do. Zhuo Chao was half inside the cave, half outside. Shi Chun sighed, still grappling with some psychological trauma. It was merely a small hill. What was there to fear? The walls bore several paintings. The first depicted a woman cradling a newborn, surrounded by a jubilant crowd with raised hands, seemingly celebrating the child's birth. The second illustration, if he guessed correctly, showed the now-grown infant as a spirited young woman wielding a long spear, exuding an air of authority. The third painting illustrated the girl, now matured, capturing a large prey with her spear, celebrated by the throng. The fourth showed the girl adorned in distinctive attire, symbolizing her status, standing before the altar, beseeching something. The fifth image depicted many people lying on the ground, with the sun above ominously crossed out. The sixth depicted a colossal beast, resembling either gung-gui or pudding, which he found bewildering, as they bore striking similarities. The monstrous entity wreaked havoc upon the tribe, causing great turmoil. The seventh illustration showed the populace taking refuge within the cave, too frightened to venture outside, many succumbing to starvation. The eighth image portrayed the young woman, now a mother, weeping as she held her child, with her kin in the cave shedding tears alongside her. Had they perished? His understanding was limited, and he could only speculate based on the imagery. The ninth painting showed the woman, still cradling her child, pleading at the altar, after receiving some blessing, resulting in the colossal beast's disappearance. The 10th image, fragmented and damaged, depicted the woman and her tribe in altered garb. The final image revealed only a question mark. Question mark. What did this signify, mirroring Shi Chun's own thoughts? Did the question mark represent mystery? Shi Chun tilted his head, blinking. Well, I am not an archaeologist. He initially wished to discover whether a Pokémon resided here or if there was an anomaly in the terrain. But he found nothing and decided to ascend the altar. Dope. Upon seeing Shi Chun emerge, Zhuo Chao felt relieved. It was quite safe inside. Shi Chun smiled and patted Zhuo Chao. He placed his backpack on the ground and took out a feather duster to wipe the dust off the small altar. 5 mysterious candies were placed upon it. Remembering the embarrassing words Uncle had spoken, he felt somewhat bashful at the idea of repeating them. Reflecting deeply, he began to recite the words of the offering. I call upon the unseen sun god. I invoke the earth god of our ancestors. This mountain and river has granted us blessings for ages. Shi Chun clasped his hands together, murmuring the words of the ritual. Are you human or Pokémon? Of course, I am human. Why pose such a ridiculous question? Shi Chun answered without hesitation. But who was asking? His mind felt hazy, unable to discern whether he was in reality or in a dream, unsure if he was responding internally or verbally. Are you human or Pokémon? The question was repeated. I am human, undeniably human. The voice questioning him was ancient, ethereal, compelling him to respond with utmost honesty. Are you Pokémon? Foolish question. Why ask again? Is something wrong? These were Shi Chun's candid thoughts, utterly unable to conceal his true feelings. You have been blessed by the mysterious. Shi Chun's head buzzed, his eyes flickering with an eerie green glow, though he remained unaware. The power has not dissipated. Strange. That should not be. What power? Shi Chun rubbed his temples, frowning deeply. I have been blessed mysteriously? He could not comprehend this, feeling a mounting discomfort and a wave of nausea. His vision blurred, and he blinked rapidly, attempting to clarify what lay before him. Drawing closer, Zhuo Chao. Shi Chun seemed to perceive the core of its power, realizing it no longer resembled Zhuo Chao at all. Am I hallucinating? Surely, I cannot be poisoned. Do. Zhuo Chao remained oblivious to the unfolding events, unaware of why Shi Chun's eyes emitted a green light, which oddly felt quite pleasant to it. The mysterious power grants humans the strength they desire most, capable of aiding those with sincere hearts, but once utilized, the power shall surely fade. Shi Chun felt as though the world were spinning, and the woman from the mural stepped forth before him. Contemplating deeply, she beseeches the unseen deities of day and the ancestral spirits of the land. Save my child, save our kin. Tears streamed down the woman's face as a group of people in the cave joined her in prayer. At that moment, a black question mark materialized above the altar. gazing at her with half-opened eyes, devoid of emotion. Everyone perceived it as a divine miracle and fervently implored for aid. The black question mark began to emit a brilliant light, which coalesced into a radiance that infused the woman's being. Instantly, she was endowed with formidable strength, effortlessly lifting a massive Jigglypuff and hurling it far away. What an astonishing spectacle, akin to a scene from a science fiction film, casting something out of Hualan City and over the seas. The ailment afflicting her child was miraculously healed, yet this power was but a fleeting gift, never to be summoned again. Leading her clan in worship, they revered the question mark as their totem, an enigmatic symbol of strength. As time passed, the cave became inhospitable for habitation, serving solely as a sacred site for rituals. An elder visited daily to pay homage, hoping to banish the colossal Snorlax that plagued his tribe. The number of worshippers grew, with many devout souls, yet why should they assist him? Stone Pure observed the elderly man indulging in sweets post-ceremony, sleeping, utterly at ease. Days turned into weeks. The elder continued his rituals, consuming candies while claiming to commune with the divine. Unbeknownst to him, the unknown totem hovered above his head, unnoticed. Thus, he languidly feasted day after day, oblivious to the totem's intentions. The totem transmitted messages through waves of energy, instructing the elder on the ingredients to craft the sweets. Astonished, he believed in the presence of a deity. After preparing a confection for his son, the result was distressing for several days. The recipe was accurate, but merely uncomfortable. Ultimately, when he presented the candies at the ritual, he cut corners, indulging in his creations, which turned out toxic instead of adhering to the original formula, deeming it unnecessary and preferring to consume them himself. The unknown totem radiated a mysterious glow as two candies, now infused with power, vanished. One fell victim to a greedy villager, who perished after consuming it. The elder, unwilling to concede, fed one to Rada, who then learned the destructive move, repelling the approaching Snorlax, yet ultimately succumbing to poison. Recently, that elder returned with a truly unknown totem, bearing a recipe for the sacred candy. The totem above him once more bestowed a measure of power, though it felt less potent than before, as if merely a formality. Stone Pure sensed this disparity. After feeding the candy to young Rada, it should have been beneficial, even if Rada did not yearn for power. The unknown candy could grant a technique, yet Rada's body could not withstand the force. The mysterious confection could bestow upon humans the power they most ardently desire for a single use, while Pokémon could acquire their coveted moves. Rada desired strength to expel Snorlax, hence the destructive beam. The ancient woman longed to save her tribe and her child from the Jigglypuff. And in that moment, what did I yearn for? Stone Pure felt a profound sense of emptiness, a lack of desire. As clarity returned, his vision sharpened. No longer needing illumination, he beheld the cave's murals. On the 10th depiction, the engraved question mark on the stone crumbled away. Just then, the unknown totem revealed to Stone Pure a multitude of visions, seemingly locking eyes with him. A shiver coursed through him. Supernatural abilities? Terrifying indeed. He had not contemplated this before. If it could manipulate his memories and consciousness, would it not also unveil his secrets as a traveler from another realm? Chapter 27. The Unknown Totem, Unknown Totem? Shurchun tentatively called out in a soft voice. If there were only one, nothing extraordinary would occur. It is only when there are two or more that miraculous powers manifest. If memory serves, the unknown totem operates in this manner. Each symbol possesses its unique strength, and based on the visions bestowed upon Shurchun by the unknown totem's supernatural abilities, it seems that the power of the unknown totem lies in granting mysterious forces, bestowing them upon both humans and Pokémon, whether directly or indirectly. There should be no danger. I recall that the unknown totem has but one move, awakening power, and it does not appear to harbor any hostility towards me. The fact that it can allow me to witness ancient visions attests to its benevolence. The unknown totem manifests as a question mark, its eyes half open and half closed, with its small pupils continuously observing Shurchun. It does not seem powerful, rather, it feels weak. This is merely Shurchun's impression, for it cannot be that such a being, capable of directly bestowing power upon humans, and enabling Pokémon to learn moves, is truly feeble. Can you see my past and future? He had heard of formidable psychic beings capable of probing the past and future at will, altering memories, and examining recollections. For such a being, this should be a trivial matter, right? Are you human? The ancient voice echoed again, seemingly resonating directly from within his heart. The unknown totem's psychic prowess is indeed remarkable. Yes, do you not know? What is there to question? If Shur-Chun is not human, then what could he possibly be? You are mysterious. Shur-Chun sighed. For the very act of being reborn into this world, endowed with a lock system, is inherently enigmatic. Within you lies a force not of this world. Could it be magic? After all, everything related to the lock, including its potions, is connected to the arcane. Shur-Chun had consumed numerous magic stones and could distinctly feel the flow of power within him. Ever since he had ingested that mysterious candy a few days ago, that power had vanished. Two forces converge within your eyes. My eyes. After the poisoning, they turned green. Shur-Chun took out a mirror, gazing into his emerald-hued pupils, yet he found nothing amiss. Your eyes are quite special. The unknown totem seemed at a loss for words to describe it, but its tone suggested indifference, simply labeling them as special. The curiosity it evoked was born from a power it had never encountered before. A bestowal of its own mysterious force, transformed into a permanent strength within a human, albeit currently weak, very weak. They are indeed quite beautiful. Shur-Chun stroked his chin, noting his handsomeness, though he felt rather lean since embarking on this journey. He turned to the unknown totem and mused. You are also quite special. You can communicate with humans through telepathy, and your formidable psychic abilities allow one to glimpse ancient visions. Your mysterious power grants strength to humans and protects those they cherish most dearly. You endow Pokémon with mysterious forces to acquire moves, having safeguarded humanity's safety on numerous occasions, earning the reverence of a guardian deity. Your existence is a profound enigma to the world. The unknown totem offered no response. Yet it understood Shur-Chun's thoughts. He genuinely admired its existence. Its half-open, half-closed eyes conveyed an omniscient awareness of all things, appearing indifferent to everything around it. As Shur-Chun presented 5 candies, the dim glow surrounding the unknown totem illuminated them, bestowing upon them the true essence of mysterious candies. Thank you. Shur-Chun expressed with heartfelt gratitude, his eyes shimmering with a faint green light, observing the question mark atop the mysterious candies. Indeed, it resembled a question mark, akin to the unknown totem itself. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken, he began to comprehend that his eyes could indeed perceive the unusual. Gazing at the walking grass, he felt a surge of power within him, akin to a blazing sun, its intensity expanding rather than contracting. The sensation he received was that he would not evolve but rather grow larger. Would he become a giant? He glanced at the unknown totem. It is the essence of mysterious power, and then it faded. No. It feels as if my eyes serve more purposes than this. These past few days of testing the potions have left him feeling weak and fatigued after each dose. However, the effects of the potions appear to amplify his strength, enhancing his memory and quickening his mind. The specifics remain to be explored. Do you know what purpose my eyes serve? I sense the change within me. Yet the transformation bears discomfort. Each time I consume the potions, I feel drained. The unknown totem seems to possess a substantial understanding, despite being an entity of unknown origin. Ever solitary and fleeting. I do not know. There are still things you do not understand. Shur-Chun chuckled, for the unknown totem gave off an impression of omniscience. Are you familiar with Ho-Oh? It is the guardian deity of the Johto region. Have you ever encountered it? The unknown totem remained silent, staring intently at Shur-Chun. What about Suicune, Raikou, and Inai? Furthermore, I have heard that when you unknown totems are alone, there is no issue. Yet when 2 of you gather, or when many are together, you can even create legendary beasts. Is this true? Do you know the whereabouts of Mew? It is so adorable. If I could hold it, I would have no regrets in this life. Why do you possess power while the unknown totems can only use awakening power? Does your mysterious strength have limitations? Can you utilize it indefinitely? I can hardly fathom the notion of you granting each Pokémon a move. If so, you could reshape the entire world. Chun spoke passionately, undeterred by the unknown totem's silence. In his heart, he regarded the unknown totem as akin to a legendary Pokémon, elusive and difficult to discern. When he set out, he had encountered no Ho-Oh, save for the possibility of being forced to confront a legendary beast by a nefarious organization in the future. Uncertain if he would ever stumble upon a legendary Pokémon in a serendipitous encounter. Thus, does the unknown totem not hold a status comparable to that of a legendary beast? Ahem, perhaps that is a stretch. After rambling for quite some time, the walking grass seemed quite intrigued. It had not anticipated such explosive revelations. Merely listening was enough to instill a sense of dread, solidifying its determination to train diligently like its brother Eevee. Why are you ignoring me? Chun lamented, parched and exhausted from his soliloquy, yet receiving no reply. Is there anything here that you wish to protect? There truly was nothing of significance within the cave. If not, would you care to accompany me? Chun extended a sincere invitation. Consider this. You must harbor at least a modicum of curiosity about me, or else you would not have lingered for so long. If you are curious, then explore. Accompany me and delve into what makes me mysterious and why I am so. If there is nothing of particular importance here, follow me. I am but a human, with a lifespan of no more than 100 years. That is my limit. You are a Pokémon. Your existence is unique. Born at an unknown time, and destined to perish at an unknown time. Yet you have lived for countless ages. Chun smiled brightly, inviting the ancient being to accompany a fleeting human life for a time. This would not bring harm to you, would it? Once I am gone, you may go wherever you wish, having learned all there is to know about my life, and your curiosity will fade. Does that not sound agreeable? You are too solitary here, lacking companions. My heart aches for you. Surely, you can sense my emotions, right? After a lengthy silence, the unknown totem exhibited no change whatsoever. Hiki. Chun chuckled awkwardly, wondering if he had failed in his attempts to persuade. If you are unwilling to leave, then I shall take my leave. I shall continue my journey to the city of withered leaves, embarking on an exploration of this world. Your enigmatic confectionery has been of great assistance to me in this moment. Chun Yuan smiled and bowed, as the silent grasswalker followed closely beside him. Backpack slung over his shoulder, ready to depart. After Chun Yuan had walked a distance, the cave behind him collapsed, and the altar split apart. Chun Yuan blinked innocently, pondering the significance of this occurrence. Surely, it is not my fault. An unknown totem materialized before his eyes. Do you wish to accompany me? Chun Yuan chuckled with delight, filled with excitement. With the cave's collapse, the meaning of the unknown totem became evident. The hook of the question mark adjusted perfectly, resting behind Chun Yuan's ear, while the point of the question mark, akin to the eye of the unknown totem, lay just below his earlobe, its eyes tightly shut, gazing into the mirror. Chun Yuan felt quite unique, exuding an air of flamboyance. The closed eyes of the unknown totem rendered it indistinguishable from a mere ornament rather than a Pokémon. And that is perfectly fine. Accompanying him is an ancient entity, not as a captive, but as a companion. Chapter 28. The training of walking grass with golden fertilizer during the day, Daudu, was not performing well in Rock Farm, hindering Chun. Upon returning to the farm at night, Daudu found no joy in the beautiful sunlight. Walking grass incessantly chattered, recounting the day's events to its good friend, the Scarecrow. Daudu. There were so many beedrills chasing us, but I was utterly useless, throwing all my moves at Chun. How embarrassing. The Scarecrow, maintaining its ever-present smile, could not speak, but expressed sympathy for its friend's plight. Daudu, it's time for me to start training. I cannot continue to bask in the sun without purpose. With that, Walking Grass attempted to use its leaf blade technique towards the lake behind the land, but alas, due to the farm's barrier, all the leaf blades were returned, leaving a chaotic scene. The Scarecrow had lost some of its straw. You have gained magical straw 100, huh? Chun, who had been observing Eevee training at Thunder Canyon, suddenly received this notification and glanced towards the farm. Oh, it turns out that Walking Grass has used its skill to sever a significant amount of straw from the Scarecrow. Not just from it, but also from the haystacks on the farm, all of which has been rewarded to me. What a gem you are. The Scarecrow expressed its apologies profusely, comforting its friend, insisting it was unintentional. Soon after, the severed straw vanished, prompting Walking Grass to weep. It tugged at a portion of the straw to give back to the scarecrow, as this was a daily benefit that must not be wasted. An unknown totem beside Shichen opened its eyes, observing him muttering to himself, filled with confusion. What was he doing? It then closed its eyes again, deciding that he would understand in time. Hearing this, Walking Grass hurriedly used its leaves to curl up some grass for the scarecrow. Dowdo. The scarecrow ceased its tears as the magical straw entered its body, restoring it to normal. It did not blame Walking Grass, instead gazing at the enclosed farm, lamenting the lack of space for Walking Grass to train. Suddenly, the scarecrow had an epiphany. Behind the 12 plots of land on the farm lay a vast lake, which could serve as a training ground for Walking Grass. Utilizing a special skill, the scarecrow opened a gate in the fence, lifting the barrier, revealing the lake. The backyard had expanded. Shichen was astounded, feeling as though he had discovered a hidden treasure within Rock Farm. The lake now lay directly ahead, while to the right, a path led to Uncle Sam's farm, where the barrier remained intact, representing a new map. To the left, there was now an area that could be utilized for training. A perfect venue for Walking Grass to hone its skills. Walking Grass praised the scarecrow enthusiastically, bringing joy to its friend. So, there are indeed special graphics left by NPCs. And as long as I gain their favor, I can receive unique rewards? Although it may only be once, it is still worthwhile. The final reward is indeed rich. And the benefits left behind are truly remarkable. Walking Grass, now go into the soil. It lamented the destruction of the trees it had planted, but resolved to collect whatever it could, finding the process convenient as it merely involved a tap to gather items into Rock's backpack. The trees gradually withered and disappeared. Walking Grass was not curious about this. As it often happened, new neighbors came and went, enriching the soil, which it appreciated. Dowdo obediently rooted itself in the soil. Shichen's eyes regained their function, allowing him to perceive the strength within Walking Grass, rooting itself. Dowdo, listen to your trainer, root yourself in the soil and absorb nutrients. Facing the lake, it executed Leaf Blade. Dowdo, the Leaf Blade is still as erratic as before, causing the scarecrow to sob once more. It's all right. There's no need to rush here. Take your time to control it. Shichen wanted to chuckle. Wasn't this issue recurring? The unknown totem inquired. Who are you conversing with? There are no ghost Pokémon around here. What a peculiar Pokémon. Dowdo, Walking Grass, feeling embarrassed, once again used straw to restore the scarecrow. After rooting itself, it slowly directed its leaf blade towards the lake's surface. This time, it controlled its movement well, with only a couple of leaves going astray. Excellent. As long as you take your time, you're doing remarkably well. Just like that. Proceed slowly. There's no need to hurry. Upon hearing the praise, Walking Grass's confidence surged as it gradually mastered the technique, occasionally making mistakes. Just like that, just like that. Shichen felt a sense of satisfaction. With slow nurturing, it would eventually improve. The scarecrow also waved its body to cheer for Walking Grass. Shichen observed Walking Grass training for over an hour, and finally, it had mastered the technique without erratic movements. All right, Walking Grass, we'll take our time. Dowdo. Upon hearing Shichen's encouragement, Walking Grass joyfully swayed its leaves. Rooting could not cease. If possible, it would continue indefinitely. Dowdo. All right, training must persist, combining rooting and absorption together. Dowdo, this is a bit challenging. Walking Grass struggled to manage it. That's all right. Take your time. There's no rush. After all, the sun shines every day, and Walking Grass enjoys training under the sun, doesn't he? Once you master using both skills together, when you feel fatigued, try collecting sunlight to restore your energy. When you feel revitalized, gather the sunlight and release it. Photosynthesis and solar beam, both grass-type moves, will surely benefit Walking Grass in this environment. Dowdo, no problem. I'm already accustomed to basking in the sun. I'm confident I can learn these two moves. Walking Grass's poison-type evolution did not require much nurturing, as it was initially intended to evolve into a beautiful flower, given its affinity for sunlight. The only concern was that Walking Grass was growing larger, likely due to the scarecrow's magical fertilizer. Walking Grass diligently trained, continually seeking the right sensations. Shichen tapped the scarecrow to initiate today's game. A simple victory ensued. Congratulations! The scarecrow used magic, earthly delicacy, to instantly mature a crop. Soon, a bucket of golden fertilizer appeared, showering over walking grass, which joyfully soaked it in while not forgetting to root and absorb. Shichen could distinctly feel that walking grass had grown, albeit slightly, but it was indeed an increase. But that was not the end. The scarecrow was particularly excited today. Following that, a second bucket, a third bucket. 10 buckets of golden fertilizer were poured over walking grass, and its size had noticeably increased. Incremental growth is hard to notice day by day, but witnessing it all at once made it apparent. However, Shichen did not intervene. This was a positive growth. Anyone who claimed golden fertilizer was useless would face his wrath. Train hard and do not slack off. I will be checking on you regularly. Dowdu, rest assured, next time, I will show you my formidable strength. Now, walking grass was a worry-free companion. It required no feeding, as the daily supply of golden fertilizer would suffice. If his assumptions were correct, the larger walking grass grew, the more fertilizer it would require, and it would continue to grow larger. Currently, they were in Withered Leaf City, having arrived in the evening via bus, and now settled in a hotel, with walking grass arranged for. It was time to plan for EV. The Moonlight EV and Fairy EV could maintain their evolutionary forms for longer durations, and perhaps next time. They could attempt to evolve into Solar EV during the day. Only with these 3 EV forms stabilizing their evolution could the ice, water, fire, lightning, and grass genes within EV's body undergo stable changes, allowing for gradual advancement. Otherwise, the burden would be too great. Amidst the myriad of bottles and jars, Shurchun gazed intently at the energy pulsating within EV, meticulously calibrating the dosage based on his own experience. Every time EV consumed the medicine, Shurchun would invariably partake first, regardless of the unpalatable nature of the concoction. The nocturnal ambience of the inn was often accompanied by the sound of potion preparation. As Shurchun, who managed only 6 hours of sleep each night, continued his diligent efforts, the enigmatic totem opened its eyes, quietly observing the surroundings. Serving merely as an exquisite ornament, Shurchun had grown accustomed to the presence of the mysterious totem adorning his earlobe. It was light and soft, and the waves of supernatural energy emanating from it frequently provided him with a sense of tranquility. Those around him perceived this adornment as a manifestation of Shurchun's unique character, unaware that the earlobe itself harbored the essence of a Pokémon. Chapter 29. Joy of Leaf City. Wow, there are so many people today. Leaf City truly lives up to its reputation as the port of the Kanto region, bustling with activity and exuding an air of prosperity. Dressed in a casual ensemble of a white top, blue shorts, and white sneakers, topped off with a white cap. The only adornment on her was a black question mark earring, a symbol of the unknown. This time, she didn't carry a bag, as she could simply retrieve items from the backpack at Rock Home, which had always served as a mere cover. Oh, today is indeed the day for enrolling in the Pokémon Nurse Academy. Upon hearing this, Shichen nodded with a smile. Realizing that many parents hoped their children would join the Nurse Academy, as becoming part of the Pokémon Center promised job security. If not, the burgeoning beauty industry was also a viable option. She often heard her parents emphasize that a stable job was always in demand, no matter where one might be. Indeed. It seems you are fortunate to be here. What am I fortunate for? I simply want to enjoy a few days. Wait a moment. Shichen turned around and saw the person speaking behind her. Wasn't he at Joy, dressed in casual attire? You are Joy from Hualan City? How uncanny. I haven't even had the chance to explore yet. How did you manage to locate me? With a playful smile, Joy shook her finger. Not quite. I'm not a nurse. My name is Joy Zishin, and I'm here to welcome you. That's misleading. You all look so similar. Haraha. That's what everyone says. The Joys from Hualan City and Shinhui City are my cousins, so be careful not to mistake us in the future. Joy Zishin giggled, covering her mouth. How could anyone tell you apart? Isn't this a bit unfair to me? After all, we all go by the name Joy. I apologize. I suffer from facial blindness. I find that many women look quite alike, and I tend not to pay much attention to faces. Indeed, that is correct. Joy Zishin replied, hands stuffed in her pockets, her smile radiant. How did you find me? This is quite absurd. Did you not arrive by bus? I didn't disturb you last night. I only came to find you today since we know you took the bus to our Joy family. The Joy family is truly impressive. It feels as though I'm a criminal being awaited for capture, Shichen remarked with a wry smile. Haha, it's not that exaggerated. We simply wanted to ensure you wouldn't be lost, so I was specifically assigned to welcome you. But I had planned to shop today. To buy things like a camera, a video recorder, cooking utensils, and so on. I've been learning for so long and have finally found some time to make purchases. And here you are unexpectedly intercepting me. No rush. First, let us visit the Pokémon Nurse Academy. You've come at the perfect time as they are currently enrolling. There are still several days until the orientation. And I can arrange an office for you to serve as a special education teacher. Haha. What? Joy Zishin doesn't seem to be joking at all. I'm merely auditing. How could I possibly become a teacher? Wouldn't I have to instruct students? No, it's special education. Joy Zishin admires your abilities. You can choose to teach or not. It's merely a title. You must understand your experience in curing anorexia, along with what my cousin from Hualan City said about you using poison to heal Pokémon, is of great significance to our medical field. Both the Joy family and the Alliance hold you in high regard. Thus, you are indeed destined to become a teacher. Shichen wanted to laugh. At just over 10 years old, many of her peers were still in school. Traveling at 10 years old could also be considered a form of dropping out. With different schools, many continued their studies. Shichen belonged to the ranks of those who had left school to pursue a career as a trainer and breeder. While the students at the Nurse Academy were typically aged 12 to 16, Shichen would be starting her journey in special education at the tender age of 10. It was indeed quite humorous. Could I at least finish my shopping first? DeMeo, it doesn't matter when you shop. Just tell me what you need, and I'll buy it for you. What's most important is that you visit the school to complete some paperwork. Shichen sighed. The path she had chosen was one she must adhere to. All right. Haha, follow me, and I will introduce you to Leaf City. Shichen followed behind Joy, eager to learn about the renowned locations and some unique restaurants and arcades, as she would be living here for at least 10 days. Joy Zishin, how old are you? You don't appear as mature as the other Joys, making you quite recognizable. Me? I'm 14 this year. Joy Zishin seemed puzzled, wondering why her age was being inquired about. Oh, you don't look it. Members of the Joy family seem so mature. You look like you're 24. Thud. Shichen covered her head, realizing she might have misspoken. How rude, how inconsiderate. Joy Zishin seemed ready to deliver a few playful punches but hesitated, fearing she might injure him. Never mind. I apologize. Why do you say you're not a nurse? Shichen vowed to refrain from being cheeky in the future. Sigh. Joy truly didn't want to converse with him. Because in our Joy family, aspiring to become a head nurse is no simple feat typically. When a new happening is born into the family, it is immediately assigned. We Joys must grow alongside the happening until it evolves into a Chansey. Once it becomes a Chansey, it is sent to Chansey Academy for further training to become an exceptional, independent Chansey. And then we can continue our education to become head nurses. Those Joys without a Chansey will often serve as support staff at home, managing information, or, like me, welcoming you. Joy Zishin shrugged, expressing that having a Chansey was a dream for all Joys, while she had neither a Chansey nor a happening. I see. It truly isn't simple. The number of Pokémon centers is tied to the number of Chansey. Shichen mused, then inquired if the establishment of Pokémon academies by the Alliance was also related to the Pokémon centers. Why do you ask? Joy Zishin seemed intrigued. Without a sufficient medical system to support it, there cannot be an influx of trainers or breeders, and the Alliance would not open so many schools, controlling the number of trainers. From what I understand, some remote areas have many inhabitants yet lack a single Pokémon academy. Precisely because they do not have a Pokémon center? Can I interpret it this way? Joy Zishin nodded, gradually finding him less disagreeable. You are correct. It is indeed so. Just like the Junsha family, once a Pokémon center is established, the number of trainers increases. However, the Junsha family lacks our strictness. They have powerful Pokémon to assist temporarily even without a speedy dog. Meanwhile, our Joy family in Chengdu and other remote regions also faces a shortage of healing Pokémon. It's quite challenging. Joy Zishin seemed a bit disheartened. The Pokémon Center was not solely for healing Pokémon, but also treated many humans who fell ill, proving that the medical field was far more complex than people perceived. Shichen understood. It would be easier moving forward. Little did she expect to be connected with other regions already, realizing that the healing Pokémon were not limited to just Chansey. But there were others like Jigglypuff and Togepi. Speaking of which, do you think the Joy from Unova will bring a Togepi along? I'm rather looking forward to it. Without a Chansey, a Togepi would be wonderful too, adorably charming, not a bald little Chansey. If someone were to gift me a Togepi, I would be absolutely overjoyed. How do you know about Togepi? Joy Zishin frowned, as this was supposed to be internal information among the Joys. Due to the scarcity of Chansey, Togepi was considered the next best alternative Pokémon. I've heard of it. Shichen replied nonchalantly, but inwardly, she felt turbulent, having let something slip. Is that so? Joy Zishin no longer pondered extensively. It was likely someone had already spoken of it. Informing Shicheng would not be an issue, as it would eventually come to light. Given the current state of transportation, it would take over 2 years for anyone to arrive from that side. All right, we have arrived at the Pokémon Nurse Academy. Chapter 30, Encountering Musashi Indeed. As Joyxin mentioned, the place is bustling with activity. Numerous parents bring their children to the Pokémon Nurse Academy for enrollment. But the selection process at our school is exceedingly stringent. How stringent, you may ask? Shichen observed many individuals emerging in tears, predominantly young girls. Those with a history of family involvement in alliance crimes are unequivocally rejected. This is understandable. Individuals who have previously mistreated Pokémon are also firmly turned away. Quite reasonable. I must say, those lacking patience towards Pokémon are definitely not welcome. Indeed, it stands to reason. A lack of patience and an impatient demeanor preclude one from performing effectively as a nurse. Character is of utmost importance. Nurses are generally required to be gentle, fostering a bond of trust with Pokémon. However, if you strike me today, can I lodge a complaint? How could someone like Joy be a nurse? Joyxin rolled her eyes, incredulous. How dare you voice such a sentiment? Aren't you the one who brought this upon yourself? In any case, with so many requirements, it is evident that you could never become a nurse. All this talk is futile. I fear provoking my own anger. Why? As a doctoral graduate, is it not possible for me to serve as a nurse? Merely your audacity in contemplating using poison to heal Pokémon disqualifies you from the nursing profession. Joy did not intend to cast blame. Rather, she regarded Shichen as a peculiar genius, suited for the role of a cunning physician, ruthless, audacious, and meticulous. Yet, why did compliments fail to elate me? A cursory glance at the school's entrance revealed a grand atmosphere. Nonetheless, the multitude of rejected applicants emerged, exuding sorrow and complaints, laden with myriad negative emotions. What is the meaning of this? I was not selected. If I am unwelcome here, can I not attend another institution? Shichen observed a girl with vibrant red hair, clutching a bag, storming out of the school, muttering angrily. This reinforced Joy's words. Many individuals simply lacked the temperament for nursing, and the school would undoubtedly reject them. Joyxin, if you wish for me to serve as a special education teacher, may I enlist a student to assist me in preparing materials and running errands? Lesson planning and presentations are no simple tasks. Certainly. Joyxin nodded. Do you wish for my assistance? Having such a role would undoubtedly enhance the Nurse Academy's evaluation criteria. No. Shichen had no desire for her help. He needed a shrewd and versatile assistant. Hello, classmate. Shichen intercepted the red-haired girl. The girl, taken aback, glared. What do you want, kid? Don't block my path. Frustrated, she lamented her rejection from the nursing academy, and the presence of a young child obstructing her way only intensified her annoyance. I am the new special education teacher at the school. May I inquire about your name? Shichen felt a sense of familiarity. Was this not the charming yet mischievous antagonist from the animated series? Having encountered Ash previously, it was amusing to now meet the villain. You? A special education teacher? Musashi scoffed, incredulous at the thought of someone so young fulfilling such a role. What a joke. Don't block my way. If the school won't have me, I shall seek admission elsewhere. He truly is a teacher. Joyxin was puzzled by Shichen's intentions, her gaze filled with curiosity. However, she understood that support was essential. Oh, this girl bears a striking resemblance to Joy. She must be from the Joy family, which suggests that this young lad is indeed a special education teacher. Why is this newcomer stopping me? Was I too rude earlier? My apologies. I did not realize you were a teacher. I did not get selected. And my spirits are low, so I may have been impolite. Musashi bowed, demonstrating her respect. I am Musashi. May I ask why you called out to me? It truly is Musashi. How fortuitous that I find a willing helper. Musashi's capabilities are unquestionable. She would serve as an excellent assistant. I have been at the school for a while and am in need of a helper. Would you be interested? Would such good fortune truly befall me, Musashi? Her tone softened with a hint of resignation. But I have not attended the Pokémon Nurse Academy. They do not want me. If the school rejects me, how could I possibly assist you? I sincerely appreciate your offer, but you should seek someone else. It is best for me to leave this sorrowful place. Do you genuinely aspire to be a nurse? Shichen smiled lightly. Of course. It is one of my dreams. Achieving my dreams is imperative. Shichen was unwilling to relinquish this potential assistant. Joixin, may I inquire if, as a special education teacher, I can admit an auditing student? If she performs well, she could be granted admission as a regular student at the nursing academy. What? Joixin struggled to comprehend how, amidst such a multitude, one might select a rejected individual. Is it because my family is inadequate? Musashi felt bewildered. Could such fortune truly occur to her? Surely this was a dream. Are you certain? Joy's expression reflected skepticism. Absolutely. While it is feasible, the nursing academy is quite rigorous. Joixin conceded, acknowledging her place. You are Musashi, correct? Are you willing to become an auditing student? If your performance is commendable, you may be granted full admission. However, if it falls short, I regret to inform you that nursing is a sacred vocation, and even with Shichen's protection, our school shall not retain you. Musashi glanced at Shichen, pondering why this opportunity had fallen to her. I would be delighted. I am immensely grateful for this opportunity. Such an opportunity must be seized. To let it slip away would be foolish. Very well, please accompany me to enroll. Sighing, Joixin found the day fraught with challenges. Exasperated by Shichen's penchant for trouble. Thank you. Musashi beamed, struggling to contain her excitement. The envious glances from fellow students were gratifying. Rather than being rejected, she was becoming the assistant to a special education teacher, an auditing student at the academy. A remarkable achievement indeed. Shichen nodded, pleased. Having assistance with her thesis would alleviate much of her burden. Excuse me, teacher. Musashi trotted behind Shichen, speaking softly. What is it? You may simply call me Shichen. All right. Teacher, may I inquire what subjects you teach? Challenging ailments and potions. Both are areas of interest for my future development and research. Oh, what exactly is challenging ailments? Neither Musashi nor Joixin possessed clarity on the subject. However, such details were trivial. At the Pokémon Academy's central teaching building, Shichen completed her paperwork, acquiring her teacher's badge, thereby securing the privilege of auditing and conducting classes, a commendable arrangement, complete with financial compensation. Musashi followed suit in handling her registration. Shichen arrived at the office first. Greetings, everyone. I am the new special education teacher, Shichen. I look forward to your guidance. To her surprise, several teachers were already present. These would be her colleagues in the time to come. Chapter 31. Pokémon Nurse Academy, Special Education Instructor. Well now, such a diminutive special education instructor? A verdant-haired teacher inquired, her curiosity piqued. Welcome, Professor Sure. A blonde woman offered a gentle smile. I'll only be auditing for a brief period, not conducting any classes. I'll depart after the nurse convention concludes. I'd be grateful for your guidance during my stay. Shur-chan addressed the women in the office, feeling somewhat awkward as the sole male presence. I see. To be able to participate in the nurse convention, you must be quite accomplished. Not at all. It's merely an overestimation. The green-haired woman chuckled softly and introduced herself. I'm Yuzi. I teach Pokémon grooming courses. It's a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is mine. I'm Canley. I teach Pokémon massage. I'm Professor AC. I teach Pokémon first aid. I'm Mei Quan. I teach Pokémon pathology. Of the 6 desks, Shur-chan was the only man. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Professor Shur-chan, what do you teach? Professor AC, a woman who appeared to be in her 40s or 50s, inquired with a blend of seriousness and warmth. Special education. I'm not required to teach classes. And in what area does your expertise lie? Intractable diseases and pharmaceuticals. Intractable diseases refer to unique ailments that resist conventional treatments. Diseases impervious to both Pokémon moves and human medications, or Pokémon with peculiar issues that defy diagnosis. I am particularly fond of researching such cases. I see. That's a noble pursuit, a C affirmed, recognizing it as the uncharted territory of disease research, a potential precursor to groundbreaking discoveries for both humans and Pokémon. Welcome. Thank you. This is your desk. She gestured to the rightmost desk in the last row, Shurchun's designated workspace. With minimal baggage, he deposited the books, pens, and lesson preparation notebook he had brought. Professor Shurchun, I have a question for you, a query left behind by a student from last semester. I believe it falls within your area of expertise, intractable diseases. Professor AC approached Shurchun's desk with a student's humility. Not condescending to Shurchun due to his youth, acknowledging that wisdom transcends age. The other teachers, occupied with lesson preparations for the upcoming school day, remained at their desks, listening attentively. Yes, Professor AC, please ask. Shurchun straightened his posture, addressing the teacher respectfully. My student's Pokémon is a Caterpie, a very common Pokémon, as you know. It exhibited no issues before evolving into Metapod. Everything was normal. However, after evolving into Metapod, a problem arose. Bug-type Pokémon typically evolve within 10 days, or at most a month, during the pupa stage. Yet, this Metapod has remained in its pupal state for 7 or 8 months, without emerging as a Butterfree. What could be the cause? I and AMP, Oppos, VE also encouraged her to communicate with the Metapod, to ascertain if it and AMP, Oppos, is reluctant to break free from its cocoon. As you know, the longer it remains, the more perilous it becomes due to the lack of energy replenishment. This. Without examining the Metapod, I cannot determine whether it's a physical issue or something else. It's difficult to offer an explanation. Oh, then I'll have my student bring the Metapod for you to examine. I hope you can assist her. She's been distraught ever since. Shurchun assented, rest assured. I can only ascertain the cause upon examination. I cannot make a judgment at this time. Very well. Professor AC sighed in relief, intending to contact her student immediately, hoping the newly arrived young teacher could provide assistance. Shurchun commenced examining the textbooks provided by the school, which primarily covered fundamental concepts. In addition to the instructors in the office, the teaching building housed various other departments. The curriculum for nurses encompassed a wide range of subjects, including Pokémon symptoms, methods of treatment using berries, and so forth. Some of the material proved beneficial to Shurchun, while others he skimmed through. He swiftly completed reading a book. Knock, knock, knock. Professor Shurchun. Shoo, the other teachers are preparing their lessons. Let's speak outside. Observing the excited Musashi, Shurchun rose and exited, choosing not to bring her into the office. Oh, I apologize, Professor. Musashi covered her mouth, momentarily forgetting herself in her excitement after completing her enrollment. Shurchun led Musashi to the library, a conspicuous building filled with a diverse collection of books. Professor Shurchun, the school intends for me to assist you, and to attend classes when time permits. Therefore, I am also considered a student of the Nurse Academy. I am deeply grateful to you. My dream of becoming a nurse is about to materialize. Musashi's eyes welled with tears, overwhelmed by the good fortune of the day. Excellent, excellent. Then you must attend classes diligently and study assiduously. One of the most captivating members of Team Rocket, along with a Meowth. Rest assured, I certainly will. Such an opportunity is hard-won. It would be foolish not to cherish it. Shurchun also noticed that Musashi's attire was quite worn, suggesting that her family circumstances were not ideal. Musashi, I have a first task for you. Let's see if you can accomplish it. Professor, tell me. I will execute it flawlessly. Musashi was filled with motivation, unwilling to squander such a propitious opportunity. Search the library for examples of how others have written their theses. Then, draft a thesis for me, which I can then revise and publish. Alas, the dreaded thesis. I don't know how. Writing a thesis is an impossibility for me. What was Shurchun's background, requiring her to write a thesis so soon? It's all right, you can learn gradually. Chun was unconcerned. Did you bring a notebook and pen? Professor Chun, I carry them with me at all times. Very well, then I'll begin explaining. And you can take notes. If you have any questions, just ask me. Oh, Musashi was apprehensive, fearing she would miss a single word, and listened intently. First, write a thesis entitled On the Treatment and Prevention of Anorexia. Anorexia is divided into two types, one stemming from the mind, a self-imposed refusal to eat, and the other stemming from the body, where eating elicits various pronounced adverse reactions, leading to a reluctance to eat. Breaking it down further, refusal to eat from a psychological perspective is closely related to the Pokémon's experiences, causing an internal resistance to food. It could be due to a traumatic experience, or the departure of a loved one, or the loss of a cherished possession. Physical anorexia also manifests in various symptoms, such as the body's strength reaching its limit, resisting food, or eating too well, eating too much. Musashi listened attentively, recording every word. She never imagined Pokémon could suffer from such an ailment, one that even Pokémon centers were unable to cure. Include a case study, the case of Vulpix. Vulpix lived a life of comfort, free from any psychological issues. Therefore, based on the aforementioned, I determined that Vulpix had a physical problem. Food is full of power, accumulating daily, without any apparent symptoms of discomfort. Vulpix may not have felt much, but unbeknownst to it, its body was protesting, gradually deteriorating, until one morning it refused to eat, vomiting anything it consumed. Musashi was somewhat envious of this Vulpix, unlike herself, who had endured hunger and eaten snow as a child. How could there be a case of becoming ill from eating too much, eating too well? It was truly bizarre. Physical anorexia is easier to treat than psychological anorexia, because there are no cured cases and medicinal materials, so I formulated my recipe. First, administer a gentle potion to Vulpix through massage, allowing the potion to enter its body and calm the power. Recipe: emptiness grass. Use a knife to cut a small incision and draw blood. Outrageous. Musashi had never heard of such an outlandish treatment method. Was this what intractable diseases were? Nevertheless, continue recording. Then, feed it a specially formulated food, so its body no longer resists, but craves food. First weakness. Then warm supplement. Chun's mouth was becoming parched from speaking. Musashi, do you understand? I have a general understanding now. Teacher, are you really going to disclose all these formulas? This could be quite lucrative. Chun chuckled lightly, dismissing the concern. These formulas are far too niche to be profitable. It would be better to adopt a more open-minded approach, allowing anyone in need to create them independently. If I can assist even one person, that is sufficient. Oh. Musashi began to organize his thoughts, ensuring he wouldn't make errors, and he felt a certain admiration for teacher Chun. Completing this in 2 days? Without a bit of pressure, there would be no motivation. 2 days? Is that an underestimation of my abilities, Musashi? I will have it ready today. I will present it to the teacher tomorrow. Fantastic. You truly are remarkable. Chun beamed. Impressed. What a diligent individual you are. Then go ahead and give it your all. I've inquired, and there are numerous papers here for you to learn from. Absolutely. Rest assured. Musashi, brimming with enthusiasm, vowed to fulfill the task. Chapter 32. The delightful tale of the drowsy in the afternoon. Preparations for the impending lectures were underway. Chun found little interest in teaching students, yet had no qualms about presenting at the nurses' conference. The topics to be discussed were not limited to one, but rather two: the fasting EV and the sugar-addicted Rattata. These subjects were requested by the Joy family, and Chun was not idly passing time. These discussions held significance for his academic pursuits. With numerous attendees present, their feasibility would be evaluated. While the contributions of these two papers may seem minimal, their cumulative value could potentially fulfill the criteria for a recognized bachelor's or research position, though the coveted doctorate remained a distant dream without substantial contributions. The speech draft was swiftly composed, proving no challenge for Chun. Observing his colleagues busily preparing their lessons, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. I shall take my leave now, esteemed colleagues. Farewell, Teacher Chun. Best of luck. With a deep sigh, Chun exited the school premises. He had visited the principal and met with the Joy family. His days at the school were primarily spent poring over library books, seizing every opportunity to study. His accommodation had been arranged at a luxurious hotel, a stark contrast to Stone Chun's frugal lifestyle. It was an experience of indulgence, moving from one hotel to another. Always alone, after settling in and refreshing himself, he still found solitude overwhelming. This simply will not do. I must capture another Pokémon, he lamented. Loneliness gnawed at him, leaving him devoid of a lovable companion to embrace. What meaning did life hold without such joy? Yet, there was a Pokémon nestled behind his ear, observing his every move, even accompanying him to the restroom. It was not a significant issue. There was no need for embarrassment. Ding dong, wrapped in a towel. He answered the door to find a young attendant bowing with a smile. Good evening, sir. Your order of drowsy tail and sashimi has arrived. Wow, that was fast. Come in, please. Stone Chun had eagerly awaited this moment, relishing the thought of dining on public funds. The attendant wheeled in a cart laden with enticing dishes. The golden drowsy tail, infused with an alluring aroma, was enough to make anyone salivate, affirming its gourmet status. The fresh sashimi, pristine and appetizing, paired with soy sauce and wasabi, promised an exquisite taste. Should you require any massage services after your meal, simply press the service bell, and we will attend to you. Thank you very much. Once the attendant departed, Stone Chun inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma of the drowsy dish. Delicious. He opened the Lock Home app, determined to summon Evie to join him for this feast, for indulging alone was not a virtue. He had even arranged for a massage service for Evie, ensuring they could both enjoy this rare occasion together. Evie was currently traversing the Thunder Canyon, moving from a faintly charged area to one brimming with lightning. Water was the element Evie found most effortless to harness, while mastering the fiery energy within posed considerable challenges. Each return from training left him battered, his body marked with burns. What benefit could the chaotic forces of electricity bestow upon Evie? Nonetheless, he persevered, allowing the thunderous energy to course through him. Stone Chun's intentions were not to subject Evie to such hardship. He preferred a gradual approach, utilizing potions to ensure a steady pace. Evie needed to consume medicine, and this unique environment was essential for his training, despite Stone Chun's futile attempts to deter him. The desire for his partner to grow stronger and more unique was paramount. All Stone Chun could do was ensure Evie recovered swiftly after his training, leaving no lingering injuries. Every new energy absorbed into the body would push against the previous one. Stone Chun's keen eyes could discern the conflicting powers within Evie, revealing the instability of his genes. The Fairy and Moon Evie had already evolved, and with proper medicinal adjustments, he aspired for the evolution into Solar Evie next. Stabilizing the genes for these three forms would be crucial before attempting the evolutions into Fire, Water, Electric, Leaf, and Ice EVs. The challenges would only intensify, unless Stone Chun could concoct the perfect remedy to allow Evie's energies to coexist harmoniously, enabling effortless evolution without physical harm. He believed in the power of science. If even Mutuo could be birthed, so too could he facilitate the evolution of all EV types. It was merely a matter of time. EV, come forth and partake in the drowsy tail. It is a rare delicacy. Sponsored by the Joy family, an opportunity not to be missed. EV opened his eyes and twitched his ears, filled with the energy of thunder, for bristled. It seems it's time for you to accompany your trainer, he thought, dismissing the interruption to his training. Sensing Evie's sentiment, Stone Chun activated the pet retrieval function, and Evie reappeared from the digital realm. Potions. He had prepared numerous healing and restorative elixirs for Evie. The little creature obediently consumed them, his wounds healing and spirits lifting. You've worked hard, Stone Chun said, gently stroking Evie's head. To become strong entails trials. It is not without its challenges. He examined the energies within, pondering what potions to prepare next. His discerning gaze, a gift from the unknown totem, proved invaluable. As Evie caught a whiff of the drowsy tail, he salivated, the enticing aroma enveloping him. Are you not hungry? Stone Chun queried the totem, which remained indifferent, closing its eyes after a fleeting glance at Evie. Do you not enjoy walking grass? He probed. No, it feasts on 10 barrels of golden sludge daily, with more to come, its true delight. Stone Chun swallowed hard. wielding his knife and fork to carve the tender meat. Each slice released more aromatic allure. He finally comprehended why the drowsy, despite being rare, was so coveted. Who could resist the charm of its tail? What he consumed was entirely legitimate, sourced from drowsy farms. Reservations were typically required, but thanks to the Joy family, he was able to partake without any additional cost. Evie, unable to contain himself, devoured his share ravenously. "Delicious!" he exclaimed, tears of joy welling up. Stone Chun's eyes sparkled. The exquisite flavor was undeniable. The melt-in-your-mouth texture was heavenly, eliciting a profound sense of bliss. Truly exceptional ingredients. Their expressions mirrored one another, both lost in the ecstasy of the meal. After finishing, he summoned a massage therapist for himself and another for Evie, indulging in blissful relaxation. "Oh, life is meant for occasional enjoyment," he mused. After days of tension, a skilled therapist's touch worked wonders. Evie, receiving specialized care, felt heavenly, completely forgetting the burdens of training. Chapter 33. The remarkable Musashi and the stagnant Metapod. As the students returned to school, Shichen entered alongside them. If not for the absence of a school uniform, the teacher's badge hanging from his neck, and the black backpack on his back, one might mistake him for a student. Even more youthful than the students themselves. Accompanying the vibrant students into the school, Shichen felt a refreshing sense of youthfulness. The pressure-free education system was far superior to what he had experienced in his own schooling days. A truly excellent institution. "Good morning, Teacher Shichen." "Good morning, Teacher Meikwan." Shichen greeted with a smile. "How was it? You seemed quite busy yesterday. Are you adjusting well? Familiar with the school?" "I'm fairly familiar now. Everything is well organized. And I managed to explore the entire campus yesterday," he replied. "That and Appos, that's wonderful. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out." "Of course," Shichen replied, appreciating the warmth of the nurse school's environment. Everyone was gentle and considerate, and as long as one avoided sensitive topics such as age, survival here posed little challenge. Upon reaching the office door, he spotted Musashi, who had fallen asleep at the entrance, dark circles under his eyes. "Is that your assistant?" Meiwan asked, clearly concerned for the student. "Yes, Musashi." "Hey, Musashi," he called, awakening the student. "Good morning, teacher. I finished the paper you assigned last night." Shichen took the paper but felt a sense of unease without even glancing at it. "Did I not mention? You only needed to complete it in 2 days. There was no rush. It's just a paper. But I want to finish it today and prepare to audit classes." Musashi seemed puzzled by Shichen's disappointment. "Your health is paramount. You need not overexert yourself for classes. Do you believe you can attend class in your current state? How much will you actually absorb?" Shichen shook his head, acknowledging Musashi's ability but also recognizing his glaring shortcomings. "Ah, I see." Musashi realized the error in his ways. "Your mental state is crucial. Without it, nothing can be done well. You need not attend the audit today. Just rest in the office." Shichen gestured to his own seat, for he had prepared for the classes anyway, and the office served merely as a formality. "No, I must attend," Musashi insisted, having worked so diligently for today's classes. "Musashi, understand this. I have the means to allow you into the school, but I can also ensure you are not welcome here. It's entirely up to you," Shichen shrugged, taking a seat with a stool at the door, ready to review the paper. The teachers in the office, ever gentle, urged, "You should heed the teacher's advice. This is not suitable. Being in poor condition and attending class is disrespectful to all the instructors." "Ah, fine. I understand my mistake," Musashi acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. Realizing it was for his own good, he settled into Shichen's chair and promptly fell asleep, snoring lightly. "Please excuse us." "Aha, it's all right, Teacher Shichen. We all need to attend class soon, so it won't be much of an impact." "Glad to hear it. Class will commence shortly." Shichen examined the paper Musashi had written. As promised, it was meticulously crafted, incorporating citations from other works regarding various drug characteristics to substantiate the rigor and feasibility of Shichen's own research. Upon completion, he was astonished to find Musashi had produced what could only be described as a stellar paper in just 1 day and 1 night. He was indeed a genius. At the conclusion, he would also add Musashi's name to the work. "Hello." As the teachers departed for class, Only Musashi, still asleep, and Shichen, who was busy refining the paper, remained in the office. "Excuse me, do you have a moment?" Shichen looked up to see a young girl with a delicate appearance. "Are you Teacher Shichen?" "I am a student of Teacher AC. She sent me to seek your assistance regarding my Metapod." "Understood. Please wait a moment while I revise this paper," he replied, knowing Musashi had already done an admirable job and that the paper required little additional input. "But my Metapod." The girl's urgency was palpable as she awaited his attention, her enthusiasm barely contained. "You've waited for months. I doubt you cannot wait a few hours more. I am currently occupied and cannot afford interruptions. I prefer to work through tasks one at a time. But, teacher, my Metapod is really urgent." "I understand your urgency, but please remain calm." Shichen continued his revisions without lifting his gaze. "And please set your Metapod down. Do not hold it." "Oh." The girl looked dejected. Did she truly believe that her Pokémon was less important than books? How could one such as this become a teacher? As he modified the paper, Shichen inquired, "Does your Metapod not have a Pokeball? Did you carry it all the way here like this?" "It does have a Pokeball, but I feel sorry for my Metapod. As soon as the teacher informed me, I hurried here, telling my Metapod not to worry, that we would evolve soon." Shichen thought, "Do you think you were clever and considerate? What did it eat before evolving? Any special foods? Or did it exhibit any adverse symptoms prior to its transformation?" "None. It felt perfectly fine, yet it simply wanted to evolve." Shichen paused, his eyes scrutinizing the Metapod, which glowed with a faint green light, revealing energies invisible to others. "What did it consume?" "Pokémon feed." "Who prepared it?" "I." The girl, fearing Shichen's misunderstanding, continued, "This is all taught at school. It's what bug-type Pokémon enjoy." "Oh, there is no significant issue. It appears that the cells within the Metapod are dividing too slowly, akin to an elderly individual. It lacks the necessary nutrients to complete the evolution process." "Your Metapod has been raised exceptionally well." "No, it was raised splendidly during its caterpie stage. Your nurturing was flawless. The issue lies with the Metapod itself." "What is the problem? Can you discern it? Please, tell me, is my Metapod all right?" As the girl bombarded him with questions, Shichen continued to refine the paper, adding necessary details as he went. Faced with her urgency, he could only advise her to remain calm, withholding further information. When Teacher AC entered, she reprimanded the impatient student thoroughly. "Teacher Shichen, what is the matter with my Metapod? The cells are renewing too slowly, requiring intervention." Shichen stretched and set aside his paper. "What?" Teacher AC appeared confused. "When a caterpie metamorphoses, the insides of the Metapod are essentially a pool of liquid. Observe a Metapod captured by a Beedrill or a Pidgey, and you will understand." "We would rather not know." Caterpies eat voraciously, accumulating strength solely to evolve into a chrysalis before transforming into a butterfly. Shichen tapped the chrysalis. "You can feel it. It isn't as sturdy as it should be. This indicates that it has lingered too long in its chrysalis, having exhausted its energy for evolution." "What should we do?" The girl's eyes glistened with tears. "The root cause lies in the inactivity of its cells. To speak bluntly, this caterpie possesses very weak potential. It was born to be prey. Achieving Metapod stage is already an impressive feat because of its poor qualifications. The cells within the Metapod are not active enough to transform into Butterfree. Teacher Shichen, please do not keep us in suspense. What must be done?" AC. Witnessing the student's tears and the pitiful Metapod, felt a pang of sympathy. "There is a solution. Provide me with a dedicated medical laboratory and retrieve several Metapod specimens for me to prepare the necessary medicine." After contemplating for a moment, AC responded, "No problem. I will discuss it with the principal. She will certainly agree." Chapter 34, Pokémon Experimentation. Shichen enjoyed exceptional treatment. Upon hearing of his arrival, the headmaster arranged for a dedicated infirmary for Shichen's use. Since he would only be there for less than a month, it was a beneficial arrangement for the school, offering assistance without incurring any losses. It's wonderful not to have to share an office with those other teachers. The infirmary will serve as my workspace, a private office indeed. Caterpie and Kakuna, I need both, if possible. They'll aid in my concoctions. Shichen sat on the stool, exuding an air of competence, much like a director. "Is there any risk involved in this concoction?" The headmaster pondered. "Certainly not. It will only benefit them, aiding in their evolution. This particular caterpie struggles to evolve. Frankly, without intervention, it would remain a caterpie indefinitely. External help is necessary. Incapable of feeding, they can only be immersed in a specially prepared potion, allowing the medicinal properties to seep into their bodies, stimulating cell activity and gently promoting growth. I see. The others seemed perplexed, especially by Shurchun's assertion that caterpie's insides were a mass of liquid. But the caterpie's owner was visibly embarrassed. The forest is too perilous. I lack the capability to capture caterpie and kakuna for you. How many do you require? I'll see what I can do. Shurchun stroked his chin. As soon as possible. 5 caterpie and 2 kakuna should suffice. The research wasn't solely for her benefit. After all, a complimentary lunch was always welcome. It was also about studying cellular changes to aid in the creation of medicine for EV. Only Pokémon could serve as test subjects. Humans were unsuitable. Understood. I will enlist assistance. There's no need. The headmaster interjected. Who knows when that would be done? Treatment can't be delayed. Allow me. The headmaster retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket, releasing a well-nurtured, albeit aged, Pidgeot. Old friend, fetch a few caterpie and kakuna from the forest. The Pidgeot obeyed, vanishing in a flash. Shurchun watched its departure, a hint of envy in his eyes. Such a magnificent flying-type Pokémon. Alas, none have crossed paths with me yet. Otherwise, I would have captured one long ago. The headmaster approached Shurchun, leaning on his cane, and scrutinized him. Young Shurchun, from whom did you acquire this knowledge? I had a mentor in my youth and frequented Professor Oak's lab. I learned a great deal. Since embarking on my journey, I've gained even more mentors, confectioners, pharmacists, and others. I've learned from them all. I see. The headmaster didn't press further. At such a young age, you possess more knowledge than many of our elders. It seems the future belongs to your generation. You know Professor Oak? Impressive. I have some formulations and nurturing notes. Would you find them useful? Rather than letting them gather dust with an old woman like me, it would be better to entrust them to the younger generation to develop and expand. Really? Shurchun's eyes lit up. Anything from the headmaster is bound to be valuable. Then thank you, headmaster. I would be most grateful. It's nothing. I hope your future accomplishments will enable you to assume a position of greater responsibility, making a more significant contribution to both humans and Pokémon. The headmaster smiled kindly. Formulations can be copied endlessly. Giving them to the wicked would be disastrous, while giving them to the mediocre would be a waste. But giving them to a genius holds infinite possibilities. I will, Shurchun affirmed. Isn't the Department of Rare Diseases all about solving problems? Oh, that reminds me. The headmaster paused. Our school has a breeding room filled with eggs found in the wild. As you know, wild Pokémon sometimes abandon their eggs if they sense a lack of vitality or if they don't hatch after a long time. Usually, these eggs are sent to Pokémon centers, but they don't have the resources to study them, so they're sent to us for healing and for the nurses to practice. Some eggs from last semester that were confirmed to be unviable have been buried, but there are a few that haven't hatched. If you have time, perhaps you could investigate the cause. They are new lives, after all. Shurchun pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. I could examine the nutrient solution to see if the eggs are lacking anything. They're in the school's breeding room. You can take a look when you have time. Very well. Soon, Pidgeot returned with several caterpie and set off again to capture kakuna, which proved to be more challenging. The experimental platforms Shurchun requested were also set up. Don't be afraid. He gently reassured the frightened Pokémon, fresh from the jaws of their predator. I still need an assistant. I could really use a Pokémon assistant. Having to do everything myself, even carrying these Pokémon onto the platform, is exhausting. He categorized them and assigned experimental numbers. Only after completing these tasks did Nurse Joy arrive. If you had come earlier, I could have left some of this work for you. All right, everyone else can leave. Nurse Joy and the headmaster may remain to observe. How can you call me an outsider? These are my caterpie. Out you go. Teacher Xiaoxi understood that they were not allowed to watch. She reluctantly dragged the students out. Is there anything I can assist with? Nurse Joy asked eagerly, hoping to gain credit for participating in a beneficial project. You've arrived at the perfect time. I've already completed everything, and there's nothing you can help with. This man is quite irritating. What needs to be done? The headmaster couldn't help but ask. It was rather absurd. Chun, without any specialized equipment, simply walked around the cater pie with a notebook, jotting down incomprehensible notes. Well, I'm checking the activity of their cells and preparing a potion. These ones from the wild should evolve quickly, unlike hers, which has lower activity levels. How are you checking their activity? By feeling and experience. Inconceivable. All right, just watch quietly and don't disturb me. Chun retrieved vials and jars from his backpack, containing the necessary ingredients for the potion. Nurse Joy brought a stool for the headmaster, and they watched the entire treatment process from a short distance. This was the first time he had concocted this particular potion, but Chun knew that combining certain ingredients with trace amounts of toxins could stimulate cellular activity. He took a sip himself, feeling the complex reactions within his cells. Too harmful for humans, but suitable for Pokémon. He took an antidote to return to normal. His hands moved with dexterity, and soon he had prepared the first potion, testing it on the shell of wild specimen number 1. The potion seeped through the shell and into the body. The internal energy is extremely active, then gradually necrotic. This won't do. He restored it to normal with spring water. Although it was an experiment, he couldn't allow the Pokémon to die or be injured. That was Chun's bottom line. Experimentation was necessary. But how else could he create the right potion? He concocted a second, then a third, and finally a 10th potion. Each test subject was tried, showing progress but failing to produce the perfect formula. Making them evolve was easy, but his primary concern was EV. The meal Nurse Joy brought had grown cold, and the headmaster had succumbed to sleep. By the 30th attempt, it was already evening. Experimentation was not as simple as he had imagined. Nurse Joy had also gone home to sleep, leaving Chun alone in the lab. Heh. Time to begin the ultimate plan. A hint of madness gleamed in Chun's eyes. It's inconvenient to experiment with people around. I can't use the formulas that cause too much damage. Extracting the toxic crystal and formulating stimulating pharmaceuticals. Soon, the experimental results will manifest, with the genes of Subject 5 undergoing rapid enhancement. However, Chun is not finished yet. By incorporating fire stones, water stones, and other rock-type substances into the experiments for EV, a rare opportunity to study a Pokémon has arisen. Further stimulation of the genes. From evening until dawn. When EV emerged, it was taken aback. Do not fret. This is merely a study. You may continue your training. EV heard the fearful sounds of those Pokémon. Rest assured. They will be empowered. I assure you. I will not harm them. Trust me. Very well. EV resumed its training. Chun remained engrossed in his experiments. Appearing quite deranged, he resembled a true antagonist, a researcher of a nefarious organization. The genes of Subject 1 are stable, undisturbed. By disrupting the genetic cells and injecting the serum, the internal fire-based power is abundant, likely enabling the mastery of awakening abilities related to fire. A successful experiment indeed. Administer the serum to restore normalcy, and evolution can occur by day. Subject 2 exhibits volatility. With malignant progression, the genes are exceedingly unstable, poised for evolution, yet have been healed. Subject 3 is performing admirably, with its powers capable of perfect fusion. Chun's experiments differ from Team Rocket's torturous methods. He applies stimulating serums that facilitate complete restoration. The medicinal properties of Subjects 4 and 5 are already remarkably refined, and it is permissible to administer them to EV without concern. The improved versions of Subjects 6 and 7 can amplify strength. After obtaining the desired pharmaceuticals from the experiments, it is best to administer the gentlest remedies to several Pokémon to nurture their bodies. Upon evolving and returning to the forest, they will undoubtedly become dominant forces, at the very least ensuring they are not preyed upon. They are Pokémon positioned at the base of the food chain. The formidable strength gained from a night of discomfort is indeed a remarkable outcome. Chapter 35. The paper helper Musashi, is it ready? Joyzy looked curiously at the green potion in Shichin's hand. Indeed, Shichin, with pronounced dark circles under her eyes, still radiated vitality, having persevered through the night with the aid of the potion. The principal, teacher AC, and a student were present. Musashi had attended classes as an observer the previous afternoon and was set to continue today. After a grueling day and night of dedicated effort, Shichen had concocted this potion. Both the Caterpie and Metapod must undergo the pupation stage. However, a rare issue may arise where the cells within become lethargic, prolonging the metamorphosis and draining their strength, preventing their emergence. The potion I developed allows for the solution to permeate the chrysalis, replenishing energy and invigorating the cells. It is an optimal remedy for both healthy and struggling specimens during the pupation phase. Now, observe, she instructed. This morning, under the soothing effects of various potions administered by Shichen, the Metapod were much less fearful and appeared rather content. This is the joy elixir from rock. It induces temporary happiness and relaxation, diminishing their resistance. She poured the potion into a dish, allowing it to seep into the Metapod. Only Shichen could see the effects. This was the pinnacle of potions, uniquely suited for insect-type Pokémon. The Metapod's cells began to divide wildly, rejuvenating and transforming into a butterfly. With a brilliant flash of evolutionary light, a stunning Butterfree emerged, its scales and powder scattering in a breathtaking display. Of course, this was merely the beginning. Shichen proceeded to apply the potion to the remaining 5 Metapod, swiftly transforming them into Butterfree as well. The Kakuna evolved into a Beedrill without exhibiting any aggressive tendencies. The old principal approach to inspect. Indeed, these Pokémon were remarkable both mentally and physically. The potion was effective, a stroke of genius. Yet, they were unaware of the countless experiments Shichen had conducted in secrecy to perfect this potion. Such hazardous endeavors, conducted without harming the Pokémon, were solely within Shichen's capabilities. These were all normal Pokémon. Absent any issues, they would naturally evolve without the potion. One specimen, however, belonged to teacher AC's student, whose cells were sluggish. Without external intervention, it would never evolve. After Joyzy conducted her examination and found no issues, she allowed the group of wild Pokémon to leave, as the infirmary was too small and stifling for them. Livewell, she waved goodbye. Shichen certainly possessed some talent, albeit somewhat annoying. My turn has come. The girl was anxious. Indeed, yours is next, the potion I prepared specifically for you. As Shichen was preparing to pour the potion, she reminded the girl to pay. I won't charge you excessively. The cost of my potion is 500,000 alliance coins. It's quite expensive. What? The girl retreated a few steps, aghast. 500,000. Why is it so costly? You could sell me for that amount. How could I possibly afford such a sum? Crying was futile. I need to eat too. I'm quite poor. Shichen sighed, intending merely to tease her, as she had no real intention of collecting payment. Ahem, little Chun-Chun. How about this? This afternoon, a wealthy guest will come to our school to purchase an electric-type Pokémon egg. I'll leave this transaction in your capable hands. All right. Hee. This sounds promising. The principal interjected, so the price for this guest won't be less than 500,000 alliance coins. As she poured the potion, its potent effects were evident. The Metapod's appearance improved, and its spirit brightened noticeably. With a radiant flash of evolution, a Butterfree emerged. Wonderful, the girl cheered, elated as she held her Butterfree closely. The Butterfree reciprocated her affection. Now, please go outside. I need to rest. After completing her task, Shichen felt utterly exhausted. Why couldn't she master the art of napping? Before Joyzy could say anything, the principal nodded approvingly. Shichen's eyelids grew heavy as she lay on the infirmary bed. Unknown totem, please awaken me in 5 hours. I only require 5 hours of sleep. I wish to read. I wish to study. As she spoke, she drifted off. The night spent testing potions and researching had drained her mentally. At her age, she was pushing herself quite hard. Even 5 hours of sleep felt insufficient. Surely, she would end up rather short, but she didn't mind as long as she surpassed 170 centimeters. The unknown totem behind her opened its eyes, half closed, radiating gentle psychic waves that lulled Shichen into deeper, more restful sleep. Shichen, it's time for breakfast. Thud. Thud, thud. Shichen felt as if her ears might burst. She was jolted awake. What is happening? Did the school collapse? It felt like she had only just fallen asleep when she was roused. Honestly, you slept like a log. I couldn't wake you. Musashi, who had somehow produced a gong, had been banging it for a while. Had it not been for Shichen's breathing, one might have thought her lifeless. How long have I slept? Shichen yawned, feeling utterly refreshed from that slumber. You've slept from morning until now. It's already past 6. There's nothing left to eat at school, so I bought you this. Musashi, reluctant to eat outside, had packed a sushi meal, knowing it would take long hours of work to afford. Wait, did I sleep that long? Shichen panicked, realizing her business was at stake, the deal the principal mentioned. Weren't you unable to wake up? I can wake up. How could I sleep so soundly? Thanks. It feels dreadful to brush past money like this. The sushi tasted decent, and Shichen found it satisfying enough to fill her stomach, although she could sense Musashi's concern. Where are you living now? Why do you ask? Are you really renting a place alone at such a young age? Impressive, truly befitting a future antagonist. Do you have a source of income? Of course. Musashi retorted. Teacher, do you really think I lack the funds to treat you to sushi? What are you implying? How could I possibly be broke? From where? Teacher, that is quite rude. It's already excessive to ask once. Musashi gritted her teeth, wondering if she should confess that she worked part-time every night. Haha, I was merely inquiring. Isn't it a teacher's duty to understand their students? Shichen laughed, feigning indifference. She was simply curious, if memory served. Musashi was among the most unfortunate in the antagonist group, with only Meowth and Jessie being the privileged ones. Rest assured, you needn't worry about this, teacher. Musashi leaned against the desk, lowering her head, confident she could sustain herself. Don't you still have dreams of being an actor? That requires a considerable amount of money, whether for appearances or physical enhancements. Teacher, you're being rather mundane, aren't you? Didn't you tell me that money isn't everything? Musashi scoffed, wondering why they were stuck on this topic. Sometimes money is indeed trivial, yet without it, many things become impossible. Money can make the impossible happen. Shichen retrieved 20,000 alliance coins from her bag and offered them to Musashi. Huh, teacher, what is this? Sushi only costs a few hundred alliance coins. You're overpaying. Musashi rejected it, feeling as if it resembled a sinister transaction. You have misunderstood my intentions. I was impressed with your thesis and would like to offer you this as recompense. I would like to request that you, Musashi, assist me with future theses, and I will include your name in the acknowledgments. Acknowledging my name in the thesis? The monetary aspect is of no consequence. This is of great importance to Musashi. Will my name resound throughout the world? Indeed, your contribution to the compiled data, with the addition of Assistant Musashi, will ensure your name is associated with my published theses. Upon hearing this, Musashi blushed, pondering the significance of this auspicious opportunity. The money is unnecessary. I will dedicate myself to writing these theses, teacher. Writing theses is my greatest passion. Nonsense. Use this to purchase some beautiful attire and indulge in good food and drink. I will contact you for future theses and enlist your assistance. Do you deem this sum insufficient that you refuse it? That is impossible. Musashi's fragile mental defenses felt as though they had been breached. How could she be so fortunate as to encounter such an exceptional mentor? She felt as though her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. 20,000 alliance credits. How long would it take to earn that through part-time work? I have no objections to how you utilize the funds, but while you are assisting me with these theses, I will ensure you are well compensated. As your thesis writing skills and professional knowledge improve, I will offer you increasingly more opportunities. Shurchun possessed a stable clientele and was not concerned about financial matters. 20,000 was a trivial sum for her current circumstances. But Musashi gazed into her mentor's eyes, sensing a genuine desire to assist her. She was overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, teacher. Musashi shed tears, for 20,000 was a significant sum. It would allow her to reside in better accommodations, satiate her hunger daily, and avoid the winter's chill. Shurchun, unaccustomed to comforting weeping women, could only continue. If you are experiencing financial difficulties, perhaps you could assist me in publishing a few more articles. Psychological trauma leading to peculiar behavior in oddish, deviating from the species' survival patterns. The detrimental effects of sugar addiction and methods of treatment. The correlation between cellular activity in Kakuna and Metapod and the timing of evolution. 3 articles? Of course, you may subdivide them further if you wish. Shurchun had no objections. That would amount to 60,000. Musashi wiped away her tears, resolved. A regular schedule. earning money while simultaneously acquiring knowledge. Such an opportunity is unparalleled. I accept. Very well. I shall explain the details, and you must take meticulous notes. Furthermore, revise the thesis you provided me and return it. It is largely satisfactory. Understood, teacher. Chun proceeded to recount the events to Musashi, incorporating her diagnoses and specific details. These articles, once published, would also generate points. With an assistant at her disposal, publication posed no challenge. And so, Musashi devoted several hours to attentive listening, deriving immense benefit. Upon completion, she bowed and departed. She clutched the 20,000 alliance credits tightly in her hand, expressing gratitude for her mentor's assistance. Chapter 36. The Pokémon Eggs of the Nurse Academy. These are all the Pokémon eggs. Quite a few indeed. A dazzling array. With an abundance of eggs displayed on various shelves, Joy began to elucidate the origins of all the abandoned Pokémon eggs in the Kanto region's Pokémon centers, detailing those discovered by trainers in the wild, eggs unearthed by the Junsha family from the black market, and those seized from smugglers, among others. Ultimately, all Pokémon eggs are sent to the Pokémon Nurse Academy as there exists no specialized institution for their care. The purpose of their arrival at the Academy is to provide students with better education and training, as well as to ensure these unfortunate Pokémon eggs receive proper care. A professional assessment will determine whether the eggs are truly devoid of life. Any deceased eggs will be sent to the Pokémon Tower for burial. This topic is somber and unavoidable, as mature Pokémon inevitably confront death, let alone eggs. Each year, the League invests hundreds of millions into this initiative, with contributions also coming from Joy and the Junsha family. Shichen nodded, acknowledging the family's commendable ethics. Pokémon eggs identified as problematic will receive immediate treatment, while those deemed healthy will be nurtured gradually. This Happiny has resided here for over 30 years, a formidable specimen whose strength suggests it possesses at least elite-level capabilities. A formidable pink demon. Happiny is indeed remarkable. It possesses the ability to sense malevolent intentions, warding off those with ill intent. Students harboring dark motives will be counseled to withdraw, as the nurturing of new Pokémon is a solemn responsibility, strictly prohibiting any individuals with ulterior motives from drawing near. Happiny, sensing Shichen's genuine kindness towards Pokémon, realized that contrary to its initial assumptions of malice, he was, in fact, benevolent, with goodwill far exceeding any ill intent. Well done. Truly exceptional. Shichen smiled, gently patting Happiny. What you see now are the healthy Pokémon eggs, meticulously categorized. Some even bear annotations specifying their types. Shichen observed the labels beneath the eggs: Budu, Rattata, Oddish, Caterpie, and even Piku, alongside some rarer species. Pokémon such as Caterpie, Metapod, and Rattata will be released into the wild after hatching, facilitating their survival. This allocation is quite reasonable. As for Piku and similar Pokémon, we will sell them. This is not unreasonable trade. We have a compliant purchasing process with strict identity verification, ensuring that buyers act with good intentions. After all, these are pitiable Pokémon eggs, and the proceeds barely cover the costs of their nurturing. Additionally, we reward outstanding student nurses with some of the nurtured Pokémon, and those wishing to adopt a Pokémon nurtured by the Academy need only pay a nominal fee. This is part of the arrangement concerning the eggs. Shichen nodded in agreement, appreciating this approach. Haha, the quantity sold and given to students constitutes less than 1%. Our fundamental intention is always for the benefit of the Pokémon. The principle of matching capabilities to responsibilities is well understood. Happiny retrieved a key, unlocking an iron door. The room beyond was warm and inviting, housing an entirely different collection of Pokémon eggs. Joy's smile faded, for these eggs had arrived here due to various misfortunes. Some had cracked shells, others had absorbed water, and many presented various complications. They had endured, supported by their tenacious life force, to receive treatment. Happiny unleashed a healing wave, its formidable healing power gently enveloping all the eggs, enabling Shichen to experience this strength firsthand. Shichen's expression grew serious. The issues here were indeed grave. Fortunately, we have the potions provided by Professor Okido, which can temporarily alleviate the conditions of the Pokémon eggs. Though Professor Okito isn't an expert in this field, each has their own specialization, and while we manage to save some eggs yearly, it is insufficient. There are still over 100 here. Joy's expression reflected her distress. Let me show you another place. Happiny produced another key, unlocking a concealed chamber. Several green glass vials contained Pokémon eggs. Shichen and Appo's gaze swept across them. The energy within was sparse, suggesting imminent demise. Yet one egg stood out, its energy fluctuating wildly, exuding a peculiar power, clinging to a thread of life, fiercely resisting death, though ultimately futile. These are the most critically ill eggs received this semester. We have no certainty of success in their rescue. Encased within are the most severe cases, reliant on the most costly and specialized nutrient solutions for survival. Outside, there are those recuperating and awaiting treatment. This chamber contains 6 eggs, one of which has been here for over a year, while the other 5 are newcomers. Is it this one? Shichen pointed to the egg that piqued his curiosity most, also the most dire case. Yes, we have no idea what Pokémon resides within. The defects are significant. When placed in the nutrient solution, there are signs of life, but once removed, the vitality dwindles rapidly. This has been the case for over a year, and yet it has perished. However, Joy's eyes brimmed with tears as she expressed the hopelessness of the current year. We will have to give up, as it has always been this way. It is clear that healing is unattainable, and other Pokémon require the special nutrient solution for treatment. What a weighty topic. Such nutrient solutions number only 6 bottles, contained within these specialized vessels. The Joy family is not naive. Sacrificing the treatment of other Pokémon for a single egg is beyond reason. Human capability has its limits. As for the other 5, I am confident. I can tell you that the probability of saving that egg which has endured for over a year is 1 in 10,000. How bizarre. Its power relies solely on a flicker of thought to sustain itself. The egg fluid within has deteriorated, rendering survival impossible, essentially a death sentence. Without the nutrient solution, it is a doomed egg. Shichen pointed to the brown egg, its shell visibly decayed. It was immediately apparent that this was not its original color. Happiny lowered its head, patting its belly, well aware of the implications. You have a way with the others, don't you? Joy was concerned about this particular egg. Easily identifiable as problematic, akin to your prescription, how could you discern this? It's all in the eyes. It's about discerning power through observation, with experience. One inevitably learns. This egg is like a solitary star flickering in the night. That star symbolizes life, but with dawn, its light will fade, unable to become a constellation. Difficult cases and potions. This is my expertise. Remember it well, and refrain from asking too many questions. Shichen placed his hand on the glass vial, scrutinizing the other 5 eggs. Based on their energy fluctuations, 1 is rock type, 1 poison type, 2 grass types, and 1 flying type. This is the one I can assess. The most unfortunate egg lacks any remarkable energy fluctuations. It is of a common type. Will you provide the materials for my potions? Shichen inquired, as his funds were dwindling. With only a few million left, and he aspired to purchase land to build a home for his family. How much is needed? Is it exorbitant? Quite expensive. Sacred spring water yields only a few bottles per month. Under these circumstances, it could heal, albeit the egg requires substantial resources. My experiments with potions hinge on sacred spring water. Ordinary spring water is largely ineffective. Should I contribute to this, fearing future risks, I would be unable to utilize it. I cannot proceed without compensation. I must procure medicinal materials to formulate alternatives, researching various herbs to ascertain if they can achieve similar effects. I am now able to conduct an urgent rescue, utilizing the most expensive medication. For those with slightly milder symptoms, I will administer the treatment gradually. However, if these 5 are delayed, they may not survive. One can only ponder the severity of the situation. Joy Zixin furrowed her brows, observing Happy Egg nodding incessantly. I cannot provide you with a definitive answer. I can only strive to make a request. Please state your price. I shall contribute some myself, and perhaps you can provide the remainder. Shurchun sighed, stating 20 million alliance coins. Do not rush. The 20 million I mentioned is for the rescue of these 5. In addition to over 100 others, it is quite a bargain. The expenses I will incur in the future will far exceed 20 million Alliance coins. You are well aware of the exorbitant costs of medicinal materials. Joy Zixin's lips twitched. Well, I had expected it to be far more expensive. It seems Shur-chun is genuinely kind-hearted, accepting such a modest sum. Chapter 37. The tenacity of the egg. Shur-chun retrieved 5 luxurious 1L glass bottles from his backpack. The price of these bottles alone was quite considerable, for they contained the sacred spring water, a generous gift from the Locke family. In times of poisoning or physical ailment, consuming this elixir would restore one to normalcy, embodying various miraculous powers of magical potions. To replicate it perfectly in the future would be utterly impossible. Magic does not exist in this world. One could only strive to concoct substitutes with somewhat similar effects. Without the sacred spring water, Shur-chun would never have the audacity to test the potion himself, nor would he dare subject his Pokémon to such trials. Could the Happiny lend a hand? Alas, he lacked the height and strength. Just as he was about to take action, he realized that the place for adding the nutrient solution was quite elevated. Indeed, assistance was necessary. Happiny was more than willing to assist in this endeavor. First, it poured his potion into the 5 nutrient solutions. With its eyes aglow with a blue light, Happiny deftly controlled the addition of the sacred spring water into the bottles. Shur-chun silently praised Happiny's remarkable abilities. It was truly impressive. As the sacred spring water entered the nutrient solution, Shur-chun observed a purifying force penetrating the Pokémon eggs, fervently repairing them. Others could not see it, but he could. Was this what one might call magic? It was astonishing. Much like a chemical reaction, these ailing Pokémon eggs were undergoing restoration, reconstructing their genetic makeup and reinforcing their vitality. However, the damage was extensive, and the repair would require some time. He filled the inflatable bathtub meant for bathing the little Pokémon and left it to use later. Oh, I'll take care of this, Joy volunteered, finally able to lend a hand. As Shur-chun and Happiny awaited patiently, it was evident from Happiny's expression that the recovery was progressing splendidly. Let us give it a try with Healing Wave, Shur-chun suggested with a smile. Although it may not have much effect, it would provide Happiny with a sense of participation. Happiny gently emanated its healing powers, and all 5 Pokémon eggs received the soothing waves of light. A sense of happiness welled up within Happiny as it witnessed the evident recovery of the 5 Pokémon eggs. There was hope. They would not perish and be laid to rest. The power of the sacred spring water was effective. The eggs had transitioned from a critical state, on the brink of death, to normal Pokémon eggs. Their strength was gradually being restored, and the nutrient solutions provided sustenance, leading them toward normal nurturing. The recovery was unmistakable. Even the cracked shells had been mended, and their internal strength stabilized. Shur-chun and Happiny both smiled. They had succeeded. Please take out all 5 eggs. We just need to observe them daily, and the nutrient solution will suffice. Happiny has got it covered. Happiny pressed the buttons, emptying the special nutrient solution, gently retrieving the eggs within, feeling the vitality emanating from them, and basking in its own happiness. I'm done too. Oh, can we proceed already? Joy felt she had missed much, not witnessing the healing process. Indeed, we are using the finest medicine. I have very few bottles of it, and this remedy is hard to come by, Shur-chun replied, feeling a pang of concern. Yet, joy filled his heart upon seeing their recovery. In comparison to a few lives, this small quantity of medicine was inconsequential. Thank you. I will inform the Joy family of your efforts. Joy bowed. No. Shur-chun evaded, feeling unworthy. He was doing this for the money, 20 million Alliance coins. You needn't say such things right now. It's quite touching. Happiny, don't block the way. Happiny gently nudged Joy aside. Mommy Egg, you have changed, Joy exclaimed. Is everything ready? I'm on my way. Shur-chun observed the egg, still fighting for life, even amidst despair. The egg was visibly damaged yet unwilling to relinquish its hope for survival. Absorbing more nutrient solution would be futile. The egg was beyond saving. This marked his first encounter with Pokémon mortality, a complex and indescribable feeling stirring within him. Humans too face death. Many Pokémon have long lifespans and do not perish swiftly. The cycle of life and death is natural. Having faced death himself, he had come to terms with it. Each day lived was an opportunity gained. Shurchun silently prayed for the egg to have a better reincarnation, free from calamity and pain. There were still over 100 eggs awaiting his attention. Save me. Shurchun halted, glancing back at the egg. You aren't psychic. You lack the ability for telepathy. I'm conveying its thoughts. Oh, so it's an unknown totem. Shurchun felt a tumult of emotions. How could an unknown totem be unaware? Should he then attempt to save it? He was not equipped for such a task. Unknown totem. Can you tell me whether I should save it? Whether it was sacred spring water or all the remedies he knew, none could assist. The egg was irreparably damaged. In truth, the Joy family excelled at saving Pokémon eggs. The treatment costs were exorbitant, and there was no guarantee every Pokémon could be rescued. Shurchun recognized that after saving the 5 Pokémon eggs, the one already beyond salvation, an egg that resembled death, had its yearning for life intensified. Did it think it could be saved? In reality, it could not. The sacred spring water would not suffice. Fallen upon the wildflowers would bloom, but immersed in nutrient solution, its effects remained unseen. The unknown totem offered no response. Closing its eyes. Hurry up, we're waiting for you. Joy called out softly. Oh, arriving at the bathtub, Shurchun set aside his concerns. I'll examine each one. Happiny, move over. Happiny understood. Shurchun poured red and blue potions into the bathtub, concocting a large potion on the spot. The energy from this eggshell was overflowing, posing a danger. He placed it into the bathtub. Happiny, this one is losing vitality rapidly. It requires special treatment. Do you have a water stone? An evolution stone? Yes, we need to keep a water stone nearby. Combined with the nutrient solution, it yields remarkable results. Oh, I'll fetch one right away. Joy exclaimed, rushing out. Shurchun placed the egg into the bathtub, observing and concocting the potion as he poured it in, with evident recovery taking place. Ah, a red shell. This must be a Charmander egg? Happiny, it's not a problem. It's a resilient little fellow, simply lacking nutrition. Administering the nutrient solution will suffice. Among the 100 or so eggs, only about 10 were in critical condition, and he had already used several bottles of sacred spring water. At least they were not as severe as the 5 previously treated. After a long day of labor, he finally paused to prepare a day's worth of medicine. Exhausting yet effective. At least they could all be saved. Happiny, please hand me the egg, Shurchun requested. Wow, today Happiny must feel extraordinarily happy. I can't even fathom how delightful it would be to consume this egg. Shurchun gratefully accepted the egg, feeling the happiness radiating from it. Having healed so many Pokémon eggs, Happiny was overjoyed. Happiny wants to eat. May I? Thank you, but I'll just have one. Let us save the rest for Pokémon in need. Shurchun smiled, affectionately patting Happiny's plump body. Truly a great helper. He wanted to take it away. Grandma Joy said she would send a shipment of medicinal herbs as a token of gratitude from the Joy family. Hey, thanks. Shurchun replied without hesitation. It might be a bit much. Where will you send it? How much? 10 trucks? My goodness. Don't overthink it. Just some common herbs, easy to procure. But medicinal herbs are quite rare. I hope you can provide ample medical assistance. However, Shurchun chuckled awkwardly. Where would I store it? I can't just openly tell everyone I have a spatial backpack capable of holding 10 trucks. This is inconsequential. You may retrieve it at your convenience, or even have it delivered to your laboratory or research institute in the future. That is satisfactory. Shurchun feels reassured, having received both the Alliance currency and the generous gifts from the Joy family. As she prepares to depart for the hotel to gather her belongings, she lifts her gaze to the smiling Joy Zishin and wonders where the egg will be sent. Did she not mention that it would be buried tomorrow? Oh. Shurchun's movements slow as she packs her things, her lips moving as if she wishes to utter something. May I take this egg with me? However, Joy Zishin furrows her brow, questioning, what do you need a dead egg for? It is not yet deceased. Shurchun sighs. It is no different from being dead. Joy Zishin is unable to alter the circumstances. You should leave first. Joy Zishin states, is this your territory? Nevertheless, she obediently steps out. Shurchun enters the intensive care unit, where the solitary egg resides. Do you know what Pokémon it is? Shurchun inquires, gently tracing the unknown totem behind her ear. I do not know. The new life force of Pokémon is immensely sacred and cannot be discerned. This is true, Many Pokémon produce eggs with differing patterns, and only the most experienced can identify and classify them by appearance, which does not guarantee accuracy. Shi-Chun rests her forehead against the nurturing tank. I do not know what Pokémon you are, but I am aware that your chances of survival are less than 1 in 1,000. This is akin to death. Yet, the faint vitality within the egg has not given up. I speak solely in terms of healing. There is no hope, unless you can summon a divine beast to assist in your recovery. Do you truly believe you can find a formidable divine beast to aid you? What a pity. The whereabouts of divine beasts remain unknown. Even if I were to embark on a quest and fortuitously locate one willing to help you, by that time, it would be too late. Tomorrow, you will be discarded, and without the nutrient solution, you will face certain doom. The flicker of life within the egg seems to pause, as if it too understands the inevitability of the situation. Nevertheless, Shi-Chun furrows her brow, pursing her lips in contemplation, uncertain of her own thoughts, and hoping against hope for a chance to save you. I will employ various potions to disrupt and reconstruct your egg, allowing you to regain vitality. However, the effects of these diverse substances are unknown, and I cannot ascertain what Pokémon you are or how it may affect you, nor do I know if you will emerge normally. You may perceive this as my ambition to transform the impossible into the possible, dedicating immense effort to alter your fate. Do you still wish for this? In this world, there exists no completely selfless devotion without expectation of return. Even if such a thing were possible, I have never witnessed it, and such sincerity is destined to be fleeting. My desire to assist this egg is not born from altruism, but rather from selfish motives. A dying egg holds little value. It would be better for me to study it, to seek a glimmer of hope for your salvation, and being the subject of my research is the price to pay. It is the only value inherent in a nearly lifeless egg. Even if I fail to revive it, I shall not feel remorse, for I will have exerted all my knowledge and effort. I am willing. The unknown totem opens its eyes, seemingly in agreement with Shi-Chun's intentions, ready to give it a try and reveal its mysteries. This is the message conveyed by its indomitable spirit. You need only to give your all. Chapter 38. Taking away the villain Hap. Are you not leaving yet? Happiness Egg, please help me take this egg out and prepare it in the incubator. I want to give it my all, regardless of whether it can be cured or not. Hap, the happiness egg covered its mouth, pondering whether this egg, which it had watched over for over a year, still could not comprehend its fate. It was beyond saving. However, if Shi-Chun wished to try, it would certainly oblige. The lucky egg controlled the buttons, gradually depleting the nutrient solution in the container. Swiftly, it placed the egg into the incubator. Shi-Chun poured in the nutrient solution he had developed, hoping to sustain its flicker of vitality for the time being. Hap, if you cannot manage it, please remember to return it to me, or let it rest in peace. Rest assured, I will give it my utmost effort. Shi-Chun exhaled deeply. The upcoming period would undoubtedly be arduous. Carrying the egg, he made his way to the infirmary, deeming it unnecessary to stay at the hotel, as the back and forth would consume a significant amount of time. Shi-Chun placed the egg on the desk, meticulously inspecting it. The transportation process had encountered no issues, indicating it was not overly fragile. Unlike other nefarious villains who conducted experiments with a multitude of Pokémon, leading to fatalities, his experiments were strictly forbidden from causing harm. The potions he utilized were mild, designed for gradual alteration, avoiding any abrupt actions that might lead to death. Faced with this lifeless egg, Shi-Chun hesitated to proceed. If the required potion was not administered with precision, the final opportunity for revival would be compromised. Perhaps I should seek a divine beast for assistance. This truly is a vexing predicament. Frustrated, Shi-Chun rubbed his head. Such a gift of regeneration could only be bestowed by a divine creature. Sighing, he retrieved a book from his backpack, combining his knowledge and experience to search for methods related to Pokémon eggs. Time passed incrementally. Shi-Chun consumed a potion to enhance memory while flipping through the pages. The EV emerged, circling the egg incessantly. Wasn't this merely a dead egg? Why the distress? There was still a glimmer of hope, albeit it was in a state of decay. A miraculous egg. Shi-Chun sighed. This was challenging. Go to sleep. No. Shi-Chun slumped onto the desk. An unknown totem behind his ear used psychic abilities to hypnotize him, transferring him to the bed. Evie brought a blanket and snuggled in beside him. Bye. The next morning, upon being roused, Shichen realized he had been hypnotized once more. Goodness. To prevent me from rolling out of bed, they simply made me sleep in a daze. He kissed his Evie. Having not shared such a morning affection in a long time, it was simply adorable. Musashi, perplexed, mused whether he had not noticed the living being here. Teacher Shichen, are you not holding class today? I have completed all the papers for you. Let me know if there are any modifications needed. Since it's Saturday, let us finish all the work. Musashi was indeed quite proactive. Oh, wait. Shichen continued to rub his head against the fluffy Evie, relishing the comfort. By the way, Teacher Shichen, is your Evie larger than others? Shichen beamed, squeezing Evie's paws. Indeed, my Evie is exceptional. Bye. Everything that seems unreasonable here appears entirely reasonable. Musashi sighed, feeling a lack of suitable Pokémon himself. I'll go buy you breakfast. Get up quickly, Musashi declared before departing, observing the teacher and Evie playing together on the bed, feeling somewhat superfluous. Shichen then leisurely rose, washed his face, and brushed his teeth. Pulling back the curtains, he found the sun already high in the sky. This is the new medicine I developed for you. Give it a try. It's derived from the research on the armor caterpillar, stimulating the cells within Evie to enhance vitality, enabling smoother transitions between its various evolutions. Shichen had complete faith in this, consuming the potion without hesitation. It had a slightly overwhelming taste, but overall was tolerable. Suddenly, Evie's fur bristled. Its body feeling as though a tempest raged within, uncomfortable yet pleasant, a sensation of itchiness and pain. Bye. It's all right. This level of discomfort is nothing compared to a day of training. As long as you're fine, the subsequent medication will only increase in dosage. Shichen observed the changes within Evie intently. Indeed, it was a Pokémon with unstable genes, as its evolutionary genes appeared to be dividing. The core of stored energy had completely split into two Pokémon traits, Fairy and Moon. Let us attempt to evolve into a Moon Evie. Although there is no moonlight now, I believe Evie can find that sensation within its body. Upon hearing Shichen's words, Evie suddenly felt the essence of a Moon Evie, transforming during the day. This was also due to the stabilization of its genes, allowing free evolution and devolution, seamlessly shifting through various evolutionary forms. However, not long after, it reverted back to its original form. No worries, we will take our time. Shichen gently patted Evie's head. Bye. I want to train. All right. Today, they would still send Evie to Thunder Canyon. The effects of the medicine combined with the stimulation of thunder made Evie feel rather addictive. Shichen observed this and was pleasantly surprised at its effectiveness. Before long, Musashi returned with bread. Thank you. Teacher, you truly are. Musashi struggled to find the words. Are all researchers alike? Consuming meals in a hurry while immersed in research. Why do you say that? Because when I was little, my mother was a researcher, always preoccupied with her work. Musashi's tone turned somber. Who wouldn't he want a mother? It's not a big issue. I can always recruit a lucky egg to assist me, a small helper for daily life, and a significant aid in medical matters. That sounds quite good. As Shichen ate while reviewing papers, he reflected on this notion. He had yet to find a suitable candidate to accompany him. By the way, how has your studying been? You've been auditing classes for a few days. Musashi's expression turned complex. Let us not talk about it. Just as I was once rejected, I may truly not be suited for nursing school. I've realized that in some courses, I cannot care for Pokémon as meticulously as other students do. I can be attentive, but I also lack patience. The school curriculum simply doesn't suit me. Shichen regarded Musashi with a complex gaze. If it doesn't suit you, then don't pursue it. You will eventually find a direction that is both suitable and enjoyable for you. But becoming a nurse has always been my dream. Being a nurse does not necessarily require graduating from nursing school. As long as you believe you are a nurse and possess the ability and strength to be one, along with the recognition of others, then you are indeed a nurse. Musashi laughed. What kind of explanation is that? It's too far-fetched. That is precisely it. You see, I study nurturing knowledge, but I've never taken an exam. I don't need anyone's approval. As long as I recognize myself, that is sufficient. Then I can showcase my true abilities, allowing others to acknowledge me. Musashi waved his hand. Who could be like you? Shichen swiftly finished reading the paper. Musashi had meticulously noted all the properties of the medicinal materials and even referenced some information he had researched, all of which Shichen had never encountered. The paper is quite well done. I've added some notes. Once we incorporate those and revise any unnecessary parts, we can publish it. Musashi felt pride, satisfied that all his hard work had not been in vain. Once you finish the revisions, please submit it to Joy at the Pokémon League for me. I will be quite busy in the meantime, focused on reviving this egg. Leave it to me. Musashi had no objections. As long as the payment was in order, everything was comfortable. This teacher Shichen was truly commendable. Indeed, if you find the courses at the Nursing Academy unappealing, you might consider auditing for a while and departing once the meeting concludes. Why does that sound so hurtful? What I meant was, after you leave, you could explore the opportunity at the Chansey School, where the training is relatively brief. You could assess your suitability for the nursing role and adapt to their curriculum. I will also attend for a few days then. Oh, very well. After a moment of silence, Musashi acquiesced, acknowledging that one must experience various schools to truly understand their capabilities, which is, in fact, a truthful statement. On another note, Shichen recalled that the Chansey Academy held a certain regret for Musashi, specifically a Chansey, which could provide Musashi with the chance to engage, and perhaps even lead to a perfect culmination of plans. Chapter 39, Miraculous Healing of the Dead Egg. Revitalization. Healing this Pokémon egg is no simple feat. For 10 days, I have been simulating various methods in my mind, all proving to be of little use. Inside the egg, aside from a faint sign of life, there is nothing but stagnant water, devoid of strength and incapable of nurturing life. If the survival of this Pokémon egg is a miracle, then its revival would indeed be a divine act. The only option is poison. Despite ample sleep, my mental state remains far from ideal, and my hair continues to thin. Observing the larvae in the petri dish, I realize they are a product of my latest research. These minuscule creatures, a few millimeters long, were discovered on the surface of the deceased Pokémon egg. They are akin to microorganisms found in nature. Were it not for my extraordinary vision, I would not have perceived their presence. A brief cultivation period renders these larvae temporarily useful allies. I open the incubator and tap a tiny hole into the eggshell. Under normal circumstances, this would be no easy task. However, this egg is lifeless, retaining only a whisper of vitality. All the nourishing elements akin to egg whites have decayed, emitting a foul odor. Upon the release of this stench, the larvae in the petri dish writhe in frenzy, seeking the source of the scent. I retrieve my instruments, lightly tapping the dish where the swarm of larvae crawls, then direct them into the egg. Their voracious consumption of the rotting egg fluid is evident as their bodies swell. Hours pass as they prepare for reproduction, yet many succumb one after another. The death of the larvae is merely the first step. Upon dying, they release a pungent toxin, stimulating that flicker of life. As I anticipated, the vestige of vitality begins to pulsate wildly. Lost and searching for direction, its power no longer aligned with its genetic origins. The first step is successful, yet I feel no joy. Once the larvae have consumed the decayed remnants, they all perish within the egg. The next phase involves transforming these deceased larvae into nourishment for the egg. In a second petri dish, a single green larva, approximately 1 centimeter long, is coaxed through the small opening in the egg. Upon entry, it begins to consume the remains of the deceased larvae, emitting a unique energy, a life force that serves as sustenance. The process is slow and deliberate. The vestige of life senses this extraordinary energy and begins to flourish, utilizing it as its source of nourishment. This intricate process unfolds at a deliberate pace. I secure the medical room, locking the doors and windows tightly, hanging a do not disturb sign. I cannot afford any missteps. If any phase falters, my efforts will be in vain, and the experiment will fail. The unknown totem opens its eyes, witnessing this marvel that only humanity can achieve, a truly wondrous sight. After a lengthy 10 hours of consumption, the green larva finally fulfills its purpose, preparing to emerge and metamorphose. I carefully preserve this unique creature, which could also serve as a remedy. Cultivated at a cost of millions. Exhaustion overwhelms me, my hands trembling as I handle the materials. Taking a deep breath, I note that, for now, this little creature requires no nutritional solution to sustain itself. My healing process is not yet complete. I open the refrigerator and retrieve a glass vial containing merely a droplet of liquid resembling water. I introduce it into the egg. Miraculously, the vestige of life begins to divide, splitting, and further dividing, absorbing all available nutrients while expelling what cannot be assimilated. The egg resonates with the sensation of new life being birthed. I exhale in resignation, my hands quivering, yet this does not signify that the egg has revived. I introduce a specialized nutrient solution, gradually restoring the cracked shell. It appears as if the very forces of nature are celebrating the arrival of new life. Yet I know this is merely an illusion. All remains at the initial stage. After careful observation, I ascertain that no particular power has emerged. I classify this Pokémon as a normal type. However, the normal category encompasses myriad Pokémon, including Eevee, Pidgey, Rattata, Spearow, Jigglypuff, Meowth, and Chansey, making it arduous to determine which Pokémon this egg belongs to. I proceed to narrow it down further, experimenting with various potions to ascertain its classification. With no flying traits, I eliminate those possibilities. No fairy or ground characteristics indicate it is indeed a singular normal type. Eevee? I shall test that theory, as its genes appear stable. Meowth? Possible. Snorlax? Unlikely. The egg's origins trace back to the wild, where it was not only cracked but also waterlogged. Yet it has retained its vitality throughout a long journey to the Pokémon Nurse Academy. It is undoubtedly a Pokémon from the Kanto region. In recent years, research has unveiled the Steel-type series discovered by Professor Oak. It is improbable that there are unknown Pokémon. Could it be Meowth from the wild? No. Something feels off. I focus intently, realizing this egg's genes are not unstable, but rather remarkably stable. Thus, I dismiss Eevee from consideration. The stability of its genes and cells, along with its power, could suddenly become unstable. Though I have never encountered this power, I am convinced it must be true. Ditto. I cover my face and exhale deeply, certain of my deduction. With a bit of logical reasoning, it becomes apparent. My enhanced vision has provided invaluable assistance. Yet it has also left me fatigued. After consuming a potion combined with a magic stone, my eyes no longer ache, allowing me to continue my observations. A brief test reveals that when I release a walking grass Pokémon, it responds. Dope. What's wrong? Nothing, just wait here. I observe the egg's transformation, noting a small number of cells approaching the walking grass, while most remain in recovery. It seems to be training quite well. I encourage it to persist. I gently pat the walking grass before returning it to the farm. I can now confidently identify this Pokémon. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is indeed a Ditto. Consequently, I can now focus my efforts on creating a nurturing environment tailored for Ditto, commencing from the egg. First, I must alter the nutrient solution's composition to stimulate cell division, adding traits that enhance strength, stamina, and memory. 1 vial per day. The cost of materials for each vial amounts to at least 5 million Alliance coins. The critical issue remains that the supply of special berries from the farm may not suffice. This is merely a day's worth of nutrients. If the special berries are insufficient, I must seek alternatives, opting for the most expensive berries available. Walking grass, since you have a good rapport with the scarecrow, please communicate with it. Let us share the bounty. I require some berries from these trees. Lately, I've been providing the scarecrow with golden fertilizer, but I need berries now. Doe. Understood. After the walking grass returns and communicates, I engage in a game. I plant the special berries, and indeed, the scarecrow provides a bucket of berries for 11 trees, causing them to mature rapidly. This is excellent. With the special berries secured, the nutrient solution is no longer a concern. Next, the egg has ceased to fissure, absorbing the nutrient solution to replenish what it requires. This egg can only derive sustenance from external sources. As the nutrients within are nearly depleted, the original egg whites have spoiled and been consumed, leaving a hollow environment for growth. I puncture a small hole in the top of the egg, unable to see inside, as if a mysterious force were obstructing my view. not the power of the unknown totem, but rather the inherent rules of Pokémon. I inject a concoction of holy spring water mixed with my formulated potion and observe the reaction. The genes become highly active, and the cells exhibit remarkable vitality. This Pokémon possesses a formidable ability to absorb nutrients, ravenously consuming all that is available from the external environment. Its faint will to survive deeply ingrained in its genetic makeup. Shurchun meticulously documented everything in his notebook. His mind was awash with wild ideas, experiments, and the like, utterly captivating in their allure. Without unwavering resolve, he was certain he too would delve into the realm of extraordinary dreams, spiraling further into madness. But he reined himself in. He decided to cultivate with his own abilities, adhering to conventional methods. After observing for several more hours, he confirmed that there were no issues. Even the pinhole did not require restoration. Each day, he administered various potions to ensure that the Pokémon thrived within the egg, propelling it ahead. During the second injection, he embarked on a different experiment. He incorporated rock DNA, a concept that seemed almost fantastical. This DNA was extracted from an EVS mouth, a remnant from an encounter where it had bitten a rock Pokémon, leaving a trace of blood that Shurchun had preserved. Upon injection, a formidable rejection response occurred. Yet, Shurchun did not yield. He infused the substance once more with the gentle power of a magic stone. The transformations within his body eluded his comprehension. Fusion appeared impossible. "O unknown totem, I implore you, grant me your mysterious power." This experiment, akin to Shurchun's own vision, was only made possible with the aid of that enigmatic force. The unknown totem did not reject him. A hazy mist enveloped the Pokémon egg, ultimately integrating into its essence. Everything seemed intact. The egg grew increasingly vibrant, and Shurchun noted changes in the shell. This realization brought him genuine relief. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. He could no longer resist. Several sleepless days threatened to claim his life. He left the door unlocked, placing the egg safely within the rock habitat to avert any unforeseen incidents. After consuming a vial of restorative potion, he felt invigorated, needing only a brief respite from sleep. His mind grew foggy. He was oblivious to his surroundings. If he did not succumb to slumber soon, it could prove fatal. The unknown totem emanated waves of psychic energy, lulling Shurchun into a deep sleep, while it floated from behind his ear to the crown of his head. The mysterious force permeated his entire being, unbeknownst to him. Chapter 40. The egg hatched. What are you doing? Where were you yesterday, committing thievery? Miss Joy from the United Regions has arrived, and you still haven't woken up. Joy Zishin exclaimed angrily, pinching Shichun's ear. Yet, Shichun lay there as if in a deep slumber, offering no response whatsoever. Ah, so this is the so-called clever Shichun? While intelligence and strength are commendable, there are times when it can be rather vexing. Joy Zishin rubbed her head, feeling quite troubled. Oh dear, let him sleep a bit longer. The lecture is tomorrow. How about you take me to explore with me around Leafy Town today? It's a rare visit, and we must return after the lecture. Another Joy, who appeared slightly different from Joy Zishin, smiled gently. Taboo accompanied by two gentle Pokémon, right? The nearly identical dolls are also looking forward to it. I heard there are exquisite perfumes. I would love to purchase some. The other Joy chimed in, with a Jigglypuff trailing behind her. Joy Zishin managed a wry smile. Fine, fine. The three Joys reached a consensus. If he cannot be awakened, then let it be. However, it must be quite inconvenient to carry your Pokémon egg, right? Joy Zishin gazed enviously at the Pokémon egg in Joy Huelon's hands, wishing she too could possess one. Ah well, we all come from this, after all, Joy Huelon remarked, looking at the two nearly identical dolls behind her. As they were their offspring, they must be well taken care of. Taboo, the nearly identical doll, nodded in agreement, being cautious with the precious Pokémon egg during their journey, fearing it might be bumped or damaged. Oh, it's all right. Let's just leave it here. Nearly identical doll. I will take you to experience the Pokémon perfumes and the Pokémon food. It's a rare outing, so let's enjoy ourselves. Despite appearing to be in a deep sleep, in reality, he is the most adept at caring for Pokémon eggs. Just the other day at our Pokémon hatchery, 5 endangered Pokémon eggs and over 100 problematic ones were healed in a single day. Joy Huilon covered her mouth in disbelief, astonished at such a remarkable individual. Well then, nearly identical doll, shall we leave the egg here and come back after some playtime? Taboo, the nearly identical doll, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that carrying the egg would indeed be inconvenient, and they feared potential dangers outside. Joy Zixin placed the egg on Shichen's desk, closed the door, and took the two distant Joys to explore the streets and the school. Several hours later, Shichen slowly awakened, feeling remarkably refreshed. He had slept so comfortably. Glancing at the clock, he realized it had only been a little over 10 hours. There was no cause for concern. Oh, my egg. Shichen put on his shoes and approached his desk, finding the egg safe and sound. How wonderful. I was so dazed before sleep that Shichen's expression shifted from joy to shock as he looked at the Pokémon egg. I don't understand. How could it have changed in just over 10 hours? Shichen panicked, his scalp tingling. It had fully developed inside. Did the eggshell change before I fell asleep? Did my medicine have such extraordinary power? How could it have matured so quickly? Perfect, genetically stable. It seems to have transformed into a Pokémon. Or could it be that my assumptions were incorrect? Is it not a Ditto after all? That makes sense. I don't possess the divine perspective to know what this egg truly is. Yet it also doesn't add up. How could it have returned to normal without any issues in just over 10 hours? How am I to study this? Shichen chuckled helplessly, rubbing his head vigorously. Utterly perplexed by this phenomenon, the nutrient solution was fully absorbed. It has quite the appetite. There is no other choice but to prepare a new nutrient solution. I cannot proceed as before. All previous plans have been overturned. Could it be a hint of fairy power? Generally, it's a fairy type. What then of the many hypotheses I constructed earlier? Shichen felt like crying without tears. How could there be fairy power? Perhaps it wasn't he fully recovered at that time, and the fairy powers remained hidden? Yet that too seems illogical. Fairy-type powers could be plausible. Let us consider this a change of taste for today. In the rock map, my paradise, there exists a joyful elixir, a potion that brings happiness to both Pokémon and humans, fostering joy. I believe such flavors would be well received. Mixing the potion with all other medicinal ingredients, he poured it into the incubator. Little one, now that you have recovered, grow well. Although it may seem like a loss, Shichen felt content within. After all, it is a matter of fate, is it not? The bond with it, having rescued it. And now it is thriving. Allow me to tell you, we are destined to be together. Once you are born, I shall surely capture you. You can only belong to me. Otherwise, with all the medicine I've used, the money spent, and the energy exerted, I would be at a loss. Shichen pouted slightly in irritation. Follow me, and you shall not suffer. You will enjoy the finest luxuries. If you wish to train, you may. If you prefer play, then play it is. Our goal is not to become champions, but to travel and assist those in need along the way. I will fulfill my curiosity and passion for pharmacology. Our partners are remarkable. We have an EV that knows various evolutions and a walking grass that grows like mad from consuming golden fertilizer. Each day, everyone engages in their favorite activities. I would never impose. For me, the happiness of my companions is paramount. Yet, once you are born, you must work for me, you know? These past few days, I have been unable to sleep well, my thoughts consumed with how to heal you. Regardless of how much I complain, there emanates a tenderness, thoughtfulness, and an undeniable affection for Pokémon from within, which cannot be concealed from the Pokémon egg. This unique sentiment brings joy to the egg. Oh! Shichen tilted his head, blinking. Did the egg just move a few times? Is my medicine truly that effective? Or is there something amiss? Shichen felt a headache coming on again, pursing his lips in contemplation. I suppose I shall pour a bottle of holy spring water into it. The changes are too drastic in just over 10 hours. Could there be an issue that eludes detection? I hope the holy spring water is potent. Upon pouring the holy spring water, a reaction occurred. The little creature within the egg seemed delighted, conveying its affection to Shichen. This isn't right. Shichen felt the situation becoming increasingly alarming. If this unusual behavior persists even after a week, how can it be normal after just over 10 hours? Are you about to hatch? Shichen observed the nutrient solution being completely absorbed, his heart racing with anticipation. Is it finally time? Ditto. But why must you maintain this fairy power? Are you trying to surprise me? It cannot possibly be an issue with the rock Pokémon genes, can it? It shouldn't be. The egg wobbled excitedly. Crack, crack. The eggshell began to fracture, a dazzling white light emanating from within. Shichen held his breath, his emotions a whirlwind of complexity and anticipation, feeling that this was not how it should be. As the sacred light appeared and faded, Shichen witnessed the miraculous transformation of the first Pokémon from egg to birth. This adorable little creature is a nearly identical doll. Taboo. Chapter 41. The Mishap of the Almost Doll, Almost Doll. Shichen exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief as her emerald green eyes fixed on the creature before her. Oh my God! Who could fathom the tumult of emotions surging within me at this moment? I had always presumed it to be a chameleon Pokémon. Yet what hatched was an almost doll. Could today truly be my lucky day? Is this the mysterious blessing of a divine beast? Look at how diligently I have healed so many Pokémon. Is this delightful little one a gift sent to me by the dreams I cherished? The almost doll's form was a delightful blend of pink and beige, with azure eyes and two large, wave-like ears. Freshly emerged from its egg, the almost doll was still quite small, not yet the typical size for its species, measuring merely the size of 2 palms at 1 meter. Shichen's eyes turned red with excitement, her flushed cheeks testament to her exhilaration. The almost doll giggled, covering its mouth, and beamed at Shichen, who adored it immensely. Oh, my precious almost doll, my anticipation has not been in vain. You are the finest gift bestowed upon me by the divine. Unable to contain herself any longer, Shichen rushed forward and gently embraced the almost doll. You are simply too adorable. Our meeting must be fated. You, a Pokémon from the Unova region, appearing in the Kanto region, surely signifies our destined connection. Is it because the gods heard my prayers and sent you to my side? The almost doll responded with affection. I love you so much. You are so cute. Shichen beamed, nuzzling her cheek against the almost doll. The creature continued. I am sorry I did not recognize you at first. I must have caused you distress. But rest assured, I shall treat you in the best possible manner. My dear gift. The almost doll's ears curled in a way that avoided contact with Shichen, for touching would send it to sleep. Shichen gazed at the almost doll, her heart overflowing with love, utterly satisfied. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shichen. From this moment forth, we shall be companions, family. I look forward to our journey together. The almost doll placed its hand upon Shichen's, expressing its eagerness. Shichen felt lightheaded from the overwhelming cuteness. A small bean appeared in her hand, a product of Rock's brand that could refresh and enhance all talents. Particularly effective for newly hatched Pokémon. Eat this, my darling almost doll. The almost doll picked it up and popped it into its mouth, feeling warm and comfortable. Shichen, this is simply delightful. I must try the berry juice as well. I am truly sorry I did not anticipate your hatching today. I was unprepared and forgot to bring moo milk. A tinge of guilt washed over Shichen, as she had not foreseen this joyous occasion. The almost doll maintained its endearing smile, gently caressing its cheek, reassuring Shichen that all was well. Sipping the juice, it exclaimed, delicious. What a splendid combination. It then began munching on the eggshell, thoroughly enjoying its meal. Many Pokémon consume their shells after hatching, and Shichen couldn't help but smile at the sight of this tender creature savoring its food. How wonderful it is to witness you eat. My efforts over the past few weeks have not been in vain. I have hatched an almost doll. I am utterly enamored. She watched in bliss as the gentle creature feasted, feeling as if she had reached the pinnacle of happiness. The almost doll looked up, its eyes sparkling with joy after finishing its meal, and gazed at Shichen. You are so adorable, Shichen exclaimed. You truly are the cutest baby in the world. The almost doll shyly covered its face, overwhelmed by the affection. I feel incredibly fortunate to have met you, Shichen declared. I, too, am fortunate, the almost doll replied, its ears tuned to Shichen's heart and emotions, sensing the mutual fondness. How delightful it is to be loved right from the moment of my birth. Shichen stroked its ears, careful not to touch its tendrils, lest it fall asleep. I adore such a Pokémon. You are simply too precious. She smiled, continuing to caress it, utterly content. Will you accompany me on this journey? Absolutely. The almost doll replied, affirming its commitment. You are so obedient. Shichen mused, pleased to see that the Pokémon appeared healthy. Pokémon truly are miraculous and filled with wonders. Rest assured, I will provide you with the best nurturing environment. I will always be vigilant to ensure you are free from harm. A sudden noise interrupted their tender moment as the door swung open. The market in Dry Leaf City was bustling with vendors, making choices overwhelming. No worries. After the lecture, you can come and play with us. Playing might be a challenge. There is much work to be done in Unova. Zishin, one of the Joys, reminded them. Don't forget to come find us. 3 Joys laughed and entered, followed by 2 almost dolls and a Jigglypuff. Ah, good evening. Huilan from Deep Gray City, Wallen from Hualan City, and Zishin, you are all here. What a surprise to see all 3 Joys. Zishin remarked, if you weren't blind, you would notice that we look quite different. Shurchun, glancing at the almost dolls behind her, felt a strange sensation in her mind. Something seemed off. Wait, has it already hatched? Huilan Joy rushed forward, apologetic. I am so sorry. I checked, and it was not supposed to hatch today. What a surprise. The almost doll clung to Shurchun, its familiar voices bringing comfort. Devoid of any wariness. This is mine, Shurchun muttered, clutching the almost doll tightly, only able to utter those words. The almost doll's parents approached, interacting with their offspring tenderly, causing the almost doll to drift into slumber. It is quite healthy, Huilan Joy confirmed after her examination. Thank you, Shurchun. Shurchun frowned, still unwilling to release her hold. This is my creation, it is mine. You are mistaken. The 2 Joys exchanged puzzled glances. Zishin whispered to the others. I suspect he might be a bit unhinged after the emotional turmoil. Please do not take offense. I told you. All those Pokémon eggs returned to him, and only one, which everyone deemed hopeless, he insisted on rescuing. He spent over 10 days on it. When we arrived today, there were no eggs left. Zishin's unfinished thought lingered in the air, the 2 Joys catching on quickly. Poor thing. So compassionate. If that Pokémon egg had consciousness, it would surely understand Shurchun's intentions. The Joys felt sympathy for Shurchun's predicament, acknowledging that he must have believed he saved the Pokémon. Shurchun, I know you are heartbroken. However, when we came to call you this morning, you were asleep. We decided to leave the egg with you while we went shopping, and unexpectedly, it hatched today. If its parents are still here, how could it possibly belong to you? Joy's heart ached, but it was of no consequence. The doll did not belong to Shichin. What about mine? Shichin pursed her lips, suddenly recalling something that made her cheeks flush. Alas, my condolences, you have done your utmost. Joy gently patted Shichin, who was truly a good person. In the unseen rock home, Shichin beheld the egg of a Ditto. Heavens, how did such a mix-up occur? Teacher Shichin, please release your grip. I must take the doll with me. Its parents are here, and we are headed to the inn. Shichin bowed her head, her face crimson. How can I let go? My heart is filled with joy and anticipation, only to be dashed in vain. May I take it with me? Shichin managed to utter, overwhelmed by her desire for the doll. It was destiny after all. The Ditto shook its head. This was their first offspring, and it would certainly not consent. You see, this is their wish. Joy Huilan was also unwilling to part with the doll. Each Ditto was a vital companion, essential for future treatments at the Pokémon Center. Is this my Pokémon? Joy inquired, bewildered. What audacious dream allows you to do this? Yet, Shichin lamented. But I truly adore the Ditto. I hatched it myself. This was rather childish, but Shichin yearned to contend for it. I like it too, Joy nodded. Who wouldn't? In the end, she could only watch as Joy Huilan took the Ditto from her grasp. Her heart shattered, truly broken. Shichin retrieved her own egg from the home, regaining her spirits. I still have my egg. I shall not be disheartened. The Ditto's egg was gradually recovering as well. Shichin replaced the nutrient solution and injected medicine, ensuring the little one would grow well. Chapter 42. Lecture at the Nurse Academy. The lecture has commenced. With the school on break these days, various professionals from the Joy family, including some medical prodigies from the Guandu region, have been invited. Not only is there Shichin, but several others as well. Shichin fidgets with anxiety, primarily due to the daunting presence of over 80 Miss Joys, a few Miss Junshas, and several outsiders, including himself. The Joy presiding over the meeting appears to be quite elderly. A young boy with green hair, seemingly around the same age as Shichin, approaches to greet him. Hello there. I don't believe we've met before. The only others of a similar age present seem to be him and Shichen. I am Daching. He introduces himself. I have been called by the Joy family to explain how to soothe irritable Pokémon. I am Shichen, specializing in the study of puzzling ailments. And I will be discussing anorexia. Oh, I see. Daching responds, I have heard of you. Your papers have garnered quite a reputation. I've read some of your work, particularly your remarkable insights on sugar addiction. I am confident that you will surely be recognized as a researcher. Shichen chuckles, who knows? You possess remarkable abilities in researching how to soothe irritable Pokémon, Daching observes, despite being of similar age. Hey, it's merely a talent developed over time. I have a natural affinity for Pokémon, and I learned to sing from our matriarch, which allows me to better soothe them. Oh, so you use song to calm them? That is impressive. Shichen replies, intrigued. It's often thought that such abilities are exclusive to girls. It's just a few tricks I've picked up along the way. While I can train Pokémon in singing techniques, my voice surely pales in comparison to theirs. Do not belittle yourself. Your selection indicates your competence. Otherwise, you wouldn't be hero. No, I haven't truly studied. How could I possibly compare to you all? How old are you, Daching? I'm 11. Such youth. Oh, I suppose I'm still quite young as well. Coming here for classes is fortunate. My family's Miltanks receive free treatment at the Pokémon hospital when they fall ill. How lucky. Daching beams. You have Miltanks at home? Shichen inquires. Indeed, my entire family raises Miltanks. Wonderful. If I have time, may I visit your home? I am quite interested. You are most welcome to come, Shichen. Splendid. I've made a friend with Miltanks and their family. Now, let us commence the presentations. First, please welcome Joy Lushu. After a lengthy introduction, the meeting finally begins. Greetings, everyone. I am Joy Lushu, a pharmacist specializing in the study of the flora and fauna that are ubiquitous in our environment, capable of healing both humans and Pokémon. I will be discussing the fire, water, electricity, and grass types. My sister will later cover the flying and poison types. The expansive network of connections within the Joy family is indeed remarkable. This topic piques Shichen's interest. He has certainly come to the right place. The details regarding the common types are comprehensive, elucidating their usage and benefits, which are immensely advantageous for both Pokémon and humans. Shichen listens intently as several Joys lecture, and only after a considerable time does the session conclude. All right, we will continue this afternoon. It's now time for a break. Would you like to join me for lunch, Daching? Certainly. I just arrived yesterday and am uncertain of what delicacies abound here. Not a problem. Let us simply grab something to eat. Shichen smiles as he and Daching exit the school. He occasionally glances back, sensing an inexplicable presence trailing behind him, but dismisses it. Buta, the almost there doll has been caught by its parents. Let me go find him. Buta, no, we live quite far away. We cannot leave you here alone. You must grow up to be an excellent nurse Pokémon, just like us. The almost there doll pouts in defiance, refusing to listen. All they can do is watch as Shichen walks further away. The parents of the almost there doll are also quite helpless, dragging their child back home. In a self-service restaurant, Shichen and Daching enjoy their lunch together. Shichen, have you taken the breeder certification exam yet? Daching asks, wolfing down his food while still inquiring about his new friend. Not yet, Shichen replies, savoring his meal without haste. Then, if your papers receive recognition from the League and you become a researcher, wouldn't it be rather amusing that you haven't even taken the breeder qualification exam? What's so funny? Recognition from others is not a necessity. Have you taken the exam? Shichen finds the thought of testing bothersome and unnecessary. Me? Daching scratches his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I aspire to be a breeder, but my family's milk tanks require my care. I must tend to them and help milk them. My parents then deliver the milk for sale. And I also have younger siblings to look after. How many siblings do you have? I have 2 younger brothers and 3 younger sisters. What about you? I only have 1 younger brother. Shichen can barely contain his laughter. A family of 6 siblings. Thinking of his younger brother, Shichen can't help but smile. His brother is adorable, the most precious of all. That is wonderful. Unlike me, who must care for my younger siblings, my parents cannot manage without my assistance. They support our schooling and buy Pokémon feed, leaving them little time. Thus, I must help out, leaving me with no time to study. Many hands make light work. Once your siblings grow older, they will also contribute. Ha ha ha. That's what everyone says. Daching is refreshingly candid, his smile pure and his complexion healthy. Shichen gazes out the window, feeling fortunate due to family circumstances. Becoming a breeder is unattainable. Shichen ponders for a moment before suddenly conceiving an intriguing idea. In the future, when he is older, he envisions owning a small plot of land, raising a herd of miltanks, cultivating a variety of trees, and growing medicinal herbs to process his own brand of Pokémon food, potions, and perhaps even rock-school pinballs, akin to Pokeballs after all. What use is it to let them accumulate in storage? What purpose does food serve if it isn't sold? He doesn't require a grand store. It suffices to have a place to sell. Daching, wait, hypothetically, if I were to be appointed as a researcher, would you be interested in working at my research institute? Daching shakes his head. I cannot abandon my miltanks. Shichen is momentarily taken aback. What a genius. You misunderstand. Isn't it permissible to have miltanks at the research institute? It is indeed allowed. There's no need to travel far to sell them. You can sell directly to the institute. Moreover, there are other Pokémon there, providing you with further opportunities to nurture them. The more Daching listens, the more appealing it seems. I trust your nurturing methods. Do not let them go to waste. If it becomes too challenging, can't your parents assist? They could join you, bringing your siblings along. They would thrive in a better environment. And you could learn immensely while pursuing your dreams, alleviating your parents' burdens. Plus, they could also lend a hand. Currently, managing the fruit orchard yields little profit. A flock of Pokémon comes to steal food every day. They're so gentle that instead of driving them away, they welcome them, making it impossible for the family to earn. That sounds quite appealing. Daching beams. When will you be appointed as a researcher? Shichen's lips curve upward. Even if I am not appointed, with sufficient funds, I could establish a private research institute, right when I need assistance. You could join me, couldn't you? Ha ha ha. My good brother, remember to call on me. Of course. Shichen often dreams up spontaneous ideas. Having his own research institute seems delightful. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to store the medicinal herbs gifted by the Joy family. As the afternoon continues, although meals are provided, those not belonging to the Joy family are reluctant to partake. I am Joy. What I wish to share with you is a dilemma I have encountered: how to breach the psychological defenses of Pokémon. It is widely acknowledged that many Pokémon who coexist with humans tend to be quite susceptible. Shichen diligently takes notes, as each possesses their own unique strengths and specialties. Chapter 43. Evaluating researchers in a state of drowsy confusion. Sichuan awoke, and so did Eevee. Curiously, Eevee gazed at the large-eared Pokémon beside him, wondering how it had arrived by the bedside without him noticing. Perhaps his vigilance was lacking. Huh? Almost there. Sichuan rubbed his eyes, surprised by the unexpected visitor at such a late hour. The doll-like Pokémon, with a radiant smile, embraced Sichuan, expressing the anxiety it felt upon waking and not finding him, having searched frantically, and even encountering its parents who had not allowed it to approach. Did you sneak out? Sichuan questioned, his gaze drifting to the door, realizing that the presence of its parents was a clear sign of their protective nature. The doll-like Pokémon nodded, clarifying that it wasn't exactly sneaking out, as its parents had been following closely behind. With its acute hearing, capable of detecting faint sounds from 2 kilometers away, how could its parents not be aware of its movements? I missed you so much, Sichuan lamented, feeling a pang of reluctance to part with the Pokémon he had painstakingly hatched. Although the hatching time had been brief, not even lasting an hour, the bond felt profound. I miss you too, the Pokémon replied, its innocent expression revealing its affection. Typically, a Pokémon would regard the first being it encountered as its closest companion. However, with the doll-like Pokémon's parents nearby, the connection was inevitably complicated. Have you eaten yet? I have some candies in my bag that you might enjoy. Sichuan retrieved some homemade sweets, offering them to the doll-like Pokémon, which delighted in their sweet, blissful flavor. It seems Miss Joy has been taking good care of you. You look healthy, Sichuan remarked. The doll-like Pokémon nodded, eager to share the events of the day, even though Sichuan struggled to comprehend its words. Eevee chimed in, expressing sympathy for the Pokémon's lack of freedom. Isn't it a pity? It reflected, noting how its siblings had scattered across the world, making their return nearly impossible. Sichuan understood the preciousness of a Pokémon capable of healing. Such talents warranted protection. If it fell into the wrong hands, the consequences could be dire, making it challenging to rectify any misguidance. Would you like to join me? We could live together, Sichuan proposed, uncertain of the doll-like Pokémon's desires. Wishing not to impose, Eevee wrapped its tail around the doll-like Pokémon's hand, encouraging it to join their little family. The doll-like Pokémon lowered its head, its ears twitching, betraying its inner conflict. As a nurturer and, in a sense, a healer, I sincerely wish to invite you as my partner, not solely because you are a healing Pokémon. Why did your parents give birth to you on the way to the Kanto region? Why did you hatch on the very day you appeared before me? What accounts for the joy I felt upon seeing you? The first question remains a mystery. The second is due to circumstance. The third, undeniably, is your charm. Thus, it seems we are fated to be together. It must be destiny, Sichuan mused, watching the little doll-like Pokémon process his words while the parents outside remained speechless, contemplating the same questions. I promised I would take good care of you when you hatched, believing you to be an abandoned Pokémon in the wild, unaware that your parents were present. The challenges ahead were manifold. Would the parents allow it? Would Miss Joy consent? And if they were to travel, would the Pokémon be able to endure the long journey back to its homeland? Sichuan gently stroked the doll-like Pokémon, acknowledging the weight of their connection but recognizing that true bonds cannot be forced. There is still a few days to consider. You may choose to stay with your parents or accompany me. If you choose to come with me, I will wholeheartedly support you, for where there is will, obstacles become mere trifles. The doll-like Pokémon could only nod, unsure where to place its small hands. I'll come back once I've made my decision. Goodbye for now. As the doll-like Pokémon departed through the door, its parents regarded Sichuan with mixed emotions. I didn't expect you to be quite the talker, one remarked. I didn't realize you had such a fondness for Pokémon, another added. I recall someone declaring that I am the most adorable Pokémon in the world. Time for rest, my dear one, Sichuan murmured, embracing Eevee as they settled in for the night. Suddenly, a loud knock interrupted their tranquility. What is it? Sichuan called, opening the door to the agitated Musashi. I feel like you're indifferent about everything. Your paper has been submitted for days. Don't you want to know the results? Musashi's frustration was palpable. If it weren't for Sichuan, he might have punched a wall in anger. What's wrong? What comes next? Sichuan asked, bemused. For goodness sake, be a bit anxious. This concerns your future. Musashi's veins popped with irritation, revealing their shared anticipation for the outcome. Each paper had an assistant behind it, and Musashi had been anxiously awaiting results, while Sichuan seemed unperturbed. I know my papers are fine, with the Joy family vouching for me. I simply needed to submit them. The approval is no longer just from the League, but a green light from the Joy family, affirming that these papers are sound, albeit slightly unconventional in methodology, Sichuan explained. Oh, so you weren't anticipating the results at all? Only I was. Musashi sighed, disappointment evident. Do they even have a rating for you? Scholar or researcher? Scholars are newcomers with minor influence, while researchers have the authority to establish their own institutes. Of course, it's a researcher position. Musashi beamed with pride. Since your research involves rare ailments, achieving a doctorate should be straightforward, as there are no doctoral positions for rare diseases. Sichuan, you must strive for excellence. I want others to know that I was once a research assistant to a doctor. It's an honor, Musashi declared. Sichuan chuckled, dismissing the notion of glory. Moreover, because I handle your affairs, some matters are beyond my control, like your annual research funding or whether to establish an institute and recruit assistants, all of which require negotiation with the League. Sichuan gazed at the sky, exhaling deeply in relief. Thank you, Musashi. Once my research institute is established, I would appreciate your help. Musashi's smile faltered, despite gratitude for Sichuan's esteem. I must decline. I have my own dreams to pursue. Really? Sichuan nodded in understanding. How about this? When I need to write papers, I'll reach out to you. You're welcome to join the institute part-time when it's operational. Chasing dreams isn't inexpensive. Musashi turned away, impatient. I get it. Stop rambling. You're not leaving yet. Your institute isn't even set up. Aha. Very well then. Chun feels quite at ease. Everything seems perfect. Establishing a research institute with the assistance of the Alliance is remarkably effortless. It's merely the choice of location that poses a slight dilemma. In the future, as the rockets become more active and various divine beasts make their appearances, I hope my research institute remains unharmed. It is crucial to select a prime location. Chapter 44. The third Pokémon. The almost dull congratulations, Xiaochun. You have truly been selected, and your article has been published in the newspaper. The unprecedented methods for curing sugar addiction and anorexia are solely attributable to you. Da Qing held the newspaper, which featured extensive coverage of Shichen. Outstanding papers. Recognized as a researcher, and so forth. Upon arriving at the lecture venue today, you were met with waves of greetings. The greetings from others were tolerable, but the ones from Joy and Junsha were particularly vexing. For I find no value in acquaintances. Once I step outside, I will forget who is who. Fortunately, Shichen covered her mouth, relishing the praise. She had not shared these developments with her family, for she surmised they would not reply anyway. So, do the words you spoke last time still hold true? Da Qing's heart was filled with trepidation. Of course they do. Once my research institute is established, you can bring your entire family along. After all, how could I establish an institute on my own? Not only do I wish to establish a research facility, but I also aim to open a shop, selling everything produced by our institute. This will serve as a source of funding, negating the need for additional financial support from the Alliance. The Alliance is not so benevolent. They will draw boundaries where they can, and within this realm lies unseen darkness, along with countless individuals who may fall prey to Team Rocket in the future. Your idea is splendid. I can already envision how glorious your research institute will be. Shichen smiled. She had envisioned a comprehensive store featuring various candies, Pokémon food, Pokeballs, potions, and cultivation supplies. The first floor would cater to the general public, the second floor to VIP clientele, and the third floor would offer customized services, welcoming guests from all directions. The institute would focus on researching complex ailments and pharmaceuticals, while the shop would handle sales. Indeed, with future research funding secured, motivation would also flourish. Xiaochun, can my parents really come? They have raised me, but know nothing about running a business. I have several younger siblings, and I do not want them to be like me, unable to pursue their dreams, isolated from the city. I wish for them to attend better schools and broaden their horizons. Da Qing expressed fervently. Of course, not only your parents, but mine will also come along. My parents will only assist with tree planting and maintenance, regardless of the circumstances. As long as we are together as a family, everyone will have their role to play. Shichen did not mind. Da Qing could accompany her, and his siblings could simply rent a house outside the institute. His parents could continue raising meager funds or assist with miscellaneous tasks, which would be perfectly fine. Shichen was not a saint. She perceived Da Qing as genuine and kind-hearted. Thank you. The lecture continued, with Shichen making significant advancements in treatment, cultivation, and more, presenting exceptionally well and with great depth. It was soon Da Qing's turn. Hello everyone, I am Da Qing, the irritable Pokémon. According to one must admit, Da Qing possessed a certain flair. His insights benefited Joy and Junsha, but were of little use to Shichen, having never encountered an irritable Pokémon. Communication was impossible, and he resorted to physical methods, as that was most effective. Soon, it was Shichen's turn. Hello everyone, I am Shichen from Qingshan Town. Indeed, no one present was unfamiliar with Shichen. Today I shall discuss the section on anorexia from my paper. Anorexia is not merely a psychological affliction but also involves a physical aversion. This condition is most prevalent among trainers and Pokémon, as abandonment by trainers and extreme training can lead to a Pokémon's anorexia. Psychological anorexia is particularly challenging to treat. It is difficult for Pokémon to emerge from that shadow. Now, let us address physical anorexia. My hypothesis divides it into two phenomena. One is eating well and being satiated, and the other is eating poorly and remaining hungry, which ultimately leads to aversions to all types of food. This is my treatment method. There are no prescribed conventional methods. It relies entirely on your individual mastery. Next, I shall discuss sugar addiction. You may not perceive the dangers of consuming sugar, yet it is a perilous yet alluring substance. My treatment approach may be somewhat extreme. As it is a unique case, I had no choice but to proceed in this manner. I have developed a gentle research method, and the herbal formulas have been published. Should anyone require them, you may examine them at your convenience. Upon concluding her presentation, applause erupted. Despite her youth, she possessed considerable knowledge. Who would not feel envious of someone so young earning a researcher's title? Yet, what use is jealousy? One must possess the capabilities to match her. Thus began the question and answer segment, where Shichen adeptly addressed inquiries. Even in areas where she was less proficient, managing to contribute meaningfully. The second day's lecture passed in this manner. The third day's lecture yielded even greater benefits for Shichen, as she absorbed valuable knowledge. What could be more meaningful for her? On the third day, representatives from Unova, Sinnoh, and Chengdu took the stage, introducing her to some novel concepts. After 3 days of lectures, the conference was drawing to a close. Xiaochun, remember to contact me once you have your phone sorted out. All right, take care. A handshake and farewell to Dacheng. That evening, Shichen did not leave. She remained in the infirmary, waiting. As anticipated, Joy Zixin arrived. She looked at Shichen with a peculiar expression. I truly cannot comprehend how you managed to earn its affection. Huh. Shichen's eyelids fluttered. Could it be? The almost doll burst through the door, eyes shining brightly. With a leap, it landed in Shichen's embrace. Whoa, little darling, you're back. I thought you had abandoned me since you didn't end Appos. Come yesterday. How delightful that the almost doll wishes to accompany her. Tubu, I was with my parents learning yesterday. Of course I want to be with you. Shichen, I recognize that you are now a researcher. And having attended your lecture, I genuinely believe you are capable of caring for the almost doll. Joy May's eyes were filled with complexity. However, I must inform you that the almost doll is quite rare. Unova's medical facilities are still developing and are in dire need of personnel. I truly do not wish to entrust the almost doll to you. Yet, May smiled wryly, but, as you said, perhaps this is fate. The almost doll has traveled across the sea to be here, hatching before you and choosing you. What right do I have to impede a Pokémon's pursuit of its desires? Tubu, the two almost dolls held hands. Observing the child's joyful expression, feeling reassured, they realized that the child had every reason to pursue its happiness. Shichen tightened her embrace around the almost doll. Is this truly mine? Rest assured, I will care for the almost doll diligently. Wherever it may be, it shall become an exceptional Pokémon, destined to surpass its parents. Shichen gently cradled the almost doll's face. You agree, don't you? Almost doll. Tubu. Of course. Then I entrust it to you. You must care for the almost doll well. Count on me. Shichen's team grew by one, adding the long-desired companion. Together with the almost doll, she proceeded to the port to see Miss Joy off onto her ship. The almost doll bid a final farewell to its parents. Envy. Jealousy. Joy Zixin wept tears of jealousy, lamenting her lack of a healing Pokémon. Are you envious? Shichen felt a surge of pride. Butu, are you envious? The almost doll echoed with pride. Not merely envious. I have no desire to engage in logistical work. Oh dear. I would love to have a Chansey. A Happiny, or even a Qingling. I wouldn't mind. Joy Zixin wailed, shattering the image of joy that Shichen had held dear. Shichen gently caressed the large ears of the doll, lost in thought. I might be able to gift you a small fortune egg, but you must assist me with a task tonight, and you must not divulge this to anyone. Joy Zixin wiped away her tears, her face flushed. What do you intend to do? What I wish to accomplish is somewhat excessive. I hope you won't take offense. I am exceedingly offended. Very well. Shichen felt helpless. But you can at least share your thoughts with me. This evening, you must find a way to procure happiness incense, the finished product, along with the ingredients for its creation. What did you think it was? Joy Zixin exclaimed. Surely, you do not believe that with your extraordinary abilities, you can simply obtain these and cause a lucky egg to produce offspring? Let me tell you, that is utterly impossible. Our family possesses a dedicated lineage of lucky and happiness eggs, and the process is immensely challenging. Not only must their spirits be kept buoyant at all times, but they also require ample nutrition to sustain their bodies. When the moment is right, they must be gathered together and incense lit before each one, before attempting to produce eggs. However, Even after 100 attempts, success is not guaranteed. Do you understand? The probability of success is monumentally low. I see. She mused. To maintain happiness and joy, and through the Joy family essence sense as a catalyst, only under certain conditions can the lucky eggs potentially yield offspring. Yet, how could so many families of lucky eggs in the wild have persisted through such troubles? Where would the incense come from? Joy Zishin rolled her eyes. Our incense is crafted based on the methods used within the lucky egg family. The wild lucky eggs gather materials, either to consume or to burn, before they can produce little fortune eggs. Is it truly that simple? The wild ones face even greater challenges. Past overharvesting has led to a drastic decline in their populations. If it weren't for those wretched egg thieves, a single lucky egg family could produce dozens of offspring in a year. Now, whether in the wild or within the Joy family, producing eggs is equally daunting. Some lucky eggs are unable to conceive at all due to poachers and those with nefarious intentions. The improvements made by the Joy family have finally granted the lucky egg lineage a glimmer of hope. Is it truly that difficult? I am honored to inform you that this pertains to the realm of reproductive challenges, specifically infertility. Ridiculous. Ahem, in any case. You must procure it for me today and deliver it tomorrow. What a fierce woman, devoid of gentleness. Joy Zishin remained unconvinced, questioning whether he could surpass the capabilities of the Joy family. Very well, await my return tonight, and I shall bring you what you seek. Excellent. Chapter 45. The Power of Happiness. The Happiny, with a gentle gaze, looked at Shichen while patting its belly. Hee. Happiny, are you happy? Are you content? Indeed. Shichen had arrived at Happany's place in the dead of night, accompanied by two adorable companions, Evie and Swablu. Happany was puzzled about Shichen's intentions but nodded in agreement. Of course, with all the Pokémon eggs having hatched, it was indeed a joyous time. I'm also incredibly happy, exclaimed Evie, echoing the sentiment. I have a question for you. Have you ever laid an egg? This Happany had lived for over 30 years, possessing unparalleled strength, and crucially, it was independent, not belonging to the Joy family. It simply loved caring for the eggs that hatched and nurturing injured ones, which is why it remained at the school. Happany presented the egg on its belly to Shichen, as if to say, "Didn't I already give you an egg to eat?" "Thank you," Shichen replied, accepting it without hesitation. "It was delicious. I want to know if you've ever given birth to a Chansey." Happany shook its head, while it adored Pokémon. It had longed to give birth to a Chansey for the Joy family, but was unable to. "Do you wish to give birth?" "Of course I do. But I simply cannot." The lineage of the Chansey family compelled them to desire the continuation of new life. Evie translated this for Swablu, who curiously touched the unhatched eggs. "I see. How about we conduct an experiment? Since your family struggles to produce new Chansey, I wish to assist you." Happany pondered this and then nodded. "If you can help me lay an egg, I would be grateful." "Certainly. But can you manage to lay 3? Happany responded incredulously. "I can't even lay 1, and you expect me to lay 3? Shichen chuckled mischievously. "Here's what I propose. 1 egg for you to raise your child. 1 for Joy Zishin, who you often interact with and is quite wonderful, aspiring to become a nurse, and the last 1 for me." Indeed. Shichen desired a Chansey to study fragrance formulas, intending to sell them at a premium to the Joy family and cultivate a Chansey lineage for assistance in future research. Happany retorted, "What do you think I am? Capable of producing so many eggs?" Its cheeks puffed out in disbelief. "The egg inside me cannot possibly be laid that quickly." "Patience," Shichen said, suppressing a smile. Happany waved its hand dismissively. "Help me lay an egg first, and then we can discuss." If an egg truly emerged, it wouldn't mind. Shichen was kind, and Joy Zishin was exceptional. With determination, Shichen ignited the lucky incense. First, he inhaled its fragrance, feeling comfort and joy enveloping him. A sensation of maternal love. It was precisely this feeling that filled him with uncontainable happiness. Evie and Swablu began to hum along, caught in the joy of the moment. Happany, well versed in the process, had undergone numerous experiments before. Once it found the rhythm, it utilized the egg-laying technique, and finally produced a standard egg. Shichen's eyes keenly observed the energy flow. At that moment, a wave of pleasurable energy radiated from Happany, as true happiness and delight were essential for producing a Chansey. And not just any form of joy. During the egg-laying process, an influx of energy surged toward the egg. Though it was insufficient, let's refer to it as the power of happiness. This unique energy influenced Happy's internal strength. Take this medicine to restore your energy. I shall return tomorrow. Shichen placed various medicines and specially prepared food nearby. Suddenly, Shichen recalled the previous egg he had healed, which was still too dangerous to show and required daily care. Happy paused, then erupted in laughter. Shichen sensed its happiness had intensified, yet it was still lacking. The more experiences one amassed, the harder it became to find genuine joy. Farewell, he said, returning to the infirmary, where Swablu, having only just hatched days ago, succumbed to sleep. Evie kept Shichen company, diligently observing him as he prepared potions, occasionally dozing off. In the early hours, Evie slipped into the training room for practice. Shichen experimented with various incense blends, struggling to reach the level of quality produced by the Joy family, rendering it mostly ineffective for Happy. With no alternative, he decided to enhance the incense with a joy-inducing potion from Rock Home, which, when consumed, elicited happiness, and when ignited, also produced a sense of joy. The impact was not as powerful as when consumed, yet it was sufficient, far superior to the Joy family's offerings. He planned to refine the formula and produce lucky incense to sell to the Joy family, envisioning a substantial order. The following day, Shichen returned to Happy, who appeared quite relaxed during the school holiday. Are you ready? Yes. Happy replied, having consumed the medicines, eagerly awaiting Shichen's initiation. Swablu curiously observed Shichen's every move from behind. Shichen lit the incense, and this time, Happy felt an entirely different sensation, a euphoric happiness unlike anything it had ever experienced. Now lay the egg, Happy quickly responded, and the egg on its chest transformed from white to a vibrant hue, adorned with red patterns. Success! Shichen exclaimed in exhilaration, with Swablu cheering alongside him. Happy gently presented the egg, yet communicated to Shichen that it was challenging to regain happiness after laying an egg, due to the incense. Indeed, humans and Pokémon were fundamentally different. Happy tenderly caressed its first egg, quickly recovering, though feeling slightly weakened. It had expended all its happiness and luck to produce this one egg. Thus, it was named Chansey. It became clear that the more joy and happiness one experienced, the greater the potential of the offspring. This new Chansey was no exception. Happy itself was of elite caliber. Come on, I feel I can produce a second one, Happy urged. Shichen shook his head. Your happiness energy is too low. Let me conduct another experiment. Once more, he ignited the incense, filling Happy with joy. However, this time, the sensation was different for Shichen. He provided Happy with a potion to replenish its strength. Lay the egg. The happiness energy for the second egg was markedly diminished. It was as if Happy had discovered a pattern, barely managing to produce this one. After laying the egg, Happy appeared dazed for a moment before retrieving it. I don't know why, but I feel a bit unwell. Shichen meticulously recorded the results of this experiment, noting the distinct changes between the two eggs. Happy, you did wonderfully. I believe we have unraveled the mystery of your family's egg-laying difficulties. Your experiments can aid countless injured Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Happy regained its smile, realizing it could contribute to the greater good. The power of happiness encompasses many emotions, including joy and fulfillment, which can also determine the strength of lucky spells. This was a groundbreaking discovery. The power of happiness resides within all Pokémon, each possessing it. Shichen recognized this force within his own eyes, signifying that he would now be able to discern whether Pokémon were truly happy. In our final experiment, we concluded our endeavors. Are you still able to continue? Shichen felt no issues, though the energy of happiness had been depleted. However, it could be replenished. The happiness egg, nodded, determined not to abandon our efforts halfway. After recovery, the joy of bringing forth two little ones was undeniably blissful, a genuine source of delight. Now, drink this vial of elixir, Shichen suggested. The happiness potion might as well be renamed the elixir of joy, for it possesses the power to generate happiness. The collision of two worlds was truly fascinating. Upon consuming the potion, Happy's eyes sparkled, as if transported to a realm of sweetness, the entire egg buoyed by an ethereal light. Chun paused his recording. Recalling that the previous incense had only contained a hint of the happiness potion, while this time, the happiness egg had ingested an entire vial. The abundance of joy was overwhelming. Yet, it was still insufficient. The celestial happiness egg could withstand even more bliss. Let us have another vial, he proposed. After consuming it, Hap felt dizzy, soaring through an ocean of happiness. Memories of the countless Pokémon he had healed flooded back. Hundreds, thousands of eggs. Each drop of joy accumulated. Healing Pokémon brought immense happiness. The happiness egg radiated a soft white glow. It was evolving. An elevation of strength. Surpassing Chun's expectations, this was not merely a power upgrade, but a significant enhancement of life itself. The current happiness egg possessed at least the potential of a champion. Chun's smile was uncontainable. He was elated for the happiness egg. The joy emanating from the egg not only affected Chun, but also enchanted the nearby doll-like figure. Yet, further enhancement was unattainable. The happiness egg could not bear such overwhelming joy. The potency of 2 vials was too immense, catalyzing a direct evolution of its power. Lay the egg, Chun shouted. Hap! The happiness egg snapped back to reality, clearly hearing someone calling out. Within Chun's eyes, he could perceive the happiness energy within the egg, along with its finest essence converging within. This egg was evidently different from the previous 2. The potential of a champion, born from an overflow of happiness. The shell was more vibrant, and the inner strength was more animated. You have succeeded, happiness egg, Chun marveled, clapping his hands, astonished by his remarkable discovery. The power of happiness. Should this be documented, it would undoubtedly create a sensation in the academic community. Hap. The happiness egg felt a surge of power within. All credit belonged to Chun. Unlike the previous 2 eggs, this happiness egg understood its own extraordinary strength. It was handed to Chun. Hap. This child can only be cared for by you. Chun's lips curled upward as he embraced the freshly hatched egg. Rest assured, I shall ensure it becomes the happiest happiness egg in the world. The happiness egg, having birthed this new life, felt no remnants of earlier discontent. It now brimmed with vitality, its healing abilities even more potent. Once the child is born, I will bring her to meet you. So she knows she has an exceptional mother who has devoted decades to caring for Pokémon eggs. The happiness egg paused, then beamed brightly. Hap. In a single day, it had 3 children, one to guard and heal the injured Pokémon eggs, another alongside Joy, healing the wounded Pokémon as a skilled nurse, and the last following the genius Chun, with boundless possibilities, transcending its own existence. The happiness egg felt truly blissful. Thank you, happiness egg. You are indeed a gentle Pokémon. Chapter 46. Joy's melodious mother-in-law. After much effort, Chun successfully concocted a delightful dish. Pokémon feed crafted from sacred spring water. Is it delicious? The nearly perfect doll, with eyes closed, savored the food, relishing the taste. Upon opening its eyes, it exclaimed, "Tubu, it's truly wonderful. Such a unique flavor." Indeed, Chun replied proudly. This flavor has been specially formulated to align with the healing heart characteristic of the nearly perfect doll. Created from various berries, it is a food of restorative nature. The nearly perfect doll was growing daily, and its nourishment was paramount. A Ditto's egg required meticulous nutrients, consuming significant time. A Happiny egg, vibrant and healthy, necessitated regular nutritional supplements. The nearly perfect doll observed Chun as he prepared the medicine. "Tubu, would you like my assistance?" "Yes, but not at this moment. Your task is to grow up well. However, you may learn alongside me. This is a mucus berry capable of healing abnormalities, sweet for both humans and Pokémon. Let's cut a piece for the nearly perfect doll. And this is the rare purple star grass, which can combine with the common rolling grass to create a unique remedy." Tubu. The nearly perfect doll nodded attentively, following Chun's instructions, listening to his explanations on the preparation and uses of various herbs. It already exhibited potential for becoming a healer. 2 future companions, one frail, the other robust, having witnessed the latter and Oppo's birth just yesterday. The nearly perfect doll reveled in the moment. Preparing herbs in bulk saved time and allowed for storage without spoilage. The Ditto was recovering well, with the right medicine. It would hatch within 2 months. Chun concluded after his examination, 2 more months of treatment, with medicine costing millions of alliance coins daily. There was no time for rest. Tubu, the nearly perfect doll, listened closely, absorbing Chun and Apos' words. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Tubu, let me. The nearly perfect doll jumped up to open the door. A girl entered, tears streaming down her face, cradling an egg in her arms. Chun. Thank you. Joy Zixin had initially thought Chun was jesting when he mentioned a happy egg, never expecting he would truly give her one. No need for thanks. Just focus on your nursing career. Chun chuckled lightly, deeming it a trivial matter. I am truly grateful. With this happy egg, I can become a nurse. Joy Zixin was overwhelmed with emotion, bursting into tears as she recalled the joy of receiving the egg today. Keep it up. Chun merely conducted experiments and appreciated her support. Have you truly devised a method for Happiny and Chansey to produce eggs? This is crucial for our healthcare system. I wish to inform Joy Grandma. Chun shook his head, urging her to refrain from sharing this information just yet, as he had discovered something unusual. What? Joy Zixin was perplexed, questioning why he wouldn't utilize the method. For Happiny and Chansey to produce exceptional Happiny eggs, it was tied to the happiness energy within them, and he was still researching, hence he could not disclose anything at this moment. I also have essential oils, but mine are not yet ready for sale. They require further research to ensure their efficacy. The essence of happiness was an intangible force, impossible to articulate without substantial evidence. Is that so? Joy Zixin felt a twinge of disappointment. Thus, I implore you to keep this matter confidential. I'm not ready for it to be public knowledge. As for the origin of your egg, devise your own explanation. Oh, understood. By the way, have you completed the task I entrusted you with? Indeed. You can take the nearly perfect doll to the Chansey Nursing Academy tomorrow for lessons. Thank you. Chun wished for the nearly perfect doll to learn there for a while, as some education was best provided by a school. I will accompany you. The nearly perfect doll smiled, narrowing its eyes. I know. All right, enough of the tears. I must visit the Alliance. I have no time for further chats. Joy Zixin's eyes glistened with tears as she thanked Chun. No need to mention it. Upon exiting the hotel, a curious, nearly perfect doll followed closely behind. Its inquisitiveness piqued by everything. Chun patiently explained, this is why it is necessary to send you to the Chansey Academy for education. There are numerous medical instruments you are unfamiliar with. Without proper training, you cannot become a nurse or a competent assistant. The learning period would not be prolonged. And with his company, there would be no significant issues. First, he planned to visit the Pokémon Center to send a letter home, along with 20,000 Alliance coins. He would provide the money gradually, ensuring his family would accept the reasons, or else they might suspect the source of his funds. Regarding his evaluation as a researcher, he would wait until he returned home to share that news. With some free time, he visited the most luxurious mall, purchasing a camera, outdoor cooking gear, and various furnishings for his home, transforming it into a lavish abode. Nearly perfect doll, return to your Pokeball. I shall send you home. As you are not a Pokémon of Kanto, and many are curious, I fear for your safety. We are heading to the Alliance soon, where the rocket team is numerous, and I cannot take any chances. Tubu. All right. He captured the nearly perfect doll in a Master Ball. Thus, yet another nearly perfect doll was added to his home. At the Alliance Center in Kurii Leaf City. Hello, I am Chun. Ah, it's you. Please, follow me. The receptionist guided him to an office. Inside sat an elder Joy. Chun's expression fell. It seemed he encountered joy wherever he went. Was there only one Joy in this world? Hello, Chun. I am the head of the Alliance region, Joy Ime. You may call me Grandma Ime. Very well, Grandma Ime. At least she was not a rocket team spy. Curious as to why it is Joy handling your case? Grandma Ime smiled warmly. She led Chun to a coffee table and poured tea. Indeed. The Joy family has a position of authority within the Alliance? Of course, the Joy family holds considerable sway within the Alliance. Do not be surprised, young researcher. Chun was left speechless. The reason I am your contact is primarily due to your research focus on medical matters, Grandma Ime explained patiently. Every researcher selected can be rewarded by the Alliance with the establishment of a research institute for their studies. Grandma Ime took a sip of tea and continued. For specialized fields of Pokémon battle research, the Alliance connects with other high-ranking officials. Research on lifestyle habits has its own liaison. However, medical researchers are few and far between. Not entirely absent, Grandma Ime murmured. Most medical researchers differ from you. You study unique ailments, while many focus on genetics, evolution, and similar topics, which the Joy family is not permitted to interfere with. Grandma Ime expressed a hint of frustration. We do not wish to meddle. It is too cruel. Ultimately, those researchers are often linked to the rocket team, are they not? But you are different. Within just a few months, you have identified several unique ailments and provided treatments, which greatly assists our Joy family. In fact, you have been labeled as part of the Joy clan within the Alliance, a designation from which you cannot escape. Grandma Ime smiled with a hint of mischief. You truly are formidable. However, it is not so bad. At least it is not the Alliance. The Joy family possesses significant power, ensuring relative safety. It should not affect me, right? What impact could it possibly have? As long as you are shielded from petty annoyances, there are only benefits to be gained. Granny Ime wore a victorious smile, as other fields scrimped on research funding, while the Joy family was responsible for. Can you guess the annual budget? Wow, I'm intrigued. How much? Once a project is approved, it will not be less than 30 million Alliance coins. When you establish your research institute, the Alliance's rewards will be maximized by the Joy family, and additionally, the Joy family will invest in your institute. Granny Ime calculated that once your institute is established, it would possess at least 1.5 billion in research funding. Upon hearing this, Shirchun's heart raced, and her mind buzzed. How? How much? 1.5 billion? Surely not. Is it really that astounding? Ha ha ha. The Alliance offers little, while the Joy family is the major contributor. After all, the project you are currently researching pertains to the Joy family and concerns all nurses, doesn't it? Granny Ime squinted, feeling victorious. Zixin Joy is quite the chatterbox. I hope she doesn't reveal too much so soon. Rest assured, there will be no pressure. I trust in your capabilities. Granny Ime was not anxious. After all, she had waited many years. This matter may take some time. I must wait until my little luck egg is born before I can continue my research. Patience is key. There is no rush. Granny Ime smiled even brighter. Envisioning the miraculous Pokémon Center of the future, where multiple Chansey could work, establishing Pokémon centers in bustling towns, making all efforts worthwhile. Chapter 47. Determining the name of the Research Institute. Locke Research Institute. Is it possible that 1.5 billion Alliance coins is excessively generous? Holding such a sum makes me feel uneasy. It's not that Shirchun is foolish. The crux of the matter lies in the enormity of the amount. Granny Ime doesn't quite understand. Where's the excess? It's hardly excessive, is it? Just 1.5 billion. If you secure a doctoral position, your research funding will be even greater. 1.5 billion is truly a pittance. Just think about it. Some rare herbs can fetch over 100 million in auctions. Granny Ime raises an eyebrow and bluntly remarks, "You have no idea how much a single ha'penny fetches in the hands of those nefarious organizations. At black market auctions, they can command astronomical prices. So why does my family, the Joys, monopolize? Why must each one be registered? If they follow you sincerely, there's no issue. If it's a legal trade, then my Joy family will pursue it to the end. All trainers in the Alliance with ha'penny. Do you think my Joy family want to inquire? Over the years, I can't say we've saved many, but at least 100 have been rescued from the hands of illegal traders." Shirchun suddenly realizes, having never grasped before, that there exists a black market and illegal trading in this world. It's just that, after being rescued, Granny Ime sighs, stating they can no longer serve as nurse Pokémon at the Pokémon Center. They've established an ecological park for the saved ha'pennies to live well. You are indeed doing the right thing. Were I in your position, I would do the same. Your Joy family is benevolent. In the face of such immense profit, who could remain unmoved? These illegal transactions have caused the ha'penny clan much suffering. As humanity progresses, protecting Pokémon is essential. It's inevitable to encounter some ill-intentioned individuals. The Joy family invests a significant amount of money and effort annually. As long as there are illegal trades, we will not escape pursuit, and we shall handle it seriously. Shirchun feels inexplicably touched. Granny May's assertiveness brings an immense sense of security. Things have improved significantly. The Joy family has offended many, but so what? Granny May is unfazed. What do those nobles matter? Is my Joy family easily bullied? Trading happening? Not a chance. Such audacity. Ha ha. Unfazed, Granny May returns to her amiable demeanor. Little Chun, focus on your research. If you need funds, just let us know. As for Happiny, my Joy family will invest heavily. The Joy family truly lacks for nothing. It's just that I haven't established my own research institute yet. Shirchun shrugs with a smile. That's what we are discussing today. Granny May rises, retrieving several forms from a drawer and handing them to Shirchun. Take a look at these. Shirchun examines them intently. There are two different types. One is for joining the Alliance as a researcher, and the other is for establishing an independent research institute, unaffiliated with any faction. The Alliance Research Institute guarantees funding even without annual research projects and provides professional research equipment to establish a luxurious facility. While the Independent Research Institute allows you to choose a plot of land where basic facilities will be constructed as a benefit for scholars. Is the Ohm Research Institute affiliated with the Alliance? Not affiliated, but the Ohm family has many connections within the Alliance. So it turns out the family possesses considerable strength. Dr. Ohm is himself a champion. Joining the Alliance offers many benefits. My Joy family can provide you with substantial funding. Granny May smiles mysteriously. It's certainly more than 5 billion. Shirchun shakes his head. I currently do not wish to join the Alliance. Oh, why not? The Alliance offers such excellent benefits, and yet you choose not to join? I do not want my future research to be interrupted. Is that all? Yes. If I establish a research institute, I also do not wish to be consumed by research year-round. I enjoy traveling, experiencing the world firsthand, witnessing its myriad differences. Sequestering myself in an institute would yield little significant results. I envision the institute designed for long-term residence, much like a home. That is a splendid idea. Granny May takes back the Alliance form. Not joining is indeed the best choice. Do you think my Joy family cannot afford what the Alliance offers? Granny May is utterly unconcerned. Shirchun chuckles. Indeed, it seems he is now branded by the Joy family. Now, regarding the name of the Research Institute. Locke Research Institute. After some contemplation, this name feels just right. Locke. What does it signify? It bears no special meaning. I simply like it. The achievements I have attained today would not have been possible without the support of the Locke family, so it is only fitting that the institute bears this name. Granny May continues to inquire. What will be the focus of your research institute? Rare ailments and potions. Granny May nods, jotting this down. All of this must be submitted. What categories do rare ailments encompass? All injuries and illnesses that cannot be cured at the Pokémon Center. Granny May is taken aback, then bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha. You clever lad. This effectively ties you to the Joy family. Any Pokémon that cannot be cured at the center can be sent to your research institute. Then all those Pokémon that cannot be cured at the center will be sent to you? Shirchun smirks. Then I will need a well-equipped laboratory and medical apparatus. Ha ha ha, sly one. Granny May playfully glares at him. And for potions? Researching all medicinal herbs and berries, developing Pokémon food, special medicines, and items for Pokémon. This aligns well with what the Joy family is already studying. Do you need assistance? I have already found someone. There is no need to rely on the Alliance for personnel. Very well. Granny May records this information. Where do you plan to establish the Research Institute? We need to assist you in designing the layout according to the terrain. That is a bit challenging for me. Does it matter where? Since this is beyond the jurisdiction of the Alliance, you can establish it wherever you wish, Granny May affirms. Any district will do. Why not establish it in the Kanto region? Wait a moment, let me think. Shirchun furrows his brow, contemplating where would be secure and undisturbed. I have a map. Take a look. Granny May produces a map detailing the Kanto region. However, it also includes a sparse portion of areas outside Kanto, albeit not very detailed. The cities and natural landscapes of Kanto are closely intertwined, characterized by mountains and forests and classified as a plain region. Establishing an institute here seems promising, yet the presence of Team Rocket in this area raises concerns about safety. The Chengdu region is also plagued by Team Rocket. The future here entails too many uncertainties, making it unsafe. Kanto and Chengdu are not too far apart. The Hoenn region is even further. I've heard the Alliance is still exploring it. However, there, too, exist the Magma and Aqua teams, both of which are formidable organizations. The Kanto region also features 7 islands, which are entirely out of the question due to the presence of legendary Pokémon, a terrifying prospect. Sinnoh has Team Galactic. Why does it feel like nowhere is safe? Shurchun feels a profound lack of security. The information for other regions has not yet been collected, so you can consider your options. I can help you figure it out if need be. Shurchun purses his lips, resting his hands on his head, grappling with indecision. In fact, you could conduct your research on a small island. Granny May, noticing his turmoil, offers her suggestion. Which island? You seem to have some thoughts about other regions. Why not choose an island in this vicinity? Granny May points to the islands centered among Kanto, Chengdu, and Sinnoh. It's not far from Hoenn. There are no island labels indicated. I believe you are a kind-hearted person. If that is the case, you might as well engage in something meaningful. Engaging in something meaningful? No. I am averse to causing trouble. Well, as you know, many places lack Pokémon academies, Pokémon leagues, and hospitals. Some are simply too remote, devoid of region-specific Pokémon, lacking in developmental potential. Others have too few inhabitants, rendering development futile. For instance, in Pallet Town, had it not been for Professor Oak's research facility, there would be no Pokémon school, merely ordinary institutions. Without the ability to become a trainer, one cannot pursue education in Pokémon studies. A single research institute can facilitate the establishment of schools by the League, underscoring its significant impact. Shichen nodded. Indeed, that is the case. Hence, my suggestion is that you establish a research institute in a location devoid of Pokémon hospitals and schools. Your institute could not only provide healing for local Pokémon, but could also, in the future, operate a school under its name to cultivate apprentices. This would greatly stimulate the local economy and hold profound significance. What are your thoughts? It sounds quite meaningful. Shichen felt a spark of interest. But, would they be willing? Who would be responsible? That is something you must investigate for yourself. Although these are some remote islands, they do communicate with the outside world, and there will be island leaders. Many residents would actually support such initiatives, provided you gain the acceptance of the island leaders. In that case, it seems feasible. Those remote areas, lacking in research value, are not worth the intrusion of malevolent organizations like Team Rocket. If necessary, we could nurture some exceptional islanders for investment in the face of unforeseen dangers. They could also participate in protection. After I complete my journey through the Kanto region, I shall seek a location for the establishment of the Research Institute. Ha! I shall await your return. Granny Inmei chuckled warmly. Thus, this matter was settled. Chapter 48. The Withered Leaf Gym. Orange Badge having spent several days here without stepping inside, I finally decided to challenge the gym after handling various trivial matters. The gym trainer, Majishur, was an imposing figure, clad in revealing attire. The challenger from Qingshan Town could deploy 3 Pokémon in battle against the gym trainer. Victory was determined when one side's Pokémon could no longer fight. With arms crossed, Majishur exuded a wild demeanor. Release your Pokémon, boy, he taunted. The medical student nearby shuddered in fear. Go, EV, I called, releasing a charming EV from its Pokeball. Indeed, having been cooped up on the farm for far too long, it was time for EV to experience the thrill of battle at the gym. Oh, so it's just a baby EV, Majishur scoffed. You ought to know that my electric-type Pokémon is the best in the world. Challenging me with an unevolved Pokémon? You truly don't know what you're getting into. Let us see how you handle paralysis, he declared. Show the little one our electric prowess. Majishur unleashed his Pokémon, a mischievous Electrode, which appeared with a flourish. What is this? I've never seen such an arrogant gym trainer before. The challenge should reflect the challenger's strength and capabilities, I thought, astonished by his blatant disregard for fairness. Are you scared? He jeered. Better go home and rest. Come back when your Eevee evolves. Eevee flicked its tail, beaming with confidence. Completely unfazed. Though, your incessant brashness is quite irritating and not charming at all, I remarked, exasperated. What does a real man need with charm? Charm is for little girls, Majishur retorted. Charm knows no gender, it is innocent, I countered. Eevee is undeniably adorable and cuteness is never a crime. Electrode. Unleash our unique electric move, Thunderbolt. Majishur commanded, gesturing wildly. Such rudeness, I mused, as Eevee elegantly dodged the attack, unperturbed. The Thunderbolt struck the ground. While Eevee's graceful evasion showcased its delightful charm, Eevee playfully flirted with Electrode. To my surprise, Electrode was left incapacitated by Eevee's adorableness. Wow, Electrode has calmed down. Now seeing Eevee as incredibly cute, who could bear to harm it? Majishur seemed bewildered. This is just a trivial trick. He shouted. Thunder! Thunder! He repeated. But he hesitated to unleash its full power. Let the show begin, dodge and follow up with Shadow Ball. I instructed, snapping my fingers to signal the end of the testing phase. As Eevee evaded, it quickly gathered energy for a Shadow Ball. Roll! Majishur exclaimed, but Eevee was quicker. Eevee swiftly approached from behind, striking Electrode with a Shadow Ball. Wow! Electrode absorbed the blow, rolling far from the impact. Roll away, I commanded. Charming voice. Eevee's alluring call resonated in Electrode's mind, causing it to falter. Iron Tail, I called, and with a decisive strike, Eevee knocked Electrode to the ground. Electrode has lost the ability to fight. Please send out your next Pokémon, Gym Trainer. Majishur was momentarily stunned. Lost? To an unevolved Eevee? You have some skill. He conceded, recalling Electrode. Yet, I shall not let you win. My electric power is unrivaled. Come forth, my ace, Magneton. Magneton, a Pokémon composed of 3 Magnemites, radiated potent magnetic force and high-voltage energy. Boy, will you withdraw your baby Eevee? Defeating my Electrode was merely luck. This time, it won't be so easy, Majishur boasted. Exchanging confident smiles with Eevee, I assured him, we have nothing to fear. Victory shall be ours effortlessly. Please, give it your all. Hold nothing back. I urged. All right. Majishur replied, immediately commanding, Thunderbolt. Eevee shone with a radiant light, focusing intently on Magneton. Now, counter with Thunderbolt, I shouted. A tremendous collision ensued, smoke billowing around us as the explosive sound echoed through the arena. What kind of move is that, baby? Majishur gasped, astonished that we could both wield the same Thunderbolt. The power of mysterious candies has allowed Eevee to mimic the move, I explained. By training Eevee to remember the technique, it had effectively learned it. Spark, I commanded, pointing forward. Gracefully, Eevee leaped and unleashed a barrage of sparks. Magneton, still reeling from its previous attack, was too slow to evade, and the spark grazed it. The Fire-type move proved immensely effective against the Steel-type Pokémon. I can accept your Eevee using Thunderbolt, but what is this spark? Is it even possible for Eevee to use that? It's not a Flareon. Majishur's frustration was palpable. Pokémon possess infinite potential. It's not just about evolved forms being the strongest. With proper training, even unevolved Pokémon can triumph over their evolved counterparts, I explained, shrugging. Let us end this. Shadow Ball. Eevee leaped forward, delivering a Shadow Ball right to Magneton's face before executing a series of graceful flips away from the ensuing dust cloud. Magneton has lost the ability to fight. Please send out your next Pokémon, Gym Trainer. Your Eevee is impressive. I acknowledge your skill. If it's this strong without evolving, imagine its power as a Flareon. Majishur conceded. Now face my ultimate Pokémon, Raichu. A vibrant orange electric mouse appeared. How adorable, I thought, delighted. This is the Pokémon I've always wanted. Hey, we're still battling. Apologies. This time, I won't let you win easily. Is that so? Eevee charm, I declared, with a flirtatious glance. Eevee sent a heart floating towards Raichu. Charming. Majishur was momentarily captivated, taken aback by the unexpected move. Raichu, now enchanted by Eevee's charm, lost its fighting spirit. Raichu, wake up! Majishur shouted, desperate to rouse his Pokémon, but it was too late. Eevee, unleash Hyper Beam. Wait, what? Did I hear that right? Hyper Beam from an Eevee? How is this even possible? Majishur exclaimed in disbelief. The beam of energy erupted from Eevee's mouth, striking Raichu directly. Raichu! Ma Zhisher rushed to the battlefield, cradling his fallen Pokémon, clenching his teeth in frustration. Losing to an unevolved Eevee is truly unbearable. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this was a battle devoid of evolution, where sheer strength enabled one to vanquish all three of their Pokémon. As the gym leader's Pokémon succumbed to defeat, the victor was declared to be Shurjuan. The referee's pronouncement was resolute. Shurjuan triumphed. Kid, I didn't anticipate your prowess to be so formidable. Would you care for a rematch? Ma Zhisher, unwilling to concede, inquired. I'm afraid I have no interest in facing you again, Shurjuan replied with a nonchalant gesture of refusal. The pursuit of collecting badges was, after all, a significant delight in itself, rather than merely a preparation for the ultimate Quartz League. It was simply a matter of collecting for the sake of it. Very well. Ma Zhisher sighed, acknowledging the defeat. Victory was victory, and there was no room for deceit, especially when it came to the distribution of badges. He retrieved a badge from his pocket. This is your orange badge. I have learned a lesson as well. A Pokémon that has not evolved can indeed be nurtured to surpass even those that have reached their final forms. I look forward to our future battles. Shurjuan accepted the badge with a light smile. Another one to hang on the wall? Splendid. May I request your method for nurturing electric-type Pokémon? Shurjuan asked, producing a dust ball as a token of exchange. Ma Zhisher grinned widely. Of course. You have discerning taste, recognizing that my expertise in electric-type cultivation is unparalleled. With satisfaction, Shurjuan acquired the secrets of electric-type Pokémon nurturing. For every gym leader possessed valuable insights, ripe for the taking. Chapter 49. Sending the nearly perfect doll for learning, please. Teacher Xiaozi, I entrust this child to you, said Shichen with a chuckle. Haha, this little one is now in my care, Teacher Xiaozi replied, adjusting his glasses with a beaming smile. Having always taught Jigglypuff, today's experience of instructing a nearly perfect doll, a Pokémon he had never encountered before, was indeed a novel adventure. I must also express my gratitude for bringing it here to learn. After gently stroking the nearly perfect doll's ears, Shichen added, I also have a little happening. Once she evolves into a Jigglypuff, I will bring her here for learning as well. Teacher Xiaozi's eyes lit up with joy. It would bring me great happiness to nurture an exceptional Jigglypuff. Previously, all the Jigglypuffs I cultivated ended up at the Pokémon Center. But now teaching a nearly perfect doll and having it follow the researchers is truly meaningful. Study diligently. I shall come to fetch you in due time. Embracing the nearly perfect doll, Shichen affectionately rubbed her head. I will miss you, but I will study hard and graduate soon. You can do it, my dear. All right. Teacher Xiaozi chuckled. Researcher Xiaochun is indeed full of love. No wonder she can possess the rare, nearly perfect doll. A true happiness egg. Of course, every Pokémon is my utmost love, Shichen expressed, never hesitating to convey her affection. Next, she retrieved a potion she had concocted from her backpack. Teacher Xiaozi, I have organized the food for half a month. The nearly perfect doll has only just been born, and it requires proper nutrition during this nurturing period. So please prepare the food and potions I brought. Leave it to me, Teacher Xiaozi said with a warm smile. With such care for Pokémon, how could I possibly refuse? This is the candy I prepared. You may reward the Jigglypuff with it. Of course, a transfer student must not neglect to bribe. All right. Shichen then handed over 30,000 Alliance coins to Teacher Xiaozi. What is this for? The Joy family has already paid the tuition. Please take it back. Teacher Xiaozi shook his head. No. I mean to request that you offer a few private lessons for the nearly perfect doll. As a transfer student, she may miss many classes, and this is necessary. Please accept it. Otherwise, I shall not be at ease. After a moment's hesitation, Teacher Xiaozi ultimately nodded in agreement. Shichen then turned to Musashi, who seemed lost in thought. Study well. This is your last opportunity. I know, you're so naggy, Musashi replied, his temper flaring. After Shichen left school, Musashi was promptly expelled. Shichen shook her head. You must also study hard. In the future, when I establish my research institute, you will have a chance to assist me. I know. Hurry up and go, Musashi retorted, unable to bear the nagging, though he felt indebted to Shichen. Goodbye, nearly perfect doll. Graduation will not take long. I will come to fetch you soon. The nearly perfect doll clung to Shichen, both sharing a moment of brief separation. The doll did not throw a tantrum or cry, for Shichen had prepared food for it daily and was aware that she would soon return to take it away, learning in order to better assist Shichen. What could be wrong with that? Shichen raised her head, shielding her eyes from the sun. She then gazed at the coastal villa and rang the doorbell. The 1.5 billion research funding awaited the establishment of the Research Institute. For now, Shichen relied on her skills for sustenance. "Hey, you're here," a youthful and vibrant voice exclaimed. "Oh, you must be the remarkable breeder Aunt Chun introduced. You look so young." "Haha. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Huizong. My father is called Huizong by others, so I am Xiao Huizong." "Ah, a privileged child. How enviable. Hello, I am Shichen. Please come in. I've been waiting for you." This family was wealthy, yet did not emphasize exterior decoration. Instead, their interior boasted a variety of rare fruit trees and luxurious yachts, clearly not inexpensive. "Follow me," Xiao Huizong said, walking barefoot and guiding Shichen into an underground passage. Initially thinking it housed Pokémon, Shichen was taken aback. This was no mere basement, but an entrance to an ocean tunnel. Upon entering, an automatic path emerged, allowing individuals to glide along without walking. The underground was meticulously designed, and after a while, they encountered a vast transparent glass wall. Here, they could directly observe the ocean's visage from beneath the waves. "Our family specializes in underwater resource development. We are quite adept in this field." Xiao Huizong smiled as he informed Shichen. "You are very affluent," she could only conclude. "Haha, mainly my father treats me well, knowing my passion for Pokémon. He constructed this for me," Xiao Huizong said nonchalantly. Here we are. They reached an expansive underwater activity space, separated from the seawater, filled with sun corals, slowpoke, Psyduck, and various water-type Pokémon, a dazzling sight. "This isn't illegal trading. I feed them, and they just play and seek shelter here, eventually leaving on their own." He pointed to a passageway for exit. "This area is automatically drained, so there is no fear of flooding." "All right, enough introductions. I'm truly exhausted." Shichen found it difficult to imagine how the affluent spent their wealth. "So, do these Pokémon have any problems?" "No issues at all. It's just that customizing their meals is rather troublesome." Xiao Huizong expressed dissatisfaction. "I have hired many breeders, but the food they prepare does not bring joy to my beloved water-type Pokémon. It's rather mundane, lacking that wow, this is delicious factor." "Do you have any unique Pokémon feed?" "I feed them a lot daily, and if I do not see them enjoying it, I feel disheartened." "What a peculiar preference of the affluent," Shichen mused, gently patting the dazed Psyduck. "What price range do you require?" Shichen, having learned from her encounter with the wealthy, decided to let Xiao Huizong set the price. How about 11,000 per piece?" Shichen clenched her fists, wanting to lash out. 11,000 each? You might as well be eating gold. There are always those with wealth in every world, and equally, there are those who squander it. No. One cannot label him a spendthrift. If he possesses wealth, why shouldn't he spend it as he pleases? However, you must provide the desired effect. Otherwise, it's not merely 11,000 per piece. I feed a considerable amount daily, 10 to 20 pieces for each Pokémon, and even more for the larger ones, plus the wild ones. Xiao Huizong scratched his head, contemplating. "At least 5 million a day, I suppose." "Brother, you are indeed generous." Without hesitation, Shichen retrieved experience fruits and some rare fruits from her backpack that Xiao Huizong had never seen. "Actually, the taste is only mediocre. What you truly need is joy." She began to smash the fruit flesh into a puree, adding a drop of joy potion, a pinch of water spirit powder, and mixing in various herbs and other fruits. This preparation was time-consuming, and she hoped to learn how to create energy cubes in the future. After several hours of labor, Shichen finally completed the task. "Here, take this and try feeding it. Start with 10 pieces for Xiao Huizong." Little Hui constantly tosses a pellet to the carp in the pond. After consuming the feed, the previously vacant eyes gleam with excitement, a smile gracing their faces. "Indeed, this is the sensation I have longed for." Little Hui has discovered joy. When he feeds the slow-witted Pokémon, such as Psyduck, The same exuberance radiates. You are truly remarkable. This is precisely what I desire. I have made my decision. I too shall order Pokémon feed from you. Initially, I will require 1,000,000,000. Suddenly, I find the Joy family rather stingy, not even comparable to the affluent science. I spent an entire day crafting Pokémon sustenance for the young master. The rewards were quite bountiful. The young master was delighted and gifted Shichen many precious berries to plant in the farm, ensuring a vast harvest in the future. Additionally, there were some intriguing underwater herbs, quite fascinating in their medicinal properties. Chapter 50. The Poison of Genghis. Chartering a private yacht, Shichen embraced his EV at the bow, savoring the soothing sea breeze and the breathtaking ocean view. The pristine waters sparkled like a dream from a past life. EV, with its silky fur, relished the moment. You're just the right weight. Don't gain any more, or it might become a challenge to carry you. Shichen chuckled, playfully wagging EV's tail. Its striking black, gold, and pink for catching the eye. How difficult could that be? Consider it arranged. As Shichen held EV, it gradually shrank to the size of an ordinary EV, its weight significantly diminished. This was the perfect scenario for some playful antics. Well, the power within hasn't changed, which can only mean one thing. When did you learn to shrink? I learned it to surprise you. Very good. Just like this is best. With his head nestled in EV's soft belly, Shichen beamed with pride, proclaiming, "Our EV is truly remarkable." The playful creature squirmed, giggling uncontrollably, its paws pushing against Shichen's playful antics. From afar, a melodious call echoed. Shichen and EV turned their gaze towards the sound. A group of Pokémon frolicked on the water. Wow, it's a Dragonair. EV, how fortunate we are to encounter such a gentle Pokémon. Rising to his feet, Shichen didn't need binoculars to see the lively, joyful Dragonair. Where? An elderly lady aboard the yacht, upon hearing the commotion, pulled out her binoculars and indeed confirmed. Dragonair, are there many around here? Shichen inquired. Not really, they're rather rare. Many years ago, during a shipwreck, Dragonair rescued my husband and me, for which I have always been grateful. Those of us who make our living by the sea hold Dragonair in high esteem. Oh, your smile reveals all, Shichen remarked. Young man, are you looking to catch one? Oh no. Shichen smiled. I only capture wild Pokémon that I feel a connection with. No matter how much I adore them, if fate doesn't bring us together, I won't capture them. Besides, Dragonair thrives in the ocean. It wouldn't fare well wandering with me. The lady nodded in agreement, reminiscing about Dragonair. If only everyone shared your perspective. Why capture Pokémon that aren't suited for domestication? Water-type Pokémon should be free to roam the oceans, lakes, and rivers, rather than being confined in Pokeballs. To speak frankly, isn't that akin to enslavement? If one lacks the ability to ensure a Pokemon's happiness, they should refrain from capturing them. Shichen exchanged a knowing smile with EV, pleased to have met someone who shared his sentiments. Hey, young man, we're almost at your destination. The captain approached to greet him. Shichen then realized they were drifting further away from the Dragonair family. With a light chuckle, he waved goodbye to the adorable creatures they had encountered. Today was another day of leisure, and thus he would indulge in playful moments with his trainer. All right. Hold on tight. EV, perched on my shoulder, your shrinking ability is truly marvelous. Don't forget to teach it to Oddish. At the mention of Oddish, Shichen's expression turned slightly awkward. EV mirrored his sentiment. Wait until it returns from training. I will teach it. Sighing, Shichen leaned against the ship's railing. Gazing at the unseen rock panel before him, his emotions tangled. His Oddish had Gigantamaxed and was growing daily, now at 3 meters, whereas the typical Oddish family measures merely 0.5 meters. His Pokémon were growing larger than their species average. The peculiar growth of his Oddish was astonishing. Since its healing, he had refrained from any medicinal nurturing, making it quite the cost-effective endeavor. The straw scarecrow's golden grains multiplied daily, just as Oddish grew bigger each day. Furthermore, the Gigantamax transformation was permanent, leaving no room for it to thrive in a single plot of land. Without learning to shrink, it would have to train in the realm of illustrations daily. Don't go too far, or I might end up being studied myself. If they're going to explore Gigantamaxing, it would be best if it reveals itself in 10 years. Here we are. The beautiful Maiden Strait, the captain announced loudly. All right, Thank you. After settling the payment, Shichen disembarked and arrived at the port. A statue stood tall, the renowned landmark, the maiden statue. The story dates back 2,000 years. And today, the area buzzed with activity. Due to the summer festival, a traditional celebration akin to the Lantern Festival, lights would be lit on the water to honor ancestors. Shichen gazed at the statue. A hum of illusionary waves rippled through the surroundings. The unknown totem behind him opened its eyes, emanating a protective psychic energy around Shichen. I miss you. I feel nauseous. Fool, Shichen muttered, turning to leave. Could one not be foolish? He had come specifically for a fruit from a tree, and today was the summer festival, recalling that a Genghis would appear on this day. He hoped for a stroke of luck in finding it. Indeed, he did not need to search far. There stood Genghis by the maiden statue, grinning widely, saying, I miss you, mimicking the voice of a maiden, nearly causing Shichen to retch. The unknown totem, shrouded in mystery, kept its eyes shut, merely serving as decoration. Wait, young man. Shichen halted and turned back, an elderly lady. You can transform, but my eyes have seen through you. You are a Genghis. The poison within you can't hide from anyone. However, Shichen suddenly felt flustered. What was happening? Why was he? He clutched his racing heart. Heart flutter. It had been ages since he felt such a sensation. You. Shichen breathed heavily, his eyes reddening as he held the old lady in his arms. Stupid, you. What are you doing? Bullying an old woman. Are you? Let me go, you pervert. Do you have a problem? He retorted. You've been cursed by the maiden. Shichen embraced the elderly lady, pulling in deep breaths, leaving onlookers dumbfounded. Not just the onlookers, Genghis was also bewildered. What peculiar fetish did this person have? A penchant for the elderly? Let me go. Genghis struggled desperately, exasperated by the arrival of this lunatic. Had I known, I wouldn't have played this joke on you. You are under arrest. Behave yourself. With agile restraint, Shichen was apprehended within moments. Shichen realized he was already in handcuffs, being escorted by Miss Junsha. Wait, Miss Junsha. I think there's been a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Do you think everyone here is blind? Look at what you've done. Miss Junsha clenched her fists, suppressing her anger, vowing to deal with him once they returned to the station. No. Woe is me. I have met the wrong person. My reputation is tarnished. Shichen's lament was abruptly interrupted by the sound of sobbing nearby. An elderly woman was crying inconsolably. Why must I, an old woman, endure such humiliation? How will I live after this? With so many witnesses, I might as well throw myself into the sea. Truly, the older one gets, the more alluring they become. Here I am, in this state, and yet young ones have nefarious intentions towards me. The old lady wept, suddenly producing a mirror from somewhere, admiring herself for a moment before returning to tears. Miss Junsha, fists clenched, darkened her expression as she landed a few punches on Shichen's face, seemingly still unsatisfied. Leaning closer to Shichen's ear, she wore a sinister smile. No choice. You will go through the entire process. Rest assured, I shall reward you with the harshest punishment. Your life is over. Shichen's head throbbed with a dull ache, his teeth shattered. The EV collided with Junsha, tears streaming down its face. Shichen had firmly instructed against harming Junsha in joy, and despite his fury, he refrained from retaliating. Otherwise, his temper would have unleashed a devastating fury long ago. With a bruised visage and blood-soaked features, he muttered, Silence. Junsha reprimanded sharply. She then turned her gaze to EV, noting that had it not been for this Pokémon, she would have departed long ago. You should leave quickly. Encountering such a trainer is a stroke of misfortune. Distance yourself from this individual, for people like him deserve to be apprehended. In the future, be more discerning. Never allow yourself to cross paths with such trainers again. But he is not that kind of person. Bai protested, unaware that the old lady had transformed into a Jengar, oblivious to the unfolding circumstances. Shichen would never act this way. Hurry and go, hurry and go. Junsha grasped EV by the neck, leading it aside, primarily to search for items. As there were no Pokeballs available, otherwise, she would have released it. It was likely that no Pokeballs had been used yet. At that moment, Shichen looked at the Jengar, his expression grim despite the blood cascading from his mouth and staining his teeth. He smiled through the pain, uttering each word deliberately. Your poison intoxicates me. Jengar faltered, taken aback by the audacity of the insolent boy who dared to toy with the old lady. I'll make you regret that. Jengar brandished a cane seemingly conjured from thin air, striking Shichen. Yet Shichen's smile only widened. Ha ha ha. Your poison is exquisite, albeit a bit twisted. The venom from this Jengar entices me. It is a delectable poison, an ancient toxin that suffocates. Even as my body succumbs to the effects of the poison, I remain unperturbed. After all, being poisoned is a frequent occurrence. Chapter 51. Ghastly's cunning backfires. I am profoundly sorry, researcher Shirchun, Officer Jenny expressed, executing a 90-degree bow, her contrition palpable. I am truly mortified that I did not afford you an opportunity to elucidate. Your appearance, regrettably, would have led anyone to perceive you as a degenerate. Jenny lamented, alas. Duty compelled me to investigate any semblance of malevolence. Ah, it's quite all right, I don't blame you, Shirchun replied. After consuming the potion, his teeth miraculously regenerated, and the swelling on his face subsided considerably. Never before had his parents subjected him to such physical force. This woman dared to assault me in such a manner. Unbelievable. How could I not accept culpability? Had I allowed you a chance to explain, this predicament would have been averted. You are, after all, a researcher, someone who contributes to the welfare of both Pokémon and humanity. Were I to have caused your demise, I could never forgive myself, nor would my lineage. Heaven have mercy, even the stalwart Officer Jenny is shedding tears. It's commonplace, Shirchun shrugged, feigning nonchalance. I merely became overly engrossed in my research and neglected my appearance. So, possessing a certain status truly grants one license to act with impunity. In that case, the elderly woman outside is indeed a ghastly in disguise. Every year during this festival, spectral maidens materialize. Jenny sighed. When amalgamated, everything coheres. I acted with undue haste and must undergo further training at the station. Indeed, a rather intriguing Ghastly. Wouldn't you concur? Shirchun's lips curled into a smile as he savored the lingering aroma. The toxic effluvium emanating from Ghastly is exceptionally redolent. Inhaling it induces a unique intoxication. A surge of aberrant hormones, ancient and redolent with history. The ingested toxins differ from this gaseous poison, each possessing its distinct bouquet. The crystalline toxin resembles a potent spirit, while Ghastly's exhalation evokes a youthful cocktail. Shirchun, the connoisseur of poisons, elaborated. So, how do you intend to proceed? I shall elucidate. You must do this, and then that. Madam, are you quite well? Please compose yourself. Jenny poured a cup of tea for Ghastly, offering soothing words. Her performance impeccable. How fares the imp within? What is his sentence? Ghastly inquired, raising the teacup and consuming its contents with gusto. Quite delectable indeed. Rest assured, he shall receive the death penalty, Jenny declared with a smile, the words death penalty tripping lightly from her tongue. The death penalty? Ghastly's brow furrowed. Surely, I have never contemplated taking a life. This is far too severe. Does this not equate to indirectly causing the demise of a human? By no means can I allow this. It is not excessive, for you are incensed and cannot condone his actions. Therefore, we have decreed the ultimate penalty, death by poison, followed by execution. Subsequently, portions of his remains shall be fed, and the dismembered flesh shall be cast into the latrine. Jenny elucidated with a smile, as if avenging the elderly woman. And rest assured, to assuage your ire, we shall deal with the EV in a similar manner. Jenny gestured towards her neck, indicating that EV would also meet its end. Why involve it? No, it is not so dire. Why must it be so severe? Being in the company of such a master, the EV cannot be virtuous. Its demise is necessary to placate you. Ghastly's face paled, then flushed crimson. Madam, have you calmed yourself? If not, shall I deal with his parents? Jenny patted the firearm at her waist, her gaze filled with reverence for the elderly woman. No. Do not do such a thing. It is not so severe. I am old and afflicted with dementia. I do not recall. You may release him. Let us pretend this never transpired. Ghastly waved frantically. By no means. But Jenny shook her head, producing 10 sheets of paper, densely inscribed with the elderly woman's accusations against Shurchun. Behold, your statements. Ghastly snatched the papers, promptly swallowing them. Madam, what are you doing? Ginny attempted to pry open her mouth. It is done. I have no accusations, nothing remains. Release him at once. Let us pretend this never transpired. Ginny's expression was complex as she pointed to the surveillance camera on the wall. I am afraid that your words have been recorded. Ghastly was beside himself. This jest has gone too far. Never have I heard of such draconian punishments meted out by the Ginny police. I care not. You must release him. This entire affair is a misunderstanding, a mere jest, not as grave as you perceive it to be. Ghastly turned and departed the police station in a huff. Only Ginny's words echoed behind him. Administer the poison to him. Do not allow such a menace to society to escape. The elderly woman, in her benevolence, shelters a miscreant. But we of the Ginny lineage cannot condone such actions. Administer the poison to torture him, then execute him, and finally, dismember him. Ghastly felt that these Ginnies were excessive. How could they treat a compatriot in such a manner? It was not a grave matter. The lad merely inhaled the scent of her hair. They were making a mountain out of a molehill. I care not. I care not. This is vexing. Ghastly had not gone far when he reverted from the guise of the elderly woman to his true form. I shall merely take a peek to ascertain if it is genuine. I shall not assist this unreasonable human society. It is not my fault. I implored Ginny not to harm him. Ghastly consoled himself as he phased through the wall in search of Shurchun. It is not my fault. Certainly not my fault. Heavens! Ghastly could scarcely bear to witness the scene before him. The human's vitality was rapidly waning, his body commencing to decompose. His form ravaged by livid, toxic splotches. What manner of poison was this? Why did humans possess such dreadful concoctions? Ginny clasped her hands tightly, uncertain whether this was genuine or merely theatrics. Nevertheless, the performance must continue. Shurchun was acutely aware of his body's decay, the failure of his organs, the clouding of his mind, and the blurring of his vision. His eyes glowed ever more intensely with a verdant light, aiding in the dissemination of the toxin. I am grateful. I never imagined that these eyes possessed such a self-destructive function. Cough. Shurchun coughed up a jet of black blood, his respiration slowing. The sensation of death draws ever nearer. This dose of crystalline toxin had unveiled unique properties that could be exploited. Indeed, the crystalline toxin is a treasure. The toxin's potency was formidable. It would require days to recover, even with an antidote. Testing the poison on myself allows me to seek antidotes from the toxins in the future when encountering intractable diseases. Prepare to execute. Ginny drew her firearm, aiming at Shurchun's head. Ghastly trembled, his gaseous form quivering. I have caused harm. This lad is about to perish. I must rescue him before he is executed. He assumed the form of the elderly woman and appeared behind Ginny. Stay your hand. You wicked woman. Ghastly kicked the firearm away, seizing Shurchun and shaking him vigorously. Lad, endure, do not succumb. Shurchun's lips curved into a smile. I am sorry. My demise would gladden you. I should simply expire. Nonsense. Ghastly retorted, his eyes reddening. Hasten and procure the antidote. Madam, how did you gain entry? It matters not how I entered. Where is the antidote? I am afraid that he is guilty and cannot be given the antidote. Ginny's stance was resolute. He is innocent. He is guilty. He is innocent. Then, what must transpire to secure his release? Dear elder, do you truly wish to forgive this individual who, enamored by you due to your resemblance to his late grandmother, has shown you disrespect? He has rescued countless Pokémon eggs and has made significant strides in researching the afflictions of sugar addiction and anorexia, thereby contributing to society and pioneering advancements in the medical field. He is a recognized researcher, Shurchun. Junsha inquired earnestly. Huh? Gaisai was taken aback. What do you mean by resembling a deceased grandmother? Indeed, it was precisely because of this resemblance that he behaved as he did. You claim he is lewd and disrespectful, and you accuse him of numerous wrongdoings. Hence, we are to execute this great benefactor to society, fearing that he might claim others resemble his grandmother and face further accusations. Researcher Shurchun has violated the Pokémon public safety law. Gaisai was left in disbelief. Such a good person, mistaken for a family member, accused of misconduct, and subsequently sentenced to death. So it seems all of this is my fault. Moreover, he had never been afforded the chance to explain himself, and now he was to die today. Even a villain would feel guilt for indirectly causing the demise of a virtuous individual, let alone one who has discovered treatments for numerous incurable cases. Heaven help me. Gaisai felt himself on the brink of collapse. But I am not human. I am Gaisai. He has not wronged me. Look. Gaisai reverted to his true form. Dear Elder, please stop pretending. Those who act lewdly should be punished, especially when it involves an elderly lady. Indeed, Gaisai's performance intensified under Junsha's scrutiny. Oh dear, you foolish woman, I am a Pokémon, Gaisai exclaimed in frustration, unleashing a thunderbolt against the wall. Yet, Junsha continued to smile. Elder, please, there is no need for this charade. It is rather tiresome. Glancing at her watch, she noted that in mere minutes, he would be entirely deceased. I must take my shot before he passes. How outrageous. You foolish woman, are your eyes blind? I am Gaisai. Gaisai, I am not human. Gaisai protested, but Junsha remained unfazed. Have I not already proven that I am a Pokémon? Dear Elder, I understand your kind heart, but you must realize that many Pokémon techniques can be replicated by human technology. I refuse to believe you are Gaisai. You are merely an elderly lady. The sheer folly of this woman rendered the 2,000-year-old Gaisai speechless. Even in my current state, you still do not believe me? At that moment, Gaisai spotted a luxurious Pokeball on the stool, red with golden trim and adorned with tiny golden stars, exuding comfort for any Pokemon. Is that a Pokeball? Indeed. Foolish woman, observe closely. Only Pokemon can enter a Pokeball. It is impossible for it to trap its own kind. Sometimes, out of boredom, I might enter a Pokeball to rest, coming and going with ease. Gaisai pressed the button and entered the Pokeball himself. But it was not just any Pokeball. It was the king ball among the luxury balls. Chapter 52. Taming the 2,000-year-old Genghis, how delightful it is. If only I could dwell here for eternity, residing within the confines of the Pokeball. It is rather peculiar that I have suddenly developed a fondness for that young man. The moment Genghis entered the Pokeball, an overwhelming desire to remain ensued. Truly, living within the Pokeball for a lifetime seems quite agreeable. Moreover, my fondness for the young man I met today, Shichen, has surged to an all-time high. I suppose I should reward him for enduring my troubles. Yet, the thought of eventually parting from him brings an unexpected pang of sadness. What is happening to me? 2 millennia of existence have not been in vain. I am well versed in the ways of the world and have come to realize my disconcerting feelings. Why would I entertain such a foolish notion of residing in a Pokeball for eternity? And why do I feel such intimacy toward Shichen, longing to accompany him for all time? How foolish of me. No. Shichen is still outside, and my heart aches for his suffering. I must go to him. But why do I hesitate? I have come to understand that the King Ball, a most enigmatic and powerful device, possesses myriad extraordinary functions. It is Shichen's first time utilizing it, and there are but 100 of these mystical creations. How could I part with it? Pokémon do not remain in their Pokeballs, but directly enter the rock home. Shichen swallowed the medicine concealed beneath his tongue. Upon ingestion, its potency spread, temporarily rejuvenating his weary body. Shichen, your acting is quite impressive. Hee, and you are not so bad yourself. Shichen, now lacking the strength to converse, retrieved a bottle of holy spring water from his bag to urgently heal himself. His frail body, with renewed vitality, seemed to gain strength. Yet it was an arduous battle against the poison. This was the most severe poisoning he had faced, teetering on the brink of death. What's that you are drinking? Just water. I accidentally ingested some fake blood earlier, and I fear illness may ensue, so I must expel it. An impeccable explanation. Ha. The pool of blood on the ground appeared all too real. Junsha nearly succumbed to the deception. Is this sufficient? No. I need you to continue acting for a while longer. I am quite fatigued. Could you step outside? I wish to tidy up and change my clothes. Very well. Junsha, without suspicion, locked the door behind her as she exited. Shichen gazed at Junsha's retreating figure, his mouth opening to speak but ultimately falling silent. Do you truly consider me a criminal? Or is this merely a habit you have cultivated over the years, to lock the door after leaving? Shichen, feeling unwell, His mind foggy and body weary, was grateful for the holy spring water and Apos' restorative effects. However, he would need to recuperate for several days. Not a significant issue. Evie, with tear-filled eyes, rushed in, its petite form swiftly navigating the confines of the cell. Just as Shichen had donned fresh attire, he embraced Evie. Everything is all right. I am unscathed. Bui. The situation was as follows. That old woman was not human, but a Pokémon. Shichen recounted the events to Evie, clarifying that he harbored no peculiar inclinations, merely an interest in the toxins within Genghis. Besides, Genghis is among the few Pokémon in this world, aside from Meowth, capable of articulating human language, predating Meowth by an unfathomable span. Bui. That is somewhat hard to accept. Yet another farce. As long as all is well. Evie leapt onto Shichen and Apos' shoulder. You, child, my body has yet to recover. Nevertheless, Shichen lavished affection upon his beloved Evie. After a prolonged wait, Junsha finally returned to unlock the door. I apologize. It has become a habit. Not at all, Shichen waved dismissively. Thus, he and Miss Joy moved from the cell to the interrogation room, immediately resuming their roles. Shichen pressed the button on the king ball, and Genghis emerged, wearing an expression of utter delight. Genghis blinked in surprise, then exclaimed, You ugly woman. I am a Pokémon, and you doubted me. Do you now believe? Indeed. I did not expect you to be a Pokémon. This has become quite the spectacle, which is why we provided the researcher Shichen with the antidote. As long as he recuperates properly, he shall be fine in a few days. Shichen sat upon a chair, appearing rather weak, with Evie perched upon his shoulder. Genghis sighed in relief, genuinely relieved to see him healed and his vitality restored. I did not realize you were a Pokémon. Shichen lowered his head. Oh dear, this is all a misunderstanding. By the way, could you release me from the restrictions of the Pokeball? Shichen shook his head, unable to comply. I saved you. You cannot even release me from the Pokeball? Genghis grew irate, questioning the treatment of an esteemed Pokémon. Alas, I have no choice. Shichen placed the king ball on the ground. If you do not believe me, strike it and see. I truly do not believe. As Genghis prepared to attack, he hesitated, unwilling to harm the ball he had grown fond of. You do it, Genghis instructed Evie. Use Iron Tail. Evie and Apos' Iron Tail struck, leaving the Pokeball unscathed while the ground cracked beneath it. Vandalism, an offense that compounds the crime. Genghis was taken aback. What a detestable human. It seems this ball is indeed peculiar. I have never encountered a Pokeball like this before. What is its origin? It was crafted by a nation during ancient times, utilizing the entirety of its resources and presented to the king. Genghis was bewildered. So it is truly unique? How did you come by it? This is quite remarkable. Genghis felt a rare surge of anger. Yet, the thought of destroying the Pokeball was equally distressing, leaving him in turmoil. Then I shall take my leave, and we shall never meet again. Genghis decided it was best to bid farewell sooner rather than later. Wait. Junsha called out to Genghis. What is it now? If you depart, researcher Shichen will violate the Pokémon law regarding the malicious abandonment of Pokémon. Shichen bowed his head, desperately stifling a laugh. What jest is this? Junsha, with conviction, replied, I have already submitted the documentation. Researcher Shichen, being a prominent public figure, has attracted much attention regarding this farce. Many high-ranking officials in the League care about this matter. I have reported that researcher Shichen and his Pokémon were merely engaged in playful antics rather than committing a crime. It is all a misunderstanding. Now everyone knows of Genghis' presence. If you leave in this manner, he will undoubtedly be deemed to have abandoned a Pokémon, regardless of whether that was your intent. What will they say when they inquire about Genghis? Researcher Shichen will be unable to produce him, and in such a short time. It is inevitable that people will think Genghis' antics nearly tarnished Shichen's reputation, leading to his abandonment. Without evidence, he shall be judged as having abandoned Genghis. Very well. This explanation seems rather forced. How is Junsha able to maintain her composure without breaking into laughter? Professionals, indeed, exhibit a certain level of expertise. Those who have undergone rigorous training typically manage to suppress any laughter. Goodness. Gaisai perceives the human world as utterly absurd. Ahem. Gaisai, Might I trouble you to accompany me for a while? Just for a brief period. I believe it won't be too much to ask of you. Let us quell this tumult first. Afterward, you may depart, as if you were merely lending me a hand. Shichin's complexion turned ashen, and he too felt the weight of humility. This is the most prudent course of action. You need only stay by my side for a short time. Gaisai fell silent, reflecting on the little imp, who had nearly met his demise due to his own mischief. Thus, I must tell you, I shall only accompany you until this day next year, for I shall return to this place on that very date. Shichin nodded, managing a faint smile. Thank you. Chapter 53. Shichin's plan for the Beautiful Girls Valley film EV swayed its tail as a ghost-type Pokémon appeared beside Shichin, creating an eerie atmosphere. Little ghost, where are you headed? Gengsi floated beside Shichin, inexplicably unable to harbor any dislike for her. Cough, cough. Shichin covered her mouth to stifle a cough, retrieving a tissue to dab at her lips. I'm going to the Zai family. They have the tree fruits I desire. Oh, Gengsi exclaimed with excitement. Do you know they are the wealthiest family on this island? So affluent they could purchase half the island, overflowing with riches. Shichin gazed at Gengsi with a hint of disbelief. Do you truly enjoy money? Of course. Gold, silver, jewels, evolution stones for Pokémon, and so forth. I adore them all. Gengsi produced a cash register. Look, I possess numerous original versions of Alliance coins. Isn't Gengsi remarkable? It can store items, a feat typically reserved for Jengars. Hee, I engage in legitimate transactions. I don't resort to theft. I always frighten my customers first and then sell them talismans. I've never encountered particularly wealthy patrons, as they are either incapable or accompanied by strong Pokémon that can see through my tricks. What a pity. Could you assist me in frightening them later? I shall share a portion of the earnings with you once I acquire the funds. Gengsi was eager at the prospect of having a partner to earn money with. Consider this. I've toiled alongside you for a year now. Would it be too much to ask for your help? Shichin gently stroked EV while listening. No, I wish to inquire how much you sell a talisman for. It's merely ordinary white paper. I draw on it, requiring little skill. The cost is under 10 Alliance coins, yet I can sell each for hundreds. When sales are slow, I may sell them for dozens of coins. Am I not clever? A true moneymaker. Shichin nodded in praise. You are undoubtedly the smartest Gengsi. This is 100-fold profit. I cannot fathom how much you earn. Hiki. Gengsi beamed with excitement, this being the first time it had shared such thoughts with a human. Why are you here today, masquerading as a human? Shichin knew the answer, but felt compelled to ask. Have you heard the tale of the beautiful girl statue? Of course. Everyone here knows it, don't they? Indeed. 2,000 years ago, I had quite a good relationship with her, so each year, at this time, I come to remind the world of her existence, for the beautiful girl still awaits her husband's return. Oh, such loyalty from Gengsi. There are many such stories in this world. Some are remembered, others forgotten, and I occasionally travel to ensure people never forget. Gengsi, you are indeed an emotionally aware Pokémon. You've even learned human language and mastered such special abilities. That's truly impressive. Humph, it certainly is. Praise is delightful. In truth, Shichin was suffering from a mild poison, which had little impact, as this ancient toxin invigorated the heart. So, will you continue to help these departed souls and their stories, ensuring they are not forgotten? Of course, this is my joy, to make people remember, then to frolic freely, earning and enjoying life as a happy ghost. Gengsi quickly dismissed any unpleasant thoughts, embodying an optimistic spirit. Yet, Shichin thought Gengsi's efforts might not hold much significance. The locals were bound to remember the tale of the beautiful girl statue due to family lore, and visitors wouldn't intentionally commit it to memory, with people coming and going. Who would fill the role of the beautiful girl? The influence was simply too minimal. Gengsi floated in front of Shichin. Are you implying that what I do is unnecessary and meaningless? Do you know it's precisely because more tourists come at this time each year that I frighten them, encouraging them to spread the story? To have my clever techniques deemed inconsequential by you is disheartening. Does that mean all my efforts each year are in vain? Gengsi said stubbornly, seeking Shichin's affirmation. Yes. Shichin nodded. But don't be hasty. Hear me out. Go on. If, in the past, your methods were somewhat effective, the residents of the island remain the most memorable. However, in this era of technological advancement, can't you feel it? You are also a great witness. Gengsi beamed with pride. Certainly. In these 2,000 years, regardless of the era, I have amassed human wealth. I can buy anything and eat whatever I desire. All earned through my diligent sales of talismans. Indeed, thus, your current methods are mistaken. Why is it always flattery followed by criticism? If you wish for everyone to remember the story of the beautiful girl valley, you must present it differently. Scaring people annually is not particularly impactful. With so many trainers now, accompanied by Pokémon that can see through ghosts, who would still believe in this legend? The locals might even grow weary of the beautiful girl statue. Gengsi pondered this, realizing Shichen was correct. You are indeed a researcher. Your insight is remarkable. Gengsi began to eagerly await Shichen's suggestions. Are you familiar with television and film? I am, though I hardly have time to watch. Gengsi is busy earning money. Actually, we could create a film, hiring a director and scriptwriter, or I could write it myself, and then cast actors to depict the beautiful girl valley. It would tell of a childhood friendship marred by socioeconomic disparities, where the girl's family disapproved of their union. After enduring many trials, they finally come together, only for the husband to embark on a journey the very next day, separating them in their sweetest moments. Then, the husband goes missing, and the girl, unable to wait any longer, turns to stone in her eternal longing. The story would conclude with a twist. Upon her death, a broken man returns, devastated by the news and pleading with the divine for one more meeting. This is the first part, a tragic tale. In the second part, the divine allows them to be reborn. The man must search for his wife, tested by the divine to prove his unwavering love, seeking her amidst a vast sea of humanity, eventually returning to embrace the sea rock statue of the girl. If true love is found, they will receive the divine's everlasting blessings, ensuring their eternal togetherness, a sweet story. Shichen merely adapted some melodramatic tale she had seen in her past life. Confident that this world had never encountered such a dramatic narrative, believing it would surely be a sensation. And then, what happens next? Will they reunite in the third life? Gengsi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. That would be the best outcome. She finds happiness and awaits her husband, no longer regretting anything. How wonderful. Please tell me how the third life unfolds. Gengsi was eager, aware of the fiction, yet yearning to hear more. The third life is more complicated. Shichen pursed her lips, conflicted about the third life's narrative. You'll have to wait 100 years for that revelation. All right, it's settled then. In 100 years, you must tell me how the third life concludes. Shichen smiled. Then remember to remind me to brainstorm ideas frequently. An aspiring scriptwriter who neglects reminders is not a good researcher. I shall remind you daily. Then I shall write the script and hire Pokémon Hollywood to bring it to life. I am convinced that once the film is released, it will undoubtedly attract a multitude of viewers. Such a poignant narrative brings tears to my eyes, even as a Pokémon. I too wish to hear it. Shichen, you truly are a genius. Shichen chuckled, covering her mouth. After all, a Pokémon's thoughts are far less intricate than those of a human. Chapter 54. Extending the life of the suction cup puppet as Ding Dong conversed with Gai Sai. They arrived at their destination, the home of Zai. The Zai residence differed notably from the opulence encountered by Shichen. It exuded an air of simplicity, embodying the philosophy that less is more. Two towering statues of wind speed dogs, each over 3 meters tall and crafted entirely from jade, stood guard at the entrance. Seemingly impervious to theft. Please come in, a voice beckoned after a lengthy wait. An elderly lady, her hair a striking white yet her demeanor vibrant, appeared. You must be researcher Shichen. You look quite youthful. Hello, Grandma Zai. Shichen replied with a polite bow. There is no need for such formality. Come inside. I and Oppos. V heard of your remarkable talents, and my husband is quite eager to meet you as well, she said, her tone warm and inviting. I will do my utmost. Shichen responded with a smile. This visit was not prompted by any particularly challenging ailments, but rather to ascertain whether a Pokémon could be completely healed from its hidden injuries. Initially reluctant to come, Shichen was persuaded by the rarity of the Shaolin fruit trees owned by this family, who had promised that if the healing was successful, any requests could be made. Following the elderly lady into the courtyard, The surroundings retained their simplicity, yet hints of affluence were subtly woven throughout, prompting Shichen to refrain from further observation. He felt weary. Gaisai trailed behind, grinning quietly to avoid startling anyone. Is Shichen here to provide medical assistance? How much can one earn from healing? It's far more rewarding to sell talismans. Underneath the Shaolin fruit tree, an elderly gentleman reclined in a jade lounge chair, gently stroking a nearby Pokémon. Grandma Zai gazed affectionately at Shichen, saying, "You're even younger than my grandson. We entrusted our household affairs to the younger generation, allowing us to enjoy our twilight years, yet we have one lingering regret. Ah, another wealthy family from the new generation." Shichen thought to himself as the old lady called for her husband. "The suction cup puppet has arrived, little Shichen." "Oh, I've heard about you," said the old man, rising with a beaming smile, though the worry in his eyes was unmistakable. "Hello, Grandpa Zai," Shichen greeted, his gaze falling upon the suction cup puppet. The situation appeared dire. "Have you eaten?" "I have," Shichen replied, familiar with this customary greeting. The suction cup puppet attempted to rise in greeting, but found its legs unresponsive. Hey, just rest there, don't move," the old man urged. Grandma Zai, watching the puppet, could no longer hold back her tears. "Little Shichen, we asked you here to examine our suction cup puppet. In our youth, my husband and I often embarked on adventures, exploring various jade caves and encountering countless dangers, with the suction cup puppet always aiding us through perilous situations. It has been our savior and companion since childhood. However, due to the battles of our youth, it has suffered chronic pain, and we wish to heal it. Yet these hidden afflictions seem insurmountable. Medical advancements were not as developed back then, and now that conditions have improved, we are told it cannot be cured. The suction cup puppet is withering away, and in the past 2 years, even walking has become a challenge. The suction cup puppet is a family member we cannot abandon. It has not only grown alongside us, but has also helped raise our children. Both we and our children yearn for its recovery. Having seen your research, which focuses on complex ailments, we implore you to find a way to treat our suction cup puppet. Feel free to ask for anything you desire." Shichen's eyes gleamed faintly green as he examined the rapidly aging cells within the suction cup puppet, noting the obstruction of energy flow. "I'm afraid there is little that can be done. It is nearing its end," Gaisai stated candidly, feeling the weight of the puppet's mortality. "The death of a Pokémon is not equivalent to that of a human, is it? Wait, something feels off," Shichen mused, contemplating whether he would receive the third script a century later, assuming he wouldn't be deceased by then. Shichen's expression fell. "Could you refrain from speaking so bluntly?" "Oh dear, why would you say that?" Grandma Zai crouched down, weeping inconsolably. The suction cup puppet offered a gentle smile, attempting to comfort her. "It's all right. Death is inevitable." "Little Shichen, did I say something wrong?" Sighing, Shichen replied, "You didn't say anything wrong, but it could have been expressed more delicately." "Your Gaisai can speak?" Grandpa Zai, somewhat accepting of the bizarre turn of events, acknowledged the inevitability of this day, yet wondered, but what of it? "In 2 years, I also depart alongside the suction cup puppet. We shall reunite then." "Indeed. Haha. I am an exceptional Gaisai. Indeed, quite remarkable. Is there a reward?" "0 rewards." Shichen rolled his eyes, pushing Gaisai aside. He approached the suction cup puppet for a closer inspection. "These hands are severely damaged. What happened?" "In a battle with a formidable Nidoking, my hands endured prolonged pain, becoming a hidden ailment," the old man recalled, his voice tinged with sorrow. "And the head, abdomen, and legs, none are unscathed," Shichen noted, frowning as he examined the legs. "There is poison here." "Whose poison?" "An arbok. It bit me," Grandpa Zai lamented, tears streaming down his face. The old lady had already been weeping inconsolably. Shichen sighed, recognizing the challenge ahead. With the passage of time, full recovery is uncertain. These hidden injuries are severe. Had you not provided adequate treatment, the suction cup puppet would have perished long ago. This is no exaggeration. It is the most severe case of hidden injuries I have encountered. "I told you it's on the brink of death," Gaisai murmured under his breath, irritated by the family's tears, wishing they would allow him to speak the truth. "Little Shichen, your ability to diagnose without equipment is indeed impressive. I humbly request your assistance in treating our suction cup puppet, even if it merely extends its days. Consider it an earnest plea from an old man, Grandpa Zai said. Attempting to kneel, Shichen helped him up. What are you doing? If I can save it, I cannot guarantee the degree of recovery. Very well. As long as you save the suction cup puppet, you may take whatever you desire from our home. After assisting Grandpa Zai to sit down, Shichen turned to the suction cup puppet. This will be painful, but for the sake of your family, can you endure it? Do you wish to continue living? But Gaisai began to speak, but fell silent, knowing the grim reality. The suction cup puppet nodded, tears in its eyes, yearning for more time with its family. Very well. Let us begin, Shichen said, retrieving a syringe from his backpack. Gaisai, please hypnotize Grandpa and Grandma Zai. I'm merely following you. I'm not obligated to obey. Gaisai grumbled, but complied. Thank you. I do not require your gratitude, Gaisai huffed. First, Shichen administered a serum to invigorate the cells, awakening the body's vitality. The suction cup puppet finally understood the pain Shichen spoke of, yet, for the sake of Zai's efforts, it resolved to endure. Once the cells reached a certain level of activity, Shichen injected a toxin to poison it. What a bizarre method, Gaisai thought, finding the approach cruel, yet admired the suction cup puppet's resilience. It bore the discomfort without complaint. After administering the poison, Shichen proceeded to heal it. He revitalized the cells, filling them with energy, albeit temporarily. Gaisai's eyes widened. Shichen, you're defying fate. This will shorten its lifespan. Haven't you heard the ancient saying? Doctors do not live long because they assist the dying. Be quiet. Do not distract me. The aging process cannot be taken lightly. This is merely an experiment. Humph. You truly are insufferable. Ignoring my advice, you detestable ghost. Ghost, feeling despondent, soared to the treetops and shouted, Are you satisfied now that I am so far away from you? In moments of absence, one might embrace closely and profess affection, yet once possession is attained, silence ensues. Is this the essence of humanity? The suction cup doll, drenched in perspiration, suffered greatly. Shirchun, with a needle, injected a special serum into its vital points to restore vitality. As Ghost articulated, this was a defiance of fate, merely an experiment. Each Pokémon's healing method is unique. Some can defy the odds, while others remain powerless. Once the suction cup doll stabilized and reached its optimal condition, a significant issue loomed. Administering sacred spring water to eliminate all negativity, followed by red and blue potions. Mission accomplished. The suction cup doll was unharmed, albeit in a state of mental disarray. Allow me to inform you, I said to the suction cup doll, I have exhausted all measures for your body. This is the extent of your condition. Your seemingly normal state is but an illusion. Neither humans nor Pokémon can escape the cycle of death. With few exceptions, Mo understood that the current physical state felt akin to a fleeting return to life. Ghost, could you kindly awaken the two elderly individuals? I scoffed. Who do you think you are? Reluctantly, Ghost roused the two elders. Upon awakening and witnessing the suction cup doll's ability to move, they wept tears of joy. Shirchun leaned against the tree, a smile gracing his face. Ghost, lingering by Shirchun's side, feigned concern, saying, You are truly cruel. What purpose does it serve? Ultimately, the suction cup doll will meet its demise. At least it lives joyfully now, likely enduring until both elders pass on, Shirchun replied. Do you not fear a shortened lifespan? What is there to fear? I believe this is an extension of life, not a malicious act. Shirchun regarded Ghost with indifference. You have lived for such a long time, experiencing more separations than I can fathom. Perhaps you have become numb to it, yet surely you once felt sorrow, wishing that certain individuals or Pokémon could live a few more years, did you not? Ghost paused, memories flooding back from long ago. He recalled his travels, the many friendships forged, only to return years later to find them all gone. So many friends lost to time. Only money remained. When did he transition from sorrow to numbness? Chapter 55, The Treatment of the Zai Family. Immense gratitude to researcher Xiaochun. Without you, our family as sucker doll. Grandmother Zai wiped away her tears and bowed. There is no need for such formality. It is the duty of a healer, Xiaochun replied. While the healer's duty is paramount, It is primarily their wealth that enables them to afford treatment. A single dose of the active cell medication starts at a staggering sum. You are the finest Pokémon doctor I have ever encountered, Grandmother Zai remarked, smiling as she rubbed her eyes, which were still hazy from her tears. The sucker doll has aged. How much younger can I become? You are being overly dramatic. You must remember that the sucker doll can no longer battle. It should live happily and avoid heavy labor. Moreover, after a moment of contemplation, I will prepare medication for the sucker doll. I will concoct a month's worth of treatment to monitor its condition. Continuous administration for a year will suffice. The medicine is expensive, but it is essential. Yes, I will remember everything you say, Grandmother Zai noted, jotting down Xiaochun's advice in her notebook, demonstrating her deep concern for the sucker doll. Indeed, this family shares a bond of life and death. They possess integrity and the means to care for their beloved Pokémon. I will prepare the medication and send it to the Pokémon Center monthly via express delivery. You can have your son pick it up. As I travel frequently and may not always be in the Kanto region, the Pokémon feed from the Chun Garden and the 1001 grains provided by Xiaowei are managed in a similar fashion. I will arrange for the Pokémon Center to send them to your city, and you can retrieve it from there. Yes, I will have my son collect it. Thank you for your attentiveness. By the way, I heard from Xiaowei that your feed is quite good. Could you create specialized feed for the sucker doll? Of course, I can. The affluent social circles are indeed beneficial, as everyone is well off. Well then, I appreciate your assistance. They did not once discuss fees or mention money. This left Gaisai somewhat exasperated. Are you really that foolish? You will not accept any payment? You ought to charge them at least 100,000 alliance coins. What will you do without compensation for your efforts? After laboring for so long, Gaisai was growing impatient. 100,000? I am not that merciful. Ha. What an amusing Gaisai. Grandmother, I have traveled to many places, yet this is the first time I have encountered a talking Pokémon. Grandmother Zai chuckled, then pulled out a card. Xiaochun, this is your reward. Thank you, Grandmother Zai, Xiaochun replied with a smile, accepting the card without inquiring about the amount. Wow, Grandmother, you only give a card and no cash? Let me tell you, Xiaochun is quite expensive. I have assisted as well. And you should at least provide 200,000 alliance coins. One card is hardly sufficient. Gaisai lamented, frustrated with Xiaochun. You should return the card. All right. Do not create a ruckus. Xiaochun flicked his fingers, sending Gaisai flying. Ha. Such an entertaining Gaisai. Grandfather Zai approached with the sucker doll, appearing cheerful. His demeanor youthful. That was merely a small token of appreciation. As I mentioned, should you successfully heal the sucker doll, feel free to ask for anything you desire. Do not be shy. Here's the deal. I will take you to my collection room. Take whatever you fancy. I wish to take a great deal. And since you have offered, why should I hold back? I am the least acquainted with the notion of politeness. Evie, help me pick some fruits. I will follow Grandfather Zai to the collection room. Xiaochun pointed to one of his objectives. Evie leaped from Xiaochun's arms and effortlessly climbed a tree. I want to go too. Gaisai shamelessly pressed against Xiaochun, eager to see what treasures lay within. The Zai residence appeared peculiar. Wealth was not ostentatiously displayed. Yet two majestic jade windrunners stood guard at the entrance. The courtyard appeared unassuming. However, the true collection room. Grandfather Zai led them into an office. Manipulating a button on the bookshelf, suddenly the floor sank, revealing a staircase infused with a futuristic aura. This is truly sci-fi. Follow me. As they trailed behind Grandfather Zai, various mechanical scanners assessed them. After passing through numerous checkpoints, the grand entrance to the collection room swung open. Ha. All of this was arranged by my son. He insists it provides a sense of security. Just look at this. This is hardly a room. It's a veritable vault. The space was filled with an array of stones. If Dao Wu were present, he would surely be ecstatic. Old man, where have you traveled? Oh, I have been to Chengdu and Fengyuan. My ancestors were in the jade business, and I brought back only the most valuable items from our family estate. Xiaochun's eyes glimmered with green light as he scanned the area for energy fluctuations. Your eyes are glowing. How fascinating. Gaisai floated closer, captivated by those luminous orbs. Suddenly, It felt as though all of Xiaochun's Pokémon were laid bare before him, leaving him utterly embarrassed. How dreadful! Gaisai stuck out his tongue, dissatisfied, and burrowed into Xiaochun's body. Just wait until I show you my toxicity. What on earth? How delightful, Gaisai. Grandfather Zai, having roamed far and wide, had never encountered such an intriguing duo. Can I take anything I fancy? Xiaochun inquired once more. Indeed, my word is my bond. Things that cannot be taken with us in life are better bestowed upon those who can make use of them. In the collection room, there were only stones. Xiaochun's keen eyesight could detect the flow of energy. Those devoid of it were swiftly dismissed as useless. Upon reaching the area of densest energy, Xiaochun was somewhat taken aback. It was the first time he had seen such a comprehensive array of evolutionary stones. Firestone, Thunderstone, Waterstone, Leaf Stone, Sunstone, Moonstone, Dark Stone, Light Stone. All were present, and some in considerable quantities. Haha, everyone has a little collection habit. These were all traded with friends. The old man said proudly. Xiaochun picked up a set of exquisite collectibles. Indeed, who doesn't he have a penchant for collecting? Let us take a few extra sunstones and leaf stones. There are plenty, so it will save us the trouble of searching later when they are needed. Is that permissible? Xiaochun sought confirmation. Of course. If you cannot use them, you can always purchase more when needed. Gaisai was astonished, though he had no jaw to drop. Ah, you're giving so many. Is Xiaochun's treatment truly worth this much? This must exceed 200,000. Xiaochun then noticed a round stone. A smooth orb that the small luck egg required. There were plenty here, as well as another perfectly round stone. I want them all, he stated innocently. Is that acceptable? Cough, cough, certainly. Well, as for this one, it is not too many, but dozens will command a hefty price. Small change, small change. Xiaochun's gaze fell upon a particularly unique stone, radiant like an eye. Can I take this? Ah, that is my favorite. Is the Everstone also available? Yes. Yes, indeed. I need it for EVS training. Is that all right? Xiaochun continued to fill his backpack. Next, they arrived at a most peculiar area, devoid of unique powers, resembling natural items. Can I take the cold rock, the hot rock, and the moist rock? Cough, cough. Your backpack is quite large. You filled it so much, yet it is not full. It is rather spacious. Naturally, I can fit everything into Rock Home. That is fine. If it cannot all fit, I am here. Gaisai opened his mouth, revealing an otherworldly space within. See, Gaisai has his own spatial storage. But only Gung Gue possesses such a talent. Xiaochun would take his time to study this further. The subsequent items were equally extraordinary, possessing unique powers. Particularly the diamonds that Xiaochun wished to study. May I? Oh, of course. Certainly. I have already acquiesced to your request. So refrain from further inquiries and simply take it. Without any hesitation, Shurchun seized the items. Gue Si observed enviously, priding himself on earning his keep through sheer effort. Dismissing the notion of thievery. Dear sir, are you aware of the purpose of this? Shurchun inquired, holding several colorful glass beads, which he correctly identified as super evolution stones. I am unaware. I acquired them from an old acquaintance who previously curated a collection of over a dozen. Ah. Super evolution stones, indeed, but alas, lacking locking stones. I have a fondness for these stones. Might I have the opportunity to visit the proprietor? Grandfather Ziyi contemplated whether his family would require them and promised to assist in contacting the seller if they were available. Thank you. Is this acceptable? I desire this. Oh, is this to your liking? Grandfather Ziyi felt that allowing Shurchun to voice his desires was perhaps the gravest error, having endured the whispers of temptation from the demon all night. This child, could he not muster a modicum of courtesy? A healer possesses compassion, yet, it seems you have become a healer with mercenary intentions. Chapter 56. The Llama Slate Ghost staying overnight at Zimi's house to prepare food. Have you struck it rich? Gaisai felt envious, suddenly realizing that selling charms seemed insignificant. A single charm fetched at most a few thousand alliance coins, while Shichin's miraculous remedies could easily command tens of millions. One might say, Shichin, in high spirits, was busy concocting potions. Can you share some with me? No, Shichin shook his head in refusal. If you had an abundance, I would satisfy your desires. Is there something you particularly wish for? Gaisai sighed. I don't have anything specific. I just want money. I can give you money. But what will you do with it afterward? Shichen paused, retrieving 100,000 alliance coins from his bag and placing them on the ground. I want to. Gaisai found himself at a loss, not knowing what to do. He didn't accept the money, as he had no immediate use for it. Fine, just forget it. How dull. Gaisai floated aimlessly in the room. Shichen took out a vial of potion. Eevee, give it a try. Bye. After drinking, Eevee felt a considerable instability in its genes. Out of 8 evolutionary paths, 2 had stabilized, while the remaining 6 were in a state of chaotic flux, causing some discomfort. Eevee expressed that the potion was effective and could be used again, and it was time to arrange for the next evolution. Bring back walking grass. He needs to train. Gaisai, feeling bored, translated. All right, Shichen smiled, gently ruffling Eevee's fur, knowing that the experiment with his Eevee was nearing success. All 8 adorable evolutionary forms would soon converge into one. Next, he retrieved the egg of a Ditto, injecting it with a nutrient solution to enhance muscle memory and cellular memory, a complex potion. As the Ditto's egg slowly began to hatch, the potions required in the future would only grow more expensive. The costliest would pertain to Ditto, the true essence of biological enhancement. Just wait and see how you repay this kindness upon your birth. He tapped the incubator, sensing the vigor of the child within, eager to emerge. But not yet. Patience is key until you fully mature and develop. Beside Ditto's egg was a Happiny, the offspring of the Bliss family from the school. Shichen began preparing. The ongoing research focused on the Chansey family, whose evolution and growth were intricately linked to the power of happiness, a notion yet to be widely acknowledged. Hence, Shichen utilized happiness potions to prepare a nutrient solution for the Happiny. Observing promising effects, the egg already radiated a sense of blissful confusion. This little one had champion potential from birth, thus the concoction could not be subpar. Once the potion was prepared, he began working on the energy cube machine. From what he understood, no energy cube machines had yet been invented. Current Pokémon feed was merely in a pre-formed pellet state. During the manufacturing process, some energy from the berries inevitably dissipated. His vision sharpened, allowing him to perceive differences he hadn't noticed before, nothing compared to the energy cube, which could encapsulate all energies, perfectly blending and merging them. Moreover, a single cube could satiate hunger, and it was undeniable that future innovations were far ahead of the present. Thus, the need arose for a high-speed rotating machine capable of smashing and blending the berries, merging energies with electromagnetic forces. Shichen meticulously noted down his thoughts, intending to seek out an adept mechanical engineer for future creations. For now, he could only dutifully prepare the feed, with each batch taking several hours, labor-intensive. The ingredients remained the same: cocoa berries, experience berries, and fruits rewarded by luck, abundant and cost-free, essentially yielding pure profit. Only a small quantity of special berries was necessary to produce perfect feed. The sucker Pokémon was a psychic fairy. The fairy type had yet to be discovered and was still under research. However, Shichen's feed and potions were already being prepared for this type. Upon completion, he sampled a berry himself, finding the taste satisfactory. He also crafted a special mix for Eevee. Give it a try. Bye. Eevee exclaimed that it was delicious, commending Shichen's culinary skills for improving. Is that so? I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you for your praise, my dear Eevee. He affectionately nuzzled Eevee, appreciating the joy of having such a lovable companion nearby. Then, he began to bottle the feed. Shichen retrieved empty bottles from his space, filling 3 with enough for 10 days, just right for a month. He also categorized the potions, deeming their household tasks complete. At that moment, Shichen looked up at Gaisai. Come here. It's my turn to prepare potions and food for you. Huh? For me? I don't want to. I'm not your Pokémon. After saying this, Gaisai hid in a corner, feeling conflicted. Why consider me? Come here. Don't you want to try food from the ghost type? What can ghosts eat? Ghosts' favorite is vitality. They generally don't need to consume food. You'll find out when you come over. All right, since you insist. Gaisai reluctantly approached Shichen. First, he inhaled the toxic gas around him, feeling that familiar sensation, intoxicating. The toxic gas you carry differs from other members of the Gaisai family. It's ancient. Age poison. Of course, I've lived over 2,000 years, they can't compare. Don't be too proud. What's 2,000 years? Some Pokémon live for tens of thousands of years or have existed since the beginning. Really? Gaisai spun in the air, wondering why he had never heard of this. Of course, there are. Don't you care about such matters? Travel to other regions, and you'll hear the legends. Such tales are everywhere, and many are indeed true. Gaisai's smile widened, cackling. I don't believe any Pokémon has lived longer than I have. Isn't that how Junshai uses provocation to score? The more he thought, the more something felt off. Well, this one. Shichen pointed to the black question mark behind Gaisai's ear. I don't believe. Huh. What is it? The black question mark behind my ear. Opening its eyes and staring at me. What the? It's really a Pokémon. I had no idea. What is this? Gaisai was quite curious. Why not communicate? If not mentioned, one wouldn't sense its existence. An unknown totem. Let's not say too much. At least 20,000 years old. Huh. Gaisai's head spun. But why does it seem so weak? A 20,000-year-old elder. So hidden. What power does Shichen possess to have such a formidable elder? Gaisai began to take an interest in the unknown totem, while Shichen proceeded to concoct potions. There was a scarcity of materials and information related to the ghost type, so he could only work with poison-type ingredients, preparing a delectable poison for Gaisai. At the very least, Shichen found it quite appealing. Full-body decay, cardiac arrest, the kind. Give it a taste. The toxins had already activated, and he had sampled this feed. It was quite poisonous. Gaisai initially held little hope, not expecting it to be particularly delicious. But after taking a bite, he nearly transformed into an elderly woman dancing with excitement. I love it. I want to eat this every day. Once I find the ghostly recipes. Shichen shrugged. There was so little knowledge about ghostly formulas. Relying solely on poison type was quite challenging. Great. Gaisai was filled with joy. Spending a year with him wouldn't be too bad. Just a shame that after a year, it might be hard to get some. I need to think of a way to frequently come over for free food and drink. Or perhaps I could stay. After all, he doesn't have much time left, at most 100 years. Gaisai happily decided. After taking the antidote and tidying up the remnants, Eevee also helped out. It wouldn't be polite for others to leave a mess. By the way, Gaisai, may I ask you a question? Why haven't you evolved? Your ghostly power is quite sufficient and mysterious. You should have evolved long ago. A Pokémon with a long life should have progressed in strength and life stages. Gaisai couldn't defy this notion. There must be something special about it. I don't know. Gaisai replied, not particularly concerned. Have you ever consumed life energy? No. I refuse to do such things. However, Genghis requires vitality. No, I do not want that. Genghis declines. Vitality is not merely life. It can also embody vigor. Is not the ethereal essence after death a form of life force as well? Life and death are intertwined. Shizukin is also investigating where the problem lies. What advantages does evolution bring? I am already quite powerful. No, you must evolve Genghis into Jengar, and eventually, there will be a Super Jengar, the pinnacle of evolution. Genghis still harbors disdain for the sun, while Jengar can conceal itself in any shadow. The highest evolution. The Super Evolution allows one to traverse the dimensions. Genghis is bewildered. How come I have never heard of this? A secret, Shizukin replied with a mysterious smile. Tell me, what is Super Jengar? Why am I unaware of it? Genghis was genuinely eager to know, filled with curiosity. Well, Super Evolution is essentially a transcendence of life levels. Many Pokémon can achieve Super Evolution. In the future, you shall hear of it. An evolution requires a deep bond between Pokémon and their trainers. Shizukin elucidated the concept of Super Evolution, while Eevee listened attentively. Regrettably, Eevee cannot undergo Super Evolution. Genghis grew increasingly curious. Super Jengar traversing through space. Shizukin's words held truth. Currently, fearing the sun, Jengar fared much better, moving through shadows. But I have no trainer. I'm not your Pokémon. Shizukin shrugged, acknowledging that even if Genghis were to become his Pokémon, a genuine bond would be elusive. Genghis's heart had long been dulled by the passage of time, emotions having faded. Many can evolve without needing a bond. I believe you are special and can achieve it. I desire to evolve. I once wished for it, but gave up when I failed. I wish to become Super Jengar. It sounds so imposing. Then evolve. Shizuka nodded. But I cannot evolve. How can one evolve without feeling? Shizuka pursed his lips, pondering. Show me your dimensional space. Do not steal my belongings. Genghis warned. Shizuka truly observed the space within Genghis and Appo's mouth, which should belong to Jengar's belly. Genghis possesses it. Therefore, it can be inferred that Genghis's power has surpassed that of the evolutionary form Jengar. The spectral energy within is abundant, yet not evolved. In truth, is the root cause simply insufficient quantity? It sounds paradoxical. But the current power likely does not meet the evolution criteria. There is nothing particularly special within. No distinct items influencing it. Thus, there is only one possibility. Do you remember which region you are from? Oh, my birthplace? I seem to recall being born in the underworld. The underworld, is it? Indeed, that realm exists. I once escaped, Genghis boasted, proud of the underworld's essence emanating from him, certain that he would be apprehended by the wandering night spirit. But I do not wish to return. So I ran and ran. I fled to a tower, then my body grew hazy, feeling quite comfortable. I fell asleep there. I slept and slept. I do not know how long I slumbered before awakening to commence my journey. No wandering night spirit pursued me any longer. The essence of the underworld had vanished. Sleeping in a tower? It was after that experience that I felt I had become immensely powerful. Genghis recalled, after that, there was nothing particularly special. I do not remember where that place was. I have not returned since. Do you know the unknown totem? Infused with the Creator's power. The superpower fluctuations of the unknown totem seem to lack much emotion. Shizuka nearly coughed up blood. An alpaca? Is that the tablet? No wonder the unknown totem has always been curious about Genghis. Have you ever returned to the underworld? No, I detest that place. Why would I wish to go back? Genghis could not comprehend. I understand. Shizuka covered his head, trying to suppress a laugh. The space within Genghis's body was a testament to the strength of his spectral lineage, capable of manifesting such a domain. Genghis is exceedingly powerful, yet does not utilize that power. Let us conduct an experiment another day. I shall send you to a certain location. In Rock's map, there exists spectral energy, allowing Genghis to consume rock sprites. The map refreshes daily, and so do the sprites. Go to that map to consume ghost-type and poison-type entities. After all, ghost types are not rare. Ghosts consuming ghosts. Eevee has visited once, and the rock sprites there could not communicate, resembling mindless power, devoid of intelligence. Can one evolve? Super Jengar? Genghis was most concerned about this. It depends on your appetite. Shizuka replied uncertainly. There is a counterfeit Genghis there. Consuming it will yield remarkable results. How delightful. You are quite a good person. Another friend added. Chapter 57. Customized Energy Cube Machinery of Golden City. Golden City, resplendent in its golden hue, stands as a bustling metropolis adorned with towering edifices, marking it as the most vibrant city in the Guangdu region. It is not only the heart of the central business district, but also home to the largest railway station, where a continuous stream of people traverse its lively streets. Shurchun, equipped with a camera, fervently captures images of the Sylph Company headquarters, a beacon of technological advancement in the Pokémon world. After fulfilling her photographic duties, she departs, for every city now demands a record of visits and daily interactions with Pokémon. Her first stop is the herb shop. Each city boasts no more than 3 such establishments, making it a rather rare find. Fortunately, this particular shop is nearby, allowing for a thorough procurement of supplies. Eevee has not undergone training for quite some time, feeling rather lethargic. Oh dear, Shurchun chuckles, knowing that her mischievous Jengar prefers to remain hidden within its Pokeball during daylight hours. The wild grass has grown tall, and Shurchun has decided to expose it to the volcanic environment, providing just the right amount of pressure. There are only 2 options: endure the flames and adapt, or learn to minimize its size. Time is of the essence, as the farm cannot accommodate its large stature. Thus, her training-obsessed Eevee must endure alongside Shurchun. Upon entering the Golden Herb Shop, Shurchun is greeted by the rich, fragrant aroma of wild herbs. The shop specializes in wild plants. as cultivated herbs seem to lack their efficacy. "Welcome," exclaims an elderly woman with a head of white hair and spectacles. Shirchun scans the shelves, pleased to find a comprehensive selection, including some unfamiliar herbs that she lacks. "What do you need?" inquires the shopkeeper. "Rolling grass, mid-voice grass, and non-leaf flower." Shirchun begins to list, pausing to savor the new herbs by tasting them. "Do you have any poisonous herbs?" she asks. "What would you want those for?" "They're usually kept hidden and not for sale. I am a researcher and require them for my studies," Shirchun asserts, producing her researcher credentials. "Oh, in that case, we can accommodate you. How many grams of the ones you mentioned do you need?" "Whatever you have in stock," she replies confidently. "Are you sure?" "My daughter has another shop, and this amount is significant." "Absolutely. Please assist me in carrying them. They are all quite common." With that, Shirchun proceeds to select various poisonous herbs, acquiring them all. She then turns her attention to rare herbs, all securely locked away. "I'll take them all," she declares, feeling the weight of several billion alliance coins diminish from her funds. She muses that the 15 billion received from Nurse Joy seems insufficient for her research, as her Pokémon are rather costly to maintain. "Where shall I send these?" the shopkeeper asks. "Please pack them for storage. I will return this evening to collect them." "Thank you for your patronage." Purchasing the herbs does not faze her in the slightest, as she spends over 3 billion without a second thought. The shopkeeper even gifts her several herb recipes, proving that every place yields its own small treasures. Next, she visits a berry shop, acquiring numerous types of berries that she lacks, which results in yet another several million alliance coins evaporating. Following this, she arrives at one of her intended destinations, Sylph Company, to furnish her home, providing EV with a comfortable bed, a blue scarf, miracle seeds for her rolling grass, and a soothing bell for her doll-like Pokémon, while Jengar receives a curse charm. The abundance of items here is truly astounding, albeit at a premium price. As a pioneer of technology, Sylph Company also offers some unique technological equipment, some of which rivals special items in their cost. The machinery is indeed diverse. "Oh, this is intriguing." Shirchun observes a drying machine that, once plugged in, can dry herbs or berries almost instantaneously. "How much is this?" she inquires. "Dear customer, this drying machine costs 8 million alliance coins, and it comes with a warranty. Why not just rob a bank?" "No, it seems even that would be slower," she muses. "Yet the convenience is undeniable. I'll take it." Spotting a stationary piece of technology, she implores, "Please, I truly need this." "Ah, you have a keen eye? This is our latest multi-functional detector." However, upon hearing the price, she feels disheartened. "May I ask if you offer custom machinery?" The attendant smiles, "Certainly. Please share your specifications. We have dedicated scientists to assist you." "It's quite simple. I need a high-speed berry crusher for an experiment." "Very well. Allow me to guide you." The attendant leads Shirchun to the 7th floor, where many technicians are visibly engaged in repairing machinery. It is not a secretive department, as the core technologies are seldom displayed in public. "This is Director Wu. You may communicate your needs with him," she introduces before leaving them. "Hello, Director Wu. I am a researcher seeking to customize some machinery," Shirchun states, showing her credentials, as they often ease her interactions. "Ah, it is my pleasure to assist a researcher." Director Wu beams, radiating warmth and approachability. "What are your requirements?" "I require some precision machinery for research, specifically a berry crusher that can rotate at high speeds." "Is that within your capabilities?" "Let me give it a try." Director Wu responds, beginning to sketch according to Shirchun's specifications in a small adjoining room. He designs a large crusher capable of accommodating 20 berries at once, a medium-sized version for 10 to 12 berries, and a small one for 4 to 6 berries. "Let us start with the small model. If it proves successful, we can scale up." "Of course," he continues, conceptualizing the larger model with increased speed and crushing power, ensuring a suitable power supply for both sizes. Shirchun, unfamiliar with energy cube machinery creation, can only take it step by step. Director Wu promptly assembles a small unit on site. Shirchun places berries into the machine, which whirs to life. Donning green sunglasses to avoid drawing attention, she observes the energy fluctuations. "Energy cannot stabilize. It can crush, but it's inadequate," she exclaims, shaking her head. The speed is insufficient. It must be faster. We need to incorporate electromagnetic rotation and add a pause button for immediate cessation. Director Wu raises an eyebrow. I'll fetch an assistant. Moments later, an assistant arrives, and the two begin working swiftly to fulfill Shi Chun's requirements. As Shi Chun observes, the berry energy becomes intertwined, ultimately reducing to powder. This is unacceptable. We need to start over. It's still too slow. Are you certain? It's completely pulverized, and quite quickly too. No, still not fast enough. She insists, unwavering in her resolve. Once more, the apparatus fails to meet her expectations. Shi Chun recognizes the issue, while the berries can transform into energy. The timing for halting the process must be precise, or everything is reduced to failure. Furthermore, the transformation cannot directly yield cubes. Let us add a layer. The upper section should be the crusher, while the lower section collects the crushed berries once I press pause. That will be quite costly. Director Wu remarks. I can accept several tens of millions for the research, she replies nonchalantly. Regardless, there are still funds to squander. After conducting research until nightfall, Shi Chun went to gather the medicinal herbs and continued his work, time and again, as he conducted experiments. If it weren't for his unique ability to perceive the flow of energy with his eyes, he would be lost in the dark, unable to fathom the intricacies of his research. Shi Chun fell asleep, yet the two scientists remained engrossed in their preparations. After 5 hours of slumber, he awoke to find them still diligently working. Ahem. It is perplexing why these individuals, much like himself, are so fervently devoted to their research. Once the fruits he desired were pulverized, he pressed pause, allowing all the contents to descend into the box below, presenting a slight challenge to the two scientists. The cycle of experimentation continued, with materials constantly being replaced. At last, by 8 in the morning, Shi Chun achieved his desired outcome. Upon pausing the machine, the energy from the pulverized fruits was drawn into the box below, transforming into powder. Haraha! This is precisely what I sought. Shi Chun intentionally allowed the transformation into energy powder, for the premature emergence of the energy block manufacturing machine would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Additionally, many individuals with extraordinary abilities possess foresight. Shi Chun wished to avoid disrupting the future too drastically for now. The two scientists remained oblivious to the significance of the powder Shi Chun had produced, yet as long as the researchers were satisfied, that sufficed. There are still certain aspects that require refinement. Please assist me in enhancing the aesthetic appeal. I would like 5 small machines, and 2 each of medium and large sizes. Could you calculate the total cost? The material, customization, and labor fees. Would a total of 38 million suffice? Over 4 million per unit. Including maintenance and after-sales service, sounds reasonable. Shi Chun had no objections. The future profits from these machines would far exceed the initial investment, and a higher cost for customized machinery was understandable. Chapter 58. The Fighting Dojo. With an exhilarating heart, Shi Chun exited the silver company, eagerly anticipating the retrieval of goods the following day. The bustling city of Jinhuang was indeed as vibrant as one could imagine. A camera hung around Shi Chun's neck as he strolled down the street, capturing picturesque scenes and selfies to send back home. Rumors suggested that a device enabling video calls would soon be released, heralding a new era of swift communication. Shi Chun felt a surge of excitement. The evolution of communication technology promised a plethora of new Pokémon in the future. Stopping at a roadside stall, he purchased a handheld pancake, simultaneously studying a map. If his sense of direction was correct, he was on his way to the fighting dojo. Jinhuang boasted 2 gyms, the fighting gym led by Xinyan and the psychic gym managed by Naji. Ironically, the 2 gyms were situated quite close to each other, and Naji had only been recognized as a holder of one of the 8 badges after defeating the fighting dojo, resulting in the latter's decline. Shi Chun held no particular attachment to any specific gym. Collecting badges was more of a sentimental journey, reminiscent of travelers who sought stamps from post offices in every locale they visited. The fighting dojo may have fallen into disrepair, its building showing signs of age and neglect. A dojo that relied solely on the support of alliances and local benefits could not sustain itself without additional income from apprentices. Hello, I am here to challenge the dojo, Shi Chun announced, knocking on the door, but received no response. "Is anyone there?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow in confusion. He knocked again, and after a moment, the door creaked open to reveal a serious-looking man, muscular and vibrant, in stark contrast to Shi Chun's petite frame. "Who are you?" the man asked. "Greetings. I am Shi Chun, a trainer here to challenge the dojo," he replied. Xin Yan paused, contemplating. "If you wish to challenge the dojo for the Quartz League, you should head over to the psychic gym next door." "No, you misunderstand," Shi Chun said with a smile, producing a Pokeball. "I wish to challenge the dojo, earn your recognition, and obtain the fighting badge. This Pokeball is my own creation, and I hope to exchange it for insights on training fighting-type Pokémon. What do you think?" Xin Yan smiled, acknowledging the challenge. "There is no reason to refuse a challenger. You may use 2 Pokémon, and you must completely defeat my Pokémon to earn the badge and my training insights. Are you ready to proceed?" Xin Yan took the Pokeball, his keen eyes recognizing its quality. "Very well. Follow me." He led Shi Chun into the dojo, where 2 Pokémon awaited in the battle arena, Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan, both exceptional fighters. The rules have been stated. "Now, Challenger Shi Chun, please send forth your Pokémon. I will use Hitmonlee. Show your courage." Shi Chun released his own Pokémon, Go Eevee. Every dojo seemed to have an Eevee. Was it a sign of favoritism? In truth, it was the only Pokémon he had that was presentable. The grass-type Oddish had yet to learn how to shrink, which could be a challenge against stronger opponents. And the doll-like Pokémon was still in school, while Ghastly was not yet ready for battle. "Eevee," Xin Yan remarked, "your choice of Pokémon is not advantageous for a fighting match." "It matters not. Strength prevails over all," Shi Chun replied with a playful snap of his fingers. "Eevee, use Quick Attack." Eevee's eyes sparkled with a charming glow as it gazed at Hitmonlee. "Hitmonlee, gather your energy." As Hitmonlee concentrated, clearly well-trained, Shi Chun commanded, "Eevee, use Smokescreen." A cloud of black smoke filled the arena. Xin Yan found this intriguing. An Eevee using Smokescreen was unexpected. "Use Mind SI to sense the opponent's movements." "Eevee, unleash Flamethrower." Shi Chun's lips curled into a smile as the flames surged forth. "What did you say?" "Don't misuse your moves." "How could Eevee possibly?" Xin Yan stammered, but before he could finish, the blazing fire surged toward Hitmonlee. "Your Eevee is quite peculiar," he noted, realizing the rarity of such training methods. "Hitmonlee, use Mind SI to evade and counter with a spinning kick." In the midst of the black smoke, Hitmonlee evaded the flamethrower, using its heightened senses to strike. Shi Chun frowned. This dojo trainer was far superior to the previous ones he had encountered. "Keep pursuing." "Fire kick." "We don't need sight. Our minds are our best eyes," Xin Yan declared, closing his eyes to attune to Hitmonlee's movements. As the fire kick approached Eevee, an impenetrable water shell formed in the air, absorbing the impact without any reaction. Hitmonlee felt the sting of pain in its leg. Lunar power. Eevee glowed with a radiant white light, launching a beam directly at Hitmonlee. Xin Yan snapped back to reality, shocked by the unexpected prowess of Eevee. "Your Eevee is quite extraordinary," he conceded, realizing that Shi Chun's knowledge of Pokémon had transformed his understanding of training methods. "Let us move on to Hitmonchan," Xin Yan summoned. As the agile fighter stepped into the arena, ready to showcase its defensive prowess. Bullet Punch. "Wait, are you attacking already?" Shi Chun countered, "Use Shadow Clone." With a keen sense of perception, Eevee was able to identify Hitmonchan's true form, taking the blow from a punch as all clones vanished. Despite the pain, Eevee evaded with a quick flash. In the midst of dodging, Eevee employed Charm, demonstrating its adeptness in multitasking, a skill learned through self-training. Xin Yan acknowledged Shi Chun's talent, though he knew the battle would not be straightforward. Vacuum Wave. Hitmonchan altered its attack strategy, swinging its fist through the air to pinpoint Eevee's location. "Eevee, unleash Ice Beam," Shi Chun commanded, transforming the battlefield as Eevee dashed across the terrain with newfound agility. With a keen perception, Eevee readied itself for a counterattack, refusing to grant Hitmonchan an opportunity. "I want to provide you with an opening," Shi Chun declared, beckoning Eevee to unleash Hyper Beam. Xin Yan, feeling the fatigue setting in, conceded defeat as the powerful beam struck Hitmonchan, laying it flat on the ground, unable to continue. "Thank you for your effort," Xin Yan acknowledged, recalling Hitmonchan. We must continue to train and improve. Your EV, I am at a loss for words. It has rendered my years of Pokémon knowledge seemingly obsolete. Shurchun chuckled. Our EV thrives on the element of surprise. Now, it's time for Hitmonlee, Xin Yan announced, readying the next challenger. The Quick Fist Pokémon has indeed been nurtured exceptionally well. My own EV is at a disadvantage in terms of attributes. The Iron Tail meets its opponent. Eevee's Iron Tail collides with Quick Fist's fist, and Quick Fist maintains a slight edge. With a single punch, Eevee is sent flying. It rolls on the ground several times, feeling quite miserable. I'm fine, Eevee exclaims. Alright. Shurchun winces in sympathy. Bubble Beam. Hold on, avenge yourself. Quick Fist's eyes glow red as it takes the Bubble Beam without a scratch. With agile speed, it rushes towards Eevee. Is this the true power of a gym trainer? Steel Shell. That punch shatters the Steel Shell. Substitute. A concentrated punch lands on Eevee, followed by a Shadow Ball striking Quick Fist. Eevee, rest. After creating some distance, it immediately falls asleep to recover its strength. A poor decision. Shinhiko shakes his head. Bullet Punch. Dream Talk. Shurchun clenches his fists, his eyes fixed on Eevee. Hoping for a stroke of luck. A dazzling white light envelopes Eevee, illuminating the entire gym. Dream Talk takes effect, magic shimmering. Quick Fist shields its eyes. The blinding light catches it off guard, halting its assault. Not bad, your Eevee. Quick Fist closes its eyes to fight, relying on its senses. Eevee has awakened, revitalized. Eevee. Ice Beam. Seizing the opportunity while Quick Fist's head is buzzing, the Ice Beam strikes directly, freezing it in place. Not good. Quick Fist breaks free, Fire Punch. With no fierce attacks, the moment has turned in our favor. Shurchun breathes a sigh of relief. The onslaught has finally ceased. Hypnosis Tail. Eevee approaches the struggling Quick Fist, waving its tail, and Quick Fist instantly succumbs to drowsiness. Shinhiko senses trouble. This is bad. Give it your all, Destruction Ray. Shurchun excitedly gestures. Eevee is gathering energy. Slow down. Shinhiko calls out. Eevee halts and blinks. Shinhiko, instead of feeling defeated, smiles brightly. Congratulations. You have earned my recognition. The fact that you can utilize various moves with a normal type Eevee signifies that you are an exceptional trainer. Unfazed in the face of adversity, you continue to perform admirably despite the disadvantageous attributes. Truly captivating. I am eager to see if you can cultivate an outstanding fighting-type Pokémon. Shurchun smiles with relief. Catching the approaching Eevee. Perhaps there will be opportunities in the future. Ha ha ha. Then I look forward to our future battle with fighting types. Certainly. Shinhiko leads Shurchun to the desk and retrieves a fist-shaped badge. This is your fighting badge. Although it is not recognized by the League as one of the 8 official badges, it carries my acknowledgement of your skills. Thank you. Shurchun smiles as he accepts it, sharing the joy with Eevee. By the way, I promised to share my nurturing methods with you. Shinhiko takes out several notebooks from the cabinet. These contain techniques for fighting-type battles and the training of various moves. You can also utilize them for practice. Additionally, there are guidelines on how to nurture fighting Pokémon, focusing on strength, speed, and defense. I believe you will excel with this knowledge. And I hope we can battle again next time. I will. You are strong and a worthy opponent. Ha ha ha. Your praise does not bring me joy. With that small frame of yours, you should focus on training. You seem even more delicate than a girl. How formidable can a medical student be? I'm not a muscular athlete. Leaving the fighting gym with a heart full of gains, Shurchun has acquired various nurturing techniques, which will greatly assist him. Chapter 59. The Golden Badge-O, Eevee, how exceptional you are. You can defeat 2 fighting types without even evolving. Shurchun affectionately embraced Eevee. But still, you are not quite excellent enough. You need more training. You are already quite strong. Just imagine how effortless it would be if you evolved. Our Eevee is truly remarkable. Next, we shall challenge the Psychic Gym, and for now, I shall refrain from letting you battle. Why not? Because Shurchun stepped into the shadows and summoned Jengar. Let Jengar fight instead. What? Jengar detests being released during the day, and now you want it to battle. I refuse. If you win, I shall reward you with 1 million League coins. Shurchun brimmed with confidence, utterly unconcerned. Please, allow me to participate in the battle. The money is inconsequential. It is the thrill of battling that I crave. Jengar's eyes sparkled with visions of riches. Isn't this better than selling charms? If you lose. Shizhuan stroked his chin. You shall unconditionally participate in battles from now on and obey my training commands. Lose. Are you joking? I would never lose. Jengar's confidence soared. Indeed. I, too, believe you will not lose. Shizhuan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. So, I have prepared the money. Just waiting to hand it over to you. But do not try to cheat. All right. Shizhuan began his journey toward the nearby psychic gym. Compared to the simplicity of the fighting gym, the psychic gym was far more opulent, exuding wealth and grandeur. By the way, when we battle, do not speak. Suddenly, Shizhuan recalled something important. Why is talking restricted? Because, Shizhuan whispered, your uniqueness would be exposed, and you would undoubtedly become the target of endless pursuit. They would confine you in a cage for research. Even if you evolved into a powerful Jengar, they would find you useless. I don't believe that. Then you may test it for yourself. Shizhuan shrugged with a smile. It's all right. Seeing Shizhuan's seriousness, Jengar reluctantly agreed, thinking that winning the battle and claiming the 1,000,000 coins would suffice. I'll take it seriously. I frighten myself when I do. Hello, I wish to challenge the gym. Upon entering, Shizhuan was greeted by numerous individuals honing their psychic abilities. He soon realized that the number of psychics here was astonishingly high. With so many psychics in the world, why could there not be one more like me, Shizhuan? The power of eternal youth would suffice, yet there was none. As if this world lacked the immense strength that belonged to me. Are you certain? A boy approached Shizhuan, his eyes filled with derision. On what grounds do you believe you have the right to challenge the gym? Shizhuan smiled and produced his trainer's license. Your words unsettle me. But I prefer not to debate with fools. May I ask, what rule does the league have that prohibits challengers from facing the gym? If challengers are unwelcome, why not close the gym? The boy turned crimson with embarrassment. Just wait. No need. A surge of psychic energy manifested before Shizhuan, revealing a lifeless doll. My psychic abilities inform me that no challengers shall arrive today. You should not be here. The doll displayed no emotion. Can you foresee the future? You know how to predict the future? Indeed, yes. I am telling you that there are no challengers today. You should not be here. Shizhuan's lips twitched. So, if you say I should not be here, should I leave? But since I have already arrived, it indicates that your psychic abilities have failed. I wish to challenge the gym. You cannot predict the future. Naz, perplexed, could not see his future. An unknown totem behind her opened its eyes. Yet Naz felt no unusual sensation. It was but an ugly ornament. I cannot sense your thoughts. You do not seem like a person of this world. Shizhuan grew increasingly irritated. Are psychics allowed to act as they please? Predicting others and oppos, futures without consent, is truly offensive. Will you battle or not? If you refuse a challenger, I shall report you to the league. Occupying a position without fulfilling its purpose. Do you not recognize the significance of running a gym? Those genuinely wishing to operate a gym are suppressed by people like you. It is as simple as that. Why must you complicate it? Naz's psychic abilities seemed ineffective against him. Either he was flawed, or a formidable Pokémon was guarding him. After a moment of silence, I shall begrudgingly accompany you in battle, a 1v1 duel. It was evident that Naz was quite displeased. Upon entering the battlefield, Shizhuan encountered Naz, a mere woman with a nose, a mouth, and 2 eyes. Her features were striking yet unremarkable. A facial paralysis requires treatment. Shizhuan had already diagnosed her condition. My Pokémon is Kadabra, with a flick of psychic energy. She released an adorably naive Kadabra, which captivated Shizhuan. How delightful. Excuse me, have you seen the EV on my shoulder? Mine is Jengar. Jengar floated onto the field with a grin. It was indeed distressing for a Pokémon to come forth without exchanging a few jests beforehand. Prepared, are we? I can only say your preparation is lacking. Naz's eyes glimmered with blue light as her powerful psychic link connected with Kadabra, who instantly evolved into Alakazam. Shizhuan refrained from staring. The evolved form was no longer cute. He did not issue commands, leaving Naz puzzled. Why do you not attack? No need. Shizhuan shook his head. He had no intention of winning this battle. He was facing one of the 3 elite members of Team Rocket, and he lacked the strength for such a feat. She was a psychic, bolstered by Team Rocket's extensive resources, while he was merely a doctor with a bit of knowledge about the storyline. In terms of genuine expertise and background strength, he fell far short. Surpassing her would require time. Jengar was filled with excitement. Winning would grant him 1 million league coins. It has been ages since I used my original voice. Jengar mused, having spoken only in human language for so long. A beam of black light fixated on Alakazam, a powerful gaze. Gee! Alakazam felt the overwhelming force, instilling fear within it. This was indeed formidable. As sensed Jengar's strength, she could not afford to lose. Thus, she intensified her psychic powers, causing Alakazam to evolve once more. Hoodie. Sherjuan stroked his chin, confirming his suspicions. Jengar, are you being polite? Evolving twice? Are you taking advantage of my inability to evolve? Psychic pressure. A powerful psychic force oppressed Jengar. While ghost types are typically effective against psychic types, in the face of overwhelming strength, even such advantages become inconsequential. Jengar had lived for over 2 millennia, enjoying a carefree existence, devoid of rigorous training. Before Jengar could even begin to fight back, it was pinned to the ground. Jengar was furious. This was a disgrace to Pokémon everywhere. Its ghostly energy erupted, and its eyes emitted a strange light. However, Alakazam deftly evaded the attack, appearing behind Jengar and unleashing a thunderbolt. Jengar braced itself and endured the strike. Before Jengar could respond, its ghostly energy was once again suppressed by psychic force, rendering it immobile. A mass of gas fell to the ground, unable to float. Jengar expelled black mist. To no effect on Alakazam, a powerful aura struck true. Humph. Jengar was deeply pained, the thought of that million coins flooding its mind, along with Sherjuan's gaze, as if to say, you will surely lose. Unwilling to accept defeat, Jengar declared, I am Jengar, after living for over 2,000 years. Jengar gazed at the formidable psychic woman and the doll she cradled. And finally, boom. Jengar transformed, taking on the exact appearance of the doll. Sherjuan stared in astonishment. Is this how you wish to play? Naz was equally astonished. Jengar could transform as well. Save me. Why does everyone bully me? Sob, sob, sob. Guiz has transformed into a younger version of Nasi, sitting on the ground weeping bitterly. Hoodie halts its assault. What is happening? Guiz. This isn't a fair game. I had expected a serious battle. Enough. Nasi, with a nonchalant tone, insists on continuing the fight. No fighting. Wah wah wah. Guiz rolls around the battlefield. Shichin's toes are already hastily attacking the castle. Had I known it would be this embarrassing, I wouldn't have brought Guiz along. Hoodie is truly indecisive, sensing that Nasi has no intention of attacking. Moreover, Guiz is rolling around, coming to its feet. Higi, you've fallen for it. Guiz, now regaining its formidable ghostly power, transforms back and unleashes a shadow ball straight at Hoodie. Hee, I'm going to win. Look, the money will be mine. Self-regeneration. A flash of white light. And Hoodie reappears before Guiz. Hey, don't play like that. Another surge of powerful psychic energy engulfs Guiz, rendering it immobile. The distinction between evolving and not evolving is indeed significant. Then I shall proceed. Guiz morphs into Nasi's likeness, crying on the ground, spinning and leaping, and then breaks into a lively dance. Ahaha. If you want to let me win, I'll make you look foolish. Shichin kneels, covering his face. How embarrassing. So, shall we cease the battle? Guiz takes on Nasi's form, displaying a lack of decorum, alternating between laughter and tears, exuberance and shyness. Enough. Nasi tightly closes her eyes, severing the link with Hoodie, retrieving the Pokeball. This battle has lost its significance. You win this time. Nasi presents a golden badge, using her psychic powers to hand it to Shichin. Very well. Shichin's face flushes crimson, utterly humiliated. Yet again, I reiterate, the badge serves merely as a memento. As long as it is acquired, it suffices. Although Guiz's disgraceful behavior is disappointing, at least this embarrassment has been acknowledged. Hiki. Guiz floats beside Shichin. 1 million. You know, your Guiz is quite amusing. After saying this, Nasi turns away, a smile slowly gracing her lips. Indeed. Shichen takes another breath, inhaling the unique toxic gas, quite delightful. Holding the badge. It appears increasingly beautiful. Upon exiting the gym, Gui's smile vanishes. I lost. I don't want the money. After uttering this, Gui's retreats into the Master Ball. Hey! Hey, hey! Shichen retrieves the Master Ball and releases it again. What are you doing? Don't disturb me. I'm quite vexed. Just let me be. Gui's is deeply troubled, crushed by Hoodie, devoid of any temper. It's all right. We'll just train harder later. It's not your fault. Gui's, filled with sorrow, pleads. Help me evolve. Then will you cooperate with my training? Anyway, your life is short. Following you is not a loss, humph. Gui's burrows back into the Master Ball, finding comfort in its confines, freeing its mind from excessive thoughts. The outcome has been achieved, better than anticipated. Shichen reveals a sly smile. Chapter 60. The completion of the Energy Cube machinery. Once again, I arrived at the Pokémon Center, where Nurse Joy appeared just as familiar and considerate as ever. I, Shichuinjin, took the time to document my recent experiences, omitting any mention of my own excellence, and instead highlighting the essentials. I was well-fed, well-rested, and safe, all while preparing for my journey to the next city. My current team comprised of Eevee, Oddish, Nearly a Doll, and Ghastly, alongside 2 unhatched Pokémon, Happiny and Ditto. This brought my total to 6 Pokémon. I had already acquired the Gray, Blue, Orange, and Gold badges, recognized by the League, along with a fighting badge. After completing my notes, I handed them to Nurse Joy, requesting her assistance in sending them back. Shichuinjin, are you planning to register for the Quartz League? She inquired with a cheerful smile as she secured the letter. Not at the moment, I replied, shaking my head. My Pokémon are not yet suited for the League competitions. We lack the necessary strength, and with the tournament just a month away, I have yet to collect all 8 badges. What a pity. I was looking forward to seeing you shine, she remarked. I awkwardly smiled, suggesting, perhaps you should focus on being an excellent doctor instead. By the way, if you have some free time, could you visit Lavender Town? I shook my head in refusal. Nurse Joy puffed her cheeks, visibly upset. Why do you dismiss my request without even considering it? There are numerous Pokémon graves there, and I find it quite frightening. You know, just thinking about the ghost-type Pokémon that might emerge is terrifying for someone as timid as me. But they genuinely need your help. Is there any monetary compensation? I queried, my interest piqued. No, it's a Pokémon sanctuary established by a researcher, dedicated to sheltering Pokémon who have lost their families or been abandoned. Some Pokémon have suffered long-term abuse and have hidden injuries that our center cannot treat. As they are invisible to the eye, they must be sent to the sanctuary for care. I understood, so it was a charitable endeavor, I thought. It sounds costly and laborious without any reward. Then, Shichuinjin. All right, I will go, I conceded. Having earned a significant amount of money, it was time to engage in something meaningful. Wonderful. Upon my agreement, Nurse Joy's demeanor shifted. I will certainly inform my cousins and relatives about your visit to the Pokémon Sanctuary. Stop right there. That's enough. I felt overwhelmed by the prospect of her extensive family. Communication with any Joy was effortless, as they all seemed inexplicably well informed about each other's affairs. I will go tomorrow. It's too late today. Very well. I have arranged for you the finest room. You should rest. Nurse Joy ensured my comfort, offering me a delightful dish prepared by Chansey. I presented a berry to Ghastly. What is this? Ghastly inquired, sniffing it with curiosity. It's a remarkable item that enhances all your innate abilities. Each Pokémon can consume only one in their lifetime. More will yield no benefit. The greater the potential, the more pronounced the effects. Crafted by Rock. Curious. Ghastly swallowed it, but felt no immediate effect. However, after a brief interval, the ghostly energy within it surged, intensifying its toxic aura. I reveled in the sensation of toxicity, contemplating administering more to Ghastly later, as my own concoction could alter its taste. How exhilarating. Soon, I found it difficult to breathe, my body exhibiting signs of toxicity. Without hesitation, I consumed an antidote to restore my normal state. I felt weak. I couldn't afford to overexert myself. Have I truly become stronger? Ghastly pondered, uncertainty lacing its voice. Of course, such enhancements are undeniable, I affirmed. I then prepared an array of items to boost Ghastly's speed, defense, and attack. I introduced Ghastly to the rock home experience, allowing it to absorb the ambience. Despite its bewilderment, it had long known of my abilities, but was astonished to discover their extent, as I could transport Pokémon directly to another realm from a Pokeball. Eevee kindly guided Ghastly through the surroundings. I couldn't help but smile. I retrieved Happany's egg, enriching it with a special nutrient solution, believing that strength could begin from the very egg. With mechanical assistance, my task became significantly easier. I also injected Ditto with a bespoke serum, Perfection. The following morning, I instructed the Sylph Company to deliver 9 Energy Cube machines into the Pokémon Center's room. Their efficiency was commendable. They completed the task within a day. The Sylph Company, unaware of my intentions, assumed I was conducting a special experiment. I produced 2 banana berries and 2 yak berries, slicing them into portions to be processed in the machinery. As I monitored the energy fluctuations, I pressed the button at the right moment. Failure. It became apparent that not all berry combinations yield energy cubes. Achieving a perfect cube requires a careful blend of attributes. This was sufficient for my research, and I was not overly concerned. After tasting the mixture, I was nearly brought to tears by its bitterness. Despite being inherently sweet, the blend proved to be quite the opposite. Unfortunately, no recipe for energy cubes had been established, leaving me to experiment independently. With my keen perception, I believed I could achieve success. As a first step, I decided to utilize my original feed formula with the berries. I began by testing a combination favored by Eevee, starting with 2 types of berries. Success. However, I sensed a deficiency in energy. Previously, Eevee required medication alongside its feed. Most herbal ingredients lacked energy, and when ground together, they destroyed the berry's energy, preventing the formation of cubes. After consuming a few, I felt an overwhelming surge of power, rendering it impossible to continue. How astonishing! The energy from the berries allowed me to consume a considerable amount without issue. Yet upon transforming them into energy cubes, just a few would leave me feeling uncomfortably full. Additionally, humans could not consume energy cubes. Could I? I could eat anything that could fit in my mouth. After all, I was immune to poison. I decided to summon Eevee to test the cubes. Eevee, eager to try something new, unconditionally trusted whatever I had crafted. The taste was exquisite, far superior to the previous feed I had created, and it relished the flavor. However, it too found itself unable to consume more than a few cubes. I began to fret. I had no choice but to call out Ghastly to partake. And similarly, it too reached its limit after a few bites. How was I to proceed with my formula experiments? This was proving difficult. I was compelled to terminate the experiment prematurely, as I could no longer consume anything. I would have to continue my trials gradually in the future. I stored all the machinery back in my space. At least the energy cube machines had been constructed, and I could experiment whenever I had the time, ultimately striving to create the perfect energy cube. Leaving the Pokémon Center, I set my sights on the train station, heading to the fiery destination. Recently, my body had felt weak, making travel on foot less than ideal. I purchased a ticket for Lavender Town and prepared for my departure. Chapter 61. The incense craft of Zun Town. Zun Town, a city of solemnity, is imbued with a sense of melancholy that permeates every corner. Accompanied by his companion, the mischievous ghost, Shichen finds solace in the innocence of Eevee, as the atmosphere here is overwhelmingly sorrowful. What is the big deal? You haven't seen how commonplace death used to be. Ghost complains from the side, expressing discontent with the town. The landscape is dotted with Pokémon gravestones and violet-hued houses, a vivid testament to the Kanto region's color theme, where each area is represented by a distinct hue. Upon reaching the Pokémon Tower, a 7-story mausoleum where departed Pokémon rest eternally, Shichen observes the many prayer practitioners dedicated to blessing the souls of the deceased Pokémon. Entering the tower, Shichen feels the eerie yet warm ambience and contemplates capturing the moment with his camera, but ultimately discards the idea, sensing it would be disrespectful. The presence of numerous ghost-type Pokémon allows Ghost to feel the calls of its kin. The first and second floors are open to humans, and Shichen decides to stay here for the next few days to study independently, as he knows there's little assistance Ghost can provide. Okay then. Ghost vanishes in a flash. Shichen wanders through rows of photographs, showcasing humans alongside their Pokémon or the cherished belongings of the Pokémon in life. A steady stream of visitors arrives to pay their respects, some leaving eloquent messages for the departed, which nearly brings Shichen to tears, prompting him to look away from the poignant displays. In such a serious place, he feels a profound sense of regret. Shichen notices a bald-headed youth clad in the attire of a prayer practitioner and interrupts, "Excuse me, could you tell me how this incense is made?" Upon opening his eyes, Shichen is startled to discover the ethereal forms of spirits, faint, wispy energies. It is his first encounter with such apparitions. And the incense crafted by the bald prayer practitioner emanates a concentrated essence that calms the mind, hinting at deeper purposes. Is this for communicating with Pokémon during rituals? Shichen inquires, eager to learn. The practitioner nods, explaining that while the process is straightforward, it can be tedious. You can purchase it outside, but beware. Some shops sell ineffective products, he warns. Shichen ponders the mystery of the incense, intrigued by its apparent significance. Of course, the culture of incense is far older than that of aromatherapy. Various scents correspond to different rituals, whether for honoring ancestors or appealing to divine spirits. Each Pokémon has its unique incense, though most of these recipes have been lost to time. The practitioner shows no regret for this loss, noting that modern mechanical methods make incense production easier and less laborious. Isn't this about sincerity? Shichen muses, feeling a twinge of sorrow for the lost traditions. The incense indeed serves multiple purposes beyond mere communication. One must have a heart to connect. The practitioner begins his incantations, while Shichen inhales the delightful fragrance, waiting patiently for him to finish. Could you recommend a traditional incense shop? Shichen asks. Ancient incense is not sold in shops. The practitioner replies, exasperated. You seem quite knowledgeable. Might you assist me? I am eager to learn, Shichen implores, embodying a diligent student unwilling to miss any opportunity for knowledge. With a sigh, the practitioner gathers his things and leads Shichen to a nearby village, where they approach a quaint home adorned with various herbs and flowers, some of which Shichen cannot identify. Grandma, someone is curious about our incense-making process. I'll be off to work now, the practitioner gestures, encouraging Shichen to explore. Oh, so your family is responsible for the incense. Shichen expresses gratitude upon meeting a wrinkled, elderly woman with few teeth remaining. Hello, Grandma, I am Shichen, and I have a keen interest in how you make incense. He greets her politely. What do you want? She responds, her hearing seemingly selective. Shichen scratches his head. I would like to learn how you make incense. Are you planning to buy something? She queries. No, I wish to see the process of making incense, he clarifies. Who are you from the Muxing family? She retorts, annoyed. Are you hard of hearing? Shichen exclaims, taken aback by her sharpness. I heard you loud and clear. You're the one with the poor hearing. She snaps back. Are you only able to hear bad things? Shichen asks, bewildered. My name is Shichen. I heard you are skilled in incense making, and I wish to learn. Is that possible? He raises his voice, cupping his hands around his mouth like a megaphone. Why are you shouting? The elderly woman grumbles, though she relents. All right, come in. Shichen follows her into the backyard, undeterred by the challenges of learning. Goodness, a young person interested in this craft. It's as if the heavens have sent me a little fool before I depart this world. She chuckles. Grandma, are you all right? You seem unwell, Shichen observes, noting signs of toxicity. What? You can tell? Do you still wish to learn? She asks, astonished. Of course. Why wouldn't I? It's just a bit of poison, something I deal with daily. Then your tuition fee will be to help me with my ailment, she insists. Shichen produces a vial of blue liquid from his backpack and drinks it, feeling fine afterward. Your attitude earlier, were you trying to poison me? She accuses. What benefit would that bring me? Shichen counters. Very well, the elderly woman concedes, drinking the elixir. Instantly, she feels revitalized, her vision sharpening as toxins dissipate from her body. Why are you interested in the art of incense making? She inquires. I find the recipes fascinating. The incense lit in the Pokémon Tower seemed to truly communicate with the spirits of the deceased Pokémon, so I want to understand the principles behind it. The herbs and plants used. Ah, you have a discerning eye. This knowledge has been passed down for generations, so it must be effective. However, despite my years of practice, I have never encountered the ability to communicate with the departed Pokémon that you mentioned. It seems our ancestors' methods indeed hold truth. Though you cannot see them, your ability to perceive them indicates you possess some skill, the elderly woman acknowledges. Enough talk. I want to bore you like my unambitious grandson. Whether you wish to inherit this craft or simply learn, I will teach you, for you are indeed fated to do so. Indeed, I merely wish to learn. Not to inherit the craft, Shichen clarifies as the incense-making grandmother guides him into her home, revealing a tower of recipes. The formulas detail the necessary herbs, plants, stones, and fruits, inviting Shichen to study closely, though he must not take them away. Thank you. Once you've reviewed them, we shall learn together, she instructs. As Shichen marvels at the intricate craft of incense making, discovering plants he has never encountered before, blended together to create wondrous effects, memory has become increasingly formidable, almost achieving the remarkable feat of photographic recall, firmly entrenched within the mind. Habitually, Shurchun would still take out pen and paper to transcribe notes, thereby reinforcing her memory. Intriguingly, their household possesses a particular incense known to facilitate communication with the netherworld. The process of its creation is complex, and such communion necessitates the harmonious alignment of time, place, and circumstance. The incense-making matriarch confessed that there are numerous incenses she has never crafted in her lifetime, remaining in ignorance of their essence. Shurchun felt she had thoroughly absorbed this knowledge, understanding that the methods for creating any incense ultimately converge on the crafting of fragrant offerings. The planned visit to the Pokémon abode was delayed by yet another day. After all, it was not an urgent matter. The pursuit of learning took precedence. You truly are a genius, was the sole compliment the elderly herbalist could muster for Shurchun, with just a single demonstration of the technique. Shurchun was able to replicate the process, producing results more refined than her mentors, demonstrating that years of incense crafting could be overshadowed by another singular day of effort. The blow to her pride was considerable. Chapter 62. The Pokémon Home. The Pokémon Home is not particularly grand in Ziyuan Town. It can merely be described as cozy. Shurchun took out her camera and captured the moment, successfully checking in at this location. Is anyone there? I am Shurchun, here to provide treatment for Pokémon, she shouted from the fence, her voice raised due to her conversation with the elderly incense maker the day before. As the old lady was hard of hearing, a gentle-looking woman with golden hair emerged, opening the door. Ah, you must be Shurchun from the Pokémon Center, right? Thank you for coming. I am Xiangzi, the nurse at the Pokémon Home. She greeted with a smile and a bow. And Xiangzi, Shurchun replied, returning the smile with a nod. Please, lead the way. Xiangzi opened the fence and guided Shurchun into the house. Shurchun did not have much of an impression of this place. She remembered some Pokémon in certain distinctive locations, but many minor plots had faded from her memory. The house was particularly warm and inviting, with an impressively large door. The reception room was adorned with numerous photographs of Pokémon and humans, including final farewell pictures of Pokémon that had left the Pokémon Home. We have 3 nurses here at the Pokémon Home. The other 2 are currently preparing food for the Pokémon, Xiangzi said gently while serving tea. Thank you. Shurchun appreciated the serene atmosphere. After living in a bustling city for a while, she found herself nostalgic for the tranquility of the wild. Is there anything you need help with? Xiangzi asked with a soft smile. The Pokémon are still eating, and since you've traveled a long way, why not take a moment to rest? There's no rush. All right. Shurchun stood up and wandered to the bookshelf, searching for any good reads. These are the most fundamental books on nurturing. They are what we usually study. Feel free to browse. The publications differ across regions, and even minor details can lead to significant variations. You are quite the eager learner, Xiangzi remarked. One learns as long as one lives. The books on the lower shelves are for us, while the upper shelves contain works penned by the director, which we occasionally refer to. Shurchun gazed up at the higher shelves, lost in thought. I'm too short to reach them, thank you, she noted as she skimmed through the books, finding them largely similar in content. However, one book caught her attention. It had an unusual page. Shurchun pulled it out. Oh, this might have been misplaced. Let me tidy this up, Xiangzi said, a hint of guilt in her tone. No worries. I'll take a look. What could be so bad about something on the lower shelf? Shurchun replied, examining the paper that contained data comprehensible only to scientists. Given its medical relevance, she could grasp certain aspects, particularly concerning DNA genes. Do you understand this, researcher Shurchun? Xiangzi inquired uncertainly. Partially. Aren't they all somewhat similar? She replied, frowning at the peculiar data marked on the paper. How strange. Shurchun pondered. Why does this genetic data appear so peculiar? Is it ancestral or something else? Is it accurate or erroneous? The intricacies of the genetic information perplexed her. While researching Eevee's genetic variations, she had deliberately studied genetics, particularly concerning Pokémon in this world. Oh, you understand? Xiangzi's expression shifted as she fumbled in her pocket. No. I've studied human genetics. Why is there such a disparity? Some of the data resembles ancient humans. Are they excavating genes from a bygone era? Oh. Xiangzi's smile brightened, though she seemed unsure. I'm not quite clear on that. Never mind. It's not my area of expertise. Shurchun returned the paper to Xiangzi. This is too complex for me. I prefer researching rare diseases and unique medicinal materials. Should you need assistance, I can retrieve books from the upper shelves for you. Let us focus on treatment for now, Shurchun said, shaking her head in refusal. She felt compelled to continue her thoughts, memories flooding her mind. Why had she encountered such unsettling information? Xiangzi seemed to harbor secrets. She was far more than just a nurse. Was she affiliated with the League? Or perhaps Team Rocket? As Shurchun glanced at the photographs hanging on the wall, she noticed a recurring elderly figure. Was this man the director of the Pokémon home? Indeed. Everyone affectionately calls him Old Fuji, Xiangzi replied with a smile. It's remarkable that someone so compassionate would establish the Pokémon home. I truly admire that, Shurchun expressed sincerely. There is no external funding. All expenses are borne by the director. That is a considerable financial burden. Of course, Director Fuji is not only incredibly kind-hearted, but also exceptionally amiable. Whether towards us or the Pokémon, he is ever so gentle, Xiangzi said with genuine admiration. It should be time for feeding to conclude. Please follow me. Shurchun trailed her to the backyard, where a man and woman were grooming Pokémon, sharing light-hearted banter that radiated warmth. Upon seeing Shurchun, the Pokémon exhibited a wary demeanor. Mina, this is researcher Shurchun, here to treat the Pokémon, Xiangzi announced. Oh, is that so? Welcome. I'm Wang Tai. And this is Tong and I. We are nurses at the Pokémon home. Hello, I am Shurchun, she greeted. Noting that these individuals were indeed the nurses of the Pokémon home. Shurchun's gaze swept over the Pokémon present. Nidoking, Psyduck, Cubone, Pidgey, and Caterpie. Researcher Shurchun, shall we commence with the treatment? Is there anything amiss? She asked, tilting her head in confusion. No. It can start any time. I just feared you might be pressed for time. I have time and can begin immediately. In fact, I'm rather pressed for time. Wang Tai approached the Pokémon. Mina, this is the doctor. She will check on you and identify any issues. Be good and listen. She means you no harm. Among the Pokémon were those abandoned, weakened by the loss of loved ones, and others with disabilities that hindered their survival. Besides the 3 nurses and Old Fuji, the absence of other personnel was noticeable. Before treatment commenced, Old Fuji returned, carrying a bag of berries. He appeared even more amiable in person than in photographs, exuding warmth and approachability. I've been visiting old friends these past few days. I thought I'd return to find everything healed. Yet it seems I've arrived just in time. Director Fuji. The nurses greeted him with smiles. The Pokémon home felt complete with him present. Wang Tai took the bag of berries, preparing to assist him. I'm not that old yet. Old Fuji waved his hand with a chuckle. How are things going? They're still a bit apprehensive about strangers. Haha. As Old Fuji approached, the Pokémon nestled closer yet remained cautious, wary of causing him harm. Children, do not be afraid. This person is a rising star in the research community. A remarkable healer for both Pokémon and humans. She is truly extraordinary. He continued to speak animatedly, and despite Shurchun's initial impatience, she found his charm disarming. However, she suddenly recalled who he was. Wasn't he a doctor? Moreover, his area of research was Mew. Shurchun lowered her gaze, masking her astonishment, determined to feign ignorance. Due to the presence of numerous factions within the diminutive Pokémon abode, I find myself bewildered. It seems prudent to depart sooner rather than later. Alas, I have truly stumbled into a den of wolves. Chapter 63. Director Fuji, the peculiar creature known as the horned bug, bears a significant connection to me. During one of my leisurely strolls through the forest, I stumbled upon it being besieged by a horde of fierce sparrows. The little colony had suffered considerable harm, leaving only this solitary being. I rescued it. Director Fuji chuckled nostalgically as he recounted the tale. The horned bug wriggled its body, seemingly fond of Director Fuji. Shichen, however, harbored a certain aversion to these twisted insects. To be honest, he found them rather frightening, not out of hate, but rather with a sense of indifference. He was not afraid of the transformation into a hardened chrysalis. But the giant needle bee was a different matter altogether. Being of a more mature age, Shichen felt no need for intricate diagnostic equipment. The stethoscopes he had on hand were merely for show. Indeed, it had been 3 or 4 years since he last used them. Director Fuji opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Evolution was essential. Shichen opened his notebook. A dedicated record of every Pokémon he had healed and examined, meticulously detailing dates and locations. However, there seemed to be no intention of evolution from the horned bug, and Xiangzi did not comprehend. Perhaps it was best to leave it to the professionals, she chuckled. Director Fuji placed his trust in Shichen. The horned bug lowered its head, as if it too understood that evolution was not a mere whim. It required a potent remedy. Shichen would not disclose the cost. It was free of charge. I appreciate your assistance, he said. Shichen prepared the potion with utmost sincerity, unafraid of others attempting to replicate his methods. Bug-type Pokémon have a notably brief lifespan. Director Fuji lamented as he sat beside Shichen. Though their lives are fleeting, their genetics endow them with remarkable reproductive capabilities, ensuring the continuation of their lineage and their adaptability to their environment. Shichen responded with a smile. Indeed, there are no perfect species. He pondered aloud whether genetic alterations could extend the lifespan of bug types, or perhaps foster the emergence of entirely new Pokémon through genetic breakthroughs. Director Fuji, somewhat perplexed, voiced this thought. Shichen could sense the excitement emanating from the other three. Goodness, this Pokémon sanctuary is quite overwhelming. I must return home, he thought. Who knows? Shichen awkwardly chuckled. Even if one were to comprehend the genetic patterns and the laws of heredity, would successful experimentation on one Pokémon guarantee the success of its offspring? Everything remains an enigma. The evolution and continuation of Pokémon are the results of natural evolution spanning millions of years. Given the current circumstances, intervention seems exceedingly challenging. Setting aside the multitude of Pokémon species in existence, simply understanding one would suffice for human research. The sacrifices required would be immense. Suddenly, a profound silence enveloped the room, prompting Shichen to clarify that his analysis stemmed solely from a medical perspective. Regardless of the Pokémon or the medicinal herbs involved, their existence is justified. While humans can intervene to some extent, the limits of such intervention remain uncertain. Excessive meddling would inevitably incur nature's retribution, leading humanity to reap what it sows. Shichen fell silent, acutely aware that his musings had strayed from the norm. Oh dear, how could I have become so carried away? He thought, chuckling nervously. Director Fuji, however, was not bothered by Shichen's verbose reflections. Rather, he perceived that the 3 others each had their own thoughts. You possess quite the imagination, he remarked. Shichen vigorously shook his head, insisting that he had no grand ideas. He simply aspired to be a physician specializing in pathology. The horned bug's inability to evolve stemmed from a defect in its bodily energy. This flaw, whether through healing waves or special treatments, proved difficult to rectify, and it remained elusive to human diagnostics. My research focuses on this very issue: how to enable humanity to swiftly identify the problems that arise within Pokémon bodies, particularly those unusual ailments, he elaborated. Director Fuji seemed contemplative, sensing something amiss. What had this young man discovered during his visit today? Or was he simply anxious to impress due to his awareness of his identity? Your research direction is among the finest I have encountered in recent years. I hope to witness the myths you create while I am still alive, Director Fuji stated. Shichen nodded, his cheeks flushed. It was undeniable. Director Fuji was a renowned scholar, unmatched in his field, having pioneered innovative Pokémon studies that distanced him from the research community. Humanity is inherently benevolent, Shichen recalled, as he reflected on past encounters with mythical Pokémon and their research. He was kind, though his subordinates were less so. At least one of them was a member of Team Rocket, a league representative for oversight. How do you plan to treat the hornbug? Director Fuji inquired. I am concocting a restorative potion to allow the hornbug to absorb nutrients fervently. This defect can be remedied, and it will possess the strength to evolve. When it transforms into a hardened chrysalis, its internal cells and genes will be restored, Shichen explained. Indeed, Shichen displayed a remarkable understanding of genetics. And Xiangzi praised from behind him. Shichen felt a chill run down his spine as he shook his head, dismissing the notion of expertise. There's nothing extraordinary about it. A little knowledge can significantly aid your progress, Director Fuji encouraged. He supported the notion of young minds acquiring knowledge, believing Shichen's inclinations would ensure he would not stray from the path of medicine. Without an understanding of genetics, what could one hope to research in the medical field? Shichen exhaled, having prepared the medicine. Just drink this. The hornbug nodded and promptly consumed the potion in one go. Its body surged with vitality, leading to an overwhelming sensation. Bear with it, Shichen advised. Indeed, under the watchful gaze of many, the hornbug evolved into a hardened chrysalis. Tong and I gazed at Shichen with admiration, teasingly remarking on his understanding of the evolution process. You are far too modest. No, it was destined to evolve. I merely provided a little encouragement, Shichen replied. How did you know it was on the brink of evolution? Asked Wang Tai, squinting with a smile. Because the power within it revealed that to me, he replied with a grin. And Xiangzi commended Shichen for his exceptional talent, noting that he discerned the need for evolution without any instruments. Shichen maintained a facade of calm, fully aware that everything had culminated in this moment. Impressive indeed, Director Fuji remarked, oblivious to any underlying tension. This child is so eager to showcase his abilities, isn't he? Very well, quite commendable. As the hardened chrysalis evolved, it was now the turn of the next Pokémon, Pidgey, which exhibited significant internal injuries. Shichen hesitated to articulate the severity of its condition. Whatever the severity. Just heal it. You all should get to work. Why linger here? I still have some lessons to impart to this child. Understood, Director, the trio responded, finally departing. Shichen released a sigh of relief, feeling less apprehensive. What are your thoughts on the Pidgey species? Do they possess superior genetics? Director Fuji inquired. Generally, I refrain from evaluating a Pokémon species, potential, or qualifications, Shichen replied. My judgments have never centered on such metrics. Instead, I ponder their adorableness and aesthetic appeal. Indeed, a true connoisseur of beauty, Director Fuji chuckled, stroking his beard. Precisely, for I believe these aspects hold greater significance. Have you not observed how evenly matched the likes of Pikachu and legendary Pokémon are? Director Fuji found this perspective intriguing and asked, what are your thoughts on this? Pokémon are enchanting creatures, imbued with a sense of wonder. Aside from a few rare legendary beings, which are cherished by the heavens and the earth, I cannot pass judgment on them. To the best of my knowledge, and that of the general populace, Pokémon should not be confined by the limitations imposed by human-created data. For Pokémon possess neither upper nor lower bounds. They are entities brimming with infinite possibilities. Setting aside the wild Pokémon, consider the scenario where humans and Pokémon collaboratively cultivate and train a single species. One may emerge as an exceptionally skilled champion, while another remains feeble, treated merely as a child's plaything. The powerful trainer may impose strict training regimens, devoid of any emotional connection, solely in pursuit of strength. Conversely, the weaker trainer may share a profound emotional bond with their Pokémon, akin to that of blood relatives. Which trainer, then, exhibits true strength? Which Pokémon embodies greater power? Director Fuji was momentarily taken aback by the question, offering no response, his gaze scrutinizing Stone Pure. In the end, he remained silent. Stone Pure successfully healed the Pidgeot, which now felt invigorated and affectionately engaged with him. Haha, splendid. Off you go to play. It's time for the next one. Next in line is Marowak, who also suffers from severe physical ailments, and Stone Pure diligently treats each one. By the end of the morning, he has healed 5 Pokémon, with more to continue in the afternoon. Chapter 64. Learning Genetics under the guidance of Fuji in the afternoon. Director Fuji remained seated beside Shichen, observing the remarkable improvement in the condition of the Pokémon. His spirits were undeniably lifted. Who would he feel joy watching their meticulously cared for Pokémon flourish? He had yet to address the inquiries from the morning, but this time he proactively engaged Shichen. Shichen, what is your current research focus? Shichen sensed that Director Fuji was ready to offer him some guidance. My recent area of study? It seems the director is prepared to enlighten me on something. The afternoon was leisurely, and the 3 others maintained their presence at the table, listening intently. Shichen was apprehensive about misstepping with his words. Oh dear, you're quite mistaken. I am researching the concept of the happiness power of Pokémon. Happiness? Power? A question mark slowly formed above Fuji's head. The trio subtly shifted their table closer, now within a meter of Shichen. What exactly is happiness power? I have never encountered such a term. This is rather complex to explain. I have recently discovered that a certain force of happiness resides within Pokémon. This happiness power can be perceived as strength, yet it may also elude such a definition, particularly evident in certain Pokémon. Happiness encompasses emotions such as joy, delight, and satisfaction, and when aggregated, they form this happiness power. The manifestation of happiness power can be experimentally demonstrated through techniques such as Lucky Curse, Finger Flick, and Assistance. The greater the happiness of a Pokémon, the more formidable these techniques become. Additionally, happiness power serves as an indicator of the bond between trainer and Pokémon. Yet it is distinct from the concept of connection. The strength of bonds can be detected through happiness power, but they are not the same. As Shichen articulated his thoughts, he effectively introduced the concept of happiness power, a paper he had already submitted, leaving him unperturbed by the outcome. Upon completing his exposition, Director Fuji's admiration for Shichen was palpable, his smile betraying his esteem. If you further substantiate your thesis on this happiness concept, proving its existence, you shall undoubtedly become the next doctorate holder. I have faith in you. Wow, this will surely be intriguing, Aunt Shanzi chortled. Congratulations on your future doctorate. Do treat us to a meal when the time comes. Wantai believes my brother will be quite interested in you. Our family is rather large. Would you care to visit? We can even play video games. Tony giggled, covering her mouth. You are destined to make a significant impact in many realms. Shichen felt a shiver run down his spine. Really? Haha. You all think he is impressive too, don't you? I knew I wasn't the only one. Director Fuji silently praised himself for his keen eye. Shichen was almost tempted to reprimand the befuddled old man. How on earth do you recruit individuals? If I were to say that the 3 behind him included a member of Team Rocket, one from Team Galactic, and another from Team X, I would not be surprised. It's utterly terrifying. I am afraid I cannot be of much assistance in that regard. However, I believe that kind-hearted individuals, those with pure intentions, if they wander about, may indeed encounter unforeseen Pokémon. Haraha, they must be quite fortunate. The 3 behind him sipped tea, each harboring their own thoughts, while Shichen merely smiled as he prepared the medication. By the way, Shichen, where's your Pokémon? Director Fuji inquired curiously, certain that the Pokémon Shichen nurtured would be extraordinary. My Eevee is out playing with its kin in the forest, accompanied by a walking grass. Ghastly mentioned that the Pokémon towers can also venture out to frolic. Allowing Pokémon to rest and unwind is quite beneficial. Shichen spoke as if he were genuinely serious. At this juncture, how could he possibly let his Pokémon out? Ha ha ha, you truly understand Pokémon. It is indeed as you say, Director Fuji concurred. As their conversation meandered, Shichen sensed that Director Fuji was subtly guiding him, yet he never quite hit the mark. After a day of examination, he had successfully treated all the Pokémon, and tomorrow he would prepare the medications based on their condition. Shichen intended to spend the night here, for the nights in Ziyuan town were rather daunting. He feared an accidental encounter with a ghost. The 3 prepared a sumptuous dinner for Shichen, showcasing their culinary skills, which he thoroughly enjoyed. Shichen, would you be interested in studying genetics with me? Shichen blinked in confusion, chopsticks in hand. While he held no interest in studying Pokémon under Professor Oak, the prospect of genetics genuinely stirred his enthusiasm. The 8 evolutionary stages of his own EV required not only EV's diligence, but also the trainer's commitment to achieve extraordinary evolution. Director Fuji, are you serious? Shichen felt a surge of excitement. I believe you are already aware of my identity. The Pokémon Center has been urging you to heal me, lauding your expertise, thereby presenting me with an opportunity? No wonder. If I do not take this chance, Joy would be furious, for the Joy family is aware that a doctorate resides here. If Shichen proves clever, he might earn the favor of the doctor. Learning anything would be a tremendous gain. Yes, yes. Shichen eagerly nodded, desperately in need of a mentor and resources in genetics. Although it appeared that only Shichen and Director Fuji were at the table, the 3 had discreetly left. In reality, one was eavesdropping from the storage room, another at the door, and the last outside the window, all equipped for covert observation. Shichen grew increasingly anxious. Haha. Director Fuji stroked his beard. Based on my observations, your research philosophy and direction, alongside your attitude towards Pokémon, are commendable and trustworthy. Your unique ideas and audacious thinking will surely make you a pioneer in addressing Pokémon's perplexing ailments, and you will ultimately become a doctorate holder. Enough, enough. Flattery will elevate me to the heavens. However, you are still quite young. Your papers, if submitted now, may not garner the respect they deserve. Without a professional mentor to guide you, your specialized knowledge remains lacking. You find yourself without a fitting faction. Your current path can only rely on your own efforts. As for me, I can teach you merely genetics. That is sufficient. I would be honored to receive your guidance. Ha ha. Director Fuji beamed. I believe you've heard of my story. I have long researched the legendary Pokémon Mew. However, due to various circumstances, I ceased my work. Genetics is my greatest achievement, particularly concerning Mew's genes, yet it is more complex than I anticipated, and I could not continue my research. Shichen trembled, a sense of dread washing over him. It is safe to say that I can impart a considerable amount of knowledge in genetics. I shall teach you for a time, and consider it compensation for your treatment. How does that sound? Thank you, Professor. Shichen bowed deeply in gratitude, genuinely relieved to have resolved his urgent dilemma. Haraha. Very well. You may learn from me for the time being. Professor, what is Mew? Shichen asked, aware that there were eavesdroppers outside. One could not know everything and must inquire wisely. Mew is the most extraordinary Pokémon in the world. It has been documented across various eras. Just as I mentioned earlier, those with impure hearts cannot perceive Mew. It is the most magnificent Pokémon, incomparable to others. Its genes are the most exceptional and powerful. You may not know, but all Pokémon genes can be found within Mew. It is profoundly mysterious. As Director Fuji spoke of Mew, his enthusiasm was palpable. He led Shichen to his chamber and retrieved a plethora of research materials, while Shichen listened attentively, documenting every word. No one is indifferent to the allure of Mew. Chapter 65. Learning and immersing oneself. Shichen commenced his studies once more. The journey thus far felt less like a voyage and more like an intense academic pursuit. Wherever he encountered knowledge pertaining to medicinal herbs, he would seize the opportunity to learn, leaving no chance for enlightenment unexploited. Is it not rather disheartening for a time traveler to be so inept? Others seem to grasp their new worlds effortlessly, while he finds himself compelled to study and research everything. Last night, he slept on the floor beside Director Fuji. For the Pokémon Center was rather cramped. It was advantageous to be near the doctor, as he could inquire about any concepts he found perplexing without delay. Once again, he would adopt a regimen of merely 4 hours of sleep and 20 hours of study. Time for a meal. You should take a break and stretch your legs. You are still growing, and I would be quite concerned if your health deteriorated. And Xiangzi announced as she ascended the stairs with a tray of food. Oh, thank you. Shichen felt a tinge of fear as he balanced a book in his left hand and chopsticks in his right. Fully engrossed in his meal, without even glancing at Aunt Xiangzi. Study diligently. You will undoubtedly make significant contributions in the future. Shichen shivered at her words. Please, do not intimidate me like that. Thank you. By the way, may I ask a favor of you? He inquired. Speak freely. I am more than willing to assist you. Shichen retrieved paper and pen, commencing to write letters. An inexplicable sense of unease enveloped him, as though something monumental were about to transpire, an uncanny sixth sense. The first letter was addressed to his family, but it could not be sent directly home. The Pokémon Center would suffice, and he trusted his parents would retrieve it. He reassured them that he was with a good teacher and urged them not to worry. His studies could last from half a month to 6 months, and if they did not receive a reply, there was no cause for concern. The second letter was for clients, Chun Yuan, Xiaohui, and Ziyi, informing them that the potions and Pokémon feed had been prepared for 6 months, and they simply needed to remit payment. The third letter. Chun hesitated. It was for a friend still studying at the Pokémon Nurse Academy, whom he had promised to visit. However, he was uncertain about the future. He opted to write to teacher Xiaozi, asking her to care for his friend, providing half a year's supply of energy cubes and medication, also for a duration of half a month to 6 months. "Thank you," Chun said, pointing to the numerous addresses on the packages. "Please ensure they are not confused. I believe Aunt Xiangzi can manage this task." Aunt Xiangzi remained as gentle as ever. "Rest assured, you are the director's student. I will certainly see to it. Your future is of great importance." Chun trembled at her words. "Please, do not say such things." He felt a constant sensation of being watched. "Indeed. A Jengar lurks in the shadows, observing you. Do not look." The unknown totem confirmed his suspicion. Chun deftly arranged the medications within the rock garden. Enlisting the assistance of his EV and Oddish, he decided not to hasten the hatching of his Happiny, reducing the dosage of potions, for he could not afford to compromise the efficacy of the medications. The operation was successful. He could now trust EV to proceed. "EV, you must study diligently. I may be in peril, grave peril," he conveyed in hushed tones. EV and Oddish were anxious in the rock garden, but Chun deemed it too risky to release them. Oddish had learned to shrink in size, and a miracle unfolded. It was time for EV to train. Ultimately, Chun's safety hinged on EV. Chun understood that he must expedite his studies. Knowledge was paramount, and procrastination could prove hazardous. He dedicated himself to reading the books provided by the doctor, delving into the genetics of various Pokémon. These data, though he was unsure of their origins, they were invaluable to Chun, knowledge unattainable elsewhere. He scrutinized the genetic variations of EV and its known evolutionary forms, committing them to memory. These tomes contained information that could potentially be derived without harming Pokémon, yet Chun remained skeptical. Tangible assistance would ultimately be required. The knowledge acquired would soon become indispensable. The known data on Pokémon, their sizes, internal energy structures, and their unique reactions to specific biological agents amassed into towering stacks around Chun. When fatigue struck, he would sip a vial of awakening potion. If his eyes ached, he would consume a remedy concocted from the rock magic stone to soothe his discomfort. When his memory faltered, he would resort to a potion to enhance his recollection, while aromatic incense wafted in the air to maintain his optimal mental state. With these capabilities, he had already become a competent apothecary. "How are you faring?" Director Fuji inquired. Noticing that Chun had scarcely moved except for restroom breaks and administering medications to Pokémon, Chun had merely remained in place, engrossed in his studies. The incense had invigorated even the elderly director. Today, he had absorbed the foundational theories of genetics and memorized them, now tackling more complex research papers. You claim to have memorized all these books? Are you jesting?" Director Fuji, astounded, expressed disbelief, for even he could not boast such an ability. Understanding the genetic heritage and testing sequence of each Pokémon could allow for the calibration of various potions. No Pokémon's genetic sequence had yet been fully deciphered, as stated in the literature. Each volume he had reviewed emphasized that no Pokémon's genetic makeup had been entirely unraveled. Director Fuji nodded slowly. "Indeed, the most challenging aspect of genetics pertains to ancient Pokémon. We lack knowledge of the myriad factors that have resulted in the malleable and multifaceted genes found in Pokémon, rendering true deciphering unattainable. Our explorations can only extend back a few hundred, or at most, 1,000 years." Chun grasped the implications. If we could elucidate Pokémon genetics, we could manipulate their evolutionary processes and craft specialized potions, enabling them to transcend species and evolve in extraordinary ways. He rubbed his temples, frowning at the impracticality of such aspirations. The scope of exploration was limited, at least for now. Ancient Pokémon, Gigantamax Pokémon, and Pokémon with regional variations all contributed to the variations in genetic sequences. Shi Chun remained steadfast in his belief. Pokémon possessed infinite possibilities, and comprehending them in their entirety was an impossibility. Humanity could only scratch the surface. Although he had yet to grasp the utility of energy studies, he recognized the importance of this field. The doctor was indeed knowledgeable, possessing a wealth of literature. Tomorrow, I shall begin memorizing the genetic data of every Pokémon before and after evolution. Shi Chun sighed, rubbing his head, only to realize a few strands had fallen out, reminiscent of his past baldness. He widened his eyes in alarm. No, I must prioritize researching hair growth potions. That is paramount. Director Fuji, unaware of Shi Chun's distress, merely observed the child's diligence. As Shi Chun recounted the books he had perused, Fuji dozed off only when the effects of the incense had worn off. Shi Chun's efforts were indeed formidable, exhausting the trio of observers who had been clandestinely watching him. You are merely a 10-year-old child, sleeping less than 4 hours a day. Once the Pokémon are healed, you have not moved at all except to use the restroom. If you are not tired, we certainly are. Even the Pokémon feel weary from watching you. Please, could you behave like a human being? It has been half a month now. The trio appears utterly drained and exhausted, yet they force themselves to muster the energy to work. Perhaps I should administer some sleeping pills today? Xiangzi can no longer endure it. She added sleeping pills to Shichen's meal directly. After consuming it, Shichen exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Not a trace of feeling. Should I resort to poisoning? I truly cannot accept this. Tony gazes at the pimples on her face, feeling the urge to weep, wishing to incapacitate him. Thank you. Today's meal was to my liking. Shichen relished it without a hint of awareness. Just poison. And one can conceal it from oneself? Unbelievable. Consequently, Shichen became increasingly energetic, sleeping only 2 hours a day. I implore you to act like a human being. Grant us, your spies, a moment of respite. It would benefit both you and us, wouldn't it? As for Shichen's retaliation, it consists of taking a loudspeaker to their room in the dead of night, shouting for them to rise, as their hunger beckons them to prepare a meal. Once they have succumbed to sleep, she shouts again, administering more insomnia-inducing medication, ensuring they sleep for an hour only to awaken thereafter, unable to rest again. My apologies. When it comes to administering drugs, I, Shichen, excel. If I cannot sleep, neither shall the three of you. I shall wear you out. I care not for your affiliations. Chapter 66. Acquiring the Evolution Bracelet, Completion of Studies Indeed, all pertinent knowledge, both practical and theoretical in the realm of genetics, had been thoroughly absorbed in recent days. Shi Chun had effectively wrung every last bit of expertise from Dr. Fuji, who had visibly diminished under the relentless intellectual pressure. While possessing a prodigious apprentice was normally a cause for celebration, Dr. Fuji found himself in a state of mixed elation and distress. His pupil had not only mastered the material but also demonstrated an uncanny ability to extrapolate and innovate, leaving the mentor with nothing further to impart, even relinquishing his research on Mew's genetic legacy. Over these 20 days, Shi Chun had accomplished what would typically require 2 decades, or even more, of dedicated study. Such diligence and brilliance were unprecedented. Professor, awaken. Shi Chun vigorously roused the aged Dr. Fuji. What query do you have now? Dr. Fuji exclaimed, jolted awake. Professor, I am departing. Farewell. The 3 individuals had been rendered unconscious by a mild soporific, along with their Pokémon. It was not a potent concoction, merely intended to induce lethargy and complacency over the past few days, culminating in a profound slumber from which they wouldn't easily stir today. No? Dr. Fuji inquired, feeling as though he had only just drifted off. He glanced at the wall clock. 1 o'clock in the morning. Affirmative. Shi Chun nodded emphatically. An immediate departure was imperative, lest the opportunity be lost. Having assimilated all that was necessary, he harbored a nagging premonition that the trio might turn against him, a manifestation of his paranoia. Why must you leave now? We haven't even had a proper farewell, my boy. Dr. Fuji gazed upon him with affection. A bond of mentorship, however brief, had been forged, and the old man felt a genuine fondness, akin to that for a grandson. Urgent matters compel me to depart. I shall endeavor to visit you in the future, Professor, but circumstances presently preclude it. Shur-chun sighed. The professor remained oblivious to the true nature of the three individuals he had engaged, only knowing that they posed no direct threat to him. This was sufficient. Very well. My boy, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. If you encounter any research quandaries in the future, remember to call your professor. Rest assured. Professor, Shur-chun affirmed with conviction, I had intended to bequeath this to you upon your departure, but it seems I must do so now. Dr. Fuji reached for a concealed compartment in the wall. Bequeath what? I haven't even paid tuition, enjoying free room and board. And now, a parting gift? You are truly too kind, Professor. The wall panel revealed a recess, emanating a chill. During our research on Mew's genetic code, I secretly retained a portion. My research ends here, for Mew's power is too formidable. Dr. Fuji hesitated. You possess exceptional talent. If you are able, attempt to study it. If not, under no circumstances should you disseminate it. I trust in your integrity. Shur-chun's heart pounded. Mew's genetic code? He quickly secured it, lest the old man change his mind. Understood. He secreted it away in his spatial backpack. Professor, you were not the sole researcher of Mew's genetic code, were you? Indeed not. Such a magnificent Pokémon could not have been fathomed by a single individual. There was also Blaine, as I'm sure you know. Indeed, Shur-chun acknowledged. Familiar with the esteemed figure, Mew's genetic code remains too perilous. Even its superficial aspects proved insurmountable, leading me to cease my endeavors. Dr. Fuji lamented. Professor, perhaps a decade hence, you will discover what has been wrought. Mewtwo, a man-made deity capable of cataclysmic destruction. What? Are you also speaking nonsense? Ha ha. The Mew genetic experiments were terminated long ago. Shur-chun merely smiled. Perhaps. Shur-chun then produced a box. Professor, given your advanced age, I fear your health may decline. Therefore, I have prepared some remedies to ensure each day is free from pain and illness. There are also incense and balms for focus and sleep. Shur-chun had meticulously labeled each item with instructions for use and ailments they addressed. Should you experience any discomfort, do not hesitate to contact me. I am adept not only at treating Pokémon, but also humans. You. Dr. Fuji's eyes welled with tears. Professor, do not weep. Shall I provide a genetic analysis of the cause of your tears? Shur-chun suppressed a smile. Ha. If an explanation is required, I am capable of providing it myself. Dr. Fuji was deeply moved, albeit with the sentiment abruptly interrupted. By the way, I possess many valuables. Allow me to show you my little hoard. I was drowsy and forgot to present my apprentice with a gift. Then please, Professor, lead me to it quickly. I must retrieve it and depart. Shur-chun was already impatient. Would you not feign reluctance? The professor's hoard was secure. The three individuals outside, representing disparate factions, had no interest in Fuji's personal wealth. Professor, where did you acquire this stone? Such coloration. Does it not resemble the components of a Mega Evolution bracelet? Collected during my travels in search of Mew. It is of little value. You may have it. As it pleases you. Shur-chun unceremoniously stowed it in his backpack. It would prove invaluable, saving him the trouble of seeking one out. May I have this flute, Professor? I wish to gift it to Drake, who is skilled in music. Of course. May I have this evolutionary stone? Certainly. Professor, may I have this? You are my apprentice. Naturally, you may. Professor, look at this. Take it all. Shur-chun assiduously filled his backpack, selecting only items he lacked. In truth, these were trifles to Dr. Fuji. A student's fondness was sufficient justification. He favored such candid students who accepted gifts without pretense. It was almost polite. Requesting permission before taking anything. Put on an extra layer of clothing. The night air is cool. Understood, Professor. Those three are inexplicably unresponsive. You are so close to them, yet you depart without them awakening. Close. A viper's nest more like. Professor, you are unaware that those three seek to harm me. Yes, Professor, we are on excellent terms. Therefore, do not inform them that I departed at dawn. Why? Dr. Fuji inquired, perplexed. Simply comply with my request. Shur-chun smiled wryly. Perhaps it was best that the professor remained ignorant. At least one of the three would undoubtedly ensure the professor's safety, alleviating his concerns. Very well, let me consider what I have yet to impart. Nothing remains. Professor, I shall write to you in the future. Ah, yes. Shur-chun, clad in a black jacket and work pants, his sparse hair swaying in the breeze. Turn back one last time. Professor, may I ask you something? Ah, ask away. Have you truly beheld me? Indeed. I even erected a plaque there. Only those with the purest hearts may encounter Mew. Shur-chun sighed. He would likely never have the opportunity, his heart being impure. Farewell, Professor. Return to sleep early. Shur-chun waved and departed without looking back. Dr. Fuji felt a complex mix of emotions, sighing heavily. May your future be bright, and may your experience accumulate. A doctoral degree is surely in your future. Very well, Professor. Shur-chun did not weep, nor was he overly sentimental. Perhaps adulthood had tempered his emotions. As a physician, he had witnessed too much life and death, developing a calloused heart. Would research into Mew truly bear fruit in the future? Would it be a boon or a curse? Gazing upon Shur-chun's departing figure, Dr. Fuji sighed. Enough, both anticipation and trepidation. Such matters could only be entrusted to an upright researcher. Shur-chun was such a one. Blaine. Dr. Fuji was less certain. Alas. Chapter 67 Departure from Pokémon House. Jigglypuff Academy. Shur-chun, clutching her body with both arms, walked further and further away, feeling genuinely terrified of walking alone at night. In the wild, such fears did not arise. But here in Ziyuan Town, surrounded by graveyards, the atmosphere was particularly ominous. Ghost-type Pokémon lurked everywhere during such times. How could one not be frightened? Shur-chun trembled, murmuring to herself, "Please don't scare me. This is horrifying." She sprinted away, unable to endure it any longer. She dared not let her EV companions out for company. Who knew what schemes those three might be plotting? Was there anyone who might wish her harm? Thankfully, there was no one. Everything was safe until she reached the Pokémon Tower. Here, the spirits were even more active. Various ghost-type Pokémon gazed at her with glowing eyes, their hunger palpable. Shur-chun shivered, feeling a lick on her neck. "Monsters, please leave me be." She closed her eyes, thinking that as long as she couldn't see them, there was no danger present. Ha ha ha. How amusing, you're scared. A familiar voice echoed, and upon turning around, she saw it was the old ghost, Jengar. Shur-chun sighed in relief, feeling somewhat helpless. It was already daunting to walk alone, yet here he was, trying to frighten her. "Let me introduce you to my friends, the Jengars." Jengars chuckled heartily. Indeed, a group of Jengars materialized, surrounding Shur-chun in the dead of night, which was quite a frightful sight. "Shur-chun, I hadn't seen you for days and thought you were abandoning me. I was just about to rally my Jengar friends to challenge you for revenge, hee hee." Jengars laughed joyfully at Shur-chun's return. "Are you really planning revenge? Such clever Pokémon can be quite vexing. You should say goodbye to your friends first." "We must depart now." Shur-chun retrieved energy cubes from her backpack that she had previously allocated for Jengars. A substantial amount, allowing them to feast well. The Jengars stared intently at her, sensing something was amiss. "Are we leaving right now?" "Yes, right now." "Is it urgent because someone is pursuing you?" "Precisely. Hence, I need your company to the train station to buy tickets and leave immediately. I believe that with communications technology not being overly advanced, as long as I remain in different cities, it would be quite difficult for anyone to wish me harm." The Jengars, still smiling, bid farewell to one another, boasting about how delicious Shur-chun's creations were. "Goodbye." Shur-chun waved as she and Jengar set off toward the train station. The night sky offered no glimmer of stars, heightening her fear. "What have you been doing for over 20 days? "I've been at Pokémon House, then." "Apprenticing." As she walked, Shur-chun explained to Jengars why it had taken her so long to return, every move under surveillance, EVS special evolution, and the Gigantamax of Flapple, everything being monitored, preventing the disclosure of her Pokémon's unique traits. Jengars, ever optimistic, reassured her that it was not a significant issue. "Didn't he tell me to study diligently? I've been following the ghost-type Pokémon here, learning earnestly. You've done quite well." Though Shur-chun felt exasperated, she wouldn't let negative emotions seep into her Pokémon. Finally, at around 4 in the morning, they arrived at the train station, boarding a train shortly after 5. Shurchun's heart began to settle. Not daring to close her eyes, she endured the 2-plus-hour journey, finally arriving at Kure City. By then, the sun had risen, and the bustling streets offered her a sense of security. Could it be that nothing happened? Am I just being overly suspicious? Shurchun felt uncertain. Everywhere on the streets, posters heralded the upcoming Quartz League battles, creating a lively atmosphere. Jengars, preferring to rest in their pokeballs during the day, did not join her. Without pausing, Shurchun made her way to Jigglypuff Academy. Admission to Jigglypuff Academy was not so easily granted, with the protection of the Joy family's guards. Shurchun merely needed to scan her face to enter. Following the melodious singing, she sought its source. A group of Jigglypuffs were singing, with the most noteworthy being the adorable Swablu and Musashi. Musashi's singing was utterly drowned out, a pitiful sight. Butu. Swablu perked up, its large blue eyes sparkling with excitement as it turned toward Shurchun. Butu. Swablu cried out, halting the Jigglypuff song. Who interrupted my class? Teacher Xiao asked, puzzled by the disturbance. Oh, it's researcher Shurchun. That's not an interruption. That's a visit. Swablu rushed to Shurchun, embracing her. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting, my dear. I promised to return in half a month, yet it's been over a month. Butu. It's all right. I received your new food and letters. I know you've been studying. Butu. Why are you so nervous and scared? Swablu's eyes filled with concern, witnessing Shurchun's fear for the first time. It's nothing. I'll take you with me this time. Shurchun, plagued by paranoia, felt a sense of unease. Lacking security, Swablu gently caressed Shurchun's face, its smile soothing her. The tendrils on its ears, having learned to be helpful, wrapped around Shurchun's hand. Fully aware of her anxiety and exhaustion. Don't worry, I'm here by your side, Shurchun. Swablu wore a healing bell, a gift from Shurchun, gently shaking it to emit a serene sound that calmed all of Shurchun's restless emotions. Thank you, my dear child. Shurchun kissed Swablu on the head, truly realizing how well it had learned. Her precious Pokémon displayed a gentle nature with a healing heart. Butu. Researcher Shurchun. You've arrived much earlier than I expected. I thought I could keep Swablu for another semester. Yes, Teacher Xiao. I returned because I completed my tasks. Shurchun smiled back. A wonderful child, particularly diligent. As a transfer student, it has already caught up with those who entered earlier. It studies diligently every day and asks questions when confused. Teacher Xiao was very pleased with such a student, as in such a short time, it had learned various specialized knowledge that others took a year to grasp. Really? It seems my Swablu is quite exceptional, ready to stand on its own. Shurchun smiled, affectionately stroking its ear, which was delightful to touch. Furthermore, the potions Shurchun had crafted included those to enhance Swablu's memory, utilizing various rock products to boost its innate talent, particularly effective at a young age. Swablu is indeed outstanding. May I ask if it's possible to take Swablu home early? Shurchun's previously calmed heart began to race again, and Swablu sensed her genuine fear. No. Teacher Xiao's tone was resolute. Absolutely not. I tell you, no Pokémon leaves without graduating under my care, not even if you are a researcher. Shurchun felt increasingly anxious and distressed. Butu. Swablu desperately explained. It wanted to leave too. No. Teacher Xiao categorically refused, no matter what you say. A Pokémon, lacking any medical knowledge, may be taken away, as it cannot work in a hospital. This is understandable. However, a medical Pokémon engaged in learning, albeit only partially informed, poses a significant danger when utilized in a professional capacity. Errors are easily made. Do you comprehend? Researcher Shichin, I am unaware of your concerns. Yet my responsibility lies with my students. As their teacher, I absolutely cannot permit such occurrences. Shichin wished to convey that the Shibuduo doll need not attend the Pokémon hospital, but could simply accompany her. The Shibuduo doll persistently expressed its desire to leave. Shichin smiled wryly. She was well aware of Teacher Xiaozi's diligence and could not possibly ignore the gravity of medical practice. Nevertheless, she was not without understanding. Teacher Xiaozi suddenly laughed. For soon there would be a batch of Chansey graduating, students who had long since enrolled in higher grades. Unless your Shibuduo doll manages to master all knowledge within this time frame, It would require several more months of study. The Shibuduo doll beamed with joy, exclaiming, "I can do it. I will strive to learn." Shichin felt inexplicably moved, yet somewhat guilty. "Do not push yourself too hard. For your sake, I won't force you. I should accompany you. Families must face challenges together, do they not?" Shichin decided to remain at the Chansey Academy today, where teacher Xiaozi arranged a room for her. Evie and Oddish, upon being released, burrowed into Shichin's embrace. Shichin chuckled. All right, for the time being, we are free of troubles. I have witnessed your efforts, Evie and Oddish." Furthermore, Shichin exerted herself to push Oddish, who stood merely 0.5 tall, yet could not budge at all, even if it had learned to shrink. Its density and weight remained unchanged, only its lightness had increased. It was rather disheartening. However, Oddish could control its strength, ensuring no harm befell Shichin. Pushing it felt akin to confronting a wall. Oddish, undeterred by such matters, affectionately nudged Shichin. The Shibuduo doll smiled gently beside them, while a Jengar stood behind with a paternal grin. Shichin found herself less fearful. After preparing medicine for the Shibuduo doll to aid its gentle growth, she examined Evie, who was in excellent health. As for Oddish, there was no need to discuss it. It had not shrunk, yet its height had reached 5 meters. And the Scarecrow rewarded it with 30 barrels of golden fertilizer daily, a number that continuously increased. In her room, she retrieved the eggs of the Happiny and Ditto. The Happiny continued to be supplied with high-grade nutrient solution, while Ditto received injections of special nutrient liquid. However, the Shibuduo doll had already become quite adept. It could care for others simply by observing Shichin once. After completing these tasks, Shichin felt utterly exhausted, having been worn out during this period. The unknown totem behind her ear utilized psychic powers to gently lull her into slumber. Evie nestled against Shichin's right hand, having worried for her during her relentless training and while learning new moves to protect her. Now that she was safe, it could finally relax. A wave of drowsiness washed over it, and it too fell asleep. Oddish sat by the bedside, fanning Shichin with its leaves to ensure her comfort. "Oh, how endearing you are," Jengar remarked with a paternal smile, feeling immensely gratified. Shichin genuinely cherished her Pokémon, which in turn responded with even greater affection. The Shibuduo doll bid farewell to Oddish and Jengar, eager to study and graduate sooner. In the room, the Happany's egg wobbled in its incubator, exuding a sense of bliss. The Ditto egg remained silent, greedily absorbing the potions and nutrient solutions. Chapter 68. The Leisurely Training of Guys Honestly. "It's me again serving you," Musashi complained impatiently. "So, how is your studying going?" Shichin inquired, continuing to eat while reading. "What else can it be? Once that batch of Happany graduates, I'll have to leave too." Musashi grumbled, feeling frustrated. "I'm not a Happany. There's nothing for me to learn in this school. I don't know any techniques, and I lack strength, so I might as well go." Musashi sighed in disappointment, resigning to the conclusion of this dream. Shichin swallowed his food and offered some comfort. "Actually, you're quite exceptional. When I open my research institute, you can come work as my nurse. I acknowledge your potential." Musashi felt warmth at Shichin's sincerity, but retorted stubbornly, "Who needs your acknowledgement? Just because I can't fulfill my dreams doesn't mean I can't do anything else." "That's true." Shichin chuckled softly. Perhaps Musashi will still find her path with Team Rocket? He admitted to having a fondness for the trio of Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth, noting that they seemed to excel in every endeavor. Being a villain seems to have no future. Once the institute is established, they could come assist. "I heard you have a good relationship with a Happany." "Oh, you know that too?" Musashi kicked the wall in annoyance. "With my abilities, I can't even look after a Happany. The Joy family is already short-staffed. How can someone who hasn't graduated be of use to a Happany? Following me is pointless. What good is a good relationship? I certainly don't want it following me." Musashi continued to kick the wall, her mood growing increasingly agitated. "Excuse me for interrupting your meal." "Sorry," Musashi sighed. "In a few days, once the Happany graduates, I'll have to leave. It will be difficult to meet the teacher again. Try to be cheerful. Miracles happen." Shichin smiled gently. "Children are just children. They can't control their emotions." "All right. Teacher, I must go to class now." Contact me if you need help. Musashi waved and departed. Do I really seem to care about her? Shichen pondered. Indeed. He wished to invite her to assist him. He would need many hands when establishing his research institute. Shichen then observed a small fuku egg, shimmering with energy. He focused intently, and then the egg returned to normal. In EV, we are about to gain another new partner, he mused. The EV approached the incubator joyfully, gazing at the egg with delight. Dajuo, the far-fetched, watched from a distance, cautious not to disturb the egg. There's no rush. Shichen smiled as he finished his meal with a few bites. His eyes remained fixed on the fuku egg, noting it still lacked some energy. He tidied the table and prepared a mixture of golden peas, holy water, and special fruits, grinding them into a nutrient solution to pour into the incubator. It will evolve by tomorrow. Evie's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of witnessing the arrival of a new companion. Happy for now. Shichen decided to take a break from training to spend more time with Evie. Very good, Shichen nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the child's abundant talent. He gave Evie a long-awaited massage, gently grooming its fur, and Evie thoroughly enjoyed it. Ah, so comfortable. All right, Shichen chuckled, patting Evie affectionately while glancing at the rock home panel. Though he could not hear what Guys was saying, he was certain it was chattering incessantly. Oh ho ho ho. What a remarkable human. He. Guys thought, disliking the harsh sunlight outside, preferring the comfort of home over the Pokeball. What a powerful ability to transport me into another world. He. Guys floated around curiously. Shichen took out a notebook to record data on Guys, noting the changes observed in the Pokemon. In the Pokemon Tower, Guys had been diligently learning. It was far from foolish. Having existed for over 2 millennia in a state of languid existence, neither living nor dying. Can you hear me, Guys? If you can, then stop floating and listen to me. Guys halted, having already heard Eevee and Dajuo talk about what to expect upon entering. Although in the same room, it felt as if they were in a different place altogether. In here, communication was possible, training could occur, and food could be consumed without consequence. As long as one could eat, there would always be more available the next day. There are quite a few places you can visit. First, let us conduct an experiment. Shichen accessed the map and selected the entrance to the Shadow Realm. Guys was taken to a place filled with ghostly energy. It felt different from the underworld, but was remarkably comfortable. There were several Pokemon Guys had never seen before. What were they? Guys floated cheerfully towards them, though ultimately ignored them. What you see before you is a Pokemon called Mist Spirit. A small ghostly creature, hee. Guys licked it with an inquisitive tongue, noting the different flavor, yet the Pokemon showed no response. An insentient ghostly Pokemon, Guys thought, having encountered many ghost-type Pokemon, but none so peculiar. Try using your Dark Gaze. Upon hearing this, Guys directed its Dark Gaze at the creature. The Mist Spirit finally reacted, beginning to attack Guys. Counterattack, Shichen commanded. Understood. Guys dodged and threw a Shadow Ball. It struck true, and the dazed Pokemon retaliated with its own Dark Gaze, standing still, awaiting Guys' move. Here, the Pokemon will wait for you to attack before they act. Indeed, they are rather foolish. You can attack each one. Upon hearing this, Guys immediately assaulted the other Mist Spirits, all using Dark Gaze, merely waiting for Guys to make the first move. What a silly Pokemon. This is absurd. Guys gradually gathered several large Shadow Balls to launch at them. All the Mist Spirits fell unconscious. Don't rush, Shichen smirked. The defeated Mist Spirits merged, shimmering with purifying light, revealing an unattractive Pokemon. Guys. ISNT this the evolutionary process of Guys. Guys was astonished, realizing it was indeed following the path of evolution. Simultaneously, several new Mist Spirits appeared, still as oblivious as before. Continue attacking the Mist Spirits. He. After defeating several Mist Spirits, another evolution light appeared. New Mist Spirits emerged, now 2 evolutionary forms present. Then it continued, defeating all the evil mist. Eevee had trained in this manner before. After defeating them all, new Pokemon would appear. Defeating the evil mist proved more challenging, and Guys had to proceed with caution, with various Shadow Ball attacks. It faced unexpected counterattacks, each new technique piquing Guys' curiosity. After much effort, Guys triumphed once more, and another evolution light emerged. Isn't this the furious Jengar? Guys was increasingly perplexed, mouth agape in confusion. Shichen stroked his chin, reflecting, I see many Pokémon possess life, whereas ghosts do not. Their energy resembles gas, pure energy. Indeed, other Pokémon contain a life force, yet only the mist family embodies a vaporous essence. Exactly, it is the power of ghosts and poison. Guys hesitated to attack the spirit mist, recognizing its formidable nature. Recklessness would lead to disaster. Now, consume the mist, do not attack it. Shichen proposed. Conducting an experiment. It lacks a life force. It is merely pure energy. Why not taste it? Guy's potential was immense, requiring a substantial accumulation of ghostly energy and poison. The mist spirits, lacking vitality and merely composed of energy, were perfect for consumption. Such cruelty? I refuse. Even inanimate objects can blink. Gaisai, would rather perish than take a single bite. Go ahead, test it, it won't cost you anything. For everyone you consume, another will inevitably emerge, all identical in form and thought. I simply cannot bring myself to partake. Is this entity even edible? Yet, the allure of power is so tempting. My body yearns, craving sustenance. Trust me, I sense no peril, despite the differing systems of power. It is fundamentally a type of force. Very well. Gaisai, concede. Before the miasma, my tongue eagerly laps at this toxic fog. Is it not of the same essence as myself? How can I swallow it? To consume it would mean allowing it to merge within my being. Yet the fog remains utterly unresponsive. Alas, I feel the tumultuous fusion of power within me, quite uncomfortable. Consume the candy I offer you. Infused with the mysterious powers of an unknown totem. Gaisai commands the candy to be devoured. My body is enveloped in a grayish shroud, and then the two forces blend gently together. How wondrous! As I consume the miasma, every sensation transforms. Oh, why is it so delectable? It is akin to consuming a potent elixir. I find it utterly delightful. These simpletons offer no resistance as I partake. How amusing! Gaisai begins to cling to the miasma, absorbing this powerful and enchanting force, utterly enamored. Shichen records the transformation in her notebook. Indeed, Gaisai's body craves this sustenance. The more, the better. My body can assimilate it all. So delightful. Gaisai relishes each bite. This foolish gas offers no opposition, an exquisite comfort. Thus far, training has never been easier than for Gaisai. All it requires is consumption. Who could possibly rival it? I shall savor it slowly. After reaching a certain threshold, evolution will surely follow. Chapter 69. The birth of the little happiness egg. Once again, I found myself at the nursing academy. Happiny tenderly embraced Shichen, her face alight with joy. Behind Happiny trailed a small Happiny. Joyzixin cradled another small Happiny in her arms. Your little Happiny hasn't hatched yet? I thought it would have by now. Joyzixin's demeanor towards Shichen had significantly improved. A single small Happiny could indeed transform a person's life. Once the Happiny evolved into a Chansey, she would be able to open a Pokémon Center, providing care for many more Pokémon. Typically, great beings reveal themselves in the end. My Chansey is just like that, Shichen remarked, placing the incubator on the table. Happiny patted her belly. Feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness with her 3 little ones, the last of whom was about to be born. The worries that had plagued her heart were finally set aside. What have you learned from Professor Fuji these days? Shichen was at a loss for words. The information among you joys is indeed interconnected. Of course. You must understand. We are all family, incredibly united. Even the slightest amusing occurrences are shared. Joyzixin proudly nodded. I'm studying genetics, which is his forte, as you all know. Shichen began preparing nutritious milk for the soon-to-hatch Happiny. You should be studying, after all. You are still quite young. No matter how gifted you are, you want to be taken seriously. Spending some time under the professor's tutelage will be enough to silence others. Shichen smiled wryly. Whether others acknowledge me or not, I do not care. By the way, are you aware of the backgrounds of those 3 individuals the professor recruited? Not a clue. Should I investigate? Shichen shook her head. No need. I'm merely concerned. Rest assured, who would dare to touch a professor? Joyzixin scoffed. Is that so? Shichen didn't want to raise alarms. The origins and affiliations of those three remained a mystery, raising questions about whether they might pose a threat to her. Such prolonged surveillance surely isn't merely for the Professor's trifling assets. It's quite complicated. By the way, I have another favor to ask of you. Joy Zixin tilted her head in confusion. What else do you need my help with? At the Chansey Academy, there's a student named Musashi who shares a particularly close bond with her Chansey. Please look into it. And once my research facility is established, send her Chansey to me. Huh? What do you mean, huh? That Chansey certainly hasn't grown up alongside Joy, and she's south very close to Musashi. She's just a commoner, hasn't even graduated from nursing school, as you know. She surely wouldn't be able to obtain a Chansey, Shichen replied. Thus, sending her to my research lab would suffice. When the time comes, she can come and assist, and they can be together. Shichen felt this was a regrettable situation. The Pokémon had chosen her but could not leave with her. Musashi was unwilling to part with her, leaving Shichen to act as the intermediary. Hopefully, Musashi wouldn't attempt to rob her research facility in the future. But Chansey, investigate, and you will understand. Pokémon have preferences for certain humans. Yet due to the needs of the Pokémon Center, it must work there for an extended period. It's unjust. Can an unhappy Pokémon possess potent healing energy? This stumped Joy Zixin. Didn't I publish a paper on that? The concept of happiness energy is what I am currently researching. Consider it an investment from the Joy family into my studies. After a moment of silence, Joy Zixin finally nodded in agreement. All right, Waki. The little Happiny in her arms waved joyfully. Happiny approached and lovingly patted the child's head. At that moment, Shichen's little Happiny began to shake. Shichen readied the milk, prepared for the occasion. She also gathered cleaning tools to ensure the little Happiny's comfort. Come forth, Evie and Oddish. Shichen opened the Pokeball. Bye. Evie spun around excitedly, eager to witness the event. Oddish smiled and maintained a distance, controlling its power. Your Pokemon are nurtured remarkably well. Joy Zixin admired the charming Evie and the vibrantly green Oddish. A discerning eye could easily recognize their exceptional quality. I truly wonder how you managed to find time to raise Pokemon amidst your studies and medical duties, Joy Zixin mused. Happiny rubbed her belly, anticipating that once the child was born, she would provide the next most joyous egg for it to consume. Isn't it peculiar? The one who lays the egg must also consume an egg. Crack. The eggshell displayed a fissure, and the nutrient liquid within the incubator was entirely absorbed. Crack. Crack. The fissure emitted radiant light, the beacon of a new life. Is it about to emerge, my dear? The first to hatch was a Togepi, now fully capable of standing on its own. Last time, there was no preparation or experience. This time, everything was in place. Waki. The light faded, revealing a small pink creature, a Happiny. The Happiny behind Happiny and the one in Joy Zixin's arms cheered in delight at the arrival of their sister. Waki? The newly hatched Happiny's first sight was Shichen's beaming face, looking at it with gentle anticipation. It sensed that Shichen was caring for its birth. Hello, little Happiny. I am Shichen. Let me help you clean your body. Shichen gently took out a wool cloth. Waki. The Happiny clapped its tiny hands on its belly, reveling in the tender treatment, while glancing at the continually calling Evie. This is your big brother, Evie. And here's Oddish. Throughout your time in the nutrient solution, they've been caring for you. Do you remember? Waki. Yes, thank you. Hee, I'll take care of my big sister. Oddish's leaves swayed, expressing its joy. And this is your mother, Happiny, who worked hard to bring you into the world. Shichen adjusted the little Happiny's position, allowing it to see its mother holding an egg. Happiny baby. Waki. The little Happiny beamed, calling out joyfully. The Happiny behind Happiny continued to wave enthusiastically. This is your sister, and the one in Joy Zixin's arms is your second sister. You were all born on the same day, from the same mother, bound by familial ties. However, you were born many days later than them. They have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. The happiness energy within the little Happiny surged, affirming Shichen's belief. It greeted everyone. Every Pokémon was to be acknowledged. On its very first day, it was surrounded by so many important family members. The little Happiny was absolutely elated. Tenderly, Shichen cleaned its body, ensuring the little Happiny felt completely at ease. This milk is prepared especially for you by your mother. Tonight, I will cook for you. So grow up strong and healthy." Shichen lovingly stroked the little Happiny while feeding it with a bottle. "Waki, how gentle my trainer is." The well-fed little Happiny showed no signs of drowsiness. Instead, it brimmed with energy, earnestly greeting everyone. There was no shyness, no timidity. Happiny's personality was somewhat bashful, while Joy Zixen's Happiny was gentle. Their own little one had a lively disposition. However, this was all during its infancy. Once it evolved, everything could change, including its personality. In any case, Shichen's team had gained a spirited little darling. Chapter 70. A Maiden's Tale for Hollywood Waki. The cherubic Happiny playfully jiggled before Shichan, her eyes brimming with curiosity, as if to inquire, "What are you crafting?" "I am composing a screenplay," Shichan responded, scooping up the petite Pokémon and planting a gentle kiss upon its tiny hand. "Waki, it's a script for Big Sister Haunter, the very narrative she desires. A promise made is a promise kept. Seizing this moment of respite, I intend to pen this tale and have it adapted into a cinematic masterpiece in Hollywood. Shall I regale you with its essence? In times of yore, there existed a maiden of exquisite beauty, christened Hitaru, scion of a venerable noble lineage. One day, as she ventured forth, she encountered a bee drill, only to be rescued by a dashing young man named Kaido, thus kindling a tender friendship between the pair. From their tender years to the cusp of adulthood, Hitaru reached an age where matrimony beckoned. Her parents, in their ambition, arranged for her to wed a widower of considerable years. Yet, her heart yearned for Kaido. Alas, her parents' enterprise teetered on the brink of ruin, and only her union with this affluent suitor could salvage their fortunes. Though affluence graced her abode, Hitaru's affections lay with Kaido, and separation was anathema to her. Her parents vehemently opposed their union, leading to a poignant farewell amidst a field of blossoms. Kaido reciprocated Hitaru's affections, and thus, with his astute mind, he sought to alleviate her family's crisis, ensuring their continued prosperity. Yet, her parents remained steadfast in their conviction that he was but a pauper, and their path remained fraught with peril. One fateful day, Hitaru overheard of Kaido's betrothal. Ultimately, Kaido and Hitaru resolved their misunderstandings, their hearts entwined in blissful union. And her parents, at long last, acquiesced to their daughter's desires. It was during this interval that the sovereign issued a call to arms, conscripting the populace into military service. Kaido, with his exceptional physique, caught the eye of the War Department and swiftly ascended to the rank of junior commander. Tranquility, however, proved fleeting. Kaido and Hitaru were wed, and on the very morrow of their nuptials, the king commanded his immediate departure. Their hearts heavy with sorrow, Hitaru bid adieu to her husband, stationing herself upon the shore. Day after day, year after year, her knees pressed against the earth, beseeching the heavens for his return, until she was transformed into a statue, a timeless landmark. Years hence, a grizzled veteran, his hair as white as the driven snow, returned from the battlefield, only to learn of the maiden's fate. Grief-stricken, he dwelled by her statue, imploring the heavens for solace. Shichan's screenplays were characterized by their accessibility, yet their tropes defied convention. Wika, little Happiny wept, moved by the tale's poignancy. Hush now. In the end, they shall overcome the trials and tribulations and find solace in each other's arms. Wika, Happiny remained inconsolable until Chansey, having concluded her tutelage, entered the scene, lulling her to slumber with a soothing lullaby, and Shichan, too, succumbed to slumber's embrace. Having completed the screenplay in a single day, Shichan boarded a train bound for Pokémon Hollywood. The throng of humanity offered a semblance of security as the wilderness held perils of late. Shichan cradled Happiny in her arms, eager to introduce her to the wonders that lay ahead. Seated beside them was Eevee, embracing her voluminous tail, admiring its hues, and occasionally glancing up at Shichan. Patience, little one. First, master the ability to seamlessly transition between Umbreon and Sylveon before venturing into the realm of Espion. Otherwise, you risk losing control, which would be detrimental to both you and our future endeavors. Just you wait. I shall evolve into the most unique and exceptional of all, the epitome of 8 forms. Evie's current predicament was that her Umbreon and Sylveon forms could only be unveiled to Shur-chan. But the day would come when she would demonstrate to the world that she was the most outstanding Eevee of them all. Eevee harbored grand visions of the future, of 8 distinct evolutionary forms, and of the 2 of them captivating the world. Eevee chuckled, embracing her tail. So adorable. Shur-chan's heart was overflowing with affection. Waki, Happiny, oblivious to Eevee's amusement, joined in the laughter. Waki? It's a delectable candy, a confection crafted to evoke feelings of elation in Pokémon. If the research held true, moves like metronome would be amplified. Waki. Happiny was delighted, her cheeks flushed with joy. And for our own Eevee, a specially formulated treat to ensure her perpetual happiness. How could I not be? Her tail swayed with glee, like a grand hook. Waki. Happiny was intrigued, chasing after Eevee's tail. Eevee, of course, did not yield. The 2 frolicked within the confines of the carriage. The Pokémon train was accommodating, as long as no moves were employed. The playful antics of small Pokémon were tolerated. After a 2-hour train journey, they disembarked and hailed a taxi, arriving at the fabled Pokémon Hollywood. This is not what I envisioned, Shur-chan mused. Her imagination had conjured an image of Hollywood brimming with cutting-edge technology, with neon lights illuminating the night. What were these dilapidated high-rise buildings? And why were there so few souls to be seen? It seemed that only a handful of establishments were actively seeking Pokémon actors. Shur-chan's maiden statue film did not require many Pokémon for its initial installment, which was set in ancient times. The second film, however, would necessitate their participation as it was set in the modern era. Come forth, Haunter, Shur-chan declared, releasing the Pokémon from its Pokeball. Must it be during the day? Could we not have waited until nightfall? Haunter lamented. Assume a human guise, and I shall present the screenplay to a director and finance the film's production. Voice your desires, but a talking Haunter would be too far-fetched. Very well, Haunter acquiesced. A mischievous glint sparkled in its eyes as it conjured an image of a voluptuous, alluring woman. With a gentle touch, it clasped Shur-chan's hand. Her exquisite features and ethereal beauty were captivating, capable of ensnaring any man. Surely, Shur-chan would not be immune to her charms. Haunter's intentions were noble. Yet Shur-chan recoiled, a frown etched upon his face. Do not touch me, he rebuked. I abhor physical contact with any stranger, even in a transformed state. Haunter retreated, perplexed. What is your reaction? Can you not see my face? Behold. Haunter struck a seductive pose. What ails you? Is there something amiss with the face you have assumed? Shur-chan inquired, his brow furrowed. It is merely the face of a woman. What is the matter? Am I not beautiful? Strange, for this is the very face that could compel a king to forsake his kingdom. I am sorry, but I am afflicted with face blindness. I cannot discern beauty in women. It has always been so. Haunter, undeterred, thrust her chest against Shur-chan, sending him sprawling, and then playfully bounced. Are you unwell? Will you cease your antics and focus on the film? What is the meaning of this? To assault me with mammary glands is utterly absurd. The woman you have conjured is prone to illness. Such prodigious mammary glands are hardly a blessing. They are cumbersome and will undoubtedly lead to complications. It is a malady, not a normal physique. Just as your current behavior is indicative of a condition that requires treatment, Shur-chan stated, dusting himself off. Little Chun, it is perplexing. Other men find this form appealing. It is the epitome of beauty, the object of many a man's desire and many a woman's envy. Why do you not find it alluring? Shur-chan frowned. In my eyes, are not men and women merely differentiated by chromosomes, reproductive organs, reproductive capabilities, body hair, and mental faculties? What other distinctions exist? Are we not all composed of flesh, blood, and bone? What purpose does a pleasing visage serve? Why dwell on such trivialities? In this world brimming with infinite possibilities, men aspire to become women, and concocting potions does not necessitate surgical intervention. Women, too, can forcibly transform into men, a truly remarkable avenue of research. I shall experiment with whether such elixirs can indeed be developed. Theoretically, it is plausible. Shur-chan immediately began jotting down notes. Furthermore, altering hormones is not an insurmountable task, and it is an intriguing field of study. Guici stood by, utterly astonished, exclaiming, "You're beyond saving." Yet, In ancient times, many male monarchs possessed numerous women. Why not consider that? Such desires are governed by primal instincts and urge to propagate one's genes. I have delved into the essence of human genetics and have gained considerable insight on the subject. The marvel of genetics lies in its capacity to. Shi Chun commenced reviewing his knowledge of genetics. I mean, why don't you contemplate this? I am not interested in hearing you ramble about your studies. It gives me a headache. Oh, I am not a mere stud. I am an advocate of pure love. Thank you. While Shi Chun continued to take notes, he looked up to declare, I am a supporter of all things adorable. I cherish various cute Pokémon. My spirit is fulfilled, and I am exceedingly happy. Guasi, bewildered yet profoundly impacted, struggled to comprehend. Shi Chun found little significance in transforming into something else, even into an old woman, as he held an affinity for the elderly, much like being lifted high during that time. Shi Chun remarked, Focus, you fool, Guasi. Regardless of what you become, I will always discern your true essence. You silly creature. Wailing, Shi Chun, you are a genius for crafting such an exceptional narrative. I am on the verge of tears. How touching is this tale of the nurse. A female director sat on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, sometimes smiling sweetly, other times engulfed in despair. Nowadays, human cinema lacks captivating scripts. All directors seem preoccupied with creating Pokémon films. Fortunately, you have provided me with such a splendid script, and I firmly believe it will captivate audiences across all regions. Shi Chun silently distanced himself from this woman, exasperated by her lack of discretion. His demands were simple. The statue of a maiden must be modeled after that premise. Guasi, having established communication, merely wished to ensure that everyone knew this story. There would be no need for annual pranks henceforth. No problem. I shall comply with your wishes. The female director grew serious, stating, This script is exceptional. Shall we split the investment and profits, or? I shall cover the entire production cost, while you receive a mere 10% of the profits. How does that sound? Shi Chun would bear all risks. Should the ratings falter, or if the DVD sales plummeted, it would amount to a total loss. You are indeed generous. Of course, that is acceptable. You shall oversee all aspects of production. I am not so free. I am available. I want half the profits. Guasi pouted at Shi Chun. Ha ha ha, very well. You shall receive half. A trivial sum, nothing to fret over. Thus, Guasi's aspirations were fulfilled, and her perception of Shi Chun began to shift. She found him utterly perplexing. Having encountered countless humans throughout the millennia, only Shi Chun remained an enigma. What did he truly desire? He sought neither beauty nor fame. His financial needs were minimal, and he did not chase after wealth. He seemed to revel in research, in adorableness, a seemingly irrational yet oddly logical inclination. With 8 evolutionary forms of EV, each unique, Gigantamax Gossifleur, singular in its essence, what of the cutie fly? What about the Chansey? What about me? Guasi voiced her inquiries. Well, I aspire to nurture the cutie fly into my ideal medical assistant, while the Chansey shall become the finest aid in my research facility. As for you, Shi Chun smiled gently. You are not my Pokémon, but my friend. I wish to assist you, invest in you, and help you grow to protect and aid me. Will you accept? I refuse. You lured me into a Pokeball. You are a scheming man. Guasi stuck out her tongue, looking down on Shi Chun, yet inwardly delighted. For following him was the most meaningful endeavor in over 2,000 years. Ha ha ha. While not every Pokémon may be unique, in my heart, they are all irreplaceable, including you. Who wishes to be your one-of-a-kind? Shameless individual. Guasi retreated into the King Ball, rejecting further discourse. Shi Chun chuckled, feeling helpless. He began his journey to the next city. Chapter 71. Yuhong Arcade A's, with his sleek, jet-black hair, short on the sides and longer on top, was swept back in a natural, graceful manner, as if caressed by a gentle breeze. His emerald green eyes harmoniously complemented the essence of the city. Shi Chun reveled in the unique natural beauty of this locale. Distinctly different from others, where every household seemed to cultivate flowers and greenery, adorned with a newly acquired EV mask and a pair of green sunglasses. He sought to conceal his identity, evading recognition due to his paranoid delusions. Having never visited an arcade in this world, he yearned to experience the allure of the gaming machines. Aware that this was a potential base for Team Rocket, he was uncertain of its current status. Regardless, the mask provided a prudent layer of anonymity. After all, having a peculiar hobby is quite normal, isn't it? His most notable feature was his striking green eyes, coupled with an unknown totem discreetly hidden behind his ear. This totem had become invisible, much like it had when concealed among the stones, leaving only Shichen aware of its presence. The Yuhong City Arcade, a place looked down upon by its residents, stood in stark contrast to the city's natural charm, opulent and extravagant. Yet, inside, there was little of genuine excitement. A mere 30 slot machines awaited, where aligning 3 identical symbols would yield tokens. Despite the simplicity, throngs of patrons engaged with the machines, fervently hoping for a stroke of luck. The rewards, berries like cranberry, banana, and pineapple, were commonplace Pokémon fruits, alongside various techniques like Shadow Clone and Psybeam. Among the prizes were precious evolutionary stones for fire, electric, and water types. Pokémon rewards included Nidoqueen, Nidorino, and Seadra. Rest assured, all of these are officially sanctioned by the League, the attendant assured. Shichen nodded, contemplating the very nature of this League endorsement. How many coins would he need to exchange? The transaction entailed converting League currency into game tokens, which could then be used to play. The amount of tokens was considerable. Perhaps exchanging 10,000 would suffice? After a brief exchange, Shichen received 2 baskets filled with tokens. Drawing envious glances from those around him, he decided to test his luck with a single token. As he inserted the token and pressed the button, Pokémon icons danced across the screen. To win, one needed to match 3 identical Pokémon icons. The grand prize was 3 Pokémon egg symbols, not mere icons. The first icon was Eevee, the second also revealed Eevee. Shichen felt a flicker of hope. If only he could match 3 Eevees. The initial Pokémon, having not evolved, would yield 3rd place, while a first stage evolution would grant 2nd place, and 3 Pokémon eggs would be the ultimate triumph. Alas, the final icon transformed into a Caterpie instead. Disappointment washed over him. How cruel fate could be. Behind him, a young boy expressed concern for Shichen. Don't worry, next time will surely be better. You were so close. Shichen continued to insert tokens, but the results yielded 3 different icons each time. Your luck is abysmal, the boy remarked, unable to conceal his sympathy. I wish I had better luck too. I've already spent over 60 tokens without winning. Who is actually winning these rewards? An array of Bulbasaur appeared, then 2 Bulbasaurs, and finally a Charizard. Isn't that infuriating? Shichen sighed, feeling defeated. Oh, come on. You're just so unlucky. Please, I'm equally exasperated, he replied. Each token cost 10 League coins. Spending 100 tokens amounted to 1,000. Would you care to join me? Shichen offered half of his tokens to the boy, who bore a hint of melancholy in his eyes. As if only within the gaming machines could he find fleeting joy. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm Ace. What about you? The boy, with delicate features and long hair, would certainly be considered handsome in modern times, but his eyes reflected a deep-seated sadness. Shichen, he replied, continuing to observe Ace as he played with fervor and excitement, revealing his most genuine self in this moment. Shichen retrieved a notebook and pen from his pocket, jotting down his thoughts. Wait, I came here to play, not to conduct research. He closed the notebook, realizing his obsession had rendered him foolish. How ridiculous of me. I'm the one who seems mentally unstable. Yay. Shichen, look. I won, Ace exclaimed, pointing to his machine, having won several hundred tokens, 2nd place. How is this even possible? Shichen lamented his own misfortune, incredulous at the boy's luck. Watch me keep going. I'm bound to hit the jackpot. Ace organized the tokens he won into neat stacks, offering half to Shichen. Here's half of my winnings for you. Shichen, not minding sharing a portion of his bounty, accepted the tokens gratefully. Ace, surprised, returned half of his own winnings as well, stuffing the remainder into his bulging pockets, which jingled with the sound of tokens. I'll gladly accept your good fortune. Shichen smiled, appreciating the boyish charm. Yet, fate dealt him another cruel hand. He won nothing yet again. It must be a mechanical issue. Which fool set this machine up? He grumbled, having spent over 300 tokens without a single win. Meanwhile, Ace had already won with just a few dozen. Unfair. This should not be the case. Your machine seems to have a higher payout rate, Ace remarked, puzzled. No need to explain. Not everyone can possess the same luck as I do. Shichen felt his heart shatter, initially seeking joy through expenditure, only to find discontent. Yay. I won again. Shichen thought to himself in exasperation, ready to give up. I'm worn out. He faced the machine, now a cruel, unfeeling contraption. The arcade attendant approached, astonished at Shichen's misfortune. How can someone invest so many tokens without winning even once? Oh, it seems this machine is broken. I forgot to put up a repair sign. Well, if it's broken, it's broken. No use trying. They wouldn't inform Shichen. Only a fool would do so. In an arcade, winning and losing are part of the game. Who could he blame? Shichen, why not try my machine? Ace suggested cheerfully, witnessing Shichen's streak of bad luck. It's likely this one is faulty. It's common for machines to malfunction. No, you keep playing, Shichen replied, his expression darkening. If this machine were not mechanical, he would have certainly given it a piece of his mind. Soon enough, all 500 tokens were spent without a single win. What a pathetic excuse for a game. This is outrageous. In a fit of rage, Shichen furiously cursed the machine. Having spent a decade in this world, he had rarely encountered such vexation, yet this gaming device managed to provoke him immensely. Was I here for leisure and amusement, or merely to endure frustration? At that moment, Ace felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Did he perceive a hint of fear and unease in Shichen's eyes? It shouldn't be the case. After all, he hadn't shouted or screamed. I will share my good fortune with you. I believe you will surely win next time. Here are the remaining coins. I return them to you. Ace handed back the basket that Shichen had given him earlier, which contained over 100 coins. Oh. I apologize for bringing my negative emotions upon you. It's rather bothersome, truly sorry. It's quite all right, Chun-ji. Ace replied with a smile, though his eyes lacked the vivacity they had earlier possessed. I only need 10 coins. Shichen chuckled as he retrieved 10 coins from the basket. Take them all. I'm not particularly inclined to play anymore. Continue playing. It's not a big deal. Shichen gently pressed him back into his seat. Then, covering his mouth, he whispered to the unknown totem, I am so frustrated. Please bestow your mysterious blessing upon these coins. Unknown totem, do you think I am here to grant you buffs? The unknown totem did not refuse, casting a mysterious blessing upon the coins. Shichen's eyes widened as he noticed an unusual detail about the 10 coins. Each bore a question mark, the mark of the unknown totem. Then, there will be an unknown effect, shall there? Shichen inserted the first coin. 3 EVs. Wow, I won. Indeed, the power of Pokémon is boundless. The screen displayed congratulations, and the machine dispensed tokens. For the first time, Shichen experienced the joy of winning, even if it was through dubious means. The exhilaration was undeniable. Wow, Chun-ji, you finally won. Ace exclaimed, even more ecstatic than Shichen. Ha ha ha, your luck proved invaluable, thanks to you. Hee hee. It's your good fortune that's exceptionally potent, Chun-ji. Ace's innocence shone through, offering genuine congratulations. The attendant was equally astonished. Wasn't the machine broken? How could it still yield victories? Oh well, it's no matter. Not winning would be the real issue. We wouldn't want anyone to lose their temper. Shichen pressed on, inserting the second coin. Ding ding ding. Second prize. Ha ha ha. Is this the joy of winning? I used to despise cheats, yet now, I have become the very person I once loathed. But cheats truly are delightful, bringing immense joy. Wow. Chun-ji, keep going. The next one. The screen flashed congratulations once more. First prize. Woohoo. I'm flying high. Shichen leaped joyfully, exclaiming, who could be happier than I? As the machine relentlessly spewed tokens, Shichen's joy remained unbroken. I love the arcade. Moi? Chapter 72. Investing in A's Ding Long Long. The grand prize. 3 golden eggs burst forth like blooming flowers. Is this the effect of the mysterious blessing? I declare, the unknown totem is the strongest Pokémon. The token outlet is wildly spewing out tokens, then it halts. Ah Chun, your luck is truly formidable. The tokens have vanished. We'll wait for the staff to come replenish them. Ace gazes enviously, his eyes brimming with admiration. In all my time at the gaming center, I have only witnessed the grand prize 3 times. Once was you, and the other 2 were strangers to me. You are truly remarkable. Hee hee, Basic skills are essential. There are still 5 coins remaining, rewards from the unknown totem. But Shurchun does not need them anymore. It is sufficient to stop here. 1 grand prize along with several other rewards is already enough to exchange for anything desired in the shop. Sir, would you like to exchange for a machine? Since you've won the grand prize, and have also won a few times before, we can settle the tokens directly for you. What do you think? What is going on? Isn't this machine broken? How could I still win the grand prize? Is that even an option? All right, please settle it for me now. Shurchun nods with a smile. No problem, let us play until here. Achun, I have more tokens here. Ace produces another handful of tokens to give to the staff. No need, Shurchun shakes his head and hands them back to Ace. Is there something you wish for here? A love for gaming consoles is one thing, but Shurchun feels differently. Ace likely does not yearn for a gaming machine. Even so, I cannot accept your tokens. Thank you, Achun. What you gave me earlier is sufficient. Though I am eager, I cannot break the principle. This is your money. Just letting me play brings me joy. Accepting your currency would be sheer greed. Shurchun presses the tokens into his hand, smiling nonchalantly. What does it matter? If I said I'd give it to you, then it's yours. I've had a good day. I'm happy. However, no hows or buts. I'm going to exchange for rewards. You hurry and finish playing, as I have some questions to ask you later. All right. Ace gratefully accepts and continues to insert coins. Shurchun follows the staff to the front desk, continuing to review the list. Do you require any Pokémon? Most visitors here exchange for Pokémon. Shurchun taps his fingers on the table, then shakes his head. I do not need any Pokémon. Firstly, the Pokémon here are not to my liking, and secondly, I prefer fate, rather than receiving someone else's captured Pokémon. Miraculous seeds, how many do you have? Miraculous seeds are hard to come by, useful for crafting vitality potions or food. Shurchun particularly favors this item. We currently have only 10 in stock. Would you like to exchange for them? Let us exchange. And the mysterious water droplets. They are visually appealing and can be used to create potions. Although their efficacy pales in comparison to the Rock-S Water Spirit Stone, they are still useful. I also require a cultivation method for the Awakening Power move. At present, there is no move learning machine, only the cultivation manual, which is not for sale. Very well. The staff takes care of it. Today is quite unfortunate. I must have someone deliver the goods. The items are indeed more precious than Pokémon. Please exchange 5 of those candies for me as well. I'd like to study their candy formulas. Understood. Shurchun recalls the multi-sided beast. Perhaps it has yet to be created. After gathering his rewards, Shurchun feels no malice. Perhaps these items hold little value in the gaming center. Before long, Ace returns, clutching a pile of tokens. Achun, I've spent them all. I didn't win the first or grand prize, but it was still quite good. Oh, splendid. You probably only won a third prize, not much more. Ace deposits the tokens into his card, returning a grateful smile to Shurchun. What do you save your points for? Saving points allows me to exchange for Pokémon, but I am still far from that. Shurchun leads Ace out of the gaming center. After all, Shurchun has observed Ace as the first human embodying the power of happiness, invaluable for his future research. Misfortune often outweighs joy. Have you eaten yet? His stomach growls audibly, quite out of character. Ace lowers his head, blushing. No worries. I happen to be hungry too. Let us go eat together. I have food at home. You've called me brother. How could I not treat you to a meal? I have a younger brother who is much younger than you. How old are you this year? Shurchun fondly thinks of his younger sibling. In a few months, I'll turn 10. So young. Are you already captivated by video games at such an age? Achun, what about you? I've forgotten. I'm still quite young myself. Just over 10. Wow. At this moment, Ace becomes intrigued. Achun, are you continuing your studies, or are you a trainer? I am already a trainer. Then you must have Pokémon, right? Of course. How could one be a trainer without Pokémon? In truth, I only received my true trainer qualification after registering my EV. May I see it? Wait a moment. Shurchun leads him to a cozy-looking restaurant and reserves a private room. I often pass by this restaurant, but I've never eaten here. However, I know what is delicious. Their poo-poo meat is exceptionally fragrant. I can always smell it. Shurchun smiles gently, placing his order without issue. He orders several dishes for Ace, as Shurchun is originally from elsewhere, and it is wise to heed the locals. Ah-chun, may I see your Pokémon? Certainly. Chun retrieves several luxurious and exquisite Pokeballs, Eevee, Oddish, and Happiny. The adorable little ones that were originally playing in the garden appear. Ghastly is still training. Wow. Wow. What kind of Pokémon is this? A's eyes sparkle with envy. This is Happiny. You've seen Chansey, right? After evolving, it becomes Happiny. Hello, Waki. How impressive. Ah-chun, you're still so young, yet you have so many Pokémon. Chun cradles Happiny, smiling back. You will also find your own Pokémon in the future. Will I be able to have a Chansey one day? It's difficult. That is all I can say. No worries. As long as I have one Pokémon, I'll qualify to become a public trainer. Chun almost forgets to mention that those who do not graduate from Pokémon school cannot directly register as Pokémon trainers. Ordinary school graduates must possess one Pokémon before they can register at the Pokémon Center to become public trainers, which sounds quite liberating. In reality, one cannot possess more than 3 Pokémon. To capture more, one must pass an examination on their knowledge of Pokémon. There is another way that does not require all this. Simply pay the league. Regardless of which school you graduated from, they will directly grant you a trainer qualification. The happiness radiating from A's becomes even more evident. Is this the reason you stay in the gaming center? Indeed, there are many children like me. We lack the ability to capture Pokémon. Even the weakest Caterpie is hard to encounter. Exactly, especially since there's a Butterfree protecting them. Thus, the gaming center becomes our haven. Many people come to play, and sometimes coins can be found beneath the machines alongside leftover tokens from others. We often venture to collect them. Goodness, there exists such a community of life. Chun has truly witnessed it. My parents have been quite supportive, having taken on a small fruit orchard. Although it doesn't yield much profit, it is a labor of love. Have any of you had success in exchanging? Indeed, one individual managed to obtain Nidorina last year. It's hard to evaluate at the moment. The gaming center is rather accommodating to this group of children. However, acquiring such Pokémon may prove to be of little utility. The price of ordinary fruit is generally around 200 Alliance coins. How can one cultivate Pokémon with that? A single serving of Pokémon feed, even of inferior quality, costs over 1,000 Alliance coins. The reality is harsh. And your parents? My father and mother are divorced. A spoke flatly, a melancholic smile lingering on his face. The weight of misfortune. So, with whom do you reside? I used to live with my grandmother, but she has passed away. I apologize for prying. Misery. It's all right. Hence, I find myself here, seeking to exchange for my Pokémon. Once I have a Pokémon, I can venture into the mountains to gather herbs, collect fruits from trees, and gradually grow stronger and wealthier. Such an ambitious thought. Ha, but it requires time. I haven't graduated yet. I can only come here during breaks. When school starts, I will focus on my studies, and only after school or during vacations will I visit the arcade to play. Brother Chun, is your family quite affluent? You seem capable of nurturing so many Pokémon. You already have 3, 2 of which are quite precious, Eevee and Happiny. You may think so. Chun had no reason to hide the truth. After all, this child is but a child, and his curiosity was evident, free from ulterior motives. I consider myself somewhat fortunate. I have a good family, parents, and a younger brother. Our financial situation is modest, but we have enough to live comfortably. Cultivating Pokémon is indeed challenging. Though I attend a trainer academy, and upon graduation, I will be able to become a trainer with Pokémon. I am not an Alliance trainer. There is even more fortune in having Rock's external knowledge, an understanding of the Pokémon world, and experience as a doctor. Eevee was my first Pokémon. Met when I was 5. Eevee hopped onto Chun's shoulder, nuzzling against his cheek. Ah, so that's how it is. It's evident that you share a strong bond with Eevee, brother Chun. You are truly fortunate, Ace thought to himself. No wonder you don't mind spending 10,000 Alliance coins on arcade games. My relationship is also quite strong. Happiny tugged at Chun's hand, placing it on its head, exuding happiness. How wonderful. I am still torn between choosing Nidorino or Nidorina as my first Pokémon. A's options were limited to those few available for exchange at the arcade. Brother Chun, could you offer some advice? After all, you are a trained trainer. While I am not. Chun nodded, removing his mask and glasses, feeling free now that the meal was served. Brother A-chun, you are truly handsome. It's merely a fade, Shi-chun replied nonchalantly. Though my hair is a bit sparse, I feel somewhat tired. I think I shall head home for some rest. Speak more if you can. If I were to offer you advice for your first Pokémon, if possible, I would still recommend a grass type, despite the lack of grass types available here. Why is that? Ace was somewhat puzzled. Do your parents and grandmother leave you with a substantial amount of money? It's a rather pragmatic query. Not much, just enough to scrape by each month. Which is why I wish to possess Pokémon, to earn money and live together in the future. Ace scratched his head in frustration, contemplating the feast before him, something he had only heard of but never tasted. One must admit, people in this world mature quite early. Then a grass type it shall be, as they are relatively easy to care for. Like your Mewtwo, perhaps? My Pokémon Wuunti thrive under your care. It requires daily nourishment of high-quality resources. I'm not mocking you, it's simply the truth. However, possessing a grass-type Pokémon is generally feasible, as they are docile and easy to maintain. Without status or wealth, one can only resort to such means. The grass types available in the Kanto region are quite limited, nonetheless. Very well, but I can only choose from a few options. Regardless of which, they are all quite good. Ace smiled, realizing that having a Pokémon companion would not leave him entirely alone. The power of happiness surged, albeit not significantly, as he understood his limitations and knew he could not afford much. Perhaps he merely yearned for a family, as his background lacked affection. A Pokémon following him could also be quite burdensome. To be frank, if a Pokémon were to grow weary of him, it might leave, and such abandonment could lead to extreme consequences. Shi-chun observed attentively at all times. Let me offer you another piece of advice. Focus on your studies and strive to become a versatile individual. But I am studying. My academic performance has always been commendable. No. Shi-chun wished to delve into the complexities of the happiness and misfortune that resided within him. How about we make a trade? What sort of trade? Ace was bewildered, unsure of what he could offer. I tend to speak quite pragmatically, lacking connections and wealth. If you wish to earn money, you must possess skill and capability. With nothing at your disposal, do you think a Pokémon would be fond of you? Or would it desire a warm home? A forced bond is never sweet. You understand this in your heart. I comprehend. Ace smiled, feeling understood by Brother A-chun. I am quite fond of you, which is why I wish to present you with an opportunity. Shi-chun produced an identification card and handed it to Ace. It contained Shi-chun's information. Name, Shi-chun, gender, male, age, 10, alliance history, 2. Evaluated as researcher. Research focus, rare ailments, potions. Alliance recognition. Pokémon Center approved. Ace was taken aback, feverishly comparing the identification card, finding it to be an exact match. He gasped, to have achieved the status of researcher at such a young age. Brother A-chun holds such a position. Had I known earlier, I might have avoided engagement. Would this lead Brother A-chun to think I harbor ulterior motives? He is so remarkable. At 10, I should still be in school. I would like you to assist me, primarily with some errands. If you agree, you will gain access to the platform I provide. Assistance must be nurtured from a young age, and Shi-chun appreciated the child's occasional cleverness and cheerfulness. The power of happiness within him was also intriguing. By extending a bit of support now, if he indeed flourished, it would be a gain. If not, Shi-chun would suffer little loss. The future research institute would be challenging to manage alone. Brother A-chun, are you serious? Ace trembled slightly. Absolutely serious. The sincerity in Shi-chun's eyes was unmistakable, gentle, and genuine. I am willing, Brother A-chun. Whatever you require, just let me know. Ace was resolute, believing this would undoubtedly alter the course of his life. Excellent. Shi-chun smiled, envisioning nurturing him from a young age, cultivating him as my assistant. He felt uneasy about recruiting someone too old, much like Daching. Although simple-minded, Shi-chun would only allow him to remain in the laboratory. Whether he would be utilized in the future would depend solely on his capabilities. You still have just over 2 months before your break, correct? If memory serves. It should be so. Yes. Ace's cheeks flushed, attentively listening, as Shi-chun appeared immensely admirable in his eyes. I want you to complete your studies and graduate within these 2 months. Ace raised his brows, responding lightly, "No problem, Brother Aze. Of course, it's not that simple." Shurchun continued eating while discussing, "Your current school teaches only basic academics with very little Pokémon knowledge. In these 2 months, while obtaining your diploma, you must also learn about Pokémon and pass the examination to be recognized as a trainer." Ace pursed his lips, finding the prospect daunting. However, this is an extraordinary opportunity to change one's fate, to follow Brother Shurchun, learn from him, and aspire to become someone as exceptional as he is. Shurchun continued to observe the fluctuations of his internal power. Has he become happier? Why is it that despite presenting him with such challenging tasks, he perceives happiness? It is truly astonishing. After graduating from school and completing your exams, you will also be turning 10 during this holiday, but it will not be so simple. Over the course of 2 months, you are to immerse yourself in the cultivation of knowledge, at the very least obtaining a basic qualification certificate in nurturing, akin to the certification of a Pokémon trainer. While you engage in your studies, I require you to seek employment, temporary positions such as cashier, assistant in a beauty salon, salesperson, or laborer on a construction site, among others. You must find ways to balance this without hindering your education. Shichen has discovered that he feels happier. What is the principle behind this? Very well, dear Shichen, take this paper and pen and write it down. After 2 months, your true challenges will commence. You will attend a management academy to learn about administration, a nursing college to acquire nursing knowledge, and a Pokémon nurturing academy. This year, you must obtain various diplomas and certifications recognized by certain institutions. I am granting you a total of 2 years. Your performance will ultimately determine my recognition and attitude towards you. I have high hopes for you and wish for your excellence. Shichen believes it is not difficult. If you study as I do, sleeping only 4 hours and dedicating the rest of your time to learning, it will be exceedingly manageable. Ace, containing his emotions, smiled sincerely, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Shichen. It is truly wonderful to have met you. He added, I genuinely admire you, so you must strive for excellence. I do not wish for you to be mediocre. Shichen then opened his bag once more, retrieving another backpack he had used before, and placed 500,000 alliance coins into it. 500,000. Enough to purchase 50 units of feed for Xiaowei. However, some matters require your own resolution. The Management Academy demands 50,000 per semester, and certain subjects necessitate hiring private tutors. As far as I know, without funds, entry is impossible. Ultimately, everything depends on you. Ace was momentarily taken aback. He had never seen such a sum before. He nodded silently. Once you complete your first challenge, I will help you pay the 500,000 alliance coins, allowing you to become an official alliance trainer. Then, you must continue to study diligently and, should the opportunity arise, Shichen paused to consider, I will also prepare a Pokémon egg for you to nurture from a young age. However, until you prove yourself sufficiently outstanding, I will not grant you a Pokémon egg. Ace fought to contain his emotions, his eyes brimming with tears as he gazed intently at Shichen. What a good child. Shichen is beginning to take on the role of a father, investing in the little one, not knowing what rewards the future may hold.